Shield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on covered auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can save thousands for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. You could save thousands on future auto repairs. Our specialists are standing by for all drivers to call for a free quick quote.
Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-898-6155. That's 800-898-6155. What do you have to lose? Call 800-898-6155. Again, 800-898-6155.
Labor Day is right around the corner. It's tailgating season and, of course, Labor Day cookouts. With lots more grilling left this season, the experts at Omaha Steaks help you celebrate summer's last hurrah with 50% off site-wide during their Labor Day sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and enter Garden in the search bar to shop exclusive Labor Day packages like the Griller's Labor Day Feast, the perfect sampling of everything that makes Omaha Steaks unforgettable. The butcher's cut filet mignons, chicken breasts, and pork chops. Plus, type Garden in the search bar for 8 free mouth-watering burgers and 8 free gourmet jumbo franks with your order. But hurry, this exclusive offer expires soon. Celebrate summer's last hurrah with 50% off site-wide during the Omaha Steaks Labor Day sale. It's only at omahasteaks.com. Enter Garden in the search bar for 8 Omaha Steaks burgers and 8 gourmet jumbo franks free with select packages including the Griller's Labor Day Feast. Omaha Steaks isn't just steak. It's the best steak of your life, guaranteed. omahasteaks.com, keyword Garden in the search bar. See site for details.
Omaha Steaks, America's original butcher.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333.
Whether it's the team, the organization, or you, the fans, we are all Resilient SF on KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, a Cumulus media station.
There goes the runner from first. The throw goes down to second. The relay back to the plate is too late. The Reds execute a double steal. De La Cruz took off. Estrada broke in to take the throw. His throw was a little bit offline, and Steer was able to score. Line drive, base hit, left field. Charged by Jock Peterson. He bobbles it. De La Cruz is so explosively fast. He was going to score on that one no matter what Jock did. Swing. There's a high drive into deep center going back. Meckler at the warning track right at the wall. He leaps. It's gone. Encarnacion-Strand for the 4th time in a row hits one squarely, and this one is a backbreaker. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And the Giants' 3-game winning streak comes to an end. The Reds salvage the finale. The final score, 4-1, Cincinnati beating the Giants.
And that should do it. The Giants don't break out the brooms as the Reds win the final game of the season series. What's up, everybody? Happy Thursday morning. It is Marcus the Waterboy Boucher back with Overnight Dave behind the glass, taking you up to 6 a.m. this morning, the start of the Murph and Mac show, and taking you to the Giants road trip while they'll be stopping off in San Diego for 4 games this weekend and then headed out to Wrigley Field next week to take on the Chicago Cubs and what should be a fantastic wild card matchup. But if we're talking wild card baseball, look no further than this week's series against the Cincinnati Reds, where the Giants took 2 out of 3 games, and we talked about it yesterday morning. With that win on Tuesday after Alex Cobb nearly threw a no-hitter, the Giants won the season series. So going into yesterday's, it was not high pressure, high stakes, but I feel like with Logan Webb going out there and pitching another quality start, we would have liked to walk away from that ball game with a win. Now, unfortunately for Logan Webb, he was matched pitch for pitch, strikeout for strikeout by Hunter Green, a young prospect that we talked about a lot on the show yesterday, a guy that is essentially the Cincinnati Reds version of Kyle Harrison. And there he was yesterday pumping 98, 99 miles per hour cheese, didn't allow any runs, only went 5 1/3, was actually a little surprised when he did get pulled out in the middle of that 6th inning. But, hey, there was the Reds bullpen closing the door on the Giants. Giants not taking too many advantage of a lot of opportunities, and once again, really not giving Logan Webb the run support. I mean, Casey Schmitt had a pair of doubles. Outside of that, there wasn't too much offense for the San Francisco Giants. In a game where we saw Mike Yastrzemski return the right field, Luis Matos gets optioned down right before the game. And I know there was a lot of discussion yesterday about whether or not a guy like Yaz could have made that catch in right field over Luis Matos to save the Alex Cobb no-hitter. But yeah, that's spilt milk. That's nothing we're going to cry about this morning because Yaz wasn't activated until yesterday's game. But even with Yaz in the lineup, the Giants, for whatever reason, just continue to not give Logan Webb run support. How many times have we turned the mic on after a Logan Webb start and talk about how he's got the lowest run support in the entire MLB?
7.
Only averaging 3.14 runs per game. That's it. There's nobody else in baseball that gets a bigger lack of run support. And during the first half of the season, I kind of equated it to Logan Webb being the ace of your rotation, having a matchup against other aces, going all the way back to opening day when he was squaring off against Garrett Cole. But here's the thing. He's tied with Garrett Cole for the most quality starts in baseball this season with 19 of them. And now he's got a 9-11 record. He's got a losing record, even though he's been one of the best pitchers in the National League this year. And that's why when the All-Star break was coming around, I was like, Logan Webb deserves to be an All-Star. And that was before he threw the complete game against the Colorado Rockies. And people were like, oh, Marcus, he's got a 7-8 record, blah, 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 blah. And that's why there's always been an argument about whether or not the win stat in baseball is really meaningful, because a starting pitcher has to throw 5 innings, but if he throws 4 1/3, the guy who comes in for 2/3 of an inning gets the win and he doesn't. It's always been a mess. And that's why I've never put too much of an emphasis on the win-loss record. Because if you're looking at Logan Webb with that 9-11 record, like, yeah, it's not that good of a season from Logan Webb. No. He has been one of the best pitchers in baseball this year. He's just not getting that run support. You can talk about the 15 games this year where the Giants have scored 1 run or fewer when he's on the bump. In 18 of his 28 starts, he's had 2 runs or fewer. Again, there's not a single pitcher in baseball that is getting less run support for Logan Webb. So last night when you got Ellie De La Cruz still on second base and the Reds scoring on a first and third play like it's high school baseball, that right there puts you in a hold. And that right there is probably a throw that probably shouldn't have been made by Patrick Bailey. We talk about how good he is behind home plate. In my opinion, I thought that was a bad decision, especially with 1 out. It's hard enough to try to get Ellie De La Cruz, but to surrender a run when you don't give Logan Webb that run support. And then I believe it was actually Christian Encarnacion-Strand who had one of his 4 hits on the days to knock in Ellie De La Cruz from second base. So that's where the game kind of got away from you a little bit. And then there was Encarnacion-Strand again in the 8th inning, going deep for his 4th hit of the game. Got to say it was a cool moment for the kid out of College Park High School out in the East Bay. I went to all 3 games this week. Monday night, Tuesday night, and the Wednesday day game. Christian and Encarnacion-Strand had a big fan section the entire weekend. So as cool as it was to see the matchup between College Park and De La Salle on Monday night and Kyle Harrison get the better of them, I will give a tip of the cap to CES, Christian Encarnacion-Strand, the man with the longest last name in baseball. Last night had a career high 4 hits against the San Francisco Giants. And if you remember a couple months ago, when the Giants were out in Cincinnati, he actually made his MLB debut and had his first home run against the Giants also. So another local kid, local story. And yesterday afternoon, he got the better of the Northern California kid, Logan Webb. But again, look at that final box score from Logan. 6 innings pitched, 7 hits allowed, 2 earned runs, 6 strikeouts, no free 90s, no walks. But it obviously wasn't enough for the San Francisco Giants as they get out-hit and also out-pitched by the Cincinnati Reds and Hunter Green. But hey, the good news is you look around at the box scores yesterday while we're all doing the wild card watch. The Arizona Diamondbacks lost again to the LA Dodgers, and the Phillies actually lost to the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Now, I will point out the Chicago Cubs got a win against the Milwaukee Brewers, so you're still sitting behind them for that second wild card spot. But currently, today, you are a half a game up on the D-backs, 1 game up over the Cincinnati Reds. And as we mentioned earlier, you do have the tiebreaker over the Reds and a potential wild card tiebreaker. I believe the Giants also have a 1-game lead over the Arizona Diamondbacks in their season series. We'll have 2 more to wrap up with AZ down the road. And we know that they got the tiebreaker over the Phillies as well, even though they are 5 games above them. And that's why next week in Wrigley is going to be a huge series for the Giants taking on the Chicago Cubs. It's going to be interesting to see how they line up the pitchers, not just for this series, but for next week as well. Because you look at this series against the Cincinnati Reds, and the one thing that stands out is that the Giants were actually using starters. It was Kyle Harrison, Alex Cobb, and Logan Webb, which to me would indicate that today is most likely a bullpen game. Maybe we'll get Tristan Beck back in the rotation. That's a possibility as well. But the Giants have not announced a single pitcher for this weekend series against the San Diego Padres, a team that, oh, by the way, is 62-72, 10 games under 500, and technically, I guess, are in the wild card race because they're only 7.5 games back. I don't think anybody's really taking them serious, but that's a lineup that you do have to take serious with all the talent that they do have on it. So it's nothing that you can sleep on this weekend in San Diego. I know our guy Murph's going to be out there on Friday night. He'll get a chance to watch Michael Walker pitch against the Giants. Blake Snell, who's been having an unbelievable season. Another guy who I thought was an all-star snub next to Logan Webb will be thrown on Saturday. So we'll keep you updated on the pitching matchups for your San Francisco Giants. And we'll also keep you updated on a little bit of NFL news because we are 1 week away from the start of the NFL season. That's right. Next Thursday night is the Kansas City Chiefs taking on the Detroit Lions. And 2-3 days after that, your San Francisco 49ers will be out in Pittsburgh taking on TJ Watt and the Steelers. The only question is, will the 49ers have their pass rusher, Nick Bosa? And will he even still be on the team?
Only God knows.
Yeah, I guess so. Kyle Shanahan is the same man who tells us he doesn't know who's going to be on the roster on Sunday.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So that goes for all of us.
And that goes for Nick Bosa right now, who has still not reported a 49ers training camp. And yesterday there were rumors/reports, more likely rumors to me, that Nick Bosa could be traded. So we'll break down those trade rumors and get the response of Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, who both spoke to the media yesterday about a possibility of trading Nick Bosa. I just want to say now that's an awful even topic to talk about. I don't know what the hell this rumor came from. We can get into the Reddit sources and everything behind it, but it's plain and simple. You thought people were pissed off about trading Trey Lance? If Nick Bosa left his franchise, San Francisco would riot. It would be the end of the city. They would burn its ass down from San Francisco down to Santa Clara. There's no way in hell the Niners can get rid of Nick Bosa. And really, I don't get what the holdup is paying Nick Bosa. You know what that number is. He's going to be the highest defensive player of the year. But again, we had responses from Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch talking about a potential Nick Bosa trade situation. And we also had Kyle and John responding to the quote-unquote messy quarterback situation that Jimmy Garoppolo was was talking about yesterday. We played that sound for you. Maybe we'll revisit that and get Kyle Shanahan's response to Jimmy Garoppolo talking that S. Now a member of the Las Vegas Raiders, Trey Lance, a member of the Dallas Cowboys, and Nick Bosa, not currently at 49ers training camp. So we'll get into some 49er news on the other side. Shout out to John Lynch. I know he's coming on this morning with Murph and Mac at 8 a.m. today. Stay tuned all power hour long. Joe Montana is also stopping by the Murph and Mac show. So a lot of great 49er guests today. Also a lot of great Giants guests with Sean Estes at 7:35 kicking off your power hour. Great stuff on the Murph and Mac show and great stuff coming up for you next on the leadoff spot where it's always a great time to start drinking at noon, Dave. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Because it's Thursday and it's past noon. Thursday is one of my days off. My off days, I start drinking at noon. You don't get to interrupt that.
Winston pressured. He gets sacked. Eric Armstead hit him. Nick Bosa was also there. I think they'll share that sack, and they get off the field again. As the 49ers defense again, they were great in the preseason inside the 20-yard line, but today on opening day, Tim, they may save the game. 3rd and 2, quarterback in the shotgun, going to throw, looks right now, pressured, and the 49ers will sack Jalen Hurts back on the 31-yard line. Nick Bosa gets in, and they're going to have to punt the ball away. Second sack of
The
the
leadoff spot with the water boy Marcus Boucher continues.
Check with Waterboy. All right?
Check with Marcus.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Checking in on the Nick Bosa situation as we are 7 days away from the start of the NFL season. Next Thursday night will be Thursday Night Football, Kansas City Chiefs against the Detroit Motor City Kittens. Of course, the Detroit Lions. And then a few days later, next Sunday, the 49ers will be headed out to Pittsburgh to take on Najee Harris, Kenny Pickett, Mike Tomlin, TJ Watt, Minkah Fitzpatrick, and the Steel Curtain out in Pittsburgh.
I can imagine anything.
Yeah, and the question is, will we imagine seeing Nick Bosa in week 1? Because there's been a lot of talk that feels like it's been ramping up over the last couple weeks. Going back to the interview that me and Paulie Mack did with John Lynch last Thursday, and how there was real concern for what it felt like the first time throughout this entire Nick Bosa holdout. And again, here we are less than a week away from the start of the NFL season, and nothing's happened yet. And I'm sure most 49er fans have gone into this with the thought process that, yeah, it's Nick Bosa. They're going to get a deal done. We've seen the 49ers go through this process before. Just last season with Deebo Samuel. We saw it with George Kittle. We saw it with Fred Warner. But this feels a little different now, especially that it's kind of lingered into this far into the 49ers training camp. And it's something that I talked about last week with John Lynch about how most players need 3 weeks to get into football shape to be ready to go for week 1. Now, Nick Bosa is not like most players, but he still needs to get into game shape. For as good a shape that he's in, working out with his big brother Joey Bosa out in Florida, you still need those one-on-one reps. And so even if Nick Bosa shows up the day before, he's going to be on a little bit of a pitch count. I don't think he's going to play 100% of the snaps. And even going back to prior years where he did not participate in these preseason games, he was still a participant at the joint practices. He did it last year against the Minnesota Vikings. This year, he did not show up in Las Vegas to take on Colton Miller and the Raiders' offensive line in those joint practices. So now we're getting to a situation where we're trying to figure out what's the holdup. Why hasn't Nick Bosa been paid yet? It seems like everybody is looking at that Aaron Donald contract and looking for Nick Bosa to at least get that kind of money, if not eclipse it and get a bigger deal. We see it all the time in the NFL. Look at the quarterback position as a great example. Anytime there's a new quarterback contract, that guy's the highest paid quarterback. Hell, it wasn't long ago when Jimmy Garoppolo was made the highest paid quarterback in the entire NFL.
It's been a hell of a ride, guys. See ya.
Yeah, now he's out in Las Vegas talking S about Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers quarterback situation. We'll get to that in just 1 second. But back to Nick Bosa. Back to him not being paid yet. It's now led to rumors of maybe a Nick Bosa trade. And I want to make sure to clarify the difference between a rumor and a report. Something that I feel like I try to do as often as I can here on the leadoff spot. Whether it's going back to the Jordan Poole and Draymond Green fiasco and the rumors that were out there of what may have or may not have been said by Jordan Poole, those were all rumors. I told you guys if you wanted to see it, go on Twitter. Go look for yourself. I wasn't going to take that to air because there was not a credible source behind it. And that's how I felt about this Nick Bosa rumor that popped up the other day on Reddit. Now, I wasn't even expecting to talk about this because, again, it does not have a credible source. But yesterday we dove into it on the Murph and Mac show, and then it started to get a lot of play all over the country. And next thing you know, Kyle and John were being asked about these quote-unquote rumors. And for those of you who don't know, there was a post on Reddit by a user who has his username, first of all, as Josh Rosen. That's right. You know, the former bust of a draft pick out of UCLA. So I'm now taking sources, quote unquote, and rumors and quote unquote reports from a guy that has a Josh Rosen account. Well, apparently he's the guy that's claiming to know about the Christian McCaffrey trade to the 49ers last year. So some people are starting to believe him, but he's the guy that went on Reddit yesterday and posted, I'm the same Redditor who broke the Christian McCaffrey trade news before it happened. How do we know that? Is there any credible sources that actually prove to that? That I don't know. And now he's saying there's a recent development that is happening right now that the 49ers have been breaking down negotiations between the Niners and Nick Bosa, and now they're looking at a potential trade. This is a situation where he could be traded to a AFC team. Again, these are all rumors that are posted on Reddit. And I'm sure there's people out there who have no idea what the hell Reddit is. It's a social media platform, and it has these subreddits that are basically like forums. So if you're a Giants fan or a Niner fan, you can go to that forum and talk nothing but San Francisco Giants or San Francisco 49ers. So this was posted yesterday in the NFL subreddit. And of course, it's got some attention. And now here I am at 5:24 in the morning talking about it, just like we were talking about it with Murph and Mack yesterday, and just like Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch now had to talk about it at the podium at their press conferences yesterday at Levi Stadium. So just to put it all out on the table, no, I do not think Nick Bosa is going to be traded. I think that would be a catastrophic move for the 49ers to make, especially after the offseason that they've had with getting rid of Trey Lance, their former number 3 overall pick, who they spent 4 draft picks on for a 4th-round draft pick, and then kind of seeing what's been going on with this old Jimmy Garoppolo situation, trashing how messy it has been in San Francisco, and then you throw in stuff like the Jake Moody injury in the 3rd round, Cameron Latu, another 3rd-round draft pick being hurt, and really we're starting to think about, this really hasn't been the greatest offseason for the 49ers. But again, there has been good news. There's been Brock Purdy back on the field. He's healthy, ready to go. We'll get to his pitch count and whether or not you think that's a story going to week 1 of the season. But right now, the story is Nick Bosa. And if they're just able to sign him before Labor Day, I'm hoping, maybe that calms everybody down. Maybe that kind of takes some relief off of the stress about going into Pittsburgh week 1. Well, there is a scenario that Nick Bosa is not playing week 1. And I'm sure nobody wants to wrap their imagination around that. But Kyle Shanahan was asked yesterday if he could imagine a scenario that Nick Bosa is not in Pittsburgh playing for the 49ers week 1.
Is there any way you can imagine this team not having him on the team, saying if this thing goes on into the regular season?
Yeah, I can imagine anything. Doesn't mean I like that picture. Of course not. You guys know how we feel about Nick, and we all know how good of a player he is. So hopefully we can come to terms soon and get him here as fast as possible.
I love that answer from Kyle. Yeah, I can imagine anything. What are you imagining?
I can imagine anything.
What are you over there thinking about, Kyle? I can imagine Nick Bosa walking into camp. I can imagine a lot of things, Dave. Probably things that I probably shouldn't be talking about on the air on 50,000 watts. But I think all 49
like that.
Yeah, I think all 49er fans would like to imagine Nick Bosa with the number 97 on his back.
I can imagine anything.
Putting 3 fingers down in the dirt and getting after Kenny Pickett. Again, I'll leave it up to the imagination to maybe think about what Kyle Shanahan is imagining in his off time. But right now, the perfect imagination scenario is that Nick Bosa is back in camp by the start of next week, gets a full week of practice, and is ready to go against the Pittsburgh Steelers. But then again, if you can imagine that he's not there week 1, could you imagine a scenario where the 49ers do trade him? Here was Kyle Shanahan asked about those trade, quote-unquote, rumors yesterday and whether or not he could imagine the 49ers trading away Nick Bosa.
There's no way that you guys would consider trading Nick?
No. Yeah. I mean, I haven't talked to many people about that, but I know how I feel pretty strongly. And I think everyone would agree that.
So no scenario where we imagine Nick Bosa getting traded. And I love how Kyle's like, yeah, I really haven't talked to the front office.
I don't see any scenario of that.
Why would I? Why would I even talk about this? Well, it's because of that damn Reddit report. Not even a report, a rumor. Again, no credible sources behind it, but here we are now talking about the potential situation, but maybe this is a situation that causes a little friction. It seemed like Kyle wasn't too happy to answer those questions, neither was John, but maybe this does put the heat on the 49ers front office a little bit to maybe speed up these negotiations. Hell, who knows? Maybe the guy behind the Josh Rosen account is Nick Bosa's agent. Leaking out the rumors and trade reports so that it ups the offers. I don't know. I'm just trying to imagine all the situations. but I really can't imagine a scenario where Nick Bosa is not playing for the San Francisco 49ers this year. And I don't think John Lynch has that imagination or that image in his head either. Here he was, pretty short answers, going back and forth with reporters yesterday. Here's a quick one for you about the latest update on Nick Bosa from John Lynch.
No updates. I'm going to stick to that, but communication, and that's a good thing. So I'll leave it at that.
No updates, communication, and we'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I'm going to stick to that, but
and that's something that we should point out because last week,
I'm going to stick to that.
There were conflicting reports when we talked to John Lynch about whether or not he was communicating with Nick Bosa and his agent. And then Friday morning, we had Ian Rappaport on the show, and he said that there was some lack of communication. Again, we joked about whether or not Ian Rappaport is in the inner circle of Nick Bosa or how credible his sources are. I'm joking. Rap Sheet's one of the most credible guys in the business. But it's interesting to see his national perspective of how this is going on versus what Kyle and John is telling us. Then again, there were people hitting me up all last week saying, John pretty much lied to your face in your interview every question you asked about trading Trey Lance and Nick Bosa, so why would you believe everything? And again, I understand why John Lynch says the things that he says. I understand why I asked some of those questions not expecting an answer. He's a GM. He was working out a trade. He was in the middle of it. But last week when he told us that he was concerned and he didn't like the scenario that they're in with Nick Bosa, that stood out to me. And that was a lot of a better answer than he gave yesterday at the presser. Here's another quick one for you. John Lynch being asked about the quote-unquote report of Nick Bosa being traded to an AFC team.
John, there's been a bunch of conflicting reports. Is there any percentage chance that you guys would consider trading Nick Bosa?
No. Real simple.
No. Real simple. And again, I don't even want to put the word report on this story. It's a rumor. It's a Reddit post. It's by some guy that has an account named Josh Rosen. And so I don't think he's going to be the one breaking news stories. Maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe next week we're talking about Josh Rosen, the inside man, the man in the Nick Bosa inner circle. And now we're talking about Nick Bosa suiting up for the Jacksonville Jaguars or something like that. Again, I don't think that's a road anybody wants to go down. You heard how short of the answer that was from John Lynch. Shorter than any of the answers he gave me last week. And again, I hope he expands on those answers today at 8 a.m. with Murph and Mag in the middle of the power hour. But there were also some questions about what's going on outside of the defensive line. What's going on outside of Nick Bosa? And like I said earlier, it seems like the one good storyline for the 49ers this offseason has been Brock Purdy and his return to the field. We got to remember, going back to that NFC Championship game where you heard that Nick Bosa highlight, that's when everything changed. That's when the future was kind of uncertain for not only Brock Purdy, for Trey Lance, the entire quarterback situation. And with Brock getting hurt and not knowing if he needed Tommy John or the internal brace surgery, that led to the 49ers bringing in Sam Darnold, which ultimately led to Trey Lance leaving town. And now the 49ers going with Brock, Sam, and Brandon Allen as their QB3 as the 53-man roster came out officially last Tuesday, or just 2 days ago. We talked about it on the show right here. And now we're looking at Brock Purdy, and now we're looking at this entire quarterback situation and really just hoping that he can stay healthy the entire year. Because going back to what Jimmy Garoppolo was talking about yesterday, it's been a messy situation in San Francisco because the quarterbacks can't stay healthy. Because Jimmy was really only healthy for, 2 of the 5 years that he was here? And Trey Lance was healthy for 4 starts in 2 years? And that's why there's been so much movement at the quarterback position, and that's why there was such a huge emphasis on Brock Purdy's rehab this offseason. Whether it was talking about the pitch count, the throwing program that he was going through. And there was actually this story that came out earlier this week of the 49ers beat reporters reporting that Brock Purdy might be taking some time off, which of course led to some speculation on whether or not Brock was having problems with his elbow. Here is Kyle Shanahan clarifying that yesterday, talking about how this was all part of the plan to kind of dial down Brock before the season starts. But I wanted to make sure to get this out there so that there's no kind of confusion on whether or not Brock Purdy is dealing with an injury that's lingering into this season.
Heard about the Brock didn't throw as much or at all early in the practice pitch count. Is that a new thing or was that scheduled? Is there any?
No, that goes back to our same numbers that we decided on like 2 months ago. I think I'm going to mess up the numbers, but it was like 700 throws a week or something. And a week before, we plan on deloading this week and trying to cut that in half. And so it'll be the same thing today before practice and tomorrow.
So he's fine.
Yeah, he's fine. It's just his numbers are cut in half for the whole week.
Perfect. He's fine. And that's all I think 49er fans really care about
for the whole week
at the quarterback position right now. Not what's going on with Trey Lance in Dallas, not what Jimmy Garoppolo's talking about in Las Vegas. But again, when you're the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers, there's going to be a lot of talk about you. Whether it is Brock, Jimmy, or Trey, or some of these guys speaking about it themselves. We played the sound for you yesterday of Jimmy G sitting down with Sports Illustrated, sitting down with NFL Network, talking about Dak Prescott having Trey Lance breathing down his shoulder, talking about how it was a quote-unquote messy situation. Well, as it always does in the NFL, that sound got back to Kyle Shanahan and it got back to John Lynch. And trust me, it did not look like Kyle Shanahan really wanted to answer these questions about Jimmy Garoppolo, especially after saying there was no scenario he was going to be back on the roster.
No, I don't see any scenario of that.
Well, here we are, 2 years later, and Jimmy's not on the roster.
Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
And now here we are, a year later, and Trey Lance is not on the roster. Again,
Only God knows.
Look at this quarterback situation that Jimmy described as messy. Whether it was trading for him after the last 5 games of the season and making him the highest paid quarterback of all time, to then going to a Super Bowl and 2 NFC championship games, to saying, yeah, Jimmy, we're going to move on for a unproven kid out of North Dakota State that we're going to give up all this draft capital to go get. And, oh, by the way, now he's gone after 2 seasons, and we're going with Mr. Irrelevant Brock Purdy. It has been a fascinating situation to follow. And that's why I think those quotes from Jimmy Garoppolo have been getting so much play the last couple of days. Whether it's here on KNBR or CBS National Radio, you heard this morning before our show started, everybody is giving this story a lot of attention. And, of course, like I said, it's made its way back to the 49ers facilities. Here was Kyle Shanahan talking about the Jimmy Garoppolo era and why some people do view it as a quote-unquote messy situation.
I mean, the era of changing is, when we got here, we waited 10 weeks and made a trade for a quarterback, played 5 games, and then we made him the highest paid quarterback of all time at the time. Then he played 2 of the next 5 years and did really good in those 2 years. His injuries for 3 of those 5 years were legit. It was rough on him, rough on us. And then we made a move to go to a younger quarterback, and that's what we did. We thought he'd be ready in 2 years, and he wasn't. And now we have a different younger quarterback. So that's the situation.
And I'm telling you, Kyle had to answer multiple follow-up questions about whether or not it was a weird situation or not.
That's the situation.
But I thought he did a good job breaking it down. They thought Jimmy was the dude after the first 5 games. Now, after he tore that ACL down the sideline, as you heard Kyle said, he only played 2 out of the next 5 years. And while he did win a lot of games with this defense and with this running game and in this Kyle Shanahan system, they made the decision to move on to Trey Lance. And now they've made the decision to move on to Brock Purdy and Sam Darnold. Still got a couple young quarterbacks, still got them on those rookie deals, which, is the whole point of having a quarterback on a rookie deal so that you can go out and pay somebody like Nick Bosa. Maybe this Trey Lance trade and getting that $5 million off the cap space will open up some extra cash for Nick Bosa. That's a question. That's a situation that we can get into today with John Lynch at 8 a.m. And also stay tuned. Joe Montana is coming on to talk quarterbacks and, of course, about the San Francisco 49ers at 8:20 this morning with Murph and Max. So a lot of good 49er talk coming up. But also, we'll get back into the Giants talk on the other side, the lack of run support for Logan Webb, and start looking ahead at this road trip to San Diego and Chicago next week as the Giants are in the midst of a wild card race as we're wrapping up the dog days of August. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Strike 3, swinging. Steer couldn't get a piece of that changeup. Nasty from Logan Webb. Third strikeout of the game. Strike 3 called. Sinker snapped in there, 2 down. Fourth, Logan Webb strikeout.
Logan Webb pitches. He struck him out swinging with a high fastball. Strikeout number 5 for Logan Webb. Strike 3 call. A sinker, a high strike on the outside with that movement coming back to the plate, and that got Webb the call. 2 straight strikeouts for Logan Webb.
This is the leadoff spot with your host, the water boy, Marcus Boucher.
Marcus, could you play a little bit of that Augusta melody?
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Logan Webb logs another quality start, but the Giants fall in the final game of the season series against the Cincinnati Reds 4-1. But the good news is they have won the season series overall, won 4 out of 7 games, which gives them the wild card tiebreaker. And folks, we're about to turn the calendar from the end of August to September. So it is full pennant season. We're going to be scoreboard watching each and every morning, just like I was yesterday out at the ballpark, checking out the Toyota out-of-town scoreboard and looking at the Arizona Diamondbacks losing another game to the LA Dodgers, checking out Bryce Harper, who hit his 300th home run yesterday. The Phillies lost to the Anaheim Angels. The Chicago Cubs did beat the Brewers, but when you're looking around at those wild card standings yesterday, even with the loss to Cincinnati, you're still sitting pretty comfortable in that third spot. I don't know how comfortable a half-game lead is, but hey, it's better than being on the outside looking in like the Arizona Diamondbacks and Cincinnati Reds currently are right now. Miami Marlins are still technically in the picture, 3 games back, and I guess if you want to throw in the San Diego Padres, they're 10 games under 500 and 7.5 out of the wild card, and they'll be seeing the Giants this weekend for a 4-game series. But before we get into this weekend series against the Padres, we got to go ahead and wrap up this series against the Cincinnati Reds. A series where I went out to the ballpark all 3 games. Monday night to go watch Kyle Harrison. Tuesday night to go watch Alex Cobb. And then Wednesday on a day game, you know I'm going to be at the ballpark to watch Logan Webb square off against Hunter Green. And that's probably my biggest takeaway of the series was actually going to the ballpark and knowing who was going to pitch.
I can imagine anything.
Yeah, what a concept. Because it seemed like every time I go to the ballpark, Dave, I got to imagine who's the opener today. And nothing against Ryan Walker, who's had a phenomenal year, John Brevier, or Scott Alexander. But it's nice when you have actual starters in your rotation. And it's a big reason why I went to 3 games in a row. And that's why it was looking like maybe one of the best stretches of a season. Again, small sample size. But going back to Sunday night and watching Tristan Beck have a perfect game through 4 innings. Now, he did get pulled out in the 5th. But the Giants got the win on Sunday Night Baseball on Mike Murphy Day against the Atlanta Braves, the best team in the NL. And then to watch what Kyle Harrison did Monday night, striking out 11 guys in his San Francisco debut. You follow that up with Alex Cobb, 8 2/3 innings of no-hit baseball. You start to feel those particles that Paulie Mack is always talking about. You start to think, yeah, maybe this team does have some momentum, and maybe they can turn it around and actually make a wild card run. Because the last month of the season, hell, last 2 months of the season, if we're being honest with you, the Giants have played a lot of bad baseball. Before that game against the Braves, or even before the series against the Reds, they were 6-14 in their last 20 games. But it's time to turn the page. We're going down the final stretch. We've broken down the season quarter by quarter by quarter. This is the 4th quarter. This is when you got to go out there and win games that you're supposed to win. This is when you got to go out and beat the San Diego Padres. And next week, if you want to leapfrog the Chicago Cubs and get up to that 2nd wild card spot, guess what? You've got to win those games also. But going back to the starting pitcher rotation, it's going to be interesting to see how the Giants line it up this weekend against the San Diego Padres and again next week against the Chicago Cubs. Whether or not we're going to see multiple openers or if we could see guys like Kyle Harrison and even Alex Cobb maybe be pushed back a start or 2. Because you got to remember, it was awesome watching Kyle Harrison strike out 11 guys and go into the 7th inning. He has not thrown 90 pitches the entire year. Hell, I don't know if he's ever thrown 90 pitches in the Giants organization. So maybe they push him back a day or 2 into that series against the Chicago Cubs. Again, Alex Cobb, phenomenal performance Tuesday night. He threw 131 pitches. He threw 83 splitters. So maybe now he'll be pushed back a day or two. Again, all speculation or maybe imagination, like we were talking about earlier with Kyle Shanahan. But at least we're talking about maybe the Giants actually having 3 starters in their rotation. So that's something to celebrate leaving this series against the Reds. But it would have been nice to get the sweep. It would have been nice to get Logan Webb some run support. We're talking about a guy that's got the lowest run support in all of baseball. 3.14 runs. Dave, we're out here talking about pie. and don't ask me any numbers that go past 3.14. Every year on Pie Day, how many numbers can you name? I can name 3 of them, Dave. 3.14. 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 9, 6, 8. I don't know. I'm throwing out guesses. Someone hit me up on the text line and tell me if I'm right or not. But that's what Logan's Webb's run support is right now. It's pie. And it looks like he's getting pie in the face every time he pitches now because of that lack of run support. Whether it's the 15 games this season where he's had 1 run or fewer scored. Whether it's in 18 of his 28 starts where the Giants have scored 2 or fewer runs. I mean, I hate to do it to the kid, but he's getting Matt Cained every time he takes the bump. And now we're going to start calling it getting webbed because it seems like it's a common occurrence. But if you ask Logan Webb about it, it's just part of baseball. And that was pretty much the message that he sent to his team when the postgame reporters asked about the lack of run support that Logan has been getting all year. Here was Webby in the postgame scrub talking about whether or not he thinks he should be getting more run support from an offense that has been struggling a lot over the last couple of months.
I mean, that's just part of baseball. Huh? I just gotta go out there and, as a pitcher, if it's a 0-0 game, you gotta keep it at 0-0. So, it's more my fault than anything. It's not. I was lucky enough to get the hit for a year and a half. It's not easy. It's not. There's no fault with those guys, and those guys are, going out there trying to do their best. So, it's just me knowing it's a 0-0 game. Just gotta be better.
Yeah, and that's Logan Webb just being an absolute pro, and he's right. It's baseball.
Just gotta be better.
You can only control what you can control. Logan Webb can go out there and give you his 19th quality start of the season, which, oh, by the way, is tied for the Major League with Garrett Cole. But then you can also look at his record and see that it stands now at 9-11. And that's why I always tell people you got to look deeper than just the numbers on the surface. You got to do a deep analytical dive with Logan Webb. Take a look at the innings pitch he's thrown this year. Take a look at the ground ball rate that he gets. Take a look at him going pitch for pitch yesterday with one of the better pitching prospects in baseball, Hunter Green, who's out here throwing 98, 99 miles per hour and snapping off sliders. Logan Webb's doing the same thing at 93, 94 miles per hour, going with the two-seamer, pulling the string with that changeup. Yesterday, he had 6 strikeouts, 2 earned runs. Again, another quality start for Logan Webb, but because the Giants only put 1 run on the box score, they end up losing. But I'm sure this is the Giants offense that a lot of people are hoping will get better. Now, hope's a hell of a drug if you want to take it or not. But they have had some reinforcements come back. Mike Yastrzemski made his return yesterday, made some nice plays out in right field. Luis Matos gets sent down to AAA. And, of course, we saw Mitch Haniger make his return earlier this week also. Hell, who knows? Maybe the Giants will go out and sign some of these free agents today. I know the Angels have been cutting some guys. Harrison Bader from the Yankees got released also. There's some talent out there on the waiver wire. Maybe the Giants will make a couple more additions. And, hell, we're right away from the September 1st deadline where the Giants can expand the rosters. So maybe a guy like Joey Bart will be back up with the big league club. And before you start laughing at me for mentioning Joey Bart's name, how about our guy Joey going deep last night with a grand slam out in Sacramento? Maybe Joey Bart will be arriving back in San Francisco as the third catcher on this roster. Something that we can talk about with the arrival of Murphy Mack on the other side. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on a Thursday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
obviously we didn't swing the bats well enough to win today's game, and that's bottom line. Hunter Green did a nice job of throwing a lot of strikes, threw a slider for strikes, got ahead and stayed ahead, and then they went to some pretty nasty guys in their bullpen and they shut us down. But the momentum from the last several games hasn't changed. We're going to carry it into San Diego and quickly wash this one off, get on the plane, and go get ready for the Padres.
Hey, it's Gabe Kapler, and you're listening to the Leadoff Spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Gabe Kapler talking about the Giants maybe carrying some momentum into San Diego this weekend. That series starts off today down in San Diego, where it's been popping in Petco. Maybe not popping as much as people expected, but we'll get a full report from a man that's going to be down there this weekend himself, Brian Murphy, going to be down in SoCal. Murph, good morning, and happy Thursday / Baby Friday for you, since you're off tomorrow.
It is big time Baby Friday for me, and when you say I start drinking at noon, that's literally the case for me today.
You'll be on a flight today drinking at noon.
My flight leaves at 12:45, so the hiss and the crack. Yeah, I was already talking about that. The hiss and the crack of an airplane. My buddies and I, we take this dream trip. I always associate when we're on a plane that, like, there's somebody orders the Coors Light early before tarmac, and crack.
Yep, you always say that crack.
In you go.
Now, on the plane, are you a beer guy or do you go cocktail?
No,
what do you go with?
Oh, I've done both, but I veer towards the beer. But
Okay.
I'm not averse to a cocktail, but 90% of the time we're going beer.
I just like getting those little plastic bottles. I'll usually ask for like two of those. Give me
That's
a double
a sure
Jack
sign
and
of a
Coke.
drinker when you start stacking those little mini bottles.
I want to go back to the hiss and the crack for a second. That's why this very soundbite won. It took home the award for best soundbite of the year. You get the hiss, the crack, and then my favorite, the bottle cap hitting the surface. Check it out.
Hey, you want a beer one? Something to drink? Have a cold one.
You hear the cap hit the table. That's
a bottle, so you don't get the crack. But you got the little hiss.
Yep.
Hey, you want a beer one? Something to drink? Have
There
a
it
cold
is.
one.
Yes.
You want
Yes.
a beer, Holmes? The answer is
Holmes.
always yes.
Yeah.
The answer is always yes. I had a few beers yesterday down at the ballpark
Yeah.
watching Logan Webb.
Yeah. By the way, I was listening to another stellar leadoff spot intro from Overnight Dave, and dude, I happened to be watching this one on TV, not on the radio. When the Encarnacion-Strand homer left, there was a loud cheer.
Oh.
He brought a freaking mafia.
Murph, we were talking about the De La Salle watch party on Monday for Kyle Harrison. Yeah, that took up the majority of the crowd. The other half of the crowd was Christian and Encarnacion-Strand.
You better respect
it was
the
fan
College
club.
Park Mafia.
Dude,
You
they were
better
out there
respect
tough
them.
on Monday. And then, I went to all 3 games this week. I was there Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and so was the Encarnacion-Strand family. They were out there
Where were they
representing.
sitting?
So they were down the first baseline a couple rows back from the Reds dugout.
Okay. Well, they tell you, let me do it. I tip in my cap right now.
He had a guy, I didn't know if it was his brother or his buddy. He was out there with the jersey on, and he cut the sleeves off, and he was jacked, and he was going nuts when Strand went deep.
These guys rolled deep.
Yeah,
I got to give it up,
and there
man.
he was, the kid out of College Park, 4 hits yesterday,
Dude,
career high.
That guy, he squares the ball up,
Oh,
man.
yeah, dude,
He does.
they talk about him being a better power prospect than Ellie De La Cruz. That guy had some big-time power.
Hey, Murph,
Yeah, right now, to me, he's the better ball player, yeah.
Wait, and also, just speaking of rolling deep, now you're going to miss your second consecutive Reggae Friday, so I think you should actually put a request in now.
Okay, yeah.
That way the presence of Murph will be felt, even though you're not
I'm
going to
more than
physically
happy
be here.
to.
Make sure you got something like on the record. Go ahead and make an announcement. Like, we'll make sure it gets played on your behalf.
Cogitate for just a minute.
Cogitate and then let us know.
Actually, I had one. Yeah, I'll get to you. I'll
Because,
get back to you on that
Triple
one.
E's
Yeah,
going to be
yeah,
running amok with all his new age
Well, that's
kind
the
of
thing.
like.
Triple E came to me this morning and said, Murph's been singing Shaggy lately. He's been singing Shaggy. It's stuck in his head, so stay tuned. We might get some Shaggy. It
You know
wasn't
how
me
Murph
today,
is with
Paul, man.
Shaggy.
He's a
Yeah,
big
they're
Shaggy
one and the
guy.
same.
It wasn't him. It wasn't Murph. I swear.
I said, 2 days in a row, I've asked for help getting songs out of my head. Yesterday, I asked you to help me get Blink 182's "What's My Age Again" out of my head.
that's pretty funny.
And this morning, I asked Triple E for help in getting Shaggy's "It Wasn't Me" out of my head.
Hey, at least it's not Mr. Bombastic.
Yeah.
They call Murph Mr. Bombastic.
I'd actually prefer if "Here Comes the Hot Stepper" by Eni Kamoze was in my head.
Not a bad track now. Not a bad track.
We'll get you one of those tracks on
I think
before
I'd like
we
to hear
send you
that.
out to San Diego. Here it is. It wasn't me. It wasn't Murph. But
It's
it
being
is.
used in some ad these days for like fraud protection or something.
wasn't me.
Like
Dude,
one of these
shout
credit
out
cards.
to me seeing Shaggy down at Cali Roots in Monterey
Of course
like
you
a
did.
couple months ago.
And 50 Cent this weekend.
It was fantastic.
Yeah,
I
you're
got
busy.
50
I
this
got
weekend,
you.
Shaggy
Totally,
last
dude.
weekend. Paul and Mac, I'm living in
Mark
the
just gets out there.
2000s. Yeah, we'll be all around. We'll talk about that and more on the Murphy Mac Show. You are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station, and the Murphy Mac Show starts right now.
Good morning, and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right. Happy Thursday, everybody. Happy Labor Day Thursday. See, I mean, that's the other thing. You got Labor Day weekend coming, buddy. So Thursday for a lot of people.
That's the one thing we all have in common, man, is labor. We're all involved in labor in some fashion. Like, you got to get up, you punch the clock, you go somewhere to perform some task, take a lot of S from some D, drive back home, crack and fizz, and then repeat the next day. Marcus, that's my recipe for labor.
That's if you're a hard worker. There's some people out there that don't labor. They just sit back and inherit.
Shout out to hard workers.
Yeah.
There you go, Triple E.
Don't forget my...
Would you say Triple E's a hard worker? It is Labor Day. Let's just evaluate Triple E's labor performance.
Let me get back to you on that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, nice John's tea, dude. Nice John's tea.
Yeah.
All right. You're winning points. You're winning favor. Very
good.
good.
But, you get to that age, and you only have those few anecdotes you repeat all the time. So it's time for me to, you say labor, and since this is my last show before Labor Day, it's the time I tell my story about when I lived in Ireland, and I was in 92 with my dear buddy Brian Kalu out of County Clare, and we had another one of those big Saturday nights, Paul, that went well into Sunday morning, that went like 4 a.m, you fall asleep, you wake up at noon, you stagger around, it's 2 o'clock, finally he gets up, he puts on the TV, and on Sunday afternoons in Ireland, they would show Little House on the Prairie. And so we're sitting there hungover, and he's smoking inside.
I don't know if that's going to help anybody.
And Michael Landon was doing. He came in. He said something like, "Wow, there's nothing like a good morning of hard work to get you going."
Yeah.
And Brian Kalu, my buddy, as he sat there with his cigarette and his afternoon beer after our hangover, he said, "Hard work, hard work." He said he's always going on about hard work. He said, "What's so effing noble about hard work?"
So I've asked myself the same question. Yeah.
Legendary line, man. Hungover, just sticky, greasy.
Yeah, greasy.
Oily. He said he's always going on about hard work.
Was he smoking a butt when he said this? Yeah. That's the key.
Anyway, happy Labor Day, everybody.
Yeah, it is. Labor Day. Man. Enjoy that Monday.
Did you enjoy the Wednesday afternoon ball game? Or what?
I actually didn't get to see it. I was over at a business appointment. It went really well.
Good.
Yeah, I'm going to shout out to good people.
What'd you think of Pleasanton?
QC Kinetics. I didn't see a whole lot of it, to be honest with you. I got off the freeway and boom, I was right at their office.
You want to give a free plug here?
Yeah, no, just great people. QC Kinetics, I do ads for them. They're like plasma treatment, so you don't have to take pharmaceuticals should you have some injuries. I'm going to go back for some treatments. I'm going to get some plasma stuff
What's
for my
hurting
neck.
on you?
My neck is all messed up.
Why?
It's been why? I don't know why. Why is the sky blue? My neck hurts.
What'd you do? Like a football injury?
No, wear and tear for years, dude. Wear and tear. Probably looking over you every day.
That'd be it. Honest to goodness.
Yeah.
Honest to goodness.
Yeah.
I mean, if you had to look to your right for how many years?
All I know is I'm not taking this pain lying down. I'm going to get some treatments.
Well, anything to do with, what about the guitar strap over the neck?
That's definitely a factor. People, you know what? Most people, guitar players, get their shoulders messed up. Mine, in my case, it's actually the neck. That does have something to do with it. Believe it or not.
Okay, well there it is. So maybe you can play.
But anyway, I'm not taking.
What about one of those like braces with the harmonica?
Yeah, like a Bob Dylan number. Yeah. I can try that next time.
So it's kind of a tough look, isn't it?
Yeah, Springsteen does it. He can look cool, but I would never dare. I wouldn't dare. Yeah, just too weird looking.
Doesn't our boy Kaler do? Does he do that?
No, because he don't play guitar.
No. Because
he doesn't need to. Yeah, that's just so you can play acts at the same time. Yeah.
It's like one of those one-man band things.
Totally. There's only a couple guys can pull that off and look cool.
He holds the harp with 2 hands.
By the way, Shannon Kaler is the very same guy who found out by listening to our show yesterday that I'm going to have Kyle Harrison's dad on my podcast today. Going to talk to the old man.
Hey, man, I heard we had Chris Harrison.
Bro, and now he wants to come in. This kid hasn't shown up in months. He's like,
you
know what? I heard about the guest. Can I come in? I'm like, dude. So now he's cherry picking anyway. When and where he shows up.
We're talking about Labor Day. Where's the commitment to work there?
Oh, there is none.
On the podcast.
Not with Kaler. He's too busy solving the world's problems.
Tony.
Well, Tony, forget him. He's missing persons.
You won't see him no more.
No.
Anyway, so you just got in your car and you found out they lost, kind of thing?
Yeah. Well, no, I heard a little bit coming back. It sounded like a rather depressing day out at the yard.
It's one
actually.
Of those days.
Yeah,
dude. How about here's one of the factors. An interesting story from yesterday. Fans abandoning the sunny seats and flocking to the shade.
Yeah.
So even if you had seats in the sun, there were huge blocks of fans that went up and took under the ledge because, dude, it was hot. I wonder, Waterboy, thumbs up, thumbs down. Were you in the seat? Did you go shade or sun? He went sun. Dude, I tell you what, our seats are in the Our seats are in the sun these days, and if you
no
get
question.
Dude,
Yeah, you get fried out there.
you get that man boob sweat going.
The midweek day game will get you if you're out in the sun all day. It'll get you.
And then it trickles from underneath my man breast.
Yeah.
It trickles down over the accordion folds of fat.
Ooh, that sounds.
And then it kind of nestles in down around the belly button.
Wow, accordion folds.
You got that?
Accordion
got that image? Everybody got
folds.
that image?
Yeah.
All right. I want to make sure we got that. And make sure that and there's hair on that stomach, too. Don't forget that.
Well, shout out John C. Riley as Dr. Buss blazing his hair.
Well, I actually caught a lot of the game, and Logan Webb. Poor Logan.
Break it down for me. What do we got?
Do? Logan Webb just gets.
They don't want to score for him. They don't like it.
I say sometimes in life you're going to get boned. How about every time you grab the ball, you're going to get boned?
Every Logan Webb start, you're going to get boned.
He has the lowest run support in Major League Baseball. It's flat out. That's it. That's the stat.
Meanwhile, he goes out there and works his A off.
Yeah, and he also has not flipped the spread. He still remains a leader.
He's playing it cool.
He's
Yeah,
like, that's part of baseball. He goes, I got to do better. That's what he says.
He does it in that near whisper. Like I heard Marcus playing the cuts. He's like just whispering his
hard luck.
Yeah.
Hard luck, Logan. But
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. The Giants escaped relatively unscathed because the Arizona Diamondbacks lost again.
Everybody's losing.
Well, they lost because the Dodgers are destroying fools. I saw this stat from Bill Shaken of the LA Times. He goes, the Dodgers finished 22 games ahead of the Padres. Last year. Then the winter came, and everybody said the Dodgers lost the winter and the Padres won the winter.
Well, guess what?
And he said, today the Dodgers are 22 games ahead of the Padres. So, how about that, dude? So much for the freaking offseason. Oh, yeah, exactly.
No.
Yeah,
It almost feels like a early 90s Cowboys-Niners like inevitability that the Dodgers are going to have to play the Braves in the NLCS. Man, that's the only way to...
Whoa. How about Gabe's Babes?
Well, I don't know. Are they going to be right there ready
I'm asking
All right, I don't know.
You just dismissed them.
I kind of did, yeah.
I was about to take a sip of coffee.
I mean, if they get in, I'm happy. I don't see them like...
You don't see an NLCS run?
I don't know. I don't know if I see it this year.
Kyle Harrison? Are you going to tell Chris Harrison that on the podcast?
I might actually, yeah.
Hey, how's it feel with a kid who's going to be one and done in the playoffs here?
Yeah.
But again, my feeling on this team has always been that they will grab the third wild card because I think they are pretty much the sixth best team in the National League. That's kind of where they're at. Hey, how are the Giants? They're the sixth best team in the league, which is no real badge of honor. Believe me, that's no box of chocolates. But it gets you in the playoffs. In today's day and age, it didn't used to get you in the playoffs, but now it does because the teams around them, Cincinnati, I saw them, I evaluated them. They're fine. I think the Giants are a tick better. I saw, by the way, the Reds at various points in this series, and Waterboy knows this because he went out to every game. I saw them balk in a run. I saw them wild pitch in a run. And I saw their pitcher not able to play catch between the mound and second base. I'm like, these guys can't play ball.
Key thing.
I also saw a pickoff wild at first base. Great. So they can't.
Well, the key thing,
you got to play catch.
You just said you evaluated them. You evaluated the Reds, and Gabe is evaluating our pitchers.
Yeah.
Because we have no idea who's throwing in San Diego.
I'm going tomorrow night.
You don't know. You got no idea.
You know what I think is going to happen? Just honest to goodness. Tomorrow's September 1st, so the roster expands by 2. I read Slush. She says Brandon Crawford, much to Tony's delight, will be probably one that comes back. And then they're probably going to call up a pitcher who makes a start. So who is that? Is that Sean Jelly? Is that Carson Wisenhunt? It's not Carson Wisenhunt. No, is it Mason Black? I don't know. I don't know. But I'm probably going to get a AAA guy.
Are you there Saturday?
Win?
You going Saturday
maybe?
Too?
No, we're just going Friday. We made a big decision, Paulie, to not go Saturday.
Right.
We're getting to that point where we have the beach house. And the question was, should you go get game 2? And we're like, we could be on the beach house grilling steaks, playing reggae, pounding brews.
Watch out for
and
those
the game
beach
is
houses.
on the big screen.
Yeah, watch out for those beach houses. Have you ever seen that Kate McKinnon movie called Rough Night?
No.
Rough Night. Shout out Kate McKinnon, former SNL alum. She's funny.
She plays big, Paulie.
She definitely plays big. Shout out my main man, Chris Kelly. Anyway, they rent a beach house in this kind of comedy with Kate McKinnon. Demi Moore's in it, too. She's really funny in that.
Okay.
And anyway, they have like a mishap with it's a house full of women, I should say, too. House full of women. So, I think it's a bachelorette party, something like that. It's like the female version of Very Bad Things. They bring in the male dancer.
Is this a straight to cable?
There's a mishap. I don't know. It's probably...
You will find a cable gem. Paulie Mack will find a cable gem.
I'm always out there looking. I'm surfing around every lunchtime. So anyway, they have a mishap like with this male stripper.
Is it like Very Bad Things where they wind up moving
very
a
much
body
like that. Except it's women with the guy.
I don't want this to happen. Don't put this in the universe.
That's why I said you got to watch out for
the steaks, the beers, the reggae, and the game on the TV.
That's why I said you got to watch out for those beach houses, man.
All right, well, I'm going to take it easy.
Got to be careful.
Funny, I actually got a call from the woman the rental agency, and she said, we just want to confirm everything. She said, and remember, we have a strict no noise policy after 9
watch, you're going to have to waive that.
I know.
You're going to have to waive it, yeah.
And I said, I've told that to my buddies. My buddy said, 30 years ago, that's a problem. 30 years later, that's not a problem.
Who's the guy in your crew that generally is going to commandeer the song selection? Someone's going to DJ. Someone always
DJ
takes
Malcolm. My buddy Malcolm. I don't talk much about Malcolm. He's very quiet, but he is the king. You talk about Reggae Friday. This guy lives for the J-Boogs, the Dirty Heads, the Revolutions, the Slightly Stupids. That's his. It's probably going to be my weekend playlist. But if Malk drops back a step, I'll jump right in.
Yeah.
I'll jump right in.
Yeah.
I'll ram some Jerry Garcia band right down their throat.
Right down their throat.
So
all right, man.
Anyway, Giants lose 4-1,
Yeah.
and they don't suffer too much damage because Arizona lost and Miami lost. I forget them. I don't even know how much longer I'm going to mention the Marlins. They're 2-8 in their last 10. The Cubs won, the Phillies won. So the Giants are the third wild card. I'm pretty much calling it Giants and Diamondbacks down the stretch. I'm pretty much calling that. We'll see how that goes. We had other stuff going on. We got college football back on your TV tonight. A couple good games. We got Nebraska women's volleyball setting records, American records being set. We got all sorts of fun stuff to get to, too, including the U.S. Open smelling like Snoop Dogg's living room.
Oh.
Matt Stafford, his wife, stepping in a pile of it again. So all sorts of stuff.
Stafford,
and, of course, John Lynch talking about Nick Bosa.
I know.
How'd I bury the lead till 6:13?
It'll be on our show as well today.
Why don't we get into that on the other side? And maybe, can I get my reggae request right away on the other side?
I want it. I'm waiting for it.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm going to see how this goes. We'll see how this goes. It's a little unusual now. It's a little unusual. So I'm going to go in and talk to Marcus personally on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
We are 1 week away from the start of the NFL season, and Brian Murphy is ready for the start of the 49ers Week 1 matchup against the Pittsburgh Steelers. So to find out what Murph wrote about in his latest Jock blog about the start of the 49er season, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 1045 and 680.
Oh. Wow. Wow. Oh, my God. This is going to land. Oh, yeah.
John Miller putting the bow on the Giants' loss, but much more important. Listen, Paulie.
Yeah. I'm blown away. Never heard this. Didn't know anything about this.
Success.
Yeah.
We hatched it.
That is Bonnie. That's Bonnie Raitt, man, doing her thing.
Doing a reggae version of Jerry Rafferty's Right Down the Line.
I swear to God, I can remember being a little kid in San Francisco hearing this song, not the Bonnie Raitt version, the original on KFRC. That would be in their rotation.
So I was flying to Philadelphia last week, and I don't know what happened to me. I just got a Bonnie Raitt.
Oh, she
hair,
rules, dude.
And I just said, I'm going to download some Bonnie Raitt for the flight.
Good.
And this cropped up, and I said, can't wait for Reggae Friday.
Yeah, she's the greatest,
and here it
man.
is. So yeah, she's the coolest thing going.
She really is, man.
And so I will be gone tomorrow. So if people are just getting in their car now, good morning. Paulie said, hey, Murph, since you're gone tomorrow, why don't you throw out a Reggae Friday on a Thursday? So I snuck into the behind the glass.
Well, you just
studio.
went deep. You just left the yard because I never knew about this. This is a good one.
Thank you, Waterboy, for finding that there. Well, just 20 more seconds here. Here we go.
Listen to her.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty effortless. Mm-hmm. So don't never forget, you know what B.B. King said about Bonnie Raitt? If you ever feel like you got to defend Bonnie Raitt, B.B. King said she is the best damn slide player in the U.S.
Wow.
Yep. Best damn slide player in the U.S., Bonnie Raitt from B.B. King. That's all you need.
Vocalist either there. All right, thank you, Marcus.
Thank you.
He is there saying good morning to Marcus the Waterboy Boucher as Bonnie Raitt plays out her reggae cover of Jerry Rafferty. Ball game yesterday, you sat in the sun, huh?
Oh, I sat in the sun the entire game, Murph. I wasn't leaving.
Wasn't it a little bit of a burden?
Oh, dude, it was hot as hell. I would say it was almost as hot as Levi's Stadium on a 49er Sunday.
Probably, I mean, were they considering canceling the game or starting that game on the road so that they didn't have to play in that sun yesterday?
Yeah, I heard they didn't want to play at all. They were trying to delay it. But no, it was definitely hot. And two, I heard Mike Krukow talking about on the post-game wrap. He talked about the wind just being completely non-existent. Yeah. And it's something that me and Triple E pointed out too. We're sitting there, we're sweating out all the beer that we've been drinking, and those flags were not flying at all. It felt pretty damn hot for a day in the city.
You would have thought the score would have been like 12-10.
I mean, that was the thing. There was a couple fly balls that I thought were going to get out, and they looked like they were going to get carried, but
including a couple
short.
from our guy, Casey Schmitt.
Yeah, how about Casey scoring up a couple?
And when he struck out with the two runners on the full count, that was I don't know if you could see it from your seat. It was a nasty pitch. It was on the black, on the knees, pitcher's strike.
That got Casey?
Yeah, because he struck out with a couple guys. He went 2 for 3.
Mm-hmm.
Ready for this? Because I checked this stuff. 201, back above the Mendoza line.
Yeah, he's creeping back up. He's creeping back up.
All he's going to do is go like 1 for 4 every other day, and he'll finish above 200.
All right, man.
I mean, I'd like, maybe aim a little higher
It's
down the road.
getting a little better. It's getting a little better.
We saw him hit a home run for what?
Yes,
the first time in like 5 months
that was
the other
last
day?
weekend.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, he ripped a single Saturday, hit a bomb Sunday, hit 2 doubles yesterday. I mean, clearly things are trending slightly in the right direction.
Yeah. Oh, and he came up yesterday with the approach like he wanted to hit. He turned on that first Hunter Green. I'm not sure if it was a slider or a fastball, but he ripped that line drive down the third base line. And that's approach that we've seen has improved over the past couple of weeks with him going back down to Sacramento. Even before he got sent down, I thought his approach and laying off some of those sliders has improved. Of course, it's not where he would like it to be at, batting at 201, but there are signs of improvement for Casey Schmitt.
And he's working counts much better. The strikeout came on a 3-2 pitch. I mean, he had worked the count full.
Yeah, and he was pissed about that call, too.
Yeah, he was.
It
was a pitcher strike. You know, maybe if he could have spoiled it, it would have been good. Home plate umpire Bill Miller, my college dorm mate.
So what did you do? You just went back home and just watched the game from home, Murph?
Me? Yeah. Yesterday I had... God, I'm trying to my brain here, Paulie. Oh, I did not wind up going to the park. I wanted to go to the park.
Yeah.
But, a freaking Holler grabbed me. I got to do this Dayton Giants history.
I know how he is. He's sitting in his, you notice Holler, he's got his, he's doing, I'm a management, don't forget that vibe. He just sits in his office with the door closed. You guys seen that lately?
By the way,
I feel like breaking his balls, just sitting there with his door closed.
The people coming to him.
And that's pretty generous of you to call it his office, Paulie Mac. It's more like a closet.
Well, it is.
Yeah.
It is. Well, Paulie and I had one of those. We had one of those back
like a
at
broom
55 Hawthorne.
Yeah.
You should have seen our old office. It was just like it was
a closet. It literally had been a storage closet before it became an office. But
you
there was a lot of history
because it was right in the middle of a walkway. It was not surrounded by other offices. It was just like a one-off. But it was Frank Dill's office.
No
right?
question, right? Yeah. So there was a lot of history in that room. Yeah.
So anyway, Giants lose yesterday. By the way, how about this stat? 3 starters have gone 6 innings. 3 days in a row for the first time since April 7, 8, 9, 10. How about that?
Man, oh, man.
Wow.
It was
as we like to say on the Murph and Mac show, Murph, that's some normal baseball. Normal baseball.
Kyle, Cobb, and Logan. There you go.
Well, those are the guys now.
Well, boys, I hope you enjoyed your starters in the series against the Reds because I don't know if we're getting any against the Padres.
Seriously, I heard on the postgame wrap driving home that they were saying they might hold Harrison till Wrigley.
Yeah. Oh, no. I thought, I was hoping Harrison would go Saturday.
Their argument being that the Cubs games are more important and that he threw 91 and they're really babying him. And so why not give him a couple extra days and then go in the big game against the Cubs?
He's 22. I mean, he's a kid.
I mean, that's what I was thinking about, too, because he did not throw more than 90 pitches at any level in the minor leagues. Also, I was thinking about, do you think there's a possibility maybe they push back Alex Cobb a day after throwing a career-high 131 pitches?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So
that makes sense.
Krukenkuip and Fleming Miller were talking about possibly getting Kyle Cobb and Logan in Chicago, which means I don't know what they're doing the next 4 days. One day would be Tristan Beck, perhaps.
For sure. You'll definitely get Tristan Beck.
One day would be whoever they call up on September 1st. Maybe Keaton Wynn, perhaps. Maybe that's what I see. Mm-hmm. And then the other 2 are openers. And you go Junis, Mania, whatever.
Yeah, maybe throw in a Tristan Beck start.
Yeah,
Tristan Beck.
That. So, all right, man. Hey, what'd you guys think of Johnny Lynch yesterday? Flat out, he had to address the Reddit thing. How about that?
It's crazy.
This Reddit guy must be so proud of himself. And I told you guys I didn't want to go there, but I told you guys the game has changed. And now we got to start addressing these things because this is what people are talking about. Oh, man, Bosa's going to get traded. And I was like, 10 years ago, you flushed that thing down the toilet because it has no sourcing. 10 years later, people are like, dude, you got to talk about that. I'm like, all right, well, we'll talk about it. And we got everybody into a lather. We had that one guy going off to play golf yesterday. He's like, you ruined my effing morning. I'm not even going to enjoy my effing round at golf now. He was cursing at me.
Well, it is very disturbing. This whole report is very upsetting. Yeah.
And Paulie Mac, the hilarious thing is this quote-unquote report / rumor came from a Reddit account that his username is Josh Rosen.
What are you going to do? Well, listen, Josh Rosen.
Josh Rosen.
Well, maybe that guy, like Josh Rosen, made 9 mistakes before. Remember that?
I do.
He got drafted 10th.
He was talking big. Yeah.
It was a tough deal.
Yeah.
Maybe worse, most 808 KNBR most shallow boasts in sports history.
You can't be boasting when you're, you can't.
I mean, I try to think of some of the worst S-talk of all time, where you throw something out there.
It's a really good topic.
Weight.
I got to think about that, but I really like the topic.
That hurts me because he was a Bruin, but man, he did not have what it took, man.
No,
he did not have what it took. And that's what Dave, the big story, this goes back to him when he was in high school. He was a phenom because he had the arm talent. His
California?
arm talent was
Was
crazy.
he from Southern Cal?
Yeah.
What school?
In fact, that's the essence of who he is. A rich kid from Manhattan Beach. Talk about a 1%er.
Which school was he?
1%er.
Mater Dei?
No, he went to, did he go Mira Costa? One of the public, the beach volleyball public high schools kind of thing? Oh, no, he went to Bosco, didn't he? I'll look it up right now.
Okay.
Anyway, the point is that his arm talent was crazy, but he came from huge money and he lived in Manhattan Beach. You ever been to Manhattan Beach, Paulie?
I have not.
Shout out to the 1%ers who know what I'm talking about. You been to Manhattan Beach?
Oh, they're not letting someone who looks like me on that beach, Murph.
I'll tell you a story. I was at that place I was at last week that I don't, I just want to keep it quiet.
We don't even say its name.
Talking to some gentlemen, and we were
whose names will not be mentioned.
They were all very gentlemanly, and they were in from Los Angeles.
Right.
And they were all members at LA Country Club, which is remember I told you guys at the U.S. Open how exclusive that place is? Remember I told you, I was like, it was right next to UCLA, and I never got on it, never even got. And these guys were all from LACC, and I was like, oh, I know, I spent a lot of time in LA. Where you guys? They're like, we're from Manhattan Beach. I'm like, yeah, of course you are. Of course you are. So anyway, he was big money, big privilege, big spoiled.
Yeah.
And the story was his dream was to go to Stanford. And the story was that David Shaw was like, I want no part of this kid. We're like, dude, he's a 5-star arm. He's an elite arm talent.
Shaw saw something.
Shaw was like, this kid don't got it. I don't like the attitude. And Stanford fans were furious because they were like, Josh Rosen is dying to go to Stanford, and David Shaw passed on him. Shaw was like, I can do better than that. And I think what the point of my story is I think David Shaw might have been right.
Yeah, Rosen. It didn't happen with Rosen at all.
Yeah, did he go to? He went to Bosco, St. John Bosco.
Yeah,
but he transferred there. I mean, he commuted there from his little lair in Manhattan Beach. So, anyway, Josh Rosen and the Reddit is what we were talking about, and so poor John Lynch had to answer that thing. Now he says no, we're not going to trade him, but he said things before, like maybe to you and Marcus.
He did. Like he said the most likely scenario is Trey stays here in San Francisco.
Which I guess is technically not inaccurate, right?
I think a lot of people thought that was on the table when we talked to John, honestly.
I mean,
myself being one of them.
He didn't, quote, lie to you guys. He just said, hey, the most likely scenario is...
That's what he said, yeah.
Yeah, they just went with the least likelier option of trading Trey Lance.
Yeah.
So there was some truth in there, maybe.
Yeah, he didn't like, again... How do you know an NFL head coach or GM is lying? Their lips are moving. You know what I mean?
So, he's in the middle of trade talks. He's not going to expose it on 50,000 watts.
It's all negotiation. It is. But that said, we all agreed yesterday it would be nuclear
it'd be a disaster.
To trade Nick Bosa.
Disaster.
And it goes against everything we're hearing about this team, which is this team's supposed to win a Super Bowl. This team's supposed to win a Super Bowl, and if they trade him, they're not going to win a Super Bowl.
No.
So that's like what a rebuilding team does,
Yeah, and this is a team that's built around quarterbacks on rookie deals so that you have the money to go out and pay Nick Bosa.
There you go.
But, here we are on August 31st, and he ain't in town.
He's not.
No, he ain't in town. No. And
a lot of Niner fans will not rest until he's signed.
Remember the Mayoko line. He could sign Saturday, September 9th, fly into Pittsburgh and get 2.5 sacks
and
on
if
Sunday, September
if that happens, that's fine. Just so long as he's like on site and in uniform in Pittsburgh. But I don't know. If that's a lock. I don't.
But it is part of the weird vibes around the team.
Yeah, it is. Like the biggest now.
Yeah. All right, speaking of the weird vibes and speaking of John Lynch, get the guest list going.
Give me some horns, Marcus.
On a Thursday, baby Friday, I'm already in that mode, man. My plane leaves today. I'll be down in Diego.
Give me a ticket on an airplane.
You like that right down the line, huh?
I loved it.
Yeah.
Loved it. Bonnie Raitt. I always thought Bonnie Raitt had a crush on Jerry. I'm pretty sure she did. I saw her play with the Dead once. She just came out on stage during West LA Fadeaway with her slide and tore some mess up. But she was making some googly eyes at Jerry. She was like making little eyes.
That's kind of cute, actually.
Yeah, it was cute. It was very cute. Yeah.
All right, what do we got?
All right.
That's a hell of a... I'm holding it up to the camera. Everybody go to your YouTube live stream or KNBR Twitch on the app. Because this is a pretty good little freaking list here,
it's a great guest list this morning. It starts off at 7:35. Of course, your Thursday Power Hour starts off with the lefty, Sean Estes, talking about Kyle Harrison's home debut. Alex Cobb and Logan Webb yesterday. We'll talk Giants baseball with Sean Estes. And then today, our big hit is 49ers GM John Lynch. Now, we do want to point out this will be his usual Friday 8 a.m. hit, but we're moving it to today, 8 a.m. John Lynch, your big hit.
Because they are taking 3 days off, the last 3 days before the season. This is like the CBA, the collective bargaining agreement gives him this Labor Day weekend off.
I heard he wanted to reschedule because he was ducking Waterboy. Seriously, he's like, if I can get Murph Thursday, I'll do that instead.
I mean, that's the thing. Steve Young tried to warn him.
Look, I understand. I walked into a hornet's nest with Waterboy.
Hey, it's a hornet's nest, boys. It's a hornet's nest. But we'll talk to John Lynch today.
Man. He's the greatest.
At 8 a.m. And then we'll talk about a man who has a lot of familiarity with Steve Young. We're talking about the other quarterback, Joe Montana, one of the GOATs, joining the show today at 8:20 a.m.
Awesome. He's coming on because he's promoting a whiskey, but you talk about a guy to talk about Trey Lance and Brock Purdy.
Pour a couple glasses of whiskey. Let's talk Niners.
And Jimmy Garoppolo.
I heard P1 Chuck tells me he was in Dublin, Ireland for the Notre Dame stomping a Navy.
Nice.
Joe?
Yeah, they played in Ireland.
Okay, beautiful.
Which is always a good thing. By the way, yes. All
right, cool. We'll talk to Joe at 8:20 this morning.
Yeah.
Wrap up our Power Hour with a little cooler of content at 8:35. Then we'll get back into 49er football at 9:15 with Maddie Mayoko. Maddie. And then we'll top off the show 9:35 with Tim Flannery.
We're packed to the gills.
Big guest list today.
Wanted to send you out in style.
Estes, Lynch, Montana, Maddie, and Flan.
And who knows what else will happen.
I ain't going nowhere on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now the pitch. Swing. There's a high drive into deep center. Going back, Meckler at the warning track, right at the wall. He leaps. It's gone. Encarnacion-Strand for the fourth time in a row hits one squarely, and this one is a backbreaker. It's 4-1 Cincinnati.
Yeah, obviously, we didn't swing the bats well enough to win today's game, and it's bottom line. Hunter Green did a nice job of throwing a lot of strikes, threw a slider for strikes, got ahead and stayed ahead, and then they went to some pretty nasty guys in their bullpen and they shut us down. But the momentum from the last several games hasn't changed. We're going to carry it into San Diego and quickly wash this one off, get on the plane, and go get ready for the Padres.
Yeah, you won the series. I mean, listen, sweeps are great, but you won the series, which is reversing the trend of losing every series since the Bochy Rangers came to. Actually, since the frickin' A's series, and then they lost to the Angels. In fact, if you go back that August, which, by the way, finally ends, their next game will be... Actually, no, I'm sorry. They have one more game tonight. They're not off today. They're playing today.
They are, yeah.
It feels like today should be an off day.
No. They got a game, buddy.
We just don't know who the hell's pitching.
No, of course not. And you're not going to know either.
That's the Rodney Dangerfield, just stay the hell out of Puerto Rico pitching assignment.
Pretty much.
Here. Yeah, so, they will play... If you go back to Oakland, August 5th. That's when they started. So today's August 31st. That's a 4 weeks.
It was a long month for the Giants,
4 weeks in which they finally won one series. They finally won one series.
That's exactly it right there.
So our buddy in the bullpen who said they were going to go 9-16 and fall out of the race.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And that stretch ends with these next 7 games, 4 at San Diego, 3 at Chicago. So just to keep you guys updated on that sweepstakes, they're 7-11, which means for our bullpen hot take guy to be right, they would have to go 2-5 on this road trip. It's a 7-game road trip.
See, I'm looking for a lot better than 2-5. That's the thing. At this point, let's win some ball games.
Because the Padres, by the way, dead to the world.
Yeah,
they
go
lost
put your
again.
foot down on the Padres.
Hader gave up a walk-off yesterday to the Cardinals, I think, and they're 10 games under now. How about me calling for Bob Melvin's head? I'm like, when's Melvin going to pay for this?
Well, someone's going to have to pay.
Bob Melvin's like, I'm a nice guy. What are you doing?
It probably would be Melvin, too, right? I mean, like, someone's going to have to fall on the sword down there.
I don't know what they're going to do.
Like, because this ain't working. Let's want to unload Soto. Send Soto up to us. We'll take him.
This goes down with, like, the Brooklyn Nets putting Kyrie and KD together.
Very good call. Very good call.
And,
yes.
Yes. Who's the other?
That's a good one.
Other super teams that have fizzled.
No, that's a real good one.
Didn't the Ravens try to assemble, like, a super team once and, like, it fizzled? Or who's somebody?
Oh, the Jets. Remember, they put a bunch of people together and they thought they were going to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and who was it? Was that with like Darrell? Was it Darrell Revis?
That was the Revis Island years. Yeah,
and then they picked up a few anyway. Super teams, unless it's Zaza and the Warriors. I was
going to say, unless it's KD, Joe Lacob, and the Warriors, you might as well forget it.
By the way, another important sports take coming your way right now.
Okay,
the World Basketball Championships are going down in Philippines.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr's trying to win the gold.
Yep.
I follow Zaza on social.
Nice.
He just posted something that there he was courtside watching his home country, the Republic of Georgia.
Yeah.
And he said, fun times at the FIBA World Cup. And, dude, it's a shot of him relaxing on a courtside seat.
Yeah.
And I'm just telling you now, this is his look, and he's just going with it, buddy. The same way I'm going with these frames, you know?
Yeah.
He's just going. He wears the culottes down to the shins.
Zaza.
And then the snow white sneakers, like the expensive.
Yeah, go.
There's no smudge on them sneakers.
Yeah,
dude.
right. They're polished.
And you're getting mid shin to ankle bone Zaza.
Right.
With the white sneakers.
Yeah.
That's the look.
Well, he's enjoying himself in the Philippines. And then by night, I think I heard through various sources, in fact, we have some tape, he's been doing some karaoke.
Who are you? Who are you? Who are you?
What if I started showing up with the mid-shin pant and the white sneakers?
I think you'd take a lot of grief. That's what I think. I think people would come down pretty hard.
But Zaza's going for it, man.
He is. He's like, this is how I choose to look.
Anyway, back to the Padres here. We don't know who the Giants will be pitching in this series, but they're 7-11, so 2-5. But what I told Bullpen Hot Take Guy was, I said, I agree with you that there's a good chance they'll go 9-16 in this stretch. Where I disagree with him is, he said, and they'll fall out of the race. And I said, how about this for a take? They'll go 9-16 and they won't fall out of the race. How's that? Huh? That's my hot take. Because look, listen, you just saw the Reds. There's some nice pieces there. And in a year or two, they might be pretty darn good. Hunter Green, Ellie. They were not playing with Matt McClain, their shortstop. He's hurt. Obviously, CES, Christian Encarnacion-Strand.
Yeah, Spencer Steer, who broke up the no-hitter.
By the way, Steer made one of the biggest plays of the day yesterday when he stole Pat Bailey's hit into right field. That would have tied the game.
Yeah.
That was actually probably the turning point of the game right there. So, yeah, but they're not there yet. Paul, you missed one of the great reliever looks of all time. The Reds brought in a guy. Who was his name? The second pitcher yesterday? His name's Gibbo.
Oh.
Gibaut.
Right.
Gibaut. Gibbot?
Sounds like a James Bond villain.
Paul, this dude. They showed him coming out of the pen.
Shout out Casino Royale.
He was working his ear comm piece or whatever, pitch comm piece.
Yeah.
So he took off his hat. So he has a bald spot on the top. Okay, I get it. I'm thinning. I get it.
Some of the greatest athletes of all time have had profound bald spots. First guy that comes to mind, shout out Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Didn't give a damn. He's like, I'm winning. I got 5 MVPs. Here's my bald spot.
Okay, that's what you got.
Soak it in.
Messier have a bald spot?
Messier just actually wound up shaving his head because he did go bald. So he said, screw it. I'm going skinhead. Let me think on that, but I'd say Kareem is like the number one bald spot guy.
Steve had a little tiny monk. Youngster had a little tiny monk. Kind of what I have.
Good one.
Which has happened to me in the last several years. I'm getting
it's like a little, a bald spot yarmulke.
Dude, this guy's like a 20. I know. So, dude, he's got that. Ready? So he's got the bald spot. Then he grows out the mullet, bro. The bald spot into the mullet, and then Paulie just rocking the gut. Just letting it go.
Oh, this sounds like my kind of guy.
Letting it go, man. I was like, and then he was jogging in. It was like,
I'm going to need a visual.
I was like, this guy's an elite athlete? This guy's a pro
Dude,
athlete.
anybody going bald spot, arrow, mullet, and gut is like, that's my boy right there. Yeah.
Murph, I saw this guy jogging in. I was like, this is the guy they're bringing in to replace Hunter Green?
This
is the guy.
Hunter Green's ripped.
He's jacked. He's throwing 98, 99 miles per hour. Then this guy comes in. He's tossing like 92, 93, and then he steps off and throws that pickoff away. I'm like, who the hell is this guy?
Ian Gibbot. I just showed Paulie. Dude, ready for this? He's the son of a cricketer.
Okay.
Named Russell Gibbot.
He's the son
England.
of a cricketer, buddy.
Yeah. Let's see. What do we got on this guy? He's 29 years old. Anyway, he's just one of these kind of have left arm will travel kind of guys.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it was a hell of a look. I got to cry. And I was thinking, okay, here we go, Paulie. Here we go. Here's some more. Here's some more for you, buddy. Here's him pitching.
Oh, yeah. Oh, dude, just belly flopping around over the belt.
You said this guy is British or is he French?
It looks like his dad might have been English.
Oh, I was hoping for French.
Hello, baseball.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I was on my Twitter going to bed last night, and one of the Twitter accounts said, Bruce Bochy speaks after tonight's loss. And I was like, you know what? I need some. So I just hit click on it.
Yeah.
And I just watched the equivalent of Laura Britt interviewing Bochy, and he was just because they lost a tough one. They lost a walk-off, I think, in extra innings. I think Chapman might have walked in the winning run. Is that right? Something like that. And dude, just the mug of Boch, and Chappie lost the feel for the strike zone.
Sometimes you need to get plugged into Boch.
It's okay.
Yeah.
She goes, "You gonna need the day off?" He goes, "Well, the boys all need it, And I just
all of it. Yeah,
I was just marinating in the whole thing.
The boys are getting tired.
Palea,
I could tell he was a little pissed because they had lost a game, and they're on a little skid now. They're in third place in the West.
Yeah, they have.
They're only one game out, but they're in third place.
Yeah.
Because the Mariners are on fire. But anyway,
the boys are getting tired.
So getting back to your Giants, 7-11 in the stretch, 69 and 64 overall. And if they can get through this 7-game trip to San Diego and Chicago better than 2-5, they will have exceeded the 9-16 prediction. But more important is no matter what, I'm going to say they come back from this road trip, they're still going to be in the race. So that's going to be it. And then they come home for the Rockies.
They could come home from this road trip and leapfrog the Chicago Cubs if things goes good.
Yeah, they could. You're right. They could. And then they're home for the Rockies and the Guardians, and then at Colorado, then at Arizona, then at LA, and then home for San Diego. Last week of the season is the Padres here for 3 and the Dodgers here for 3. And the Padres will be in full-on 1-2-3 Cancun mode at that point.
I would say so.
Oh, they're going to be... They're going to be texting during the game.
Sooner they can get away from one another, the better.
Soto might just turn his back to the field in right field. So anyway, just a little Giants update for you guys. And as far as who's pitching tonight, your guess is
you're going to have to tune in to find out. Yeah, it's mystery theater.
That's a great question.
Okay, well, listen, the big story is, of course, the 49ers. And John Lynch is going to be our big hit at 8 o'clock. And they had to address the Bosa issue, and the Bosa issue next on KNBR 104.5 and 680 of the Sports Leader.
Hey, Nick Bosa.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Okay, buddy. You can bring me back.
KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Well, I mean, I think concern's a relative word. I don't like the situation. You know, since our tenure here, we haven't had a holdout to anywhere towards this magnitude. So not something I'm comfortable with. We're working really hard to try to change that. You know, we're in good communication with his reps. He's a special player. He's going to get a special contract. I can tell you that. But yeah, we're getting closer and you know, eager to bring this thing to a close. But I think I'll leave it at that. We've talked from the beginning, Nick and myself and his representatives, about let's keep this thing in house, and so we'll continue to do that. And just know that we're working diligently to try to bring it to a close.
Oh, man, John Lynch, who you will hear today at 8 o'clock, being backed by Axl Rose. Is patience the word, or is panic the word? What P do you have? Patience or panic? And by the way, if you need more 49ers, listen,
I do.
KNBR is your 49er leader, because we're giving you John Lynch.
Yeah.
And Tolbert and Ratto today.
Yeah.
Shout out Cabo Copes. Gives you Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah. All right. Very
Kyle
good.
at 3:30.
Okay. Nice.
There you go. Yeah, Copes. So, Copes, can we get Copes back to set our fantasy football draft? It's getting a little tight now.
Why is it revolving around him?
He's like, hey, look at me. Sasha and I got engaged, and it's so great. I'm like, congratulations to do something that only 7 billion people in the world have
here
done.
I am in the
now
pool.
Give me my freaking draft.
Here I am with my bathing suit on. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing, Murph.
Yeah.
You guys think I'm playing GNR patience for Nick Bosa. I'm playing it from Cope saying, let's get a little patience for the Fantasy Football League, Murph. How about that?
He's our commish. He's our fearless leader, but heavy is the crown. You know what I mean?
Well, he's going to have to wait.
If he wants to be our leader, he's got to lead.
He's got to show up, yeah.
Yeah, so anyway, Kyle Shanahan, George Tolbert, and Ratto today at 3:30. And, of course, that is the story. Nick Bosa. As I was listening to that, guys, I was thinking, there's that line. What is that line about negotiating? It's like, there's no better negotiating tool than like a deadline or whatever. Something like that. But like meaning like I can see this going into next week, and I can see it going into late next week.
Well, the Bosa camp obviously isn't going to budge until they get what they're looking for here. So you're right. I mean, it could continue. I don't think any Niner fan out there wants this thing to extend any longer than it has to, with the primary goal at this point. Now the camp's over, preseason, just get him in uniform for Pittsburgh. That's all. Well, that should be the goal.
The good news is he stayed healthy through the preseason. There's one good news.
No one's going to dispute that. He'll be ready. He'll be locked and loaded when he shows up. But
from his perspective, he's like, what's worse or what's better? Me missing one game to get the contract of a lifetime? Literally a lifetime?
Yeah.
I mean, he's 20, what years? Was he 23? What is he? Is he 23, 24?
He might be a little older than that, 25, I would guess. That's just a guess.
I don't know.
I'd say 25.
Maybe is he 25 now?
That's a guess, yeah.
Bosa's age is, he's 25.
Yeah.
Good job, Paulie, on that. Yeah, he's 25 years old, which is crazy, by the way. And he's going to get the contract of a lifetime. So he's like, big picture, what's missing week 1? Even Tom Rathman said you don't start hitting your stride till week 5, right?
Yep,
you know what I mean?
Yep.
And so he's got all the leverage in the world. You guys want me, you're going to have to pay me. And yeah, I'll miss week 1. Now, here's the deal. Kansas City D-tackle Chris Jones, his counterpart in holding out, has now given like vague threats that he will sit out until week 8. Like he has said that. And the Chiefs, by the way, you know, that's a team that has to make some stops. You know, they are not a strong defensive team.
Well, they better get ready because Jared Goff's Lions are showing up week 1, dude, ready to do some damage.
I was listening to Steve Weishon with Tolbert and Ratto yesterday. I was driving yet again.
Yeah.
And they asked him, hey, other than the obvious, you know, the Eagles and the NFC, who's out there? And his answer was the Detroit Lions.
I love it. It would be great for the
NFL. If they come and beat you in January?
No, I don't want that. No.
But we do have a history. Eddie Murray missing that field goal in 83.
Yeah,
I'll
man.
never forget that.
Yeah.
And Kezar Stadium for the Sam Spear. Rest in peace. We miss you, Sam, every day. And for the Butch Berry crowd and that whole crowd. 1957, the Giants blew a huge Waterboy, first ever playoff game at Kezar Stadium. Niners had a huge lead over the Lions and blew it. Lost in the second half. George Seifert told me, I remember there was like a gloom or a pall hanging over the entire city that night. That's what he said. Because he grew up right next to Kezar. Yeah.
Wow, and that was a George Seifert coach team, not a Kyle Shanahan coach team?
Very good. No, Seifert was like a high school kid at the time.
Yeah, I'm just riffing.
I'm riffing. It was coached by
Kyle Shanahan.
So this history. Anyway, the Detroit Lions, because, you know, the NFL, there's always, the whole deal is, you know, half the playoff field changes out every year, right? So you got to pick a team. I mean, that's just statistically, historically, you got to pick There are going to be teams who didn't make the playoffs last year who are going to make it.
And they're going to
the
be.
Lions are like the leading candidate.
With the way the Lions were coming on last year, too, and you look at their division, I mean, the only real obstacle is going to be the Vikings because I think they're going to be better.
The Vikings lost Adam Thielen and Dalvin Cook.
Yeah, and I think they're going to be able to handle the Bears and handle the Packers.
Well, the Bears
point.
are another team that's a trendy pick.
Yeah. Is it? Yeah, well, we'll see.
Justin Fields is coming on.
Yeah, well.
You know who's been getting some love as a trendy pick? Derek Carr and the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah.
That's right. They got the easy division.
The easy division's the best defense he's ever played with. A lot of talent around him as well.
Dude, how will you feel if he goes down there and goes off?
I've got my mom and brother talking about becoming Saints fans this year.
Wow.
They're rooting for Derek Carr.
Wow.
Yeah, they stand with DC.
The Shield was here before him, and the Shield will be here after him.
You know what? The one thing with Derek Carr, too.
He couldn't hold Daryl Lombardi's jock.
No, and he won't be tempted at all by Bourbon Street.
Me.
Like, he's not going to have any problems keeping on the straight and narrow.
Yeah, that's right.
Because he's such a Boy Scout. He's not going to get in any trouble down in the French Quarter. He won't even go in there.
Daryl LaMonica met Derek Carr and said, "I don't even know who you are."
Yeah.
He went A-Raj on him. The 2022-2023 NFL playoffs, I'm looking here, because the teams that made it last year from the NFC were Eagles, Niners, Vikings, Bucks, Cowboys, Giants, Seahawks. So half of those guys won't make it. Like, which ones of those guys? The Bucks won't make it.
Yeah, they got Baker Mayfield at quarterback.
Vikings won't make it.
No.
So that's 2 right there. And then of the Cowboys, Giants, and Seahawks, say the Giants.
Yeah, I was going to say, are we sold on Danny Dimes?
No, he got hot late last year, right?
Yeah, he won good game.
Nobody's talking about the Seahawks except your boy here. I live in deathly fear of the Seahawks.
I don't want to talk about the Seahawks.
They're
I hate
young
talking
and
about
talented,
the Seahawks.
dude. Now, Geno, can he do it again?
Geno's Geno. Yeah, he'll
maybe. Dude, they got Bruins everywhere, too. They got running back Zach Charbonnet, who was a great Bruin, and they just had this kid, Jake Bobo, make the team, a great receiver. Get used to it, dude.
Yeah.
And Pete Carroll, too.
And Murph, and they just brought back Bobby Wagner.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm telling you, man. Carroll's out here. Dude, I was up in Seattle. Remember, I was there just 2 weeks ago, and I put on the Kate Scott game. And, dude, Carroll was there chomping the gum.
Right.
He was doing a sideline interview. And, dude, he looked like tanner than ever.
Yeah, he's all refreshed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now that he got curls out of there, he's like, it's a whole new lease on life.
He looked great.
I'll win with Geno instead.
I mean, in life goals to look like Pete Carroll at 72.
He's looking good, yeah.
Jeez, so anyway, back to the Niners and John Lynch, who are here at 8 o'clock. By the way, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So Lynch greets the media, and Lynch is a charming guy, but his charm is running a little short on the butt. Didn't you guys experience that last week? Wasn't he?
He was a little salty. Yeah, I mean, he was not in a great mood. That's for sure.
Well, they call it Red 47. Remember the story we heard about?
He was maybe like a pink at that point. He hadn't gone full red, but he was definitely not happy.
What about you? It might have been before you started work. We heard the legend of Red 47.
Yeah, last Thursday we got Magenta 47.
There's an alter ego to Lynch where he's
Chartreuse. Yeah.
That he goes into a dark place, right?
I will say this without any embellishment. When I was a kid and I used to watch John Lynch, he was so crazy on the field, I was scared of him. I was like, this guy's insane.
You weren't that much of a kid. You were in your 20s.
Whatever it was. All I know is the way he used to hit dudes, it was just I don't know, he scared me. I'm like, this guy's a lunatic.
So, John Lynch, what's the deal? This is yesterday in Santa Clara on Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
And no updates. I'm going to stick to that, but communication, and that's a good thing. So I'll leave it at that.
Whew. Tight answer. Leave it at tight.
Leave it at that.
Okay, now here's the other one. Hey, John, on Reddit, they said you were going to trade him.
Oh, he'll love this.
Hey,
Yeah.
John, you have to answer the Reddit rumor. Are you going to trade him?
Hey.
John, there's been a bunch of conflicting reports. Is there any percentage chance that you guys would consider trading Nick Bosa?
No. Real simple.
That was your boy Krug.
Shout out Larry Krug. I mean, he ain't afraid. He gets it done.
No.
Seldom, what do you say? Often wrong, never in doubt was his big thing? That was
No.
it? Paul, you and I don't sign off with a slogan.
Nah, I don't really have one. You know what I mean? I say cheers for Bill Graham. That's about the biggest slogan I'll have.
Larry Krug, you say often wrong, seldom in doubt. No, often wrong, never in doubt.
No.
Then you had, of course, Angels Fly.
Because they take themselves lightly.
And then you got D. Bruce Sports don't reveal character or something. They reveal it. Or I don't know what the hell he said. But
no.
Tolbert's got that.
You got to sign off?
Yeah.
Yeah, smoke 2 of these, hit me in the morning. Peace.
Hey, not bad.
Shout
Not
out.
bad at all.
Well, Tolbert
had that. Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's not his, though.
Exactly.
That's that's the end of the game.
Yeah.
But that's, we got to come up with something. Man. Anyway, here's Shanahan now. Kyle comes in with the hat. I think he was wearing an 87 hat yesterday.
Shout out Shanahan. Was he?
Yeah.
Nice.
He was,
Nice.
And by the way, he'll be on with Tolbert today at 3:30.
I might be listening to that.
And by the way, Kyle's also going with the full-on growth all the time.
Why not?
Full growth all
You're
the time.
next. We'll get you next.
I told you my holiday beard. It's coming.
Yeah,
remember?
grow it out, man. Grow
My
that ass
barber
out.
said you're going to grow a holiday beard.
I want Murph to come back from the holidays like with a beard, like where it's got so long that he's got like the little beads attached to the bottom. Like you ever see the hippies do that? They get like beads on and stuff. Yeah, I want Murph with some beads.
Can you imagine?
Yeah,
how is it to set off these frames?
I want some beads.
Look fantastic. Are we going to get Santa Murph this year at the KNBR holiday party? Santa Murph?
Oh, you might. It's not out of the question.
My barber's all in on it. And hey, here we go. Shanahan on Bosa.
All right.
I thought it would come probably to this time, just looking at the history of those things. And I'm really hoping it gets done. I know they're working tirelessly at it. John, Hamp, Prague, I know their team is. But hopefully we can get him in here sooner than later.
Okay. That's one. Now he was asked, could you imagine him missing any time?
That's a big question.
Is there any way you can imagine this team not having him on the team, saying if this thing goes on into the regular season?
Yeah, I can imagine anything. Doesn't mean I like that picture. Of course not. You guys know how we feel about Nick, and we all know how good of a player he is. So hopefully we can come to terms soon and get him here as fast as possible.
You guys all chuckling on the I can imagine anything?
Yeah.
I can imagine anything.
So can I. I have imagined.
Right now, I'm actually imagining Murph with a beard.
I can imagine anything.
I'm imagining Murph with those beads. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he's the big. Some of those quotes, Dave was playing them this morning. They were so funny. I can't guarantee anyone's going to be alive.
Oh, yeah, no, he'll get like that.
On Sunday.
No, I don't see any scenario of that.
There's that one, too.
Only God knows.
Only God knows. That's a good one.
Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
Oh, that's
a big Dave staple.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday.
There are people.
So that goes for all of us.
Sorry, there are people.
That goes for all of us. How about that?
Some people look at life.
He's reminded you. It's 82. Yeah. There's a checkout date.
Clock's always ticking.
There's a checkout time. That little thing on the hotel, that little car that says checkout time is noon. Kyle Shanahan's like, yeah, it is.
I can imagine anything.
Oh man, that goes for all of us.
Yeah, it's like a stern warning from Coach. Yeah.
Have you pondered your mortality? All right.
Kyle has, obviously. Yeah.
Kyle Shanahan, will you play without Bosa? Are you ready?
Okay.
You got to feel that way always. I mean, Nick missed one game last year. He had that ACL that 1 year, so you got to always be prepared to play without not just Nick or anybody, but hopefully that doesn't happen.
Nick.
Dropping Nick.
And then finally he was asked, would you trade him? Would you trade
There's
Nick?
no way that you guys would consider trading Nick?
No. Yeah. I mean, I haven't talked to many people about that, but I know how I feel pretty strongly. And I think everyone would agree that.
Now, if you were a balls-out negotiator, wouldn't you say, yeah, everything's on the table? Who cares what they say on KNBR? Who cares what they say on Reddit? If you're a balls-out negotiator, don't you say that?
Yeah, I can imagine anything.
But not being a balls-out negotiator myself, I really can't respond to that. I have no idea.
Once again,
what
I want to thank
move is.
So many listeners who remember my $5 TV story because they're all referencing that. They're like, man, they need Murph to get in there to get the deal done.
Yeah, let me help you guys out
sign
here.
Nick Bosa for $5.
I'll give you $5 for Nick Bosa. All right, sign here. Yeah.
For people who don't know that story, we had an extra TV way back 20 years ago before we had kids. And a buddy of mine was having a garage sale. He goes, hey, if you got anything, I'm having a garage sale. And Candace says to me, she says, hey, get that extra TV, go sell it at Malcolm's place. That's the guy who'll be the DJ this weekend. And so I drove over with the TV, I put it down there, and this guy walks up right away. Like, right away. I got there like I just got out of the car.
Yeah.
I just put it down in a display. He goes, hey, what do you need for that TV? I go, I don't know, $5? He goes, sure, take it. He goes, $5?
Just take it.
He gave me the $5. I got in the car. I drove home.
Yeah.
Candace goes, you sold it already? I said, yeah. She goes, what'd you get? I said, $5.
Yeah.
What? Are you kidding? The thing's like $100. What are you doing? I was like, hey, you wanted it out of the house.
I got a $5 out of it.
It was just sitting here gaining nothing.
Right. Now
That's
I got
what
a
Daddy
$5
does to pay the bills. Well, that's
Yeah.
what Daddy does to pay the bills.
Had to pay the bills,
Yeah,
Murph.
Now I got a $5 burning a hole in my pocket. I don't know where to go with
Listen,
this.
it was sitting in our house making us no money.
Well,
it's out of our house and we got $5.
I mean, back in the day, you go to Trader Sam's in the avenues, get a couple beers for $5.
Well, back in the day, you could get a beer for $5.
Yeah, you get a couple probably. Probably get a couple. I think there were $2 at Trader Sam's.
All right.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Lynch, so yeah, we got that. The other story yesterday is the gossip. Jimmy. Yeah, a lot of weird situations in San Francisco.
Well, listen now.
Dun, dun, dun. It's the good, the bad, and the ugly. Wah, wah, wah. How about, so, it calls into question, is Kyle botching things? Can he not handle a roster? Does he, what's it called, knee-jerk too fast?
Knee-jerk, yeah.
Jimmy was his guy, then Trey was his guy, now Brock's his guy. So
Jimmy goes stand on the side of the field. All right, Jimmy, come back.
Now, Shanahan, are you listening to what Jimmy had to say?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I try not to pay attention outside of here. I try to deal with the people in here that I have to deal with. And I have felt very good about that. I did see Trey. I was happy watching him actually while I was eating lunch with his press conference in Dallas. And Trey is as real as it gets. And that's how he talks in here. That's how he is every day. So it was cool to see him handle that the right way. And he did seem genuinely kind of happy. And I feel he's in a good position to move on and do better there. Jimmy is... The comments are the comments. I'm really not concerned about his comments.
The comments are the comments. I'm not really concerned about his comments.
That's all. Way to play it. That's good.
They follow up on him. I think it was Kawakami. He goes, yeah, but there's some weirdness. It's been weird here. And would you agree that it was a weird situation?
I mean, the era of changing is, when we got here, we waited 10 weeks. Made a trade for a quarterback, played 5 games, and then we made him the highest paid quarterback of all time at the time. Then he played 2 of the next 5 years and did really good in those 2 years. His injuries for 3 of those 5 years were legit. It was rough on him, rough on us. And then we made a move to go to a younger quarterback, and that's what we did. We thought he'd be ready in 2 years, and he wasn't. And now we have a different younger quarterback. So that's the situation.
Boy, I tell you what, man.
What do you think?
Geez Louise, man.
I think first of all, he fired shots and then felt a little bad about Jimmy when he goes, yeah, we made him the highest paid quarterback in the league, and then he played 2 of the next 5 years. That was like shots fired. And then I think he realized he sounded like it really cruel. And then he said, well, yeah, he was hurt, and that was hard on Jimmy, but I mean, he was like, yeah, we signed him to a biggest contract, and he played 2 of the next 5 years.
That's the situation.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Then
what
we
a crazy.
went to a younger quarterback. He wasn't ready in 2 years.
It's really amazing, too, and you consider how many, I don't know if you say problems, but how difficult it's been to get a good, solid, just consistent starting quarterback in this Kyle Shanahan era. Like, he must be going nuts.
Well, what the Kyle haters would say is, what's the common denominator and all that? Kyle. Does Kyle botch these things? Does he not handle it well?
Is the other common denominator, just to be fair to Kyle Shanahan, like maybe the other common denominator is just injuries?
That's what some would defend that and say that. But others would say, dude, you since you've been, your track record is you're all over the road. That's what they would say. And I would say, yeah, that there's a degree of truth to that. The other part is he wins a lot, And guys are always open. There's somebody's always open, dude.
So let's see. So it's going to be Brock Purdy starting week 1 this year. It was Trey Lance starting week 1 last year. It was Jimmy G. That's 3 quarterbacks in 3 years. That was Jimmy G the year before that starting week 1. Now I'm going to say previous to that, I guess Garoppolo.
Nick Mullins?
Because Mullins was definitely in there. But I think CJ might have actually started before Mullins came in. So we should tally up. I'm just saying, we should look at
the number of starts or just who started
the number
seasons?
of quarterbacks. How many different quarterbacks have started week 1s for Kyle in Kyle's
week 1
in his
2017
run,
was Brian Hoyer in 2017?
I'm trying to remember. I'm not sure.
Remember Hoyer and Goodwin sitting down with us?
That's a pretty scary thought, though. How about Hoyer jogging out there week 1? That's my guy. Yeah.
We'll have to do that. But then 2018 was Jimmy, right? And then 2019 was...
That's a lot of different bodies coming in and out of there, though.
Yeah.
That's 3 years. That's 3 different QBs.
If you're Brock, you're like, geez, how long is he going to love me?
I know.
You know what I mean?
I know, because he said at the end, he goes, now I got another young quarterback. Yeah. It's like, uh-oh.
That's the situation.
Yeah.
Go beat the Steelers.
Yeah, that's all. That's all.
Go beat the Steelers.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, there's your 49er fix.
All right, man.
If you do want to chime in, we are open for calls, 808 KNBR. Calls are always fun. It's good to hear from you guys sometimes. And is the frustration level peaking, or are you guys just everybody chill out?
That's actually a good question. I'd like to hear what Niner fans are feeling. I would.
And then, of course, the text line, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is always
talking
open
to all of y'all out there.
415-808-5627. Then Sean Estes at 7:35. Then John Lynch at 8. Joe Montana at 8:20. All coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Look, I believe that when this deal gets done, assuming it does get done, Nick Bosa will become the new highest paid defensive player in NFL history. But the two sides recently have not been close to getting something done. And the fines for Nick Bosa, $40,000 a day for not being in camp, are rescindable if and when the two sides can figure out a long-term contract. But they've yet to do that. Now, Nick Bosa is somebody who trains on his own as hard, if not harder, than the players in training camp. So the 49ers are not worried about his conditioning and stamina levels. But, of course, you want one of the best defensive players in all of football back in your locker room.
There it is. First time ever Adam Schefter's been supported by the Kinks. I think Adam Schefter would be like, who? I can't be concerned with the Kinks. I have a fantasy draft coming up.
I'd love to hear I'd love to hear him on Ray Davies.
Because we used to have him on. You throw him something. Sometimes he just pause, huh?
Yeah.
What? The Kinks?
Oh, no.
Remember that baseball? Pfft, I haven't been to a baseball game in years.
Well, listen, I mean, we've had our share of times with Schefter.
Listen.
By the way, if you could lower Ray Davies so I can present you with our little tribute to Schefter musically.
All right, stop. Collaborate and listen. Listen. What the flower people say.
I got Murph.
Don't you listen. What the man said. Get confused. Listen. To the music play. Listen. You hear she's gonna listen.
What can you do?
Listen.
Yeah, there's a little piece for Adam.
The tap is
the tap does. I'm with you on the tap. Yeah.
All right. 408 says, that's not reggae. No, Reggae Friday is tomorrow. I just got a bonus track in because the guys were nice to me and let me in because I am off tomorrow for the 3-day weekend. And Paulie was nice enough to say, hey, Murph, why don't you get a Reggae Friday
That way
request?
he gets his fingerprints in there.
And I think I left the yard with it, too. You were pretty excited.
Yeah, you totally left
Bonnie
the yard.
Raitt's reggae cover of Jerry Rafferty's Right Down the Line.
I think I left the yard. You definitely left the yard. I was a splash hit.
All right. Well, obviously, we're talking 49ers. John Lynch is going to join us at 8 o'clock for the big hit. So we told you guys we're open to the phone calls and the texts as to how I wrote my jock blog this week about like the weird vibes and the weird vibes and the weird vibes surrounding this team, from the kicking situation on down to Nick Bosa
deal, man.
to Jimmy G saying, there's a lot of weird situations in San Francisco. And all of a sudden we went from this gleaming Super Bowl contender
I know, isn't that crazy?
to this team that's just catching strays everywhere. So we are checking in how frustrated you guys are. We start with Ray in San Jose at 8:08. KNBR. Ray, good morning. You're on the Murph and Mac Show. How are you, man?
Good morning, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my call. Well, listen, I started watching football in '69 with my grandfather. Probably right around your guys' age. So I've watched a lot of football, and I'm a big Ohio State fan. So I followed the Bosa family for a long time since they were in high school and whatnot. I never agreed with, I thought there was Fields that was available. Mm-hmm. I never thought that Lance was worth the amount of picks that Lynch and Shanahan gave up. I was always frustrated. I always told my son, when we were watching the draft, I said, son, they're going to regret this. Mark my word. And he goes, Dad, I'll write that down. And it's like, that's always been in my mind. I've always look back to that and say that was way too much with the quarterbacks that were out there. And if Shanahan was a quarterback whisperer, then I just always felt that was way too much.
Yeah, you're right. And so you were mad at the Trey pick, but are you now pleased that he got traded, though?
No. I wish that they would have. I don't think they should have gave up on him. I think that the poor kid was in a no-win situation. There's just no way when you're everybody, whether it's Fields or the kid even at Philadelphia. You got to have a chance to play and make mistakes. Everybody does. I mean, Stafford's had a chance to make mistakes. I mean, Brady's had a chance to make mistakes. Everybody has to have that 1 or 2 years. Unfortunately, for San Francisco, the way the dynamics are in San Francisco, you just can't do that. It had to be more of a plug and play.
Yeah, Ray, I hear you, man, and we appreciate you calling. And yeah, man, keep watching. We'll be talking Niners all season. He's right. I mean, listen, ultimately, they're just going to have to eat. I mean, they're going to have to eat the criticism of the Trey Lance pick. That's it. That will always haunt them. But again, we've been saying this the whole time. Yet they are a Super Bowl contender. It's crazy that they botched that pick and are a Super Bowl contender.
And talking about eating the criticism, again, like I really believe that all they really have to do to control all of this is just go win some football games, and no one's going to be talking about Trey Lance.
I got a big line. I got a big line for you, Paulie. Winning is the ultimate deodorant.
Let me write that one down. I do like that. Yeah.
Winning isn't everything. It's the only thing.
By the way, is that like a roll-on or a spray? Or am I going stick? What are we doing?
I am a roll-on guy. Is anybody a spray guy out there anymore?
I've done the sprays in the past. I've done the spray.
Right guard?
They got the sprays, yeah.
They got the sprays. Yeah, Axe was big when I was like in middle school and high school. You walk into a locker room, it was like walking into like a fog, like a Mist concert. Like there was that spray everywhere.
Well, the other big thing they used to do, and I'm sure they did it here too, but all of the like really crazy Halloweens I had as a teenager were back on the East Coast. They would take the shaving cream, unscrew that cap, then take an aerosol cap from like a deodorant thing, screw that on the shaving cream. Now you're armed with a weapon that's going to shoot like 10 feet of cream. Remember those things, Murphy? Yeah. They were just like the projectile.
Incredible.
You ever do that, Marcus?
No.
Just a shaving cream up?
No, we used to go with the deodorant spray and then hold a lighter up to it and have like a little flamethrower going
pyro.
I don't suggest that, kids. Don't suggest
burn some stuff down. Yeah.
530 says, people are only calling it weird because there are human feelings involved. From a football and business view, the Niners have a good problem. They were lucky to have 3 quarterbacks to choose from.
Murph.
It's players and feelings that make it weird. That's very deep.
Sounds like it was written by Mr. Spock, who is a Vulcan who analyzes human behavior all the time. He's like, hey, you humans, man.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah. Because, Vulcans have no emotion. That's the thing. So Vulcans are like machines.
KNBR, would you rather be able to slough off life's woes by being a Vulcan, or would you rather feel the pain and the tragedy?
You've just distilled the entire essence of the Star Trek series down into one sentence and one question. So my wife and I have this back and forth. It's been going on for 10 years where she stands over there with Spock and I'm a Kirk guy.
She's a Spock.
Big time.
Okay,
Because she'll analyze. She's analytical and she's like, well, the numbers are here and this and that. She's coming at me. She's coming at me with a lot of logic, and I come at you with the heart on the sleeve like Kirk. I just start.
You're a bard. You're a musician. You're looking to make people cry with your guitar.
It's too emotional. Right, dude.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I'm the artiste. And
I don't want to see Spock with the Freestone Peaches. You know what I mean?
No. We'll be walking out there. Yeah, this isn't logical.
I don't need Spock singing the Allman Brothers.
Statesboro Blues is not logical.
760 says the best thing about Schefter being on your show was Paulie's tune by far.
Okay, well, thanks for that. Yeah.
650 says, Paul, you need to add the now listen to the opening of Nothing But a Good Time by Poison.
Okay, that's a good one, too.
707 says the Niners are sounding like the Warriors at the beginning of their season. We all watched how that turned out. Well, that turned out with a loss to the Lakers in the playoffs, which sucked, by the way.
Big time.
I remember coming in here the next morning saying the frickin' Lakers. But I was really pleased to see the Lakers get knocked out the next round by the Denver Nuggets.
Of course.
Hey, Brett in Walnut Creek is checking in on the quarterback situation and the Kyle situation. Yeah. Good morning, Brett. How are you, man?
Hey, good morning, guys. Just rolling into work, looking at the smaze that is over the city, the smog and haze.
How are we looking on that? Is there any forecast? You're my air quality guy, Brett. How are we looking?
Help us out, Brett.
God, I don't know. It's a little Yuckville. It just seems to be hanging out for a while. But I think the Yuckville's hanging over the San Francisco 49ers. And I actually want to put everybody that thinks they're in Yuckville in a timeout. Y'all got to be in a timeout. I mean, we're here. First of all, we're crying about spilled milk.
Right.
The Trey Lance draft happened a while ago. we can all say, oh, my gosh, it was a terrible move, and gosh, what they could have gone. But, if we want to play if football and if draft, we would have done a lot of things different a lot of times. It's like, I'm one of the best if golfers there ever is. If I would have just, hit that shot a little bit further, would have made par.
Yeah.
It's like, guys, it's done. If we would have traded up to draft Nick Bosa and made all those picks, everyone would have said it was a genius move. What a genius move the 49ers made.
So you're So your point is what? That the Niners are in a good spot, that you can play the if game with every franchise and every pick ever. Everybody stop crying and enjoy Jeff Kent, enjoy the game. Is that what you're giving us?
Yeah.
Well, and it's not only that, it's we haven't had the guy at quarterback in decades. We haven't had a Mahomes. We haven't had Josh Allen. Yeah. We don't have Joe Burrow. Yep. We don't have Justin Herbert.
No.
So what we've had to juggle has been everyone from, as you know, Nick Mullins to
C.J. Beathard,
Garoppolo, C.J. Beathard, the guy from Texas, Colt McCoy.
Yeah, Colt McCoy. Hoyer.
I mean, think about what and of all the it quarterbacks.
Yeah.
The Dak Prescotts, the Aaron Rodgers, how many of them actually taken their team and won the Super Bowl?
Great call.
I'm going to go with maybe
Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes has done it.
Great
but
call,
all
Brett.
the other guys, they haven't done it either.
Correct.
So we're sitting here worrying about it, and we've been able to coddle together with poor draft picks and trades that are terrible. As a team that's consistently competing. For the NFC Championship and the Super Bowl every year.
You're telling us no lies, Brett. No lies.
Get off the goddamn chair and enjoy the ride. And we're lucky that we're criticizing these guys.
Brett.
You know what, Brett? That was awesome, man.
Keep two hands on the wheel, drive
awesome.
safe, and be good, man. Enjoy the weekend. Brett in Walnut Creek.
You know what I'm saying?
That's our guy right there.
Hey, Brett, have a cup of coffee on me.
But all that said, that does not make for Sports Talk Radio. The Reddit post makes for Sports Talk Radio. Brett's rational takes doesn't make for Sports Talk Radio. He's right.
Well, it makes you wonder, too. And what if the Niners...
Fred Warner, great draft pick.
Oh, my God.
Nick Bosa, home run. Brandon Ayuk, looking pretty good. Debo Samuel, home run. George Kittle, grand slam in the 5th round, right?
Yeah.
Trading for Christian McCaffrey, home run. Trading for Trent Williams, home run. Talanoa Hufanga, pretty good. Although he's got a knee problem. You guys know that? We don't. By the way, how about the amount of time we spend on A, the Niners secondary, and B, the Niner O-line? We don't even ever talk about that.
We might be, depending on how they perform.
That secondary gets no run, and it's not that much of a lockdown secondary, guys.
Well, let's see.
Not that much of a lockdown secondary. I mean, I like a lockdown secondary. I like an Eric Wright. I like a Ronnie Lott.
Going back to Brett's point over there, he mentioned some of the marquee guys. But personally, I wouldn't even put Dak Prescott in the elite quarterback category. That's just me. But if you want to throw Rodgers up there, okay, guys like Kim, Burrow, Mahomes, Josh Allen. If the Niners had a QB like that during the Shanahan era, would they already have a trophy?
Yeah, I would say yes.
How about that?
Yes. Yeah.
How about that?
Dude, you had Garoppolo with a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter.
I mean, 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. I mean, 8 minutes, dude.
I mean, Paulie Mack, I remember my first year working on the Murphy Mack show.
That they blew a 10-point lead. By the way, how is that? Like, see, not get mad.
Because if he had controlled the ball.
They should have just run the football, man.
Well, that's the thing, Paulie Mack. I remember after that game, after the 49ers lost in the Super Bowl, we were talking about the real possibility of Tom Brady joining the 49ers.
I do. I know.
And if Tom would have joined the team, we're talking about 6, 7, 8, I don't know.
He might have won 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, he might have won 2. Oh, man.
Unreal.
God bless. Hey, bring on the Steeler game, right?
Let's go.
By the way, great text from somebody who said, Murph, you're off tomorrow? That means Bosa will sign. Bosa will sign.
That's true. That's a great dude. That's the text of the day. Great call. That's right. He will sign tomorrow.
All right.
Holy
okay.
smokes.
Get ready for a murderer's row because here comes Sean Estes. Always a great conversation. Giants going into this 7-game road trip that's pretty much going to. They can tread water through this road trip. I think they're going to make the playoffs in the 3rd. So you ready for October baseball with Gabe? So you got Sean Estes, and then you go John Lynch at 8 o'clock. Maybe a little, on edge. John Lynch will come at him. And then the great and legendary Joe Montana at 8:20. That's all coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Center.
KNBR, that's all you guys do all day long. Bitch about the game. Enjoy the game more.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to see your Giants take on the Cleveland Guardians. Wednesday, September 13th. First pitch, 12:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Yeah, let's talk about Provident Credit Union and another fantastic money-saving tip. A limited time offer from Provident Credit Union, so listen up because you do not want to miss it. Chance to make some money here in introducing the Pick a Term certificate from Provident. Yep, it's all about investing on your own terms. That's with the flexibility to choose your own investment period. So with the Pick a Term certificate, you call the shots. You can select a 3, 6, 9, or 12-month term share certificate and enjoy an impressive annual percentage yield of 4.5%. One of the most competitive rates on the market right now. So whether you're saving up for a short-term goal or aiming for a long-term investment, this certificate offers you the financial freedom you need to take control of your savings. So remember, this incredible offer will not last forever. Don't wait. Grow your savings today. That raise effective September 1st, 2023. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalty may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit providencecu.org for terms and conditions.
Good morning, Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. On On the mound, he broke hitters down.
And this one secures the shutout for Sean Estes.
And now on the mic, he breaks down the Giants. It's former All-Star lefty Sean Estes with Murph and Mac.
Sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. And by Dolan Law Firm, the best lawyers we hope you never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right. Hey, before we bring Sean on, how about this? Steve Kerr going to join Tolbert and Ratto today at 2:50 down from the Philippines.
I was going to say, that's a long-distance call, man.
Jeez, but so we got Steve Kerr, Kyle Shanahan, Joe Montana, John Lynch, and Sean Estes, who
Murph,
joins us right
that's
now.
That's why they call us the sports leader.
Sean, good morning, man. Happy Thursday.
What's up, man?
Hey, happy Thursday, fellas. Yeah, one of those guys doesn't really fit in with the others.
Well, how many of those guys were National League All-Stars?
I know Sean Estes was.
How many of those guys won 19 games in the Bigs?
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, different sports, but yeah, no, that's a pretty good lineup today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's keep it, as they say, as Marcus says sometimes, rip off your knob, right? Rip off your knob. So
there you go.
Don't go anywhere.
Yep.
Hey, man, I remember the famous cut we saved it from you a while ago. Like in April or May when I asked you, who is this team? And you said, I don't know. And well, here we are now, 69-64. They just win their first series in 4 weeks.
That was tough.
It feels like maybe it's just Kyle Harrison. Maybe it was Alex Cobb.
A little rejuvenation.
I don't know, Sean. And also that going into September tomorrow, who is this team?
Well, it's a team that's in position to make the playoffs. That's what they are. They put themselves in this position, and it's right in front of them. You know, they got the Cubs for 3. They got the Padres for 7. You know, so go out there and win those series, and you'll find yourself in the playoffs. You know, it's hard to tell exactly what you're going to get out of this team, but I know right now it's a group it's a rotation right now that I finally feel somewhat comfortable with now that you have Kyle Harrison and slide into that 3 slot and maybe even Tristan Beck being your 4th starter. You're running out 4 out of 5 guys now in the rotation that are starting pitchers that can, we talked a lot about it. Cobb talked a lot about it, feeding off one another is a rotation. And that's where you kind of gain momentum, as the season is when the starting pitchers line up and they're going out there and they're doing their thing and everybody else is following suit and they're passing the baton. And we saw it for a lot of years. And it's exciting because now you have not just this year, but now you feel like you have 2 starters, homegrown guys that you're going to see for years to come. So I think the Kyle Harrison thing is huge for this club moving forward, especially in the month of September. I think he's going to be a difference maker, but it really does get you excited about the starting rotation and what they could do.
Yeah.
Not just if they can get into the playoffs, but if they can get into the playoffs, what these 3 could do in the playoffs. They can match up against anybody. So that to me is the key right now is that starting rotation and how good they pitch this last month of the season.
Let's stay on Harrison, man. I know you talked to Papa and Lund and everybody, but we need to. This was the guy, right? This was the guy there's nothing like a baseball prospect, nothing like a left-handed prospect, and we've been talking about him since February. Sean, you and I talked to him in Scottsdale, right?
Yeah,
we sat there and we were saying that this is the spring training of Kyle. And we were saying, when's he gonna? At that point in time, Sean, if I had told you he's not going to come up until August 29th or whatever, and he's going to or whatever August 20 because he pitched in Philly last week, August 24th or whatever. If I had told you it would play out the way it has, what would you have said? You would have liked to have seen him earlier. No, this is playing out perfectly. What do you think?
No, I would have said that you're crazy. We're going to probably see him in before the All-Star break.
Wow.
That was kind of the assumption. But things that they evaluated him, the way they evaluated him, and maybe they were right. I don't know. I mean, he seems to be pretty good right now, and who knows, with the command issues that he had earlier in the season, if that would have been the case. So I'll leave it up to those guys because they're the guys with the boots on the ground and they're with them every day and they get to see him and evaluate him every start. So I can't. My argument early in the season, I think it was May with Cap, was that he'd be a better pitcher in the big leagues because, we saw him in spring training. It didn't go well in the spring. Although when we talked to him, Murph, he just seemed to be a kid that, he was mature beyond his years, right? He had a lot of confidence. You didn't feel like he was a kid that was going to be really overwhelmed by pitching in the big leagues. At least, the magnitude of pitching in the big leagues against big league hitters, he had a lot of confidence in his abilities. And I don't think that ever wavered. Even when he was struggling with command in the minor leagues, he still believed that, he could get, in my opinion, he could get big league hitters out with that fastball. It didn't matter who he was facing. But they needed to see more strikes out of him. I felt that, in the minor leagues with the ABS system, the automatic ball strike system, that was hurting him because he pitches at the top rail of the strike zone so much, and he wasn't getting a lot of those calls, so he was falling behind in a lot of counts. And then I also felt like with the addition of, pitching to a better catcher in Patrick Bailey, playing with better defense behind him, and playing in more pitcher-friendly parks. I mean, the PCL is like pitching on the moon. So you don't get rewarded a lot of times for making good pitches. Guys pop pitches up and they go out of the ballpark. So the numbers actually look worse. And so I felt like all those factors that this is a kid that would be better in the big leagues. So they needed to see more out of him for whatever reason. And we finally are getting our chance to see him, but he had to really go out and prove. He had to throw, 2 consecutive outings of not walking a batter to get to the big leagues. And, I guess better late than never is what you could say. And like I said, this team's in a position now to make a playoff run. If the playoffs were to start today, they'd be in it. And I think Kyle Harrison could be a big difference maker in the month of September in this rotation. So I say maybe it's the perfect time.
I just want to quickly ask about the fastball. I think I saw on Fangraphs that he throws it 70% of the time. But it's funny, Mike kept talking about his slider and everything, and I guess, I'm not a very smart baseball watcher because to me, I thought it was all about his fastball. You tell me, what's it all about with this guy?
Well, it's all about his fastball, but you can't just pitch with the fastball. I mean, Jake McGee made a living of it, right? I mean, there's certain guys that can pitch with his fastball, but he's got a fastball like Jake McGee, but he also has an elite slider to go with it. So, I mean, that's why he is a starter and not a reliever. But, because you face a lineup 3 times, you're going to probably have to throw something other than a fastball. But the fastball is what separates him from everybody else. The fastball is what makes him, not only what's got him to the big leagues, but it's going to keep him in the big leagues for a long time. Is because it's just one of those rare fastballs that you see from time to time. And you see a lot more with relievers that can come in and just let it rip for an inning and have success with it. But this guy's going to be able to do it, face the lineup 3 times and be able to throw a high percentage of fastballs. Just because I've never stood in the box and seen a Kyle Harrison fastball, but talking to hitters that have seen fastballs like his or fastballs that have that kind of spin and life to them when they get to the zone, it doesn't even matter if you're looking for it. It's so hard to square up. And then if he takes that next step and he's able to throw that pitch where he wants to on a consistent basis, be able to pound guys in with it, be able to throw it at the top rail to strike someone when he wants to, and then even command it arm side and throw it below the zone. I mean, he really doesn't. He could probably go out there and get by with a fastball and get through 7 innings because it's one of those fastballs that comes out of the hand. You pick it up late as a hitter, so you're already behind the 8 ball with when you actually are able to see the baseball. And then he gets really good extension on that pitch. It means that he's closer to home plate when he releases it because he really gets out over that front leg. And then on top of that, he's got a very high spin rate on that pitch, so it stays on plane a lot longer. So hitters, they think it's going to be in one spot, and it ends up in another spot. And it's only a matter of inches, but that's where really what it takes to miss barrels. And the bat barrel's not that big, right? So it's just a matter of inches. So you get guys that give up on pitches below the zone, and then they end up becoming strikes. And then you get guys thinking that they can hit a pitch that's up in the zone, and then it's by them, or they pop it up. You saw it a lot with Matt Cain when he pitched up in the zone. You get a lot of balls, that were pop flies. A guy named Chris Young, the tall righty, is now the GM with the Rangers now. He only threw 88 miles an hour, but because of where he came in so high and his arm angle and the spin he had on his fastball, he threw belt-high fastballs all game long, and guys swung and missed or popped it up. And you're just sitting back there saying, how in the heck is this happening?
Yeah.
You look on the board, and it's 88 miles an hour. How's he throwing the ball by guys? It's based on just the spin of the ball and where guys are picking it up. And it turns 88 into 93, 94, and it turns Kyle Harrison's 95 into 100. Chicago said it the other night. It plays more like a 98 to 100 mile an hour fastball when you're up there in the box.
Damn.
So to me, that's the difference maker.
Yeah. It's awesome.
That
So
is
great.
the great
I'm on his
breakdown.
Baseball Savant page, and there's that stat called extension, and he is in the 80th percentile of. So it's simple. It's math. Closer to the plate. It's not enough time to react. So.
And that's why Randy Johnson's a Hall of Famer, because not only did he throw 100, he was 6'11", and he used that 6'11" to his advantage. He really got out there over his front leg and had great extension on top of that.
Wow.
So, I mean, factor all that in, and that's the guy's a Hall of Famer. Now, Sean Jelly, he's 6'11", but he doesn't get great extension. He doesn't have he doesn't get out there with that front leg and really get over and extend and use that to his advantage. He probably at one point in his life tried to do that, and it didn't work out. He couldn't command the baseball. So now has more of a simplified mechanics where he just kind of picks up his leg, drops the leg in front, but he doesn't really get out there and use that height to his advantage. So, that's why he has to sink the ball, right, at 95. He has to throw a 95-mile sinker rather than just grip a four-seamer and throw it by guys, because some guys that throw 95 four-seam fastballs that don't get great extension or spin on it, it doesn't play like 95. Hitters actually can tee off on that pitch, and they're on time with it. So it's interesting to really break down different types of fastballs, and now we have a way to quantify it with the numbers.
Yeah, it's incredible, man. And we don't know when he'll go again. I mean, the Giants haven't announced any of their pitchers this weekend. If he stays on his normal rest, he'd go Saturday. I guess there would be some argument to, he threw 91 pitches, and the Cubs series is, pretty important. So, I mean, I'm not asking you to predict, but Alex Cobb threw 131.
That's a lot.
Maybe
he's an older guy. Yeah.
Kruk and Kipe and Fleming Miller are suggesting in the postgame wrap they might keep Harrison, Cobb, and Webb for Chicago. I don't know. Is that? And then you go what? You go then Beck
in San Diego.
A September 1 call-up and 2 openers?
That's something like that.
You got 4 games, so you're looking at all of them.
Yeah.
None of them are going to pitch in San Diego, right?
Yeah,
you got to go.
If they did that, I mean, they might not do that.
Yeah, I don't think they will. You got Snell on Saturday. That would be a great matchup with Harrison and Snell, right? That would be fun to watch.
Yeah.
I don't know. I really do think that they should give Cobb an extra day. Just based on 131 pitches, most he's ever thrown in his career.
Mm-hmm.
That's an emotional game. You don't see many guys follow up no-hitters with really solid outings. You just don't, or near no-hitters, guys that throw a ton of pitches in a game. If they're on normal rest, they usually throw up a clunker in the next one. It's a little bit of a letdown emotionally, and your body doesn't really recover in between starts. So I would hope that they would give him an extra day. Plus, if you just look at the numbers, he's pitched so much better on 5 days rest as opposed to 4. So you want these guys out their best, right? You don't want them laboring. And a lot of times that can have a 2 or 3 start effect, right? If you keep running these guys out there, especially guys that's 35 years old. So I would hope that they would give Cobb at least an extra day. Harrison, I think, can handle it. He's a young kid. He had the month off with the hamstring, so really he doesn't have the mileage on his arm this year that a lot of kids do coming up for the minor leagues. Where September, usually they hit a wall because they've never gone through that barrier of innings pitched. He hasn't pitched a lot of innings this year, so I feel like that he's still strong. So I would keep him on rotation, and that way you'd have to only have to piece together 3 of the starts. And I love Tristan Beck starting and taking down 5 innings. What I saw from him against Atlanta warrants him. I think you warranted him another start. I really do. I like his stuff. And Cap even said it early in the year that that he is a starter. It's just he didn't fit into the rotation at that point, and at some point he'll start games for us. Well, this could be the time. So I like Beck and Harrison. Then you got 2 bullpen games. So And then Cobb goes in Chicago. I love that Cobb Webb in first 2 games in Chicago. It's not like they can't win with an opener. I just don't like to see it every 3 straight games, right?
Right.
Because that really starts to take its toll on a bullpen. But anyway, so I think this. Obviously the Cubs series is a big series because they're in front of them in the wild card. But you can't sleep. I just feel like you can't sleep on the Padres.
Wait. You sure about that now? We've been. I think we just said, take a look at this body of work. What a bloated, lousy, overpaid. They stink, Sean. They're 10 games under.
It ain't happening.
I think they're on 1, 2, 3 Cancun. They're in Cancun mode, aren't they?
Yeah, they're absolutely in that mode, but I still don't think you can sleep on them, man.
Okay, all right.
They're still running out that lineup. I mean, maybe they mailed it in. I don't know, but they're still going out there trying to get numbers. They're still dangerous. It's not. You're going to still see their studs. They're not going to be sitting them, right? Yeah. No, maybe they probably. There's something going on there. I don't know what it is. It kind of blows my mind still just to see that how poorly they've played this year. I mean, their pitching's been still some of the best in the big leagues, although they've shut down a couple guys. So, Snell's had a tremendous year. Their bullpen's still solid. They still got one of the best closers in baseball in Hader. So you don't want to give them a lead. You don't want to have to face Hader in the 9th, right? So I don't look at them as like, oh, you can just go in there and roll them.
No, yeah, for sure.
I think it's one of those where you want to kind of kick them when they're down, right?
Yeah.
But that's the whole point of not sleeping on them. You can't just think you're going to go in there and roll those guys because there's a lot of pride still there in that clubhouse. And you got Bob Melvin running the show, and you got Matt Williams, and we know how much of a gamer he is, and he's still like you'd think that they would have kind of take on the personality of them, but that hasn't been the case this year. But they're going to try to play spoiler too. They're still they're going to find ways to get motivated to beat the Giants.
Yeah, here's an interesting stat for you, Sean. I'm on their baseball reference page. If you go by WAR, and I don't know. I remember when WAR came on the scene. I'm like, how do you even figure it out? I don't even know. But people say it has value, whatever. If you go by WAR, do you know who their number 1 player is? By a decent margin, too. By a decent margin. This guy is the top WAR. Ha-Sung Kim.
I mean, well, I just was gonna guess him because I knew it was gonna be one of the most unlikely guys on the team. But I have seen, because his defense has been so elite this year, that jumps up his WAR. But yeah, he's also been pretty decent offensively. That's sad, right?
Yeah,
he's a good player.
Yeah, but he should be
with Soto, Machado, and Bogart,
and Tatis.
Jr. Yeah.
So anyway, I just gotta watch. Just goes to show you, man. Machado's 5th in WAR. It goes Ha-Sung Kim, Tatis. Tatis is actually having a pretty good year, I think. He's got 20 bombs, 67 rids, hitting 263. Yeah. And then Snell, and then Soto, and then Machado's 5th. And then Gary Sanchez is 6th ahead of Bogarts. So
how about that?
Yeah.
That might be the most surprising.
Remember, he was a forever Giant. The Giants had him in Sacramento.
Forever Giant.
Put him in the immaculate grid.
All he had to do was get a couple hits in AAA, and he probably would have been in the big league.
Hey, speaking of which, while we have you, and I know we got to squeeze this in because John Lynch is calling in at 8, the call-ups are tomorrow. Would there be any chance you see a room for Joey Bart? Because here's the answer. Brandon Crawford's supposed to come off the IL. That would be one of them. You don't have to make a move because you get 2 spots. The other spot, you'd say pitcher, but maybe a pitcher you could – I don't know. Is there any room for Joey?
Something for Joey?
No.
Don't Joey a bone. No.
Sean just saying no.
Don't you want a third catcher? You can't have Bailey. You can't grind Bailey into the dust, can you?
Well, you can also make that move if necessary in September. You know what I mean? If you need a body, I mean, you can still make that move. Sending someone out. So I just don't think right away you do that. I think there's just too much value in getting another arm in September.
Man.
So I would say no.
He hit a grand slam last night, if it matters.
Well, so you call him up, but then you don't use him. So it's like, it's like what's the point, right? He would be a guy that get him up to the big leagues while he's hot, but then he's got to be a guy that plays.
I know, right?
I don't think so. I would love to see him in the big leagues again. I think he will be at some point. I still think Joey's going to be a big league catcher. I really do.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. I do. I don't know if it probably won't be with the Giants, but he might be a perfect change of scenery candidate.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just
Yeah.
You hear the same voices all the time, and you're working on the same things, and just really the pressure when he gets back to the big leagues of sticking in the big leagues with this organization and being a first-round pick. You know, I hate to use myself as an example, but it worked for me. You know, with the Mariners as being a first-round pick there, things didn't go well early. This is in the minor leagues, not the big leagues, but you know, getting traded to the Giants was the best thing that could have happened to me. You know, just getting a new set of voices, you know, get some, you know, different pitching coaches. I learned a lot. And then I didn't have that pressure of being their number one pick. So it changes your perspective. You know, it motivates you to be better, and, you know, you don't have that security blanket anymore. So he's got the talent. That's the thing. He really does have a lot of talent. So I think he'll be a big leaguer one day. Just may not be with the Giants.
It's wild, man. Hey, we got 2 minutes left before Lynch calls in. Just quick thought on the offense. They kept Meckler. Schmitt has better at bats. You still have the veterans you're looking to. Haniger's back now. Yaz is back. Just a quick thought on the offense. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I mean, it's inconsistent. You know, it's tough to get excited about these guys going out there and putting up 4 or 5 runs a game. I mean, they went on a stretch this year, and maybe we'll see that again in September. They went on a run this year where they scored 100 runs, and what was it? They averaged 6 runs a game, you know, for a 12 or 13 game stretch, you know. So it's in there, and that's when they were full strength. So it's just a matter of getting it done, getting Haniger, getting his at-bats, coming off the IL, missing so much time. Yaz, you know, kind of on and off the IL, him getting his at-bats. And everybody staying healthy, getting Conforto back. I think it's in there. I'm cautiously optimistic that this offense is going to turn it on, right? I feel like it's really going to come down to how well they pitch in September, and that's going to make the difference, and how well they catch the ball. And win like they did the last few games against the Reds and the Braves. You got to really be clutch. You got to get those 2-out hit RBIs, you know, and didn't happen yesterday. The Reds were able to do it. The Giants weren't, and they win the game. So it's timely hitting. You know, like I said, they're not going to go out there and outslug teams, you know, so it's going to be pitching and timely hitting and good enough defense. So
yeah, and
I think they can do it. I don't think it's going to be an offense that's going to go out there and bang out, you know, 5-6 runs a game like the Rangers and the Braves do and the Dodgers do. It's just, you're going to have to win like they used to.
I just think they're going to outlast
timely hitting.
I think all they have to do is be the 6th best team in the National League, and you're in, and that's probably what they are.
It.
So there you go.
And then you play the Brewers in the first round.
Then you go. Ooh. Then you go bring in Harrison, Cobb, and Webb.
We'll play the Brewers. Yeah, let's see the Brewers deal with that.
That's what I'm saying.
Yep, exactly.
Who cares? You got to go to Milwaukee. 3. Doesn't matter.
Exactly.
You know, you throw those 3 guys up there, and you go win a series.
Yeah, it'd be fun. Always a blast, Sean.
It is,
talking to you. Let's do it. We'll watch this interesting road trip. Talk to you next Thursday.
Thank you, Sean.
Okay, sounds good, guys. Have a good week.
He's the guy, man, Sean Estes. Always I tell you this all summer, that those Thursdays with Sean. Don't forget, we road tripped with him to Michigan and back.
No, I'm a big fan of what he's brought to the show. Like that whole breakdown he did about extension and like Randy Johnson using his height and all that. That's kind of stuff like you're only going to get from Sean Estes. I love that.
I was Waterboy's extension up at Sonoma State.
Yeah.
How was that?
Well, Murph, you know I'm big on levers, so it's all about getting off the rubber, like we used to do those drills, the getting off the wall drill. Yeah, exactly. Because you want to cut down that distance between the mound and home plate.
Well, listen, if you guys are going to mention levers and extension, I got to shout out Tommy Lee. It's been too long as it is.
You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. The always punctual John Lynch, 49er general manager, next on the sports leader.
Now this is Murph and Max. Big hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Fly ball into left field. Nice hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader. He's humble.
Coach Walsh, without you, I'm not standing on this stage today.
He's a man of honor.
When we huddle up as a team and huddle up as a people, as a great nation.
He's lifted the Lombardi. He's earned the gold jacket. And now he's laser focused on a championship for the faithful.
San Francisco!
Here's 49ers GM and Hall of Famer John Lynch with Murph and Mac.
My sources tell me he was saying, listen to Murph and Mac.
Yeah. Well, that's probably the smartest thing, yeah.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, we're always happy to talk to John. It's always a great conversation, and we'll do it every Friday, but they do have Labor Day weekend. The team's taking 3 days off, so we're squeezing this in on a Thursday. And I just want to say I missed you last week. It's good to talk to you, John. How are you, man?
Hey, John. Good morning.
Yeah, good to talk to you guys. Murph, where you been, man?
I was on a golf trip I'll have to tell you about, because if you talk about it publicly, then you come off as a real,
He's flying at some high altitudes now, John.
It was one of those special. It was one of those
There
really.
we go.
It was a once-in-a-lifetime deal, and I'll break it down with you later.
I think I got some clues.
Yeah.
I think I know where you're going.
Yeah,
I know where you're going.
John knows, man. He decoded that.
They say first rule about Fight Club, John, is don't talk about Fight
That's
Club,
it.
right?
Same principles.
I asked off air what part of the country. Now it's all coming together.
Okay, John knows. No, he's smart. Yeah.
So it was obviously. I wouldn't miss you for anything, but I had to miss you for that. All right. So, well, listen. Before we get into all the hard hitting stuff, man, how you feeling? It seems like there's just been, tough questions and a little bit of angst. Would you describe it as sort of an uncomfortable week? How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm excited about this team. I think amidst all that, you're right. That's some of that has been there, but I focus more on what's out here, and I'm pointing outside to the practice fields as I'm sitting here in my office. And it's all good. I mean, we got a really good team that's really motivated, and I think has come together in a nice way. Had very tough decisions at the 53 and with our practice squad, but that's what you want to have. And so I think amidst all that, you got to focus on what counts, and what counts is what's out here. And we feel very good about it internally. And I know this, we're focused on one game right now, and that's the Pittsburgh Steelers. And it's going to be, I played for Mike Tomlin. I know that he will have his team ready, and I know that that's a very good football team. So we're going to have to be on point. And, I like the way that we're working right to the end to get there.
Well, to your point, you say you're pointing at the practice field, and I like what's out there. And then here we go with the question. The guy that's not there is Nick Bosa. So how much is that hurting the team as it gets ready for Pittsburgh?
Well, I would tell you that all these guys are focused on their own selves and being their both selves. We just broke training camp, so I think that's been easy. As this thing gets closer, sure, that becomes more present because people will talk about it more. But there's no updates there. What I'll tell you is that the communication is ongoing. It's good. It's healthy, and we're working to try to get something done. And don't have any more updates other than that.
With Bosa, John, I think we all expect him when he does show up. We're all confident he's going to show up in great shape. He's going to show up ready to play. So outside from the camaraderie and the preseason games, what do you think he missed out on during the preseason and during camp?
A lot of it's that, just being around your teammates. I don't care how many years you played. If I was in year 15, which I was, there's being in those meeting rooms, getting acclimated to football again. I prided myself, and I didn't look like Nick Bosa. I didn't have abs like that, but I prided myself on being in better shape than everyone else. But there's football shape. There's things like that. But Nick is real smart. I know he's probably been taking his training there, so he'll be ready. And we look forward to that day that he's back.
Joe, let's talk about the art of negotiating. This is obviously, if you're a negotiation head, you get into negotiation and leverage and, there's one way to look at this is that they're saying, well, the deadline is Saturday, September 9th, and we don't have to do anything until then. And you guys are saying, well, we'd like you in early. Can you take us inside the art of the negotiation? Do you believe that the only thing that gets a deal done is a deadline?
Nah, I think there's principles that kind of hold true, but really don't want to get into all that. This thing's active, ongoing. The good thing is we've promised each other, both sides, that we're going to keep this thing in house, and I want to hold true to that. That's important to me. It's important to them, and so just going to try to say as little as possible, and that we're working hard to try to bring it to resolution.
Well, then I'm going to hit with the explosive question. Are you reading Donald Trump's The Art of the Deal before you call his agent?
I have not. No.
Okay. I'm just trying. I'm trying to poke around the edges.
You got to laugh. You got a good laugh out of it. That's something.
You don't want me to negotiate it. I famously was told my wife told me to sell a TV at a garage sale once, so I went, I put it out in the garage, and a guy came up and said, "What do you want for it?" And I said, "I don't know, $5." And he said, "Great." And he took it. I came home. I told my wife. She was furious.
5 spot, John. I said, yeah, no, she was looking for triple digits.
I was like, "You wanted it out of the house, right?" So, my advice to you is don't do that.
Yeah, Murphy, keep Murph out of it. Yeah, yeah.
So, what are some of the holdouts you've been around in your days? Like when you were in Tampa Bay, were there some that you've been through this?
I think anybody who's played has been through some. So. Extended ones, I don't recall. I mean, I know the great Derek Brooks, my great teammate. He held out for like 11 minutes one year, and we still give him a hard time to this day.
Yeah.
So I wish that were the case here, but that was a training camp. But they've happened. They're well chronicled, and they typically get resolved.
Okay. I guess that's where we're going to be, in a holding pattern. And I guess when we talk to you next Friday, if he's not on the team, then we'll definitely have some situations. If you have, I guess last one on this one, are you open to a scenario where he doesn't sign until the day before a game and you give him a uniform on a Sunday? Is that like something like is on the table?
We're just going to keep communicating, trying to get this done so that we have him back in the fold. I think I'll just leave it at that.
All right. We got ourselves a good old-fashioned negotiation going on. I know it's in the past, and you guys look forward, and we all believe in the next pitch. It's Marcus Boucher taught us, the water boy, about being a pitcher. But we haven't talked to you since the Trey Lance trade, so just a thought for the listeners out there. That, listen, you said Dallas came up huge. I guess the question is, you were on this show last week and said the most likely scenario is that he stays. So I guess my question is, how do you respond to you saying the most likely scenario is that he stays on the team and then he gets traded the next day? What changed?
Well, I think, as I was speaking then, that was the most likely scenario because we had opened, discussions with teams, and there was nothing that, would have had us inclined to move him. And in the next 24 hours, things changed. And my point of reference there with Dallas coming up huge was as to where it was during, the previous 48 hours. So, that's what I was speaking to. Ultimately, some order of it had to be right for organization. We also wanted to do right by Trey. And, I think ultimately that's what we did. And, we moved forward. And, like I said then, do we take accountability? I do. Yeah, absolutely. You put that much into a pick, and ultimately it doesn't work out. You have to. And fortunately, some other good things have come our way. Brock Purdy being one of them, and we're really excited about that. And so, you move forward, and we do so excited about that room, and happy for Trey and his new opportunity.
Just one last one on that is I think most people's objection was the Cowboys. I mean, there's 28 other teams. That's a situation. That's your rival, and you're given a potentially star quarterback if he turns the corner to the rival. Was there any hesitation there?
Well, Ty, as they say, Ty goes to the runner. Ty would have gone to someone else, but it wasn't a Ty. So
yeah, I got you right.
Yeah.
So you were looking to who gives me the best price?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and there were a couple teams left at the end, and I told the other team, I don't want him to go here, but that's where he ended up.
Okay, well, there it is. Dallas Cowboys and Trey Lance. So, speaking of Brock Purdy, I guess you guys have invented a new word, deload? Is that
okay?
I've never heard that word.
It's not a, that's a common term in like training. So our guys do it throughout, whether it's rehab or not, there's always like a deload. You go 8 hard weeks and then you take a deload. And so we're just moving that word over into his rehab plan. And this was a plan from the beginning. He's been getting a lot of throws. His recovery's been remarkable. The fact that he's been out here without limitations other than a pitch count. And it just makes sense to everybody let's freshen him up for week 1. He's got a long grind in front of him. And so, Brock has done a great job sticking to the plan, thriving with the plan in place, and this is the last step in that before we go for real. And it's something that has served us well to this point. We're going to keep it going.
49er GM John Lynch on with us for a few more minutes here. We'll do it every Friday. This is a Thursday because of the 3-day weekend coming up. The team will be off. Sam Darnold, we've talked all week, John, about how he's the guy who maybe blew this whole thing up. Like, if he's not around, if he's not on the team, Trey Lance is probably still on the team. What can you tell us about his arrival and what did he do
to make such a big impression?
Job? So Sam's, anyone who watches quarterbacks, I mean, the arm talent, if you call it that, is undeniable. He's an extremely talented thrower of the football. I think what he did is really acclimate well to our offense, and we thought he would, because some of the things we do, moving the pocket with the keeper game, play action pass, spreading the ball, accurately to our weapons and allowing them to do the rest with run after catch and such, are things he thrives in. And so, sure enough, he did, and really grew throughout camp. And we felt like at some point he distanced himself from the rest of the guys for that number 2 job. And so, you give credit to Sam. We're very excited about him. He's been a tremendous teammate. And we're very excited about going into the season with Brock, Sam, and Brandon Allen.
That's the other one, is Brandon Allen. There is a case where as we know, injuries go, and it could be Brandon Allen, and then fans might be saying this could be Trey Lance, and instead it's Allen. What did Allen do for you guys?
Well, Brandon's been a viable, backup quarterback in this league for the last 5 years, and came and impressed. Like we talked a lot about, it was very much like Purdy last year. He didn't get a lot of reps, but I always tell young kids, don't count your reps, make your reps count. And I think he did that. Like, he'd get 4 or 5 a day, and he'd go in there and make the most of them and really, really show well. And then he started getting more, and he just kept thriving throughout it. And Brandon had a really good camp, and he's done it at this level before, and so we're excited about his game as well.
And then finally, I know you got to get going, but update on Jake Moody. How serious is this? Is he out right now?
It's our kicker.
He's getting better. That's the good news. Will he get there? I think that's ongoing. And so we'll have a backup plan. And but the most promising news, he kicked again yesterday and is doing very well. And so, some of that's going to go into next week. And like I said, we will have a backup plan, but Jake is coming along well.
All right. And George Kittle, any concern about the groin going into week 1?
I mean, I think there's always concern when something persists, and this has kind of lingered. George usually has about one of these things a year, and then once he gets through it, he's good. And so, knock on wood, that's the case. George, the great thing about George, he attacks it. Man, we miss him when he's not on the field, not only because of his ability, but just the energy he brings. And so there has been a little void here the last few days, but we're trying to get him right. I guess another guy with a deload week. And
got a deload, yeah, see?
We want him right. We want it all load for Pittsburgh. So.
All right,
man. All right. Well, this is it now. I can't believe we're finally getting it.
I know. Let's go, man.
I mean, the big story should be that Purdy had this incredible summer, right? But but most people are
focused on all the other stuff. Yeah.
So that's kind of how I opened.
That went on too. Yes,
I kind of close it the way I opened it. You're okay on the vibes around the team? It's not weird?
I think there's a lot of great stories. I mean, a lot of these young men just made a 53 roster. You think like a Ronnie Bell or Braden Willis, Jalen Graham, and a D. Winters. I mean, we infused some youth onto this team, which is an already good roster. Javon Hargrave, people haven't even seen him other than a few snaps. This guy's, he's going to be a special player for us. I could go on and on. So there's a lot of positive things. We still got Christian McCaffrey, and I'm pretty excited about that. And Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk to boot. And so there's a lot of positive things going on. We've got a great vibe, and we're excited to continue to prepare and get ready to go face a really good team in the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, nice. And by the way, on the way out, were you mad at Jimmy? Anything you want to say that he kind of – Jimmy, what are you doing stirring the pot?
Come on, Jimmy.
Were you mad?
I'm never mad at Jimmy. We just saw him in Vegas, sometimes, being on the answering side of these questions can be tough. Believe me. And Jimmy's a good cat, and very grateful for what he gave here. And I think Jimmy feels the same way.
Awesome.
So you're like him. He's got that charm. You can't stay mad at him.
Yeah, it's
right?
hard to. It's hard.
That's the truth.
Yeah.
Did you see that footage of him flying in that jet on social media?
I have not.
Oh, you got to see it. He looks like Tom Cruise. He's in the flight suit with the shades on.
Yeah,
He actually went up and did 9 Gs with an Air Force jet. It's crazy.
It's like man of leisure
I've
up
been
there.
there. I've done that before.
Whoa, nice.
Yeah.
It seemed like the real deal because they said, Jerry, we're about to do it.
That's where your face starts to ripple
and then
all
they go,
that.
how you doing? And he goes like, good. He kind of barely said it.
Well, the suction.
Yeah. You get a 9G. It was the Thunderbirds I flew with, and you get a 9G pin if you pull 9G.
Did you do it?
We pulled 9.3.
Damn. How was it?
I lost my lunch.
I think a lot of people do. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Hope it was a light lunch,
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, you're always a good
thank you, John.
And
Thanks, man.
Enjoy the Labor Day weekend as best you can, and then I know we can actually talk real football starting next week. Thanks, John.
What my high school coach used to say on Labor Day.
What?
Men, we labor twice on Labor Day.
Okay. All right.
Nice.
All right. Get some work in. All right. There you go, John. Very
All
nice.
right. We'll see you.
I love
John.
it. Still quoting the high school coach.
Yeah, good hit today, man.
Yeah.
Much better headspace than last week. I mean, last week was like the eye of the storm, dude. It was a swirling all around. He was a lot more relaxed today.
Well, he was good, though. But how about that? The Cowboys, tie goes to the runner. There was no tie.
Great call.
And he,
tie goes to the runner. He had a lot of good stuff today.
Yeah, man. He's, listen.
By the way, I could see John Lynch
You haven't seen the Jimmy, dude?
What, getting his 9 Gs on and stuff?
No, Candace, the lovely Candace, check with Candace, said, honest to goodness, that looks like Tom Cruise in Top Gun. I mean, and I think Cruise is jealous, actually.
Did you guys already know they're already working on the new, I guess, installment of the Top Gun, what'll be the trilogy. It's called Top Gun Part 3, Jimmy G Takes to the Skies. Yeah.
Seriously.
He'd fit right in during the
Watch this right
volleyball
now,
game.
Paul. I'm going to have you watch this, and then I'm going to get your reaction on the other side. Joe Montana next on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
NFL Network's Steve Weiss stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tom Tolbert and Ray Ratto to talk about the Nick Bosa contract situation and when he thinks he's going to get paid by the San Francisco 49ers. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
Fairfax, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfax's sports leader.
This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
3rd and 3. The right side possibly. Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Caught it! Dwight Clark! It's a madhouse at Candlestick. Dwight Clark is 6'4". He stands about 10 feet tall in this crowd's estimation.
Rice has just set a Super Bowl record with 12 catches. He's in motion. Montana! Touchdown! John Taylor, who sells cars in the off-season for Reggie Jackson, has just hit the home run.
Yeah, now I gotta go towel off. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? Hey, Paulie, a lot of touchdowns.
And
There's no
then
Tom Brady field goals.
No.
Vinatieri, it's good.
And by the way, there's no Tom Brady running back to the sideline and chilling out with his little iPad looking at plays because Joe had to be back out on the field to hold the extra point for Ray Wershing.
Man, all right, the connection's being made. He's promoting Gold Bar whiskey. We got a limited edition
Very
whiskey.
nice.
He's going to actually be at the visitor center and tasting room in the city here today.
Awesome.
Go by and see Joe and sip a little whiskey. Maybe take Friday off.
That's a nice recipe. That's a good day right there.
It's a Thursday before a 3-day weekend.
Yeah.
Maybe you're going to
have a couple of sips with Joe.
Go hit the Gold Bar and then maybe take Friday off. We can get into the bourbon.
That sounds good to me.
Bourbon. Are we waiting to make the connection? Are we waiting or we do have him?
No, they're waiting to punch him through.
Okay, I'm sort of vamping.
That's
until
what they
we get
do. They
him.
vamp, yeah.
Yeah, we're vamping, Paulie. I'm vamping. Remember,
hey, I'm browsing.
Pesci and Dangerfield.
Yeah.
We're browsing.
Well, Jimmy, I'll tell you what, Joe Montana would be very high up on the list of people I'd like to sip some whiskey with. I mean, he would be right up there near the top.
Well, Joe, at this stage in life, is a gentleman because he's only doing Guinness and whiskey.
Yeah. Which
is, by the way, pretty much the nectar of the gods.
Well, what else do you really need beyond that? I'm not sure.
I don't know. I would love to have a little neat shot of Gold Bar whiskey and a pint of Guinness.
Yeah.
How's that?
That sounds pretty good.
Right now?
Yeah.
I actually got some GoldBar whiskey on my desk right now.
Get
if
the
you want
blank
some.
out of here.
I swear.
What,
You want me to grab
me?
it?
How did you get it?
Well, I got it through my guy, Greg Papa and
I
Mike
want you to
Holder.
have it. I want you to.
Do you
All right.
want me to grab it, he says?
Yeah, I'll grab it.
Yeah, you might want to grab
just
it.
take that home and enjoy it. We
Get
get
into the
UFC,
bourbon.
buddy.
Put a little
Yeah.
splash. Put a little splash in your morning coffee.
Yeah, we won't tell anybody.
Keep
Paul.
things loose. Yeah.
We used to call that the bad idea.
Keep it loose.
The bourbon in the coffee. That was a dream ship thing for my guy Harmsy. I'm off to San Diego, Paulie. I won't be here tomorrow.
I'm aware.
You guys will have a great day tomorrow. You guys will be talking weekend vibes and
What's going to be a Reggae Friday on top of everything else?
How are you going to top the Bonnie Raitt, Jerry Rafferty right down the line?
I don't think I can. Frankly, I don't think
when
I can.
I heard that, I was like, well, I've just got the mic drop. I have the mic drop right now for Reggae Friday.
I love Bonnie Raitt's vocals so much.
So anyway, well, listen, as I was saying, Joe's going to come on. He was just in Dublin, Ireland for the Notre Dame Navy game. Notre Dame has that new quarterback from Wake Forest. But Joe's in the news this morning, Paulie. He did an interview with Men's Health magazine.
Yeah.
And he pulled a Statue of Liberty play. Remember the old Statue of Liberty play?
I do. You don't see it very often, though, but
you're in
behind
the pose
you.
and then goes through
Yep.
So he said that he drew a distinction between the greatest quarterback of all time and the best. He says greatest means career achievements. So that's Brady. He has the most achievements. But he said the best is Dan Marino. He said Dan Marino. He said he had a quick release. I had to step into a lot of things to get enough force on the ball. He had the perfect torque of his upper body and strength to deliver the ball quickly at a fast release with accuracy.
Well, listen, it's easy to call the other guy the greatest of all time, especially when you beat him in the Super Bowl. Just go ahead and be generous about it. I'm just telling you.
Do not underrate that fact.
No, he knows what he's doing. Joe's smart.
He says put Marino into today's game where he gets free release and his receivers, holy cow, weren't very big. Now these guys are 6'4", 6'5". I think Marino is probably one of the most unsung heroes of the game. People don't talk enough about him or realize the numbers that he put up during the times that he put them up.
He probably also maybe the strongest arm we've ever seen. Murphy had a rifle. I mean, he would hit.
But there's been strong arm quarterbacks. I drafted a guy with a strong arm.
Yeah,
at
strong
LSU.
Arm. Jamarcus Russell, strong arm and strong gut, all at the same time.
Vinny and Dwight, rest in peace. They drafted a guy with a strong arm named Jim Druckenmiller.
And by the way, you were right. Kyle did have his 87 hat on yesterday. I saw some pictures. You're right. Good call. Very good call. Yeah, nice.
By the way, whoever has Joe before is being a D.
Yeah, don't make me have to. Stefan, you got to control these people now.
Don't forget the Deebo Samuel interview when he was the Philly guy and he ran out of time. And they're like, Deebo has to go now. Remember that? And everybody killed him for it?
Oh.
Well, nobody's doing this to Joe now.
Yeah, where's the intervention?
Whoever's got him. Don't tell me. Well, you know what I'm saying?
Well, we could break and come back if we have to. Do we? Yeah.
Are you serious? Are you serious? Oh, you're not serious? You are serious.
I'm dead serious.
Yeah.
Well, that's...
I'm not a happy camper right now.
That's a problem. Okay. All right.
Oh, I think we got him.
On the UMA guest line is Joe Montana. Joe, welcome back to the Murph and Mac Show. How are you, man?
Morning, Joe.
Hey, good. How are you guys?
We're doing good, man. We're good, man. How you back from Ireland? Do you go over the jet lag?
Ooh, nice.
Well, I made it till 3:30 this morning. The night before, we made it till I think we got up at 1:30. But working on it.
It is a thing, man. It is a thing. How was that trip? Because you do. I know we're here to talk Gold Bar whiskey, so I won't mention the product. But I know you have an affiliation with Ireland over there. How was the trip?
We had a great time. We actually had the whole family. It was pretty fun because while we were there, also our youngest daughter and her husband had their 6-month-old son baptized while we were in Ireland. So,
wow!
Especially, yeah.
Oh, that's incredible.
So we had the whole family, and I think the boys and my son-in-law tried to pick out all the old pubs that we needed to see. So
very cool.
I think we did pretty good. Made a dent, I think.
Nice.
Joe, you are right now. That's like trip of a lifetime type stuff. I know Italy is the gold standard, but dude, you're talking to a Murphy and a McCaffrey here, man. So.
Yeah,
it was pretty fun. We had some good times over there, and it was nice to have the whole family. And of course, then Notre Dame went on to win. So
yeah.
Better.
By the way, you guys got that Wake Forest transfer looked pretty good, didn't he? Huh?
Yeah, for sure. I was getting a little nervous there in the beginning. I thought they were not going to turn him loose, but then they finally got settled down a little bit and then let him start throwing, which was good.
Joe, that ESPN piece by Wright Thompson was so good about your whole life and everything, the legacy.
That was really good.
And what it emphasized to me was your family and how much they're still a part of your life. So that to know that you guys all went over,
so cool
as a family, just another
another feather in the Montana family cap.
You're living your best life then, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, I know. We were fortunate for the longest time because they were all here in the city. Our youngest one he just moved to New York recently, but like I said, one of the most important things in our lives is the family right now. And Jennifer does a great job of trying to keep us all together with a few vacations here and there. And it's nice because we don't live very far from each other. We're in the marina. And, I think my son and his fiance are 4 blocks directly behind us. Our older daughter is 11 blocks up the hill, and Elizabeth and her husband are over in the Millennium. So
that's awesome, man.
This is great. I love
hey, it's also great. It's another great excuse for you to visit New York City now. Now you're going to have a good reason to go hang out there, which leads me to the question, is Joe Montana a New York guy? Like, do you enjoy New York City? You're so synonymous with the Bay Area.
Yeah, I enjoy New York, but not as much as my wife. She gets after it when we get there.
I bet.
The credit card takes a beating.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, for sure. But I do enjoy getting out there, but after 2 or 3 days, I'm ready to get back to the
Same
Bay.
here. Yeah, quick hits, man.
Another one based on that Wright Thompson story, and it was about how, you're home here, and this is where everybody loves you, and you found this nestle. When you were in Dublin, American football has gotten so much more popular over there. Did people in pubs recognize you, or were you just cool to chill out?
Well, the one thing about Notre Dame is they travel well.
Okay,
they get a lot of people go there. It was a home game for them pretty much, and so in the early part of the week, it was pretty easy. As we got closer to the game and more people started to come in, it was a little tougher to walk the street.
Right.
So,
right.
But we had a great time and a great visit, thanks to those other people.
Do you remember if you got to a bar it's spelled Kehoe? I say Kehoe, they say Keogh's, right there off of Grafton Street? Did you get there?
Yep. We did.
Did you get upstairs to where they have the little living room with the lamp and all that?
No, we didn't get all the way up there. We actually had in some of the times we went, we actually took the kids with us. So.
The little ones.
We got some pretty fun, yeah.
Next time you and Jennifer go back, that may be my favorite spot in all of Dublin. Upstairs, it's like a little living room with these little soft, warm lamps, and you look out on the street, and it's like you'd never want to leave, man. So
I'll have to look for it.
I'm jonesing now.
I think that was the first place we went.
Yeah, I'm jonesing now. I'm getting the itch. All right, let's talk about Gold Bar whiskey, the Joe Montana whiskey collection.
Heck yeah, man.
I love it. What do you got?
I love it, too. I love this.
Yeah, it's just something that always was something that sounded fun to do, and now I just had an opportunity to do something with a company here locally with Gold Bar, and the collection comes out. The first release comes out on September 15th. It can also the visitor center also opens up over on Treasure Island on the September 15th also. So you can come over and have a great tasting experience, and looking forward to it. We had a lot of fun doing the whiskeys and tasting. And so hope everybody enjoys it as much as I did.
So are you going to be at the tasting room today? Is that right?
We're over here right now doing a lot of media stuff here, and we're off to a couple other stops after this, and then I'll probably be back home around 1 or so.
Oh, okay, so you guys are there right now.
Yeah, if you want to find out more, people can go to goldbarwhiskey.com and get a lot more information on the whiskeys and about the visitor center. But it's pretty neat over here.
Yeah. Well, listen to this. He has two blends. One is blend number 273, representing the number of total career TD passes, and blend number 117, a 16-year-old whiskey to honor number 60.
Okay. Well, either one.
I'm in. Jeez, I'm jonesing. I'm thirsty now.
I want to try that 273. I want the 273 blend.
All right, Joe, you do the media tour, especially here on KNBR Murphy Mac. You're going to get these couple questions before we let you go. Number one, let's start with the positive. Brock Purdy comes all the way back from this UCL. We haven't had a chance to talk to you since he took over the job last December. What does Joe Montana see when he sees Brock Purdy?
I see someone pretty comfortable where he's at. He jumped in there and plugged himself in pretty quickly, and that's when you're in the right spot as a quarterback. He got in the groove pretty quick, and he has a pretty good team around him. So, and I think he understands how to use the weapons, and he makes great decisions. We all make some bad ones here and there, but for the most part, he's been pretty good. And look forward to seeing him again this season for a full year. And they've got a Super Bowl caliber team there, so it'll be fun to see. They had to get that lineman signed and get Bosa back in the house, but that it also helps offensively when you got a good defense like they do.
I mean, listen, Eddie is a family member to you, but there were times you guys had to play hardball, didn't you, on financial, right?
A couple times, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, and for the most part, I don't think it was Eddie as much as it was.
Was it Carmen?
Oh,
was it?
Who?
Was it Carmen? Okay, I'm sorry. My
bad. No, I love Carmen.
Yeah.
My bad. He's always the tough one. Yeah. No. I'm just joking. I was just joking.
Oh, good, man.
We see Carmen all the time, especially when we were up in the wine country.
Right,
Yeah.
Casa Piano, right? Get his wine going. Okay, so you said when you say Brock knows how to use the weapons, I mean, like the comp. Greg Cosell went so far as to compare him to you in the way that I don't know, just his decisions and. Not afraid to dump it to Roger Craig or Christian McCaffrey. I mean, obviously, he hasn't won 4 Super Bowls, but do you when you hear something like that, does that make sense or is that crazy?
Well, I hate comparing people to people.
Mm-hmm.
He's different than I am, but he's, like I said, he makes great decisions. And when you have the ability to drop it to somebody like Devo or McCaffrey underneath, and I mean, even the tight end. I mean, he's got weapons. It's just get the ball out of your hand, get it into theirs, and let them do what they do best. And he can run if he has to run. He's not a runner, and he realizes that, but yet he uses his feet to make plays. And it's fun to watch. And like I said, I don't compare back and forth between him and I, but I think the things that they see is, hey, it's okay. It's every now and then to punt. Right, and you got a good defense. It's a team game there, and if I'm not going to force it down the field, an interception is so much more devastating, even if it's 40 yards down the field, than if you have to punt it 40 yards. It just means something different to the team. So that's why I think you see him dumping the ball underneath, and that's what Bill's offense was all about. I'm going to give you guys down the field. It got a little easier when John Taylor and Jerry Rice came along to get the ball down the field. But don't be afraid to put it down under here. It's okay if we have to punt.
And that's what Brock seems to have grasped in his time, which maybe, I don't know, Jimmy didn't do as much. Jimmy did. I don't want to knock Jimmy.
He didn't make a lot of mistakes, Brock.
Yeah, Brock. So far, he has not. And then, Joe, the other part is, listen, quarterback controversy. We all know what happened in the late 80s and early 90s. So there was this thing where Trey Lance was in the building, and then they wind up trading him to Dallas. It's such a huge deal. Do you see that as a blemish on the 49ers? Did they screw it up? how damaging is it is the question.
I don't think it's damaging. I think it's good for everybody. I think there was a pressure to feel like they had to play him, and I just don't think he was a fit. Great athlete, and I think he can play the game, but he's just in the wrong system for him. And when you look where he came from and the system that he ran, he likes to get outside and move and make plays on the run, as that read option offense usually does. And it's tough to learn an offense that wants you to stay in the pocket when you get to the NFL. It's not the place to learn how to do that. And I just think he's going to get with the system with Mike down there in Dallas that I think he's going to feel comfortable with pretty quick, and he's going to enjoy it. And he'll have a chance to learn because he won't be playing right away, obviously, with the quarterback they have with Dak. So I think it was good for both. I think it takes the pressure off the 49ers and feeling that, and it also takes the pressure off of him feeling like, hey, I should be playing. I think they gave him a couple opportunities there in the last two preseason games to be sure they were right. And it's sad for everybody, but hey, I can go back over time and show you all kind of first round people who got traded. I mean, look at Sam Darnold. He was first round. He didn't fit where he was.
Right.
And it seems like he came in and was a fit pretty quickly there with the 49ers. So
it's all great stuff, Joe. And the last thing I'd say, I know you got to go, is that of all the teams, Dallas, no, not Charles Haley all over again,
I don't like that
right?
part of it, Joe. Yeah. Where'd he go?
Oops.
Oh, he's off. He dropped off.
They pulled him.
They dropped him off.
They pulled him.
Wow.
Yeah.
At least he didn't pull him Debo style. Should I now be like that Philly guy going, "You're not going to answer this question"? I'm kidding. Remember the Philly guy?
I do.
Hey, he just did that.
I do.
But usually they...
Well, it's just like in the old vaudeville days when a big cane comes out, bro, and they just yank you.
Marks, you're shaking your head back there, buddy.
Well, yeah, because no offense to Joe and his PR people, we appreciate the interview, but they got to us about 10 minutes late and wanted us to do a 3-minute interview. That's
See what
not going to
happens?
happen. We're the flagship. Come on.
You got to yell at those PR people, Marcus.
What are we doing here?
Behind the glass. You tell them who runs us.
I will tell you this. On a positive note,
Yep.
some of the best Joe we've ever had.
Yeah, Joe's nice and chill today.
Actually, I thought his answers on Brock and Trey
Me too.
were some of the most substantive answers he's ever given.
Same here.
So I'm going to spin positive.
And never forget, now I'm never going to forget that one sentence, too. Throwing a pick, that means something much different than punting the football. That's going to stay in my head forever. Yeah, that'll be there forever. That'll be right next to Magic going for 42 in Game 6 in 1980 with the 15 rebounds, by the way.
I'm going to spin positive. First of all, we got the baptism in Dublin. We got him at Keogh's.
Yeah.
He
didn't make it upstairs, though, he said.
He didn't make it upstairs. He said he enjoyed that. We got him back in the city battling jet lag. And then we got the takes on Brock.
And you forget, just being Joe Montana, he gave you just a little glimpse into what that must be like, because he goes, the beginning of the week was chill, but then he goes, it got harder to walk the streets.
In Dublin, Ireland.
He's Joe Montana, man.
I like
it.
Now, the one thing he says is kind of interesting is, he says he was in the wrong system. Trey Lance, which leads to why
was he here then? Yeah.
He picked in the first
It's a system thing. It's a great question.
And whereas he says Brock, he looks pretty comfortable.
Yeah, man. Yeah, and that's a pretty nice vote of confidence from Joe Montana. He does look comfortable out there, and that matters.
I like that.
Yeah, nice relaxed
quarterback. I don't care
quarterback.
that he got yanked at the end. I don't care. I don't care. I'm be positive.
We'll do it again with Joe. We ain't done with Joe. Yeah.
I know we have cooler content scheduled, but
I want to hear what's in that.
Do you want to react to the Joe, or do you want to just do cooler content?
Well, I want to react, and then we'll do the cooler. We'll do a little of both.
Listen. It's
no, totally.
There's no rules, Paul.
It's wide open. No, but next time, Marcus, just yell at the. I'm not even kidding. You let the PR lady know who's running stuff. I almost cursed. Or the PR guy, whatever the case might be. But you let them know we need the full time slot. That's all.
Once again, I enjoyed it. On
Me too.
KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. You know the deal. These days in 2023, there's hundreds of companies offering food delivery to your home or business, and guess what? They add on a hefty fee. I know Waterboy ran into that the other day at the ballpark. You don't want that. You don't want to pay the extra fee. Why wouldn't you have the people who make the pizza deliver it to you for less money and faster? No brainer. Have Amici's deliver to you direct. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria has been in the business of making and delivering your favorite East Coast style pizzas, pastas, salads, and flame roasted chicken wings across the Bay Area for more than 35 years. Yep, that food is carefully packed in insulated bags to keep it fresh and hot and delivered by well-trained and professional staff. So, order your Amici's favorites direct from Amicis.com. That's AMICIS.com, and get your order delivered in less time and for less money than by using the mega delivery companies. When you want the best pizza in town faster and at the best price, order direct. Amici's delivers.
KNBR heads. Our digital team is dropping daily dimes on TikTok until it gets banned. At the sports leader, we are KNBR.
I see someone pretty comfortable where he's at. You know, he jumped in there and plugged himself in pretty quickly, and that's when you know you're in the right spot as a quarterback. You got in the groove pretty quick, and you know, he has a pretty good team around him. So, and I think he understands how to use the weapons, and he makes great decisions. You know, we all make some bad ones here and there, but for the most part, he's been pretty good. And look forward to seeing him again this season for a full year. And you know, they've got a Super Bowl caliber team there, so it'll be fun to see. They had to get that lineman signed and get those back in the house, but you know, that it also helps offensively when you got a good defense like they do.
There he was, man. Very chill, relaxed, happy Joe Montana. Guy's in a great spot. That's what that Raitt Thompson ESPN piece portrayed was, you know, after a lot of angst with the Steve Young situation and a lot of physical pain. He's in a lot of physical. He's had neck issues and surgeries and all that. He and Jennifer have crafted this family. They've built this family that's super loving and together. And he's got 3 of his 4 kids. He had all 4 kids right here in the city. The youngest one, he said, just moved to New York City, but the other 3 are just a couple blocks away. And he's just in a good spot, man. He's in a good spot, and he sounded good talking about Brock Purdy there. Brock Purdy. Remember, Greg Cosell did say there are Montana vibes too. And there, and listen, we know that's ludicrous, right? Ludicrous. But I understand what they're saying in the sense of there's a similar.
Yeah, I don't think it's that crazy.
It's a style.
We're not talking about no, exactly. And what I would say the resemblance where that is for me is just how relaxed Brock Purdy seems to be on the field, which is pretty comfortable. Like, he doesn't look overwhelmed. He doesn't look uptight. I would say the first time we saw Trey Lance in the preseason this year, he looked extremely uncomfortable and extremely uptight. Now, that got better in the second week, but Brock always looks kind of relaxed out there, and that's how Joe was. The vibe that Joe would permeate on the field was one of, like, confidence and relaxation and, like, I'm going to get this done. He had the swagger. It was like that.
What's Brock Purdy going to be over 17 games? Is he going to be pretty good?
I'm really eager to watch this kid because he's going to develop. He's going to get better is what's going to happen.
You know, Murph, you're asking if he's going to be pretty good. He's going to be Purdy good.
Look at you.
Purdy good. Look at you. Papa. You got to keep up with Papa. Down and Purdy. That's what he says.
Wait a minute. Wait.
Instead of down and dirty.
Okay.
Down and Purdy. I'm trying to do your. I'm doing you doing Greg.
Yeah, he's a pretty young thing.
That's a first down on the 35-yard line.
Happy birthday to the GOAT 2 days ago. All right, so this was the Greg Cosell comp. Waterboy doing some phenomenal producing back there.
As usual, that's what he does.
Marcus Boucher out of Homestead High.
Yeah.
Listen to this, Greg Cosell.
Yeah.
Check this out. I'm going to leave you with this, guys, and I don't want you to fall off your chair.
Okay.
I had a former NFL coach. He will remain nameless because I don't do that, but you would know who he is, who tell me that he thinks Brock Purdy reminds him of Joe Montana. You think that's high praise? Yeah, that Montana guy was pretty good. Yeah, but the thing about Purdy here, if you talk about Purdy, obviously he's been incredibly poised and composed in the way in which he plays. The ball comes out. He knows where to go with the football. He's been really effective versus pressure. I think that's a really important point. He does not play fast or overreact to pressure. He knows where to go with the ball.
Well, what do you guys think? I mean, that's pretty, that's it. It's true. Just even watching him in the preseason, I'm like, oh, yeah, I remember this. Nice decision. Oh, nice dump down. Way to get it to McCaffrey.
Exactly.
Way to get it to Kittle.
Nice and chill. Everybody's relaxed and one's uptight. Yeah.
There's so much label. Seventh round. It
I don't care.
Matter.
It doesn't matter to me at all.
You made the team. Everybody's even now, right?
Look at Joe. Joe wasn't a high draft pick at all. Look at his career. No, man. Those things don't mean anything to me. And I'm eager to watch Brock Purdy just continue to develop and continue to get better. To your original point here, Murph, where you were like, man, we've only seen such a small amount of work from Brock Purdy so far, and what's it going to be like? Well, here's the other thing we know about Brock Purdy. We know this kid's tough. This kid's really, his toughness is probably a little underrated or even underknown. Like, it's just not a known commodity yet. But speaking to the broken rib, he played his first, think about this, played his first ever road game as a starting quarterback in Seattle with a broken rib.
Where?
Yeah.
Where?
Walked out of there with
Seattle.
And walked out with a W.
Which is the worst, like my least favorite place in the history of the NFL.
Yep.
It really is.
Yep.
I
don't think I've ever, I was up there 2 weeks ago. We were having a beautiful family event up there, and we were right by we took the ferry out because we did our event on the ferry.
You saw that monstrosity there?
There it was.
Yeah,
and I was like, I was having this incredible, beautiful time.
There it was.
And I was turning around going double guns to the stadium. You know what I mean?
Thanks for doing that.
And by the way, they were playing the Cowboys that day. It was the Kate Scott day.
Yeah, blank both of them.
And I said to
like all of y'all,
Declan, I said, this is like my nightmare.
No,
I'm surrounded by Seahawks jerseys.
It's the worst possible scenario.
Because Cowboy fans invaded Seattle.
Yeah.
Declan was like, is this the most hyped preseason game ever? I said, it kind of is.
How about Cowboy fans flying across the country for a preseason game, no less? Like, who cares?
We took the ferry out to Bremerton, which is pretty remote.
Yeah.
And so we took the ferry back. We got in line. I was behind like 15 Cowboys jerseys.
What the hell, dude?
I said to my kid, they're delivering Amazon delivers Dak Prescott jerseys to Bremerton, Washington.
You know what's so crazy too, Murph, is like this Cowboy mania that still exists. Like, you could probably throw ESPN on right now. There's a 50-50 chance they're talking Cowboy ball.
No, they're talking Jets.
Well, the point was going to be that when the Cowboys really were winning Super Bowls, like, imagine how much worse it would be if they go back to that. If they go back to being successful, it's like compounded by a factor of 10.
Yeah.
As far as Cowboy jerseys you'll see.
916 with a great text. He goes, hey, saying Brock has Joe Montana vibes is not ludicrous, but spreading a rumor off of Reddit about Nick Bosa is ludicrous. That's pretty funny. Good one. That's a very good one, too. And 650 says, I said this word when Brock first started playing last year, and I still stick with it, and that word is poise.
Yeah, that's right.
Processing, right?
Yeah.
And also, don't sleep on his quickness in a little 10-yard burst. He'll get you like
another
a
sneaky part of his game.
Does he need to tuck it and scramble?
Another
He
sneaky
might.
part of his game. He has done that. Yeah.
Oh, the way he bootlegs out of the pocket, especially to the left side for a right-handed quarterback,
Yes,
is up there with some of the best in the league. In my
Very
opinion.
good call.
Yeah.
He looks very smooth doing that.
Super comfortable.
Yep.
Yeah.
Man. All right,
call.
guys. Here's the deal. That was a really, really fun. And by the way, Triple E says, no, they're not talking Cowboys or Jets on ESPN right now. They're talking Joe. He's on TV. He's
Even
on First
better.
Take. Yeah.
Hey, Murph, don't forget, too, that we still need to get into the cooler. I'm looking to get into that cooler content.
Cooler, Mayo,
Yeah.
go Flannery.
Okay.
What a
What
Thursday.
do you guys want? You want me to come over and wash your car? I'll do that, too.
1045 and 680, the Sports Center.
Brock Purdy reminds him of Joe Montana. You think that's high praise? That Montana guy was pretty good.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, everybody, good morning, and thank you for listening to Murph and Mac. Paulie Mac talking to you. Getting ready to bring in my good friend Steve Moskowitz, great tax attorney as well. He's been working right here in San Francisco, helping all of us out for over 30 years, individuals, business owners alike. He's got great advice for all of us. So, Steve, I say good morning to you. It's a beautiful Thursday in the Bay. What kind of tax issue will we be discussing today, my friend?
Paulie, we're going to talk about ERC,
Okay.
Employee Retention Credit. It just blows me away when I see how many people were turned away by their CPAs and so they didn't qualify because their gross revenue didn't go down enough. They do qualify under the other method, facts and circumstances. Now remember, I was a CPA before I was a tax attorney, so I understand. The CPAs I've talked to, they don't like to do anything other than math, and that's what the first one is, dropping gross revenue. The second one is analysis. This is what we do. We're tax attorneys. We do legal analysis.
Right.
This is reviewed by multiple licensed professionals in our office. Of course, not everybody qualifies, but so many people that were turned down on the easy test, the drop in gross revenue, do qualify, and you might be entitled to hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars. We have a free consultation, treat us like a medical doctor where you go for a second opinion.
I think
the consultation is free. Just talk to us.
That's it, Steve. And I can vouch for Steve as being a very easy guy to work with, a really good dude. Call him at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Visit Steve online as well at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, fun day. I ain't gonna lie. It feels like a Friday to me because I'm out the door to the airport after this, going down to San Diego. I'll be repping. All y'all, you guys need to know I'll be repping down there. I'll be going to the Friday night game. So look for me.
Friday Night Lights. I will be looking. Keep your finger out of your mouth, by the way.
For my great...
Because, Kipe will be watching. He'll be looking out for you guys. You know what's incredible is the other day, I don't know if you even noticed this because we didn't rap about this, but it's just a moment in the show. It's either yesterday or 2 days ago. We were talking, and you were talking about going to San Diego for the trip this weekend, and some listener actually texted us a picture of you going knuckle deep. I don't know how
Hank.
this guy...
It's probably Hank.
Oh, what? Okay.
Hank from Long Beach has that.
He's got it saved.
Yeah,
like, that's incredible.
He made it a baseball card, Paulie.
I didn't know that, or I forgot.
A baseball card of me.
That's crazy.
So what happens?
Did he really? We're first base. Yeah.
Peanuts always do that to me. Peanuts get caught. And
everybody. Oh, it's that little layer of skin there. Yeah.
In, and they go, hey, Brian Murphy from KNBR's here. It was in Kansas City.
Yeah, I remember.
But I kept digging. And Kipe on the broadcast
there was
says,
a fixed shot of you.
Get your finger out of your mouth.
And the camera just stayed on you, locked on Murph. So my original point was heads up this weekend. Just be mindful.
This is all true.
Be mindful.
Okay, Paulie, listen, so if people listen to our show, and we've been doing the damn thing since February of 2006.
Yeah, we're like James Brown, hardest working show in radio.
17 and a half years.
Yeah.
And if they listen to the show, they know that you're defined by maybe 5 things. 1 is your love of Patti Smith.
Nice.
2 is your love of Jerry Garcia and the Grateful Dead.
True.
3 is your infatuation with 49ers jersey numbers, right?
Yeah, probably.
4 is your willingness to jump on a grenade for a good slice of pizza.
Yeah, I will. Do it right now.
And 5 is your embracing of the herb that grows out of the ground.
Hey, listen, me and Dave Chappelle, we have similar feelings about herb.
But let me tell you something.
Yeah.
I love weed, okay? I love it.
Okay. So you do, and now it's becoming, in the time we've been doing the show, it's become more legal.
Legalize it, don't criticize it, as Timmy would say, yeah.
Well, I guess is it legal in New York now?
It is. So I know about this because I went back to New York in, I want to say it was May, I guess, for the graduation up at Columbia, uptown, and it is legalized. And the reason I know this is because there are people, and not an exaggeration, I think it's a celebratory time in New York.
Hey, this is Tim Lincecum. Legalize it, don't criticize it.
Thank you, Timmy. That people are just literally walking around openly, just toking weed.
More
just
so than San Francisco?
Yes. I'd say right now, yes. More than San Francisco.
I told you guys I was in Oakland recently, and it was so heavy that I was like, come on, man, this is too much. And you guys both pushed back and said,
I remember the conversation.
You guys both said, oh, no, embrace it.
Well, because you were saying, you guys don't really like that smell, do you? And I was like, I do. I like the smell.
Paulie, what?
Burning or not, I like it in its natural state, too. I'll take a deep whiff of that.
Okay. Oh, I'll smell it through the bag, Paulie Mac.
See, now I need it. Let's unscrew the jar and let me just take a deep sniff.
No, that's that loud pack, Paulie Mac.
Oh, bro. Thank you for teaching me the ways of loud pack.
In the days we would do the top 6.
Yeah.
We would give you a U.S. Open tennis update.
All the time.
We don't give a U.S. Open tennis update anymore.
Do they even play it anymore is my question.
Well, they do because they made the cooler of content because apparently the weed smell in New York is so bad it is affecting the U.S. Open tennis.
Okay, see,
this is now a story this week.
Okay, I'm not surprised.
Here's a tennis player named Maria Sakkari, one of many commenting on the overwhelming smell at Flushing Meadows.
All right.
The smell? Oh, my God. I think it's from the park. We were practicing here yesterday. It was the same.
So that's interesting. A smell from the park. Yeah.
Oh, I love this. Let's talk about it. A smell from the park.
So they say, I guess there's a park right outside where everybody does.
Flushing Meadows is right out there, yeah.
And apparently another player called it, he said, I feel like I'm playing in Snoop Dogg's living room.
Hey, man, a lot of great athletes indulge.
Yeah, I've been smoking some pot.
A lot of great coaches as well.
By the way, shout out his work on the Maui relief. Don Nelson.
Yeah, no joke.
So now we've gotten to the point where it's affecting. You hear Maria, did you hear her saying, oh my God?
A smell from the park. Yeah.
Smell from the park. It seems to be.
What was that?
Oh my God. Oh my God. What is happening?
Remember
the smell?
2010 World Series, that guy Newey Scruggs?
Oh my goodness gracious.
Remember when he was broadcasting from McCovey Cove and he's like, guys, I can't tell you, this smell is overwhelming here.
I do remember that. By the way, Murph, they got great athletes that are advocates. They got great coaches that are advocates. And let's not forget, they've written their fair share of songs about the sweet leaf itself. Yeah, oh, come on. Sweet leaf, Marcus. All right now. But yeah, no, it's a real thing in New York. We should ask Chris Kelly what he thinks, because
if you had young kids now, would you be concerned?
Nah, you just got to tell them what's up. It's legal.
Well, I'll tell you how I learned about it was Candlestick Park bleachers.
No
and
question. I
was, old enough to go with my sister and brother or whatever, and I was like, oh, this smells like a skunk.
Totally. And I also remember just walking through the concourse, like go get a chocolate malt or something, and you would smell it out in the hallways, too.
Then I became friends with San Diego Mike, and it became much more a part of
Murph never looked back,
yes. Who I will see this weekend.
Right.
In fact, he's taking us out on a boat tomorrow in San Diego Bay.
Nice.
How about that?
Have a rip with San Diego Mike from me. Have him take a nice pull. Yeah. That's from Everybody Wants Some, by the way, Murph. The Pink Floyd scene.
Dude, speaking of which, don't you think you've always... Wade Meckler, to me, has Everybody Wants Some.
Very much.
Crazy Everybody Wants Some vibes.
He would have fit in real good, like a pair of
little
denim.
Scrapper, just like who wants to fight? You know what I mean?
Like wrapping a towel around his hand,
Reminded me of you had a great soundbite that you've... The laugh, boy. That was one of my favorites.
That one comes and goes, yeah.
That guy has like a Meckler-esque vibe.
Yeah.
Although Meckler's a little more intense.
But same kind of Buter, that was that guy's name, right? Buter.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, it's not around now, but I can bring it back. That one I can bring back.
Jimmy G is... So, guys, did you guys see Gabe Kapler's Instagram post yesterday?
No, what did I miss?
He posted 3 beauty shots of him.
Yep.
One in the Orange Friday jersey, one in like a hoodie.
He posted an Orange Friday picture on a Wednesday.
And he said... He just, here's what he wrote.
All right.
Okay, here's what he wrote. He wrote, most days, hoodies and tees, but love the Friday Night Orange and the Sea Lions jersey hat combo is on point.
Boy, this is like a fashion.
And it's 3 pictures of him gazing off into the distance, emphasizing his jawline. Paulie, I showed you the comments.
Sensational.
Do you see what these women are saying?
Oh, they're ready to tear him limb from limb.
I would tell you, 1940s Sinatra, 1950s Elvis, 1960s Bob Plant, none of them have anything on 2023 Gabe.
I'm saying, too, it's not just the ladies.
I think so.
I'm telling you right now, I saw some of the comments.
There's a scene
some of the comments are written by dudes.
Baz Luhrmann's Elvis, where a pair of panties gets tossed up on stage.
Yeah.
We are not far from a pair getting thrown on the field.
If he goes out to make a pitching change, bro, and the panties start flying out, that would be amazing. Now, the other rock and roll tradition.
Is Gabe that hot?
I think so. I think that...
Because my feeling is the whole reason I bring this up is because the next guy in our cooler is Jimmy G. Now, that's a guy, that's a good-looking man, Jimmy G. You know what I mean? Here he is in a full flight suit, Paulie, a green jumpsuit,
I saw this
green jumpsuit.
He looks incredibly handsome.
He's wearing the aviators.
Yeah.
And he literally is going up in a fighter jet to go 9 Gs. This is not playing around. He goes up with an Air Force or Navy pilot, whoever the Top Gun guys are, and he goes 9 Gs.
And when I tell you that he actually bears a very strong resemblance to Tom Cruise, and that I'm not kidding. He actually looks like he could be in Top Gun easily.
I would say Cruise is extremely jealous.
Secondary to Jimmy, yeah.
So here he is in the flight suit. Here he is.
What's up, guys? Pro quarterback Jimmy Garoppolo. About to go take a flight on this fighter jet. And guess what? You guys are coming with me. Let's go, baby.
Come on, baby. Let's get it. Woo!
You take off, and it's kind of cool. And before you know it, you're however many feet above the ground.
This is where I'll say, hey, Jimmy, are you ready to join the 9G club?
I'm good for 9. All right. That's what I like to hear, Jimmy. Let's go for it. Only one way to find out. Yeah. All right. You ready to go? Let's go. All right.
Smash on the jet. As we accelerate, I'm going to say to Jimmy,
Go. Yeah, man. That's it. That's it. Let's go.
Let's go. Woo. There it is, man. Incredible, man. How about that? Jimmy G. He get 9 Gs, and they go, how you doing, Jimmy? And he's like, there's a shot of, because they have cameras in the cockpit, and you can only see his face mask and everything, but he goes, good. And I'm like, I don't think he's doing that good.
The pressure must be unbelievable at that point.
We had John Lynch on today, and he goes,
said
I've
he
done
lost
that.
it, yeah.
And I said, did you hit 9 Gs? He goes, I did. I said, what happened? He said, I lost my lunch.
He did. Jimmy G didn't lose his lunch, though. See what I mean? He's too cool for that.
We love Jimmy G.
Yeah.
Waterboy,
Always will.
you're going to love him.
You will. It'll take time. He'll wear you down.
Well, boys, I'll tell you my reaction because I saw this video, too, when Murph sent it over to me, and I thought the same thing. I said, man, he looks like he would be perfect to play a part in the next Top Gun movie.
Yes,
And then
he
I
does.
started thinking about it even more. He'd be perfect for that football scene where everybody's throwing interceptions to each other. You know, that like dog-fighting football they play on the beach?
No, I got him, Murph. I got him.
He'd be perfect. You'd fit right in.
He's
like,
playing that Portugal the Man song that was such a big hit last summer. You know, do 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 do. Remember that one?
I don't know if I do.
I don't know what you've been done. Yeah.
You got to help me. Yeah.
That was the hit of summer 22.
Right, right.
Yeah. I'm talking to you right now. Whatever the keeping dreams alive. 1955. Well, you know the one.
I don't know the one.
And I know, by the way, that me doing it on the radio is awful radio, and that's why I do it, because I get a reaction.
See, I would argue that it's actually
I want a reaction.
I would say, as Gabe Kapler would say, that's sneaky good radio. I do. I actually think it's pretty good.
We go from being excited about Jimmy G to Stephen A. Smith saying that when Jimmy G said there was a lot of weird situations in San Francisco, Stephen A. didn't like it.
Okay.
My perspective is Jimmy Garoppolo needs to shut the hell up.
Okay.
Just shut up and play. Okay? Nobody want to hear from you.
No,
I'm dead serious.
Jimmy Garoppolo was asked point blank, what do you think of the situation?
Been a lot of weird situations over there. I'm going by what he said. First of all, let's understand who Jimmy Garoppolo is. He's a damn good quarterback when he's playing, but it's rare that he plays. He spends more time in an infirmary than on a football field, some would argue. Okay, if he ain't doing that, he's with porn stars on Melrose.
Oh, that happened one time.
In California. Okay, I'm saying that you know of. I happen to know a little bit more than that. You know, that's why I call him porn star Jimmy. And then when you got that going, then when you don't have that going on, okay, then when you don't have that going on, you missing throws in a Super Bowl that could have helped your team win.
Come on.
Let's be clear as to what I have said. I have been on the record saying this in the past, and I'm going to say this again.
Yeah.
The 49ers didn't win because of Jimmy Garoppolo. They've won in spite of Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh, whoa,
Boy, that sounds
shots
personal
fired,
almost.
man.
I wonder.
How about there's a nugget in there when he said porn star Jimmy? She goes, that happened once. He said, that you know of. I happen to know some other stuff.
Yeah.
He's got some info.
Hey, Jimmy's got to get around, man. He's single. He's a young guy.
Yeah, is there any laws being broken?
Hell no. The man enjoys many dates. That's fine.
It's a victimless crime. It's not even a crime.
So did Joe Namath. It's all good. It's a tradition.
Garoppolo needs to shut the hell up.
Nobody want to hear from Jimmy G right now. Boy, he came out really guns blazing at Jimmy.
All right. I wanted to get this Nebraska women's volleyball thing in just because it was such an interesting story.
Yeah, what was that?
So they have a football stadium there in Nebraska. You know the story that on game days in Lincoln, Nebraska, that stadium is like the largest city in Nebraska, or the second largest city behind Omaha. When they fill that stadium, it's like the second largest city in Nebraska.
Cornhusker ball, man.
But guess what? Nebraska football's been down for a while. Oh, they play tonight against Minnesota. I'm in that pool, by the way, and I took Minnesota to cover. I'm feeling out the college games right now. But anyway, dude, they've become a women's volleyball school. They are now a power. And so they said, let's do something. Let's set a record. Let's make the most attended women's sporting event of all time. And, dude, 92,003 Nebraskans said we're in. 92,003 said, let's go. They went and watched a women's volleyball match at the Nebraska football stadium. Dude, the walkout video is insane. It's the coach and the players make like a 500-yard walk from the locker room to the field on the big screen. They're playing the Chicago Bulls' Alan Parsons, and then they cut the court is like a little dot in the middle of the stadium.
Yeah, right. How can you see anything?
Here it is. Doing the walk here.
Sounds like an MMA event or something.
They set a world record of the most attended women's sporting event of all time in Lincoln, Nebraska last night, and they went in style with the Alan Parsons Project.
Well done, ladies.
I wanted
Nice.
to tip my cap.
Yeah, that's cool.
How about 92,000 Nebraskans
Must have
saying,
felt great for
"Let's
those
go.
kids. Yeah,
Let's
for the
go."
girls playing, it must have been amazing, too.
And I know girls volleyball is such a big high school sport around here, so club volleyball kids, you got that to aim for. So, all right, I wanted to get that in and
Good
shout
cooler.
that out.
That was good. Yeah,
very enjoyable. By the way, Kyle Shanahan joining Tolbert and Ratto today.
Nobody want to hear from Jimmy G right now.
3:30,
Or Stephen
man.
A. just coming in hot.
And Matt Mayoko and Tim Flannery to close our show.
Sweet.
Next on the Sports Leader.
This is San Francisco, and I can tell you, right over there
there's some people smoking weed.
The smell? Oh my God.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
NFL Network Steve Weiss stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tom Tolbert and Raitt to talk about the Nick Bosa contract situation and when he thinks he's going to get paid by the San Francisco 49ers. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. We now return with Murph, Mac, and Mayoko. NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider Mac Mayoko.
Sponsored by Golden State. Since 1954, when you succeed, they succeed. Visit them today at goldenstatelumber.com. And by UCSF Health, redefining health.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Well, Ty, as they say, Ty goes to the runner. Ty would have gone to someone else, but it wasn't a Ty. So
Yeah, I got you. Right.
Yeah.
So you were looking to, who gives me the best price?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And there were a couple teams left at the end, and I told the other team, I don't want them to go here, but, that's where he ended up.
That was John Lynch this morning with us, and so much going on with the 49ers. Let's dive right in with Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area. Matty, good morning. How are you?
I'm still riding the high of that Little League World Series championship game.
Whoa. Was not expecting that, but if you want to go down that road, I'm happy to. We can do 15 minutes on that. I'm ready.
Yeah, no, that was a great game, wasn't it?
It was. I was fascinated by their coach, Danny Boney, whatever, I pronounce his last name. He had the cool beard and the longer hair, and I was like, man, I wish I was a cool coach like that. And when his speech, we played it on the show, when he was like, he was crying. He's like, the freaking United States of America, man.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
He did.
I half expected him to say the other word.
I know, yeah. Apparently he's friends with, he's like one of those LA guys who knows Hollywood stars, and he's tight with George Brett. He's like the cool guy, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
So anyway.
That's good stuff.
Yeah, man. Well, did you hear John Lynch on with us this morning?
I didn't. I'm heading down there right now. If you have it on the podcast up, then I will listen to it right after I get off the line here with you guys. But no, I have not.
Paulie, can I get a cackle here? Well, that would be entirely dependent on the efficiency of our producer, Triple E.
That's this guy.
Okay.
He's probably just cackling.
He's got other commitments generally. Yeah.
I'm assuming that means it's not up yet.
I'm going to say
that's right.
Heavy bet that it's not.
That's right, Matty.
Let's hope that this on-air shaming produces some results.
But it could trigger something. Right.
Hey, I'm good. If you need me to shame people on air, I'm all in.
Okay, cool, man. Cool.
One of the things I said to him was how, wow, the Cowboys. Come on. Surely you could have not traded him to the Cowboys. And he said, well, Ty goes to the runner, and there was no tie. He was waiting for somebody to give him a fourth, and nobody did. So, your reaction?
Yeah, I mean, you've got to, at that point, you got to take whatever the best offer is. And if you're willing to, give up, for lack of a better term, on the number 3 overall pick of just 2 years ago, you probably are of the opinion that he's not going to be ready anytime soon to go out and win a championship. So, why not? Why not give him away if that's the term you want to use? Why not trade him to the team that comes in with the best offer, regardless of what team that is? So, if they thought that highly of him, if they wanted to keep him around because they thought he'd be a great quarterback in a year or two, well, then why then you wanted to be trading him in the first place? So that to me makes total sense. That it would not matter who you're sending him to. You just got to do what's best by your team by getting the best price available.
I don't know, man. I might have sent him somewhere else for a fifth.
Yeah. The other part of it, I guess it depends who that other team is, because I think the Cowboys are going to be good this season, and so you're looking at a late round 4th, but if that other team was the Buffalo Bills, now you're looking at a late round 5th. So I don't know. I think you take the best price and move on.
He did it for sure. All right, so many other things to hit. One was we had Joe Montana on too. He's doing a Gold Bar whiskey promo, and he was actually probably some of the most relaxed and chatty we've ever had from him, and he was very complimentary.
Maybe it's a whiskey, keeping him nice and loose.
Very complimentary of Brock.
He was.
Very complimentary.
Yeah.
Said he looks really comfortable. And then with Trey, he said he was in the wrong system. And it's funny. It's like it makes you think the biff, the mistake, the error, the ground ball through the legs was trying to fit a square peg into a round hole, huh?
Well, when they drafted him, they liked what they saw on film as far as his ability to make plays from the pocket. He did play action pass. He made plays from the pocket at North Dakota State. And, people who want to do the, revisionist history of oh, man, they should have gone with Justin Fields. I mean, that was never an issue. There was never a possibility. Got sacked way too many times at Ohio State, and he just never a quarterback. We'll see. But they thought that they were getting the best of both worlds with Trey Lance, a guy who could continue to develop, make plays from the pocket, as well as being a threat with his legs. So, that's why ultimately they decided to go with him over Mac Jones. But the idea was that with time, that Trey Lance would be a good fit for the system, as well as giving them something that they hadn't had in the past out of that position.
Well, it's a wild, wild time, and certainly history will be very, very, history will tell us. And Brock Purdy goes forward as the guy. All right, Maddie, we've delayed long enough. Have you been talking to Nick Bosa's agent this morning?
I have not, and I don't think anybody else has either. I mean, there hasn't been anything, credible reported about where they are in negotiations, what's going on, what the sticking points are. I think we all can assume the sticking point is money. So, where is he? I don't know. I mean, where is he? I think I know where he is physically. He's in Florida working out, and whenever the bell rings, he'll be ready to go. But yeah, I mean, it's got to be a concern right now. Didn't I sound one alarm? Was that 2 weeks ago that I sounded one alarm, or was that last week?
It was 2 weeks ago.
It was two alarms.
You did one red siren. I missed you last week, so I asked the boys, did you put a second red siren on it?
Yeah, I don't think I did. What's the maximum sirens? Is it 3 or what?
Well, I think you can do.
Well, they have 5-alarm fires. Yeah, they have a lot of.
Okay, so let's get this. Let's get 3 alarms then.
Okay, let's triple it. Yeah,
maybe even 4. I mean, if you want him ready for week 1, that clock is ticking, at least to a degree of not necessarily for him to be on the field, but for him to be effective and playing a lot of football on the field, and then it's. I've said to you guys before that, he could basically roll out of bed on the 9th, sign his contract, and be on a flight to Pittsburgh and go out and play Sunday. The problem is on Monday and Tuesday, he might have a really difficult time getting out of bed because, his body isn't built up for that callus of playing in an NFL game right now. He's in tremendous shape. Nobody has any questions about that. But both sides want to get this thing done. The 49ers see that as a deadline to get him ready for week 1. Certainly Bosa doesn't want to impact his ability to win back-to-back NFL Defensive Player of the Year awards, which is something that, those chances would take a fairly dramatic hit if he weren't out there week 1. So, I mean, it clearly makes sense for both sides to get this done, and now it's a matter of which side is going to cave a little bit and come closer to the other side's proposal.
We had Joe on, and I said, you had a couple times. I said, I know Eddie's family, but you had a couple times where you guys played hardball, and he goes, yeah, but it wasn't Eddie. And then I said, oh, it was Carmen, and then he just chuckled, and I thought he didn't hear me, so I said it again, and then he just chuckled again. He wouldn't say anything, and then he said something like, yeah, Carmen was. And then he goes, I'm just kidding. Carmen's a nice guy. So it sounded like Carmen in Joe's camp used to throw some haymakers.
Yeah, he was the heavy. Yep.
There's the very famous, and I happened to be at Eddie DeBarlow's place outside of it's in Kalispell, Montana, and he has this kind of shrine, this shed. And after one of the Super Bowls, Eddie, I think unbeknownst to Carmen, gave Joe a $1 million bonus, and Joe sent a picture, like a thank you card and a picture to Eddie, and it said, Eddie, or Mr. D, thanks a million, and he signed Joe Montana. That same off season, Eddie gave Dwight a $500,000 bonus, just out of the blue, a nice incentive, a thank you. And so, of course, Dwight Clark sends Mr. D a photo that says, Mr. D, thanks $500,000.
Yeah, man.
Dwight Clark.
DC. That was good. Oh, that's good, man. I love it. Oh, Dwight. Hey, Kyle was wearing the 87 hat.
Yeah, it looked
that was
good.
pretty
That was
cool,
nice.
man. What do you make of Jimmy's comments saying there's been a lot of weird situations in San Francisco? And that, I guess the question to you is, with Jimmy's taking shots, with Trey traded to the Cowboys, with Nick Bosa not signed, hell, I even throw in the kicker, Moody, having a horrible summer. Would you say there's weird, odd vibes this week?
Yeah, I mean, everybody who's around Jimmy likes Jimmy, but I could say that probably the weird situations around 49ers quarterback started when they signed him to the contract that made him the highest paid player in the league, and then he didn't return any phone calls or text messages that entire off season. So, I mean, there's no question. And, Kyle and I went back and forth on this a little bit, and I think he kind of bristled at the idea that weird is a negative thing, where it hasn't impacted the team. I would say it was weird last year when Jimmy Garoppolo said goodbye to the entire world and is out there working on a side field and ends up taking a pay cut and coming back to the team, although he never left, I guess, and ends up starting week 3 and, plays some pretty good football. And then Brock Purdy comes in, and all this while Trey Lance was rehabbing and they trade him away. So, yeah, I mean, I think it goes without saying. I mean, it's been weird. Again, Kyle Shanahan didn't like the word weird. I think he and I both kind of agreed that the word unique was probably the better word.
All right.
But there's no question. I mean, it's been an oddity that all these things have happened at the quarterback position, and things have not worked out as they were drawn up. But the way they weren't drawn up, and reality is that the 49ers continue to be in a really good position at quarterback and with the overall state of the roster. And a lot of that has to be because of the fact that Brock Purdy did work out, and that he's making he's making the league minimum this year and next year, which has enabled them to go out and get Javon Hargrave and potentially pay Nick Bosa a huge sum to make him the highest paid player in franchise history, while keeping together a team comprised of highly paid players at nearly every position group.
It's also true, and so much of it is just Brock, man. We asked Joe about Brock, and he said he seems pretty comfortable with where he's at, and he makes great decisions.
Yeah.
And
that's the thing about Purdy. I mean, what the amazing thing was how, and I haven't seen this in a long time, if ever. Like, if you get open, he's going to find you.
Nice.
He did last year anyway. Yeah. And it's regardless of where you are in the progression. So he can do the cookie cutter stuff of, this is exactly how Kyle Shanahan drew it up, that if this play is the play call and this is the defense, this is where the ball goes. And he's automatic when it comes to that. But he's also really good when the play breaks down, it's muddy, there's no, how it's drawn up just isn't working. Then if you're George Kittle and you're not even in the progression, you can run down the field, throw your hand up, and somehow Purdy's going to find you. And that's something that happened at least 2 occasions last year on big plays, touchdowns, where the ball went to guys who weren't even, when they broke the huddle, there was no thought whatsoever that the ball could be going their way.
Right. I mean, it's really exciting. Can't wait to watch it. Hey, we got to, before we get going here, we got to let you go. Is that Waterboy just tells me the Niners, Waterboy, come on, I can't see your tweet. So it is the Niners signed a kicker?
Yeah, it looks like Matthew Wright, former Steeler and Chief. Tell us about us, Matt Mayoko.
Yeah, so they're hopeful that Jake Moody will be available week 1. And so this is an insurance policy. They have him on the practice squad. The guy has experience. kicking in that stadium. The stadium formerly known as Heinz Field. I can't even tell you what it is right now, what it's called. But that's a difficult place to kick. So they're bringing in Matthew Raitt, and it's an insurance policy. So if Moody isn't ready, this guy can at least work with the mechanics of Tabor Pepper, the long snapper, and Mitch Wisnowski, and so they can make that decision the day before the game, after they fly to Pittsburgh, whether Matthew Raitt will be available to kick in that game. And if he's not needed, then it's the Jake Moody show from week 1.
The Matt Wright era. We'll never forget it. All right, Matty, the Matt Mayoker era has ended for today on the Murph and Max Show. Go forth and prosper. We'll talk to you next week.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys. And I'm going to tune into I'm going to turn on the podcast right now.
There you go.
On there.
All right, Triple E, you got people out there. You got an audience.
Don't leave Matty high and dry.
Go do it, Matty.
Yeah.
Tim Flannery next on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
How good does that sound? Man, there's nothing like the good times of the bluegrass sounds of Tim Flannery and the Lunatic Fringe, baby. They're going to be in town. They're in town this weekend, Saturday night in Santa Cruz, Sunday night at the Novato Hop Monk. That's a good old time.
That's a fun room, yeah.
Let's just talk to Flan.
Always.
Flan man, welcome back.
Thank you for having me. You guys doing well?
Doing good, Flan.
Pretty good, man.
Yeah.
First of all, we're doing better hearing your voice, number one.
That's for one, yeah.
How are you feeling? You good?
I'm so good. Everything's great. We're really excited to come up and play music. I'm bringing the Lunatic Fringe it's really our only time to get to the Bay Area. I'm playing the Kumba Theater Saturday night in Santa Cruz, and then Sunday is our 10th annual Labor Day show at the Hop Monk in Novato, the Hop Monk Concert Series. And people can get tickets at the door, or you could just go to timflannery.com and hit the tour button. And check out the new website. I got all 15 records up people can listen to for free. So,
nice, Flan. I got to say, too,
giving it away.
What a great tradition, man. 10 years deep up at Hop Monk on Labor Day. That's awesome. My question, Flan, is when you guys are getting ready to get the Fringe together and you start having a little run of shows like this, how much rehearsal time do you guys put in for, like, the two shows you'll be doing up here in the Bay?
We played two kind of underground shows here at the Central Coast where I have my little hideout. There's a cool little venue over in Solvang. So we did that for 2 days.
Nice.
And then I had them here in the canyon, and we were plugged in on solar, and, I don't have any neighbors within 2 miles.
Ooh,
so
nice. Yeah.
We had pedal steels and electric guitars and rehearsed in the canyon. All my guys are great. Doug Pettibone plays with Lucinda Williams, and she's got a 2-week break in between her world tour. So we kind of schedule everything around everybody getting together and going playing our favorite shows.
He's fantastic. He's on slide, right?
He's on slide. He's on guitar. That Lucinda Williams record, he's all over it, and it's up for rock and roll record of the year. We've all been buddies, and these are the original members that I came up for the very, very first time when Brian Stowe was attacked, and we started those shows.
Yep.
This is the original crew of the Lunatic Fringe, and we've been up there a long time playing, and we're just so excited to get back up there one more time.
We had you guys in studio a couple times when you get going, man.
Yeah.
And I wish we had you in studio today, man. So anyway, we should make sure timflannery.com. So it's the Kumba Theater in Santa Cruz on Saturday. It's the Hop Monk. And I tell you, that Hop Monk is a good old time. That's Paulie and mine's turf. I'll be actually, what's funny, Flan, we're trading places. I'm going down to San Diego, so I'll wave at you on my plane ride down.
Sounds good. If you want to stay there at the house, I got a place for you to stay. And you can,
off the grid.
Help yourself.
I love it. Hey, just talking ball, man. You've always been skeptical of those Padres, that team that you love them. You have a love-hate because you wore that uni and you're beloved in that community, and yet you look at that team and you're always like, these guys don't know how to do it like Boch and I did it. And look at them now. They're 10 games under with all that talent.
It's ridiculous, and it's really not. I don't know what it is, what kind of relationship. They sent both me and Boch away. That's how we got to San Francisco. We kind of got, we weren't buying into the little guy that would walk in every day with a computer readout telling Boch who's supposed to play today. That didn't get that didn't end well. Boch finally had enough of them, and then when he took off, that's when he called me, and we came up to San Francisco. I probably watch 3 games every night. I watch the whole Western Division, but it just goes to show you. I always try to tell people we were so much stronger. The 3 World Championships, we were stronger together more than our individual parts.
Yes, we
knew each other. We played with one another. It was magic. And when you get these guys pounding their chest, down in San Diego, they were saying they're going to win the World Series before they left for spring training. And I always have a quote because this is something I said one night on a bench in the All-Star game. Heath Bell did something, and I just shook my head. I didn't know I said it out loud. I just said, there's two kinds of players, the humble one and the one about to become that.
Yeah.
And Joey Votto looks at me and goes, dude, where did you learn that? And I took my hat off and looked at him. I go, look at me. I didn't go up looking like this.
Yeah, nice. Yeah. Oh, man.
That's a good line,
So
Flynn.
good. Hey, how about old Boch? How about a word on Boch in Texas? Now, he's having a tough, couple weeks right now. Everything was going great till the last 2 weeks. They've started to lose a couple games, but I don't know, man. He came through town. Jeez, Flan, I don't know. Did you see when he came through town? Wow. The love was overwhelming.
I loved it. We were texting. We're always keeping in touch. But, yeah, it's great. And this is what he lives for. He doesn't want to run away with nothing. Every time we win, it has to be from, 2 games back, 1 game back, 6 elimination games. He's not afraid of that stuff. So I'm keeping an eye on them down there. And anybody that plays for Boch these days better really enjoy it because – I have that song "Last of the Old Dogs."
Yeah, I love that.
That's what he is. The game's changing rapidly, and at least they've Chris Young down there is giving him an opportunity to do it his way, and so far it looks pretty good.
Flan, I was watching the Giants-Braves game Sunday night, and I did some time with the K-Rod broadcast with Alex Rodriguez, and he was talking about how he, the stuff you say. And he's saying, there's just such a place in the game for the oceans of knowledge that guys have. He said, I understand computers can be good. They can help you out on this tendency or that tendency. He said, but look at the Braves. Their first base coach, EY, Eric Young, with an old gray beard, literally has a gray beard. Their third base coach, there's only one man that can stand with you, and that's Ron Washington, right? Wash.
Yeah,
and then Snit in the dugout, Brian Snitker. And he was talking about Bochy and Dusty. So he said he wondered if there was maybe almost a movement back a little bit on some clubs towards the guys who have the innate knowledge of the game through decades.
Absolutely. And the funny thing is we always had tons of numbers and metrics and scouting reports. But it wasn't something that you tell you if you make your decisions by your gut, the tendencies, the numbers, the metrics. Because, if you go look at some of the Padre numbers, they've got some really great analytic numbers. But then you see how many strikeouts they have. Then you see how many times they can't hit in runners in scoring position. Then you see that they've lost, all the games. They're 0-18 in extra inning games. There's got to be something that actually the man has to do rather than the number. I could go on, and I always get told I'm a boomer, the game's passed me by. But, I don't care if it passed me by. It doesn't mean anybody's better. It means that they're learning and making mistakes, and I'm watching it from a distance. And you got to have feel. You got to have touch. And that's what the great Alan Trammell used to say. What happened to the art of feel?
Yeah, good question.
Take Trammell. I'll take Trammell any day.
Good question.
By the way, speaking of shortstops, Brandon Crawford's been having a tough year. I think he's under 200. He's been hurt, but he's coming back off the IL. He might be playing this weekend in San Diego. I'm wondering, as you see this, talk about last of the old dogs. We get a little. Sometimes we get a little emotional thinking about this guy. He's been that piece there for a long time. And this may be the end of the run. We don't know, but it may be. I wonder if you've thought of your old buddy Craw.
Yeah, look, I don't know. He'll be the one that determines if he's done playing or not.
Right.
The shortstop's the hardest position to play on the field at the major league level, and for him to do it so long, it's been really, really fun to watch. I will tell you that I remember Buster. If this ball club can just make a run, the Giants make a run, because that's what it takes. You got to go in there on fire and hot, and it starts just getting bigger and moving forward. He could have some huge hits and some huge plays because he doesn't get caught up in that. And I would love to see that happen one more time. I'm sure all Giant fans would. He's been he's been. I had not an argument, but I had somebody down here in the mountains here. You know, all of a sudden these hillbillies are telling me how to coach and shit.
Oh,
I'm sorry, shoot.
It's all right.
You're good, Flannery. Get loose, man.
You're good.
Yeah.
No, I just told him. I go, you guys. Brandon Crawford is the best player I've ever coached. He's the best player. He's the best base runner I've ever been a part of. Now, it doesn't mean he's the fastest one,
right?
But he has great instincts. He knows when to take the chance. He knows when to play conservative. He understands the art of feel of the game, and he's beautiful. I love watching him, and I cheer for him, and I still think there might be a little bit left in there that could really get exciting here in the next month.
The last of the old dogs, man. Hey, we could talk to you forever. Hey, I want to make sure people go hear this music. Bluegrass music is one of the great gifts of America, and Tim Flannery and the Lunatic Fringe play it beautifully, and it's a raucous, good old stomping good time. You might even get a tear at one point, too, Tim, if you could break out a ballad or two. But we're going to go to Santa Cruz on Saturday night at the Kumba Theater. And then Sunday, we can vouch, it's a beautiful spot, the Novato Hop Monk Concert Series. You can go to the door. That's Sunday night. These are Labor Day. This is Tim's 10th annual Labor Day show. And you can go to timflannery.com for tickets, too. Highly recommended. Highly recommended. Seen them on multiple occasions. And so everybody go Saturday night in Santa Cruz, Kumba Theater, Sunday night, Hop Monk in Novato. Last one, though, is you know who you would like, Flan? I know you haven't been up in the Bay, but you would like this new catcher, Patrick Bailey. This guy's got an old soul. He's got an old soul.
He's got some swagger,
I've watched it, man. It's really unbelievable to be that young. But then you go back and what I read, all the people that worked with him and some of the great catchers that he had to play under. Bill Plummer, I think, was one of them. Was an old Seattle Mariner. There's guys that I remember who were great players, and he was with them for like 6, 7, 8 years in the minor leagues. This guy's earned his spot to be in the major leagues.
He's pretty darn exciting, and then we'll see what happens down the stretch. Like you said, it'd be fun to see Crawford maybe do his thing. So, all right, Flan man, pack the guitar, Bard. Come on up, make him laugh, cry, and sing.
Have a good show. Have a good show is plural. Yeah.
You can count on it. Thanks, fellas. Thanks for having us, and thank you, Giant fans. Love San Francisco, and I just can't wait to get up there and let it rip.
Awesome, Flan.
We love you, buddy.
See you, man.
Love you. Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Yeah, you always have to remind Flan, you got to tell him you love him.
He hits the stage hard, too. Like, he's not going to mess around when he gets up there. You'll have a great time if you go see him. Like, Flan's all heart. He's got his heart on his sleeve.
That's a true story.
Yeah. There's no guessing how Flan's feeling. You'll know when you walk in the room. Yeah.
There's two players, those who are humble and those who are about to be.
And the other thing is he said about all Giant fans have a sensitive spot for Brandon Crawford with one exception. Because I almost told Flan, well, there's one guy who doesn't feel that way. Yeah. Wow, someone had to do it.
That made me laugh.
He came in out of nowhere the other night with like an anti-Crawford, like out of nowhere. It was a night. I think it was Kyle Harrison's night.
Yeah.
Like, everybody, the mood was incredible. And all of a sudden he's like, yeah, by the way, Crawford's hand it's a joke. He came in with some like very
Can we send him out with,
take.
Can you send me out with an a cappella? Although I believe he even takes part in this.
Yeah, maybe we should keep him out of it. Yeah, let's keep him out of it. I feel you.
Do you have the studio?
I do. Ooh, nice and easy.
It's like Rich. Yeah. Jeez, that's producing.
Got Maurice Gibb going.
How deep is your glove? How deep is your glove? How deep is your glove? I really need to learn.
Are you purring here?
'Cause I'm telling you the Crawford rules. I'll break it down, and they all should believe me.
Come on, man.
He belongs to you and me. I believe in you.
Oof. I think he just guaranteed he's going to get the double that clinches the playoff spot. He's going to stroke a clutch double.
Get the violins going. Yeah.
Two things. One, this incredible booking day where we just had Sean Estes, John Lynch, Joe Montana, Matt Mayoko, and Tim Flannery.
Nice work,
and
kids.
the afternoon's going to have Steve Kerr and Farhan Zaidi.
Yeah.
Farhan Zaidi at 450. How about that? And Kyle Shanahan.
You know what I mean?
Wow. Hey, we're proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care closer than you think. Paulie will hand it over to Papa and Lund next
buddy.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Here, you know, all of a sudden these hillbillies are telling me how to coach and I'm sorry, shoot.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Dub Nation, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Pack your bags, Murph. You know where we're going.
Hey, look at that, water. Thank you, Marcus. That's so we have Reggae Friday on our show, and I'm going to be gone tomorrow, going to San Diego. So Paulie was kind enough to say, he said, Murph, you got to get one reggae hit in.
I know.
And I shocked the world with my Bonnie Raitt.
Well, you shocked me in a very positive way. I want to thank Murph for starting that the show off on that kind of positive note, because it kind of catapulted me into a great mindset. But Marcus, now you're coming in with some pollution on this.
Yeah, Murph, I hate to send you out like this, but
maybe we shouldn't even do this right now, because I don't want to mess Murph's head up.
Well, it's too late. The cat's out of the bag, Paulie Mac.
Oh, okay.
Tony checked in saying this is not reggae, Murph.
So he basically, you see what he does? You see?
That made me laugh.
Okay, well, that's
that
good.
made me laugh. It's not, huh? But okay.
Crawford sucks. This ain't reggae. Anything else he needs to... I guess when he comes in once a month, he got to get all his takes out.
That made me laugh.
Yeah.
All right, let's hand it over
That's
to
his
two
reaction
people
to
who
this.
are,
Yeah, it's not reggae.
A lot smarter and more to compose than us. G-Pop, are you with us?
Hey, Greg.
I'm with you.
How are you, man?
What is the technical definition of reggae? It's the beat of the chord. John is a musician. He would know.
Johnny, is that reggae?
It didn't sound like reggae to me.
No, I wouldn't say that.
You want the musical explanation? The snares on the 1 and 3. Boom. There it is.
Is that what it is?
You. Very nice.
That's it. I knew.
Man.
I knew you would.
You know what? We're going to roll with it. All right, guys. We had Johnny Lynch and Joe Montana.
I heard.
What about that?
I heard.
And Lynch, we had, I tried to get him to, I said, why the Cowboys? He said, well, the tie goes to the runner and there was no tie.
That was pretty funny.
That's what he said.
You know, I know everybody, you brought up Charles Haley.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
I mean, that flipped 2-1 Super Bowls and championship games. The one thing that I was thinking about when I heard Mike McCarthy talking about Trey Lance, and we said footwork is the one thing they got to work on with him right away when they saw him in the practice field. But I'm not concerned. I shouldn't say, anything could happen. I remember the Raiders losing to Tim Tebow in his first start. He ran all over him, so things happen. But what I'm more concerned when they come in October the 8th is his knowledge of Kyle Shanahan's offense. I mean, I hadn't thought about that until I heard Mike McCarthy talking about Trey. And Dan Quinn obviously was with Kyle when he was the head coach in Atlanta, and Kyle was the OC, and they went to a Super Bowl. So he knows him inside and out. But just the terminology, the lingo of this specific offense and going to camp, I mean, is there any intel advantage Trey will have
Trey
when the
as
boys?
the double agent is the guy who swings it. There you go.
He's already there. He's been there.
Hey, I know we got to go let you go.
Traded the double agent.
But you want to talk about trades that hurt you? How about trading a head coach to Tampa Bay and then seeing him in the Super Bowl? How about that?
2 1s, 2 2s, and $8 million.
We're going to trade.
I just wanted to prime the pump before we left. All right, boys, take it away.
Cheers.
Marcus, Waterboy, Triple E. I'll see you guys on Tuesday. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
All of a sudden, these hillbillies are telling me how to coach and I'm sorry, shoot.
The comments are the comments. I'm really not concerned about his comments.
Jimmy Garoppolo needs to shut the hell up.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
And here's a play action. Heineke back. Bosa got it from behind. Fumbled the ball. Who's got it? It's on the 10-yard line. The Washington lineman toucher. The 49ers have it.
I thought it would come probably to this time, just looking at the history of those things. And I'm really hoping it gets done. I know they're working tirelessly at it. John, Hamp, Prague, I know their team is. But hopefully we can get him in here sooner than later.
Second down and 12. Here comes Bosa. He got Baker from behind. Sacked him from behind. It's a strip sack. I think Cleveland got back on the ball, though. Well, he has got a pad stack, and he wants to plant the flag right in the middle of Baker Mayfield's number 6, right in his back.
John, there's been a bunch of conflicting reports. Is there any percentage chance that you guys would consider trading Nick Bosa?
No. Real simple.
Just want to sack the quarterback, dude. It's not as easy as it looks.
That's a second and goal, 7-yard line for Herbert. Herbert going to get chased by Bosa and gets sacked from behind.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
A Nick Bosa to lead you off. John Lynch had some interesting things to say with Murph and Mack. Kyle Shanahan spoke again to reiterate both of their stances. To quote Dean Wormer, 0.0. We'll get into that conversation. Some bad luck again for Logan Webb. We shall discuss. They take on the Padres now, but they are still a wild card team as we speak because of what other teams did. And if they could just go on a run like the Phillies have done, they could put this thing away rather quickly. 29 games left in the season. We'll get into that as well. Free agency, practice squad teams, all those things. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
How are you, John? Phillies did lose yesterday, but
they did.
Arizona lost as well. So the claiming, the waiver, I think it's coming down early this afternoon, early morning our time, early this afternoon on the East Coast. So we'll see if the Giants add anybody. Cross coming back.
Would you like this order?
Point.
I do have the order. Did you see that? I put the order out there.
For claiming?
Yeah, amongst the teams in the National League, Marlins, Reds,
D-backs.
Yep, then the Giants and the Cubs, blah, blah, blah.
That's what we talked about yesterday.
So that's
what we have.
It's the
inverse of the wild card standings. You
exactly.
just tip them upside down.
And you,
so what time
you wanted to lose, and they did.
What time? But I wanted the Diamondbacks to lose. Otherwise, they didn't do anything. They didn't needed Arizona to win, but the Dodgers, they just never lose. They're incredible, and they're just. We got Braves Dodgers tonight, starting a 4-game series at Dodger Stadium. Do we know what time the claiming window closes? It's already past 1:00 on the East Coast, so I think it happens early afternoon on the East Coast, and then obviously the deadline would make them postseason eligible by midnight or 9:00, I guess our time. You know, when the Padres Giants game wraps up tonight. So. We'll talk a lot about football to open, certainly, because this is the last day before they break for Labor Day weekend. So I would have liked to see Nick Bosa here. And I'm the one. Here comes Bosa. When is he going to come? When is he coming? And I'd like to get it done tomorrow. So when they come back on Labor Day Monday, they are laborers on Monday. He's a full go. And there's a check-in, a physical. If you haven't seen him in a while, he was there one day since the NFC Championship game and exit day. He was here on June the 6th for a mandatory mini camp, met the media, and we haven't seen him. So it's the last day of August. It's the last day before you come back after Labor Day weekend. So I would like to see him at some point here in the next 48, 72 hours. I had a feeling it'd be tomorrow when he signs. We'll see. We'll talk to a lot of the people that are covering the story. But speaking of, last day, I think yesterday, right after we got off the show, I had a nice long visit with Marty and Sandra G and talked a lot of ball. And then I stayed for the entire game, John. I didn't think I would do it, but what a glorious day. It was 80 degrees at first pitch, and I had to move around just about every half inning it's a different section, and you couldn't be in the sun too long, but I did the lap. Because now that football's on.
You sat on someone's lap?
No, I did the lap, John. I did the lap. No, the people sat on my lap.
I thought that was what I was going to say.
I $10 for the lap.
You're like
the
Santa,
lap around the ballpark.
Sit on Papa's
I did
lap.
not go Gotham Club. I did not go indoors.
Oh,
I stayed.
wow.
I wanted to do the exterior lap. And I did. I got garlic fries for the first time in a long time.
Wow. So you did the whole experience.
The crab cake sandwich that Jeremy Affeld used to get for free for me. But I did not go cha-cha bowl. A little bit too hot for cha-cha bowl. I did end the day with a Tony Gemignani
Very
slice.
nice.
I watched the entire game. And with a lot of takeaways, obviously. The fans got a little cruel on your guy Jock Peterson yesterday.
What was he playing, soccer in left yesterday? Was that?
He used his glove.
That's a World Cup kicking?
Yeah, as a set piece.
Yeah, that was not good.
And he looks heavy. He looks heavy. I mean, I understand some days you want he and almost every day you want he and Wilmer in the lineup together, but I'd rather have Wilmer play defense, I honestly. But, they're better defenders at that spot, obviously. But just not a good look. It didn't really directly result in anything. They didn't score. I thought Bailey could have ate the ball on the double steal. I know he wanted to get Ellie De La Cruz, and that was a great matchup when he threw him out in Cincinnati. But he had such a humongous jump. There was no way he was going to throw him out. And then, Spencer Steer was able to come in behind, and they didn't score enough runs. But anyway, it was kind of my farewell to baseball yesterday. We'll be back on the patio in a few weeks, but now we're into football mode. Won't be able to stay and watch. So I got my baseball fix on. And what a day. They did lose. Not a great day for the offense, but the yard, I can't recall too many days. There have been. I remember one series against Cincinnati a long time ago, about 10 years ago, when it was close to 100 degrees, well over 90, but it was hot yesterday. It was close to 80 degrees at first pitch, but it was fun.
That was as far as going out to the patio and as early as we go, because there's always a little bit of a breeze, a little bit of a coolness in the air, something like that, even on the nicest of days. That wasn't the case yesterday.
No wind.
That was
no wind.
No
it was
wind.
Hot. It was hot.
It was incredible. In fact, I got a text from one of our producers, Walter, and he was saying how hot it was, like you said. And I mean, I like warm weather. That's why I live out in the East Bay. I like it a little bit warmer. As I get older, I don't like any chill in the air whatsoever. My wife looks at me strange. I'm like, I like not Phoenix 115 hot, but I like warm. So I thought it was an incredible day. It felt great when we were out there hanging out.
No, it was a beautiful day, and overall they played well in the Cincinnati series. This San Diego series just a little bit scary. I know they're down, and they're 10 under, but they are very capable. And it's the first time Giants have shown up at 19 Tony Gwynn Drive all year. They haven't been there in a while because the two games they played them when they were home games for San Diego were in Mexico. So it's going to be lively. We'll see. They need to play well, obviously, and they roll into Wrigley. But yesterday was my farewell to baseball, and now I'd like to say hello to Bosa. Honestly, I you could hear it. John and Kyle both spoke yesterday. Very different press conferences. John's got a different disposition. Kyle got a little testy, even with our guy Matt Mayoko yesterday. But I think the prevailing thought around here, this is the last day of August here. And you'd like to have your best player, and McCaffrey's a great player. Trent Williams is a great player. They got a lot of great players on this team. But the guy who was a very short list of players from the moment he came into the NFL, and this, I don't know how the negotiations are going and what they're bringing up, but just look at the list of players that have won both Defensive Rookie of the Year and Defensive Player of the Year, and he did it in his rookie contract in his first 4 years in the NFL. Donald, Kuechly, Urlacher, Charles Woodson, Terrell Suggs, LT, Jack Lambert, Joe Green are the guys. And Dana Stubblefield did it as well. The other guys are, outside of Dana, are all Hall of Fame players. There's no doubt. Because most of them are already in the Hall of Fame, and some of them changed pro football. So Nick's right there. The moment he arrived here, his rookie year, he flipped the whole fortunes of the franchise. All of a sudden, you're 8-0, bro. Where the hell did that come from? And the 1 year they did not win 3 of the 4 NFC title game, Nick got hurt. So we understand the difference, and when he's on the field versus off the field, he's going to get a humongous contract. But again, this is the last. They're going to be on the practice field in about an hour, and then they get Labor Day weekend off. It's part of the CBA. I mean, it's weird because in the years past when we were playing 4 preseason games pre-pandemic, you'd have a game tonight. Tonight would be your 4th and final preseason game. And then the guys would go away Labor Day weekend and you'd cut on Saturday, eliminating that. This week's been a little bit lighter, obviously, but they're still out there practicing. Yesterday on the field at about 3 o'clock before the mayor of Santa Clara rolled in, Beyonce. She showed up fashionably late last night, John. She didn't show up till after 9 o'clock.
Did you go to that show?
Last night. I did not.
Yeah.
Because I was in the city watching the Giants.
Oh, of course.
By the time I left there, it was going to be hard to get back down here. So,
in regards to Nick Bosa, I think this is a fair statement. He's the most indispensable 49er because even though I'm not as on board with Darnold as you are, I think he can be capable. but what Nick Bosa provides, the 49ers do not have. Even if it's Christian McCaffrey, Mitchell's in there, or there's a plethora of other offensive weapons that can not do what he does, but they can certainly have an effective offense. What Nick brings to the table, they just don't have. And I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's Furl or Drake Jackson or Austin Bryant or any of these other guys that are going to try to attempt, if they have to replace him for a game or whatever. They just don't have what Nick provides, both in the run game, the pass game. Other positions are very, very important. George Kittle's very important. They don't have a tight end. They can do what George does. I realize that with a combination of guys, maybe they can kind of get close. But Nick Bosa is the most indispensable player, and they're trying, and we'll play some of the stuff from John Lynch this morning with the morning show. We'll play some of the key cuts for you so you can hear, because I think what's happening with people, and I put myself in this category, is that because they have been good in this whole process of not letting anything leak, and none of the insiders are saying anything. Rappaport has said a couple of things, but we don't know what's going on. And so generally when you don't know, no matter what the topic is, it leads you as humans, I don't know why we do this, but we just look for the worst. And so now we're sitting here all going, is he not going to be in? Is he not going to be in? Hell, he could be in this afternoon. You've said you think it's going to be Friday. So it could all be fine, but because we're hearing nothing, we're all panicking, and I put myself in that because Nick is the most indispensable 49er to me.
Well, I mean, you lose Trent Williams, that would not be good. They have running backs behind him, but no one's Christian McCaffrey. I mean, there are a lot of, and obviously Brock is Brock. He just people underestimate him, and Joe Montana talked about it with Murph and Mack. People just don't see it. He makes it look easy. The hardest job in sport is he makes it look easy. But he's going to be the highest paid player. I think he's the best player on the team. I know when you go into a game against the 49ers, you have to account for 97. He's the first guy they talk about. McCaffrey on offense. How do we get enough bodies on him to in and out him? Because one man can't cover him. And it's so hard to block Nick. So you have to slide protection his way. It's going to open it up for Hargrave and Armstead and whoever's the other end. And now they want to blitz Fred Moore. I hear you. But we all know that. And he knows that. And Brian Ayrault knows that. So just how big is the contract going to be? It's going to be the biggest contract in the history of the franchise. One of the biggest contracts in the history of the league. Probably the biggest one for a non-quarterback. We'll find out where Matt Barrows is on this and where they go. But it's time now. It's the last day of August. They're going to practice today. Then they get the entire weekend off. And you'd like him on Labor Day Monday when they come back in, and it's Steeler week. You want him in the building on Monday. That's why I thought get it done by the latest Friday. Have the doctors check him out, give him the intel, re-ingest Nick into the building here. So when Monday's practice rolls around on Labor Day, he's full go.
By the way, let me give you a little breaking news. Not breaking. It's nothing to do with Bosa, but Busts are only saying all waiver claims had to be posted by 1 Eastern, so that's 10 Pacific.
Oh, boy.
It says interested teams will learn in minutes whether their claims were successful.
That's what I thought.
Minutes.
So now everybody, the way it works is, and we knew this when they had the August 31st deadline, the irrevocable waivers, teams put players on waivers. And then if you want to trade for them, you got to claim them or claim the player. You don't have to trade for them. And you have to take that player. Right. But it does go to the teams with the worst record. So the Giants and Diamondbacks could have claim it on Lucas Giolito. And because Arizona lost last night, they would get him because they're number one ahead of the Giants in the pecking order, and likewise for the Marlins and Reds. So I knew it was early, John. I didn't know it was like right now. We're going to find out in minutes. Good.
All right, so we'll keep you up to date on that as well. Plus, I wouldn't call it too deep of a dive. I didn't go too deep into the rabbit hole, but I got a couple things in the Giants offense and something on Logan Webb as his poor luck, which started against the Yankees on opening day, continues. So we'll get into that, but a ton on Nick Bosa today, and we will let you hear what John Lynch had to say. Joe Montana, fascinating, and some of the things he said, especially about Brock Purdy in the quarterback situation. We'll get into all those things. Plus, we'll give you the guest list next as well. It's Pop and Lund on your Thursday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
49ers general manager John Lynch, he joined Murph and Mack to discuss the decision of trading Trey Lance to Dallas, but more importantly, where the 49ers stand with the Nick Bosa negotiations. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Well, I would tell you that all these guys are focused on their own on their own selves and being their both selves. We just broke training camp, so I think that's been easy. As this thing gets closer, sure, that becomes more present because people will talk about it more. But there's no updates there. What I'll tell you is that the communication is ongoing. It's good. It's healthy, and we're working to try to get something done. And don't have any more updates other than that. I think there's principles that kind of hold true, but really don't want to get into all that. This thing's active, ongoing. The good thing is we've promised each other, both sides, that we're going to keep this thing in house, and I want to hold true to that. That's important to me. It's important to them, and so just going to try to say as little as possible, and that we're working hard to try to bring it to resolution.
All right, that is John Lynch this morning with Murph and Mac. If you missed it and want to hear the whole conversation, it's on KNBR.com. Make sure that you check that out. So again, the frustration, I think, for fans and everything else, and we start thinking the worst. But as he said, and it's important to him, it's important to the Bosa side, they could be dotting I's and crossing T's for all we know, because both sides have done a nice job in keeping this thing quiet. We all jumped to conclusions that they're not getting anywhere. There was rumors that they were millions of dollars apart. Who knows what is true and what is not? But all I try to do is read what John says and how he says it. A couple of times ago, he sounded optimistic. I felt good. The last time you and I discussed it, he sounded kind of down and frustrated. How would you characterize what he said and how he said it there?
If they're only millions of dollars apart, that's not a lot. He's going to get guaranteed over 80, maybe close to $100 million guaranteed. If you told me it was tens of millions apart, that would be a problem. I mean, that means they're pretty close. So I just think the time is now, to get it done. I just think the calendar's flipping from August 31st to September 1st. He's not going to practice today, obviously. The team's not practicing all weekend with the CBA rules. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, they're off. They come back on Labor Day Monday, and I think everybody, when you come back in on Monday, it's Steeler week. They're kind of transitioning from the preseason to the regular season and, lessening up the load on bodies. And I'm sure there'll be a light practice when they start at 11, John. And then, the next week, it's the season. It's time to go. It's game planning, so you want Nick in the building. So and Kyle said it. He had a time frame when he thought it would be done. And I think this is towards the back end of the time frame. So we want him here. But we heard from John Lynch. By the way, who threw the first pitch in the history of the Miami Marlins franchise? Not in the major leagues, but
I do know
in the history of the franchise.
You're asking me about gold and all those things the other day. I do know this answer. That's John
Lynch.
Yeah.
What did he say? He walked the first three batters, I think, and then he punched out the side.
He was a little nervous.
Why do I mention the Miami Marlins? Lucas Giolito, we thought minutes ago, was going to the Marlins, and they had put a claim in ahead of and the Reds, I think, put a claim in for him as well, but the Marlins have a worse record. But wait a minute now, late update, he may be going to Cleveland.
Yeah, I just saw Guardians.
In the American League, they have a worse record. They're 64-70. So I think they thought he was going to go to the National League Marlins. But you know what? The Giants are playing the Cleveland Guardians.
They are.
Coming up September 11, 12, and 13. So he may pitch against the Giants. So I think they thought he was going to Miami in the wild card race, and now he's going. Where's Cleveland overall, John? I know it's in Northeast Ohio.
They're not even in the race.
That's a future pick.
Yeah, because Texas has the good thing the Giants aren't in the American League. Texas has the last wild card spot at 75-58. Cleveland's 64-70. They're 12 games in the loss column out of the wild card with 29 left. So they're not going to the playoffs.
Not even close.
So and they claim
what's
Ronaldo
his contract?
Lopez
his
as well.
Contract is beyond just this year.
It is.
Yeah, so that's a future pick.
Yeah, so and they picked Ronaldo Lopez, the reliever from the Angels as well. So they got two.
They got both of them?
Yeah.
Wow.
So that's crazy.
So Giants are not getting Lucas Giolito.
No.
And we don't even know if they put a waiver claim in. But it looked like he was going to Miami minutes ago, and now it looks like he may be going to Northeast Ohio.
Yeah. And the thing is, and I was looking at this last night because we all know 4 is the magic number for the Giants when they win. As of yesterday, they were 57-17. They'd scored 4 more, and I think it was 11-46.
That's true of almost every team in baseball,
absolutely.
by the way.
But 4 is the number, regardless of team. You're right.
Yeah.
4 is the number. But we were talking about this yesterday of waiver claims, and pitching-wise, they've been fine. I think the bullpen's a little bit tired, but really where they're going to have a jam when it comes to the roster itself. In September, they can add 2, but there are real problems as far as OPS is concerned. In left field, they're 30th in OPS. In center field, they're 26th in OPS. Shortstop, they're 27th in OPS. Now, DeYoung has come aboard, but in the outfield, and this is why I was thinking possibly Hunter Renfroe, but they just got Haniger back, and they're hoping that he's better. They just got Yaz back. He'll be in center. They're hoping he's better. So I'm not sure they're going to pick anybody up, because if they couldn't get pitching, they certainly need hitting, especially in left and center field, but they just got 2 guys back at those positions, and so I don't think they're going to claim anybody if they couldn't get Giolito.
Well, I mean, Harrison Bader, Flem was talking about the right-handed hitters. You mentioned Renfroe, Grichuk also. We'll find out in the coming moments here. The interesting theory about Bosa, about the residency in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he's trying to establish a residency in the state of Florida, which would be, I think he needs 6 months to do that.
Bader to the Reds.
Who is?
Harrison Bader
to the Raiders.
Reds.
We're all over the
Reds.
place.
Yeah.
What's going on here? The Reds this is why, one of the Giants wanted Bader. The fact that and you wanted to beat Cincinnati, obviously, to go ahead of them as far as the season series. But if the Reds came in and swept you, you'd probably maybe have Harrison Bader. But I don't know if they would or not.
He's had a horrible offensive.
Yeah, but he's a great defensive player. And, players go into slumps and they come alive. So, they do have a track record. He's a good player. But anyway, there's a theory, because the base salaries are subject to W-2, and it would save him a ton of money if Nick Bosa has a Florida residency than a California residency. Obviously, Florida's 0%, right? So you go from 13.3 to 0. So maybe that's the deal, that he needs to have the calendar flipped to September the 1st to establish the residency in Florida, and that's why
tomorrow, like
maybe
you said.
it's Friday.
You said Friday.
Yeah.
By the way, let me correct Cleveland, because in the wild card chase, they're out. But because the AL Central is so terrible, they're only 5 in the loss behind Minnesota. So they're not out of it, even though they're 64-70, because their division stinks.
Oh, Cleveland?
Yeah. So they're not a wild card possibility, but they
could win their division.
Outside chance. And again, we're getting down to it where, 5 games is fairly significant. I don't know how many games they have left against Minnesota. But, the Giants have 29 games remaining. So when we start looking at numbers, we got to start looking at now. What do we call down the stretch? 20 games, 15
Labor
games?
Day.
Yeah, definitely.
When they come out, that's why we're kind of, my head's spinning. We're talking, baseball's getting waived by the Angels and going all over the place. And we're changing topics with Bosa because I'm getting info on Bosa. But anyway, I think the both is true. When the calendar turns to September, and it's Labor Day, you want Bosa in here, and it's time to go. It's Steeler week. And then baseball. Coming down the stretch to me is when you finish up Labor Day weekend. To me, it's the Cubs. Starting in San Diego, and I know they're having a bad year there, but don't you think the Padres would make their season if they win 3 out of 4 or sweep the Giants? Bob Melvin would love that. And they may not get in, but it could be the old theory of we're not going, you're not going. And that's still a dangerous lineup. It's going to be sellouts for all 4 games. So I'm not saying just flip ahead to Waveland Avenue and the Cubs on Labor Day Monday. But as far as coming down the stretch, to me, it's Labor Day. And for Nick Bosa, the labor negotiations need to be over by Labor Day, and he needs to be here.
Yeah, no doubt. And we'll get into it with Matt Barrows in just a second. And just to go back to the Padres for a minute, look, in 2 of those 4 games, they've got Blake Snell going in 1, who has been awesome this year, and Michael Wacha, who, by the way, would be a great Giants target because last year he was great with the Red Sox. This year he's been great with the Padres, both on cheap deals. I don't know what he'd be asking for, but he's had 2 bounce-back years right in a row after years with the Cardinals, and he was very good. Then he was down, but last year he was really good. This year he's been really good. So, you have 2 challenging pitching matchups, and for the Padres, as crazy as it sounds, it hasn't been the pitching this year. It's been the hitting, and that's what's so weird. They just haven't gotten clutch hitting all year long. It's been the craziest thing with that lineup, which goes 6-7 deep, especially with runners in scoring position, especially in 1-run games and especially in extra inning games. They've been terrible. It's wild. So for 4 games, could they change that? Absolutely. I'm with you. All right, we'll get into it. We'll get into the Nick Bosa situation, plus, of course, roster churning at a practice squad, all those different things. We'll get into it with Matt Barrows from The Athletic next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to see your Giants take on the Cleveland Guardians. Wednesday, September 13th. First pitch, 12:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Really? No, just overall, there's improvements to be made at each facet of my game, and but most of the off season is just preparing myself for a long year and making sure that my body's going to be able to take on the load of 21 games. Just taking days off. I'd say I've been taking a little more time to not forcing myself to push through the things, or I'm learning my body every year. I'm making small tweaks, but I'm improving speed, strength. My body comp is probably similar. But yeah, just taking those days when I need them, and not forcing myself to push through when it's May or April, or those months where if I push through something, it's kind of pointless at that point.
That's the last time Nick Bosa spoke with the media. That was on June 6th. Let's get all your latest 49ers news headed up by Nick. And, of course, John Lynch spoke this morning about the situation, staying quiet. We all assume that means the worst, but not necessarily. Also, has got his notes out there on Brock Purdy, the nickel situation, the tight end situation with George Kittle out, and more. Make sure you're following him at Matt Barrows. Is reading his great stuff, and the guys do a great job with the athletic cover in the 49ers. And Matty joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. What's happening? How are you?
I'm well. I'm on my way into the last practice of the week, and then next week it's a real week. So we're finally here, which makes the Nick Bosa situation all the more urgent.
Yeah, I've been kind of pointing to Friday just because he needs to get in the building and go through a physical, and you want him at the Monday practice without question, which he was his rookie year after being out with an ankle injury, but he took part in meetings. He's not here. So you want him in the building when they go back to work on Labor Day. So I've been texting with your guy, David Lombardi, and I don't know if he's run this by you, but it makes a lot of sense and a lot of levels. So the 49ers lost the NFC Championship game January 29th. Nick probably went back to Florida shortly after in early February. The calendar turns to September 1st tomorrow. I don't know what the exact timeline is, but what David's theory is that this could be all to establish a residency in the state of Florida. And the tax implication would be huge, obviously, to be in Florida as opposed to the state of California. And you have to spend at least 6 months of the year in Florida. Otherwise, the franchise tax board tracks your phone and they're all over you. So have you talked to Lombardi about this? And could this just be a delay to have the calendar turn to a new month where he could establish a new residency in Florida, Matt?
Yeah, we did talk this morning about it. I bounced that off a high-level 49ers executive, and the response was, "Who are you, Oliver Stone?"
The grassy knoll, JFK.
Right. So, I mean, maybe we're looking too deeply into it. That's possible for sure. I mean, this is a guy who gets an excused absence for every spring because the 49ers know how hard Bosa is working in Florida. So they know that he's going to be there for the bulk of the year, and they're fine with it. So maybe that's going into the calculus as well. I didn't get a firm nibble on that theory, though.
But it would be a massive savings in the state tax, obviously.
Yeah, for sure. No, I mean, I gotta believe that Brian Aralt has thought about that. Obviously, the other Bosa brother lives in Southern California, or at least has a home in Southern California. So it's something that, it's not a new idea, I wouldn't believe.
The question would be, Matt, wouldn't he have established the Florida residency when he was first drafted into the NFL, or because he's in the state of California more than half the year, he still has to pay? I'm not even sure how that. We got to get Moskowitz on the case, John. I would think he would establish. Yeah, I would think he would establish Florida as his state of residency the moment he was drafted, right?
Yeah, he'll be under there.
Well, I mean, he and his brother basically built a gym. I mean, there's a huge
in Florida,
gym
right?
Somewhere in Florida, which has exactly two members. They're Joey and Nick Bosa.
Not even John? The dad can't come in?
No, I think John gets to go in as well.
All right.
But the point being is that they are doing business in Florida. I mean, that's where you could make the argument that all of their training occurs in that state. So it's not a bad theory, and it's not you would think that the argument might hold water as well.
Matt Barrows is joining us, the Bosa situation. So John Lynch was on with Murph and Mac this morning, and I'm trying to, because they're doing such a good job of kind of keeping this thing under wraps. I mean, I don't know about you, and you probably know more than I do, but in terms of just trying to read the tea leaves here, because I think this is human nature. When you don't hear anything, you just assume the worst. That's just how we do as human beings. John Lynch seemed optimistic, and then maybe a week or so ago when he was talking to you guys, he seemed pessimistic and frustrated. This morning with Murph and Mac, I thought he sounded a little bit better. How are you reading this situation? Is no news good news or bad news?
Oh, it's bad news because we're inching closer to the deadline. I mean, to me, the precedent has always been 2019 when Bosa hurt his ankle, I want to say August 4, so very early in training camp. This is his rookie season, and he doesn't practice until the the week of the Tampa Bay game, and even then, it's not full go. He's not feeling 100%. Very serious ankle injury that he suffered. And then he goes into Tampa Bay that year, and, of course, the 49ers defense just runs roughshod. He gets a sack, 3 quarterback hits. And so I think both sides basically have concluded that, you know what, if push comes to shove, really he only needs that, that first week, that first run-up. And because, he's now a veteran. He's in better shape than he was in 2019. He's not injured. So we think that he's going to be fine for Pittsburgh, even if he gets the week. So really, I mean, the last big deadline is Wednesday, because that's the first practice of that Tampa week that he practiced in full going into that season. So, I mean, that's going to be the day that if he's not in by then, now it's a real issue, I think.
Yeah, all that's true, and we've been citing that for weeks and weeks. But the difference was he wasn't a holdout. He was in the building, and you do have a new defensive coordinator. And I know it does sound easy. Just go, sick him, go get Kenny Pickett, tackle the guy with the 2 gloves on. But there is a little more intricate than that. So the difference is he's not in the building, and you have a new DC. So obviously for John and Kyle, this is the longest holdout, going into training camp by far. But since you've been covering the team, what do we go back to? I remember Michael Crabtree's rookie year lasted 5 games into the season. Is this we're not to Crabtree yet, but all the years you've been covering the Niners, what's the most protracted big-name holdout you were on?
Crabtree for sure. And remember, that was sort of like a harebrained notion that he was drafted at this spot. I forget, what was it, 10th overall?
10. Darius Hayward-Bay went 7, yeah.
Right, and Crabtree's rationale was, I should have been drafted a lot earlier. So I need to be.
His theory was Al Davis is crazy, and he took a fast guy who can't catch the ball. Yeah, it was.
I can't imagine. Clear-eyed Nick Bosa is taking this stance. That's why I'm sort of baffled that it's taken this long. And people have been saying, I've never spoken to Brian Aroll. I don't know who he is. He's obviously not dealing with the media, this, that, and the other. But the precedent for him was that he represents Joey Bosa, and that deal certainly didn't, wasn't protracted like this one is. So I never expected it to go this long. To me, it seems obvious what you do. You just pay him a little bit more than what Aaron Donald is making. But I don't know what the exchange has been. I don't know what the holdup is. And until we know that, I mean, all of this is just speculation.
Now, Joey Bosa's rookie contract, Matt, he missed a game. He didn't sign his rookie deal. He missed 1 game, and then he got signed, and he wound up tweaking an ankle, and he missed like the next 3 or 4. He didn't play till week 5. And there was a point where, I think it was the big extension, where Arolt actually dropped out, and they brought in Todd France from CAA to finish up the deal. So Joey Bosa's Nick's older brother, his first contract as a rookie resulted in him missing 1 game because of the holdout, and then he got hurt, and he wound up missing a handful of games.
Yeah, I'm talking about the contract extension.
Right.
9 years later,
right.
That didn't seem to be problematic or anything like that. So I mean, and I've heard the Bosa family talk about how, maybe the 49ers are a little bit better on the business end of things than the Chargers are. So given all that, I thought that, okay, this might, leak into the first week of training camp, but I had no notion that it was going to go this deep.
We're talking about Barrows. A couple other things with the 49ers. They did bring in a kicker, Matthew Raitt, and I didn't know of Matthew Raitt, but I am looking at his numbers, 40 of 46. He's hit most of his extra points, 37 of 35, and actually from distance, he's been pretty good. So are they going to need Matthew Raitt, or is this just purely insurance?
I think it's insurance. I mean, if I'm the 49ers and I do have this insurance and I'm not sure about Nick Moody, and, he hasn't been lights out in the preseason, and maybe that was due to this issue. Maybe I just go with this guy, the more experienced guy early on, and make sure that Moody is 100% before I send him out there. I mean, he's already under so much scrutiny, being a third-round pick, and who the 49ers are and what they expect to do in the playoffs. That if he's not, if that quad isn't 100%, or if he hasn't been able to prepare as if he's totally healthy, I would sit him out. So I mean, I would imagine that's the way things are leaning right now. It's not going to be a long-term issue for the rookie, but it could be if they don't play their cards right.
All right, so the one big roster spot, as far as game day and how they're going to play is what they're going to do with the nickelback position. So is it safe to say that Diamador Lenore is going to have a dual role here on some snaps? My question is, even in the base defense, I know they're going to move Demo inside to play nickel some, and maybe some Isaiah Oliver, but when the other teams are in 12 personnel and the Steelers like to run a lot of double tights, would Demo Lenore be an outside corner, which Charvarius Ward, and then when the other team goes to 3 wide receivers, you bring in the nickel, you bring in Demo Lenore and bump him inside? Is he going to have to play outside corner some snaps and nickel corner on others?
I think so. I think it's going to depend on the personnel of the opponent. Like if they line up a big slot receiver like the 49ers do with Juwan Jennings, or if it's like Kansas City with Travis Kelce or somebody like that, then it's Isaiah Oliver who comes in. So Lenore would remain on the outside. If it's Cooper Kupp, which is going to be for 2 games of this year, Lenore is going to slide inside, and it's going to be Ambry Thomas or Samuel Womack who's on the outside. So to me, this is a sort of a problem area. And I know, John Lynch kind of explained it as a strength. They have all this versatility now at that spot. But, boy, Lenore doesn't have a lot of experience at nickel. And Ambry Thomas and Womack don't have a lot of experience on the outside. So, I don't know. Asking a guy to do both this early in his career, I think is asking a lot. And I forget how old Diamador Lenore is. I know that he's still really young, and he's still a young player in this league. I think it would be better if he just, stayed at one spot, outside or inside, and didn't have to toggle back and forth.
Yeah, absolutely. He's still 23. He's still, like you said, he's still a really young guy. The other one that popped up is George Kittle. Do we need to be worried about George Kittle's health?
I mean, it seemed like they were at this stage maybe a week and a half ago where he's getting a little bit of practice. He's going to come into the Chargers game, and then after that, he's going to be full go. Well, that groin injury or adductor, that's the new groin, by the way. People say adductor instead of groin, has lingered a little bit. And so he hasn't practiced this week, and I don't expect to see him today either. And the idea is that he gets back into the swing of things again on Monday. But it's clear he's not 100% right now. And this has been a bit of an issue with Kittle. He's been either hurt or, coming off an injury to begin a lot of these recent seasons, and he doesn't hit his stride until later on. So, yeah, it's something to look at. I mean, to me, the tight end position is something to look at. This was the year of the tight end in the draft. A year where you really kind of reset and get to bring in a whole new cast. And it looked like the 49ers were going to do that, but Latu's injury, et cetera, means that they have virtually the same group they had last year. And even less than that, their number 2 tight end a year ago was Tyler Kroft, and he's in Miami now. And so you don't really have that inline guy, that 6th offensive lineman that Kroft was for most of the season. So to me, it may have gotten even a little weaker this year than it was a year ago.
Matty, great stuff, man. We appreciate it. Enjoy the last practice until for real, and we'll talk to you throughout the season, I'm sure. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Thanks, man.
Thank you, man.
That is Matt Barros, at Matt Barros. And, of course, not only Matt, but the rest of the guys at The Athletic do a tremendous job in covering the 49ers, so make sure you check out all their stuff. We'll react to a couple of things he said there. We're juggling guests, so we got to give you an update on what's going on as far as the guest front is concerned. All that next. Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I see someone pretty comfortable where he's at. He jumped in there and plugged himself in pretty quickly, and that's when you know you're in the right spot as a quarterback. He got in the groove pretty quick, and he has a pretty good team around him. And I think he understands how to use the weapons, and he makes great decisions. We all make some bad ones here and there, but for the most part, he's been pretty good. And look forward to seeing him again this season for a full year. And they've got a Super Bowl caliber team there, so it'll be fun to see. They had to get that lineman signed and get Bosa back in the house, but that it also helps offensively when you got a good defense like they do.
That is the great Joe Montana. If you missed him this morning with Murph and Matt, go back to KNBR.com to hear the whole thing. But they asked him about Brock Purdy, obviously. Had a lot of good things to say. Asked him about the Trey Lance trade. He basically said, and we'll play it for you, that he just didn't fit the system. And sometimes you got to move on. So Joe with a lot of good comments. And that was fun to hear Joe, man. Always love hearing Joe.
And he was brought to you by Gold Bar Whiskey.
That's right.
The official whiskey of the 49ers. He was at an event this morning at 8 o'clock in the morning, and there's going to be a big event coming up on Treasure Island that I'm going to be at. I gave you my little small bottle of Gold Bar Whiskey when I saw you the other day, and you brought it to the Giants game. Did you partake after I saw you?
Well, I put it in my car. I'm a big, whiskey and the coffee guy. You spilled your
Black coffee in bed?
Believe me, if I would have spilled the coffee like you spilled the coffee yesterday, there probably would have been some Gold Bar in it. I would have gotten on the ground and licked it up like a dog.
Like Lee Hammer did. Maybe that's why Lee was down.
Do we have that video, by the way?
Trying to resell my latte.
Did our department did they get that video?
It's not the audio, it's the visual. I didn't see any. It was a weird shot.
I like how you got up right away. You're like, okay, I know what this is going to be manipulated
all they saw was
into.
A shot of a bald head of Lee Hammer by my groinal region. And I said,
you mean your abductor?
Hammer, don't touch this.
Your abductor.
So, and anyway, the Niners kicker, and this is going to go down to this Matthew Wright that they signed. And Jake did kick the other day, yesterday. We'll see if he kicks today.
Yeah.
You put him on the practice squad. You take it right until Saturday at walkthrough and make a call if Jake can go or not. And then the thing about Matthew Wright, what have you been talking about? Going into Pittsburgh, and the open end of that stadium is notoriously difficult. I think they finally had a 50-yard field goal be made in that stadium. And it may have been Matthew Wright who made it, John. He was a Steeler. In 2020,
Twice.
In the pandemic year, he was there for 3 games and was 4 for 4, 2 for 2 from 40 and beyond, 40 and at a 46-yarder. He's made a 56-yarder, a pair of 59-yarders, and then he came back to Pittsburgh last year, kicked in 4 games, and was 12 of 14 as a Steeler, and he made a 52-yarder. So why did he make it and made all 7 of his extra points as a Steeler last year and likewise in 20? So specifically, you want a kicker that knows how to kick going towards the Ohio River, the open end of that stadium. So that's a big reason. If they have to do it, and Jake Moody cannot kick, you want a guy that has experience kicking and kicking well in that stadium, which I think arguably is the most difficult stadium to kick in currently in the NFL.
Right. And having lived there and seen a lot of games there, like I said, now it's early in the season, so they're getting a break in that way. But it is notoriously one of the worst fields. It's just bumpy and there's holes, and as good of a job as they do there, it's a tough field to kick in. So early in the season, you're not going to get that weather and you're going to be fine, but there still is wind. Probably not as much, though, as there is in the wintertime in Pittsburgh. But you're right. It's a smart pickup, and I hate talking kickers, you know me. But a guy who's been with Pittsburgh on two different occasions, I'd almost trust him more than Jake Moody. I'm not saying he's better. I'm just simply saying that, again, kickers, and we talked to Joe Nedney about this, it just takes him a little bit of time. This kid's 27 years old. He's kicked for a few different teams, and as you said, both in 2020 and a couple years later, last year, he kicked in Pittsburgh, so he knows what it's like.
So he's 16 of 18 as a Steeler. We'd have to go through his game logs and see, how many were at the formerly named Heinz Field. But that open end, who was the first kicker to make a 50-yard field goal? Kevin Harlan's going to join us. He may know.
No.
Maybe Justin Tucker. Maybe Matthew Wright made one there. As long in Pittsburgh last year was a 52-yarder. So for years, nobody made a 50-yard kick in that stadium. So, and it's the open end mainly. And you were talking about the field. Pitt Panthers are playing there the day before that game. So you could have a college game the Saturday before, the day before the 49ers and Steelers. So it's going to be, especially between the hashes, the field's going to be chewed up, and in college hashes are wider, so they chew up more of the middle of the field. So it's going to be a little bit difficult to kick in that game.
Yeah, I'm looking at his game logs now. We'll get to it in a little bit, but Matthew Wright is the guy's name. And again, it's become an issue with the 49ers. I think as we talked with Matt Barrows a few moments ago, Bosa, we'll get more into that, but John Lynch was on this morning. I'm going to call that positive because he made it sound a little more positive than the last time we heard from him. The kicking situation we've talked about way too much. The George Kittle situation. Are you getting nervous with this deal?
If you go back to last year, he got hurt again, and it was the Monday coming off of the first practice of Labor Day. So a lot of time, that's why they had a rash of injuries last year on the first day back after a break. Jimmy Ward, that Sunday after the first preseason game against Green Bay, literally the last snap of the practice, he tweaks his hamstring and he goes down. That's why they had to go out and get Deshaun Gibson. George got dinged up coming off of the break, the third preseason game, a weekend away, and he came back. So he played 12 snaps in the game against the Chargers, the last preseason game. But a lot of times these guys, and George has had a variety of injuries in his career. When you come back after a little bit of a break, something happens. So we'll see. I mean, George did. What did he miss? The first 2 or 3 games of last year? He didn't begin the year on time, and that's partly why they went 1-2 to start the year. They lost in Chicago. The offense wasn't doing a whole lot before the rain came, and then when the rain came and you fell behind, you were paralyzed. In the Denver game, Jimmy's first start, they scored 10 points and lost by a point. I don't think Kittle played in any of those games. So he has a history, as hard as he trains in the offseason, of right before go time, he gets something, and it could be a groin or a soft tissue, and it sets him back. So, I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. He probably won't do much today, if anything, and then come back. And again, when you come back on Labor Day Monday, it's time to get ready for the Steelers. And with George, you also, obviously his route running ability, but you want him as an extra tackle in line blocking. McKivitz is going to have T.J. Watt all day. T.J. Watt lines up at left. He's up a linebacker, whatever he is. He's the unblocked guy on the line over your right tackle. So, you would just slide George that way. Trent can handle the other side, but they got the other young edge rusher and Alex Highsmith, who had a great year last year, and they paid him big money. When they go nickel, they're going to bring in Marcus Golden, who the Niners know well from Arizona, also had a very good year with the Giants. He comes in, and then you have Cam Hayward, right in the middle of your front. So they come at you all across the line. But in a game against Pittsburgh, John, you also want him to be involved because he's probably going to have to help out Colton McKivitz a lot against T.J. Watt in this game.
I got some good news where I just came across this morning in the Mercury News. This could have nothing to do with nothing, but it's kind of interesting. So Bosa's holdout right now is 34 days. So Charles Haley,
the Cam Inman piece, in
89, he held out for 31 days. He was coming off an 11.5 sack season. He missed all but one day of the 89 training camp in Rockland. But that year, the 49ers went 14-2, and he had 10.5 sacks. 2 years more with 49ers, and, of course, the trade to Dallas in 92. So I'm nervous, but when you do something like that... 10.5 would
not be a good year for Nick. He had 18.5 last year.
Yeah, sure. But what I'm saying is they ended up winning the Super Bowl. So there you go. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I'll go back to Fred Dean. You read the story about Fred Dean?
Yeah, it's good.
That's
good
how
piece.
The 49ers got Fred Dean.
Because
the Chargers wouldn't pay him, and then he wound up getting traded, and then so he won the Super Bowl in 81, and he was the first, sub-package guy. How many snaps did Fred Dean play in 81? Not a lot. And then he wanted to get paid in 84, and he held out and, came in smoking a cig in the weight room as Randy Cross tells the story.
It's tremendous.
So, I mean, it's just, but you don't, Yeah, but you wound up trading Charles Haley, after that, which was not good, and that changed the balance of power in the NFC. I mean, as soon as he went there, the Cowboys were difficult to deal with. So, but you're going back years and years and years.
I'm looking for a silver lining.
Yeah, I don't think it's real. I like Cam Inman's history. Cam Inman has been doing some historical stuff on just overall trades, because we always mention the OJ trade, the Joe Thomas OJ trade being one of the worst ones.
That's still the worst one.
No, you look at Jim Plunkett's, what they gave up to get. I didn't know they gave up so much to get Jim Plunkett. I mean, look at that. Cam had a whole history. I'm like, where are you getting this research from? And he's doing a book. So some of the stuff he wouldn't even give it up to me, because I was asking him a lot of questions on some of this stuff. But Cam is doing a historical book, so he's doing a lot of the research anyway on this stuff. But it's fascinating what he's gotten into. What did he have on the Plunkett one? Well, he had Y.A. Tittle going to the New York Giants for Lou Corleone. Not Vito Corleone, but Lou Corleone. I mean, Y.A. Tittle became a Hall of Fame quarterback with the New York Giants, was on the cover of Time magazine. Just an amazing career. Where does that rank as far as bad bars? I'm looking at his picture, the anchor bar. Bad trades in the history. He mentioned Alex Schmitt, that trade and everything. But the Jim Plunkett trade was the Plunkett, they gave up 2 first-round picks in 76 and a first-round pick in 77 and a second-round pick. So what is that, 3 1s and a 2 for Plunkett? And he hardly played here. I mean, the biggest highlight of Jim as a 49er was landing literally on his head with his helmet. So the OJ trade was terrible, and that turned into the number 1 overall pick.
That's my problem.
And Tom Cousineau, who wound up, he didn't want to play for the Buffalo Bills. He held out. He wanted to go to Canada, and I think he wound up going to Cleveland ultimately. We all know about the OJ trade, and OJ his knee was ravaged. His last game with the Bills, he said, on the Superdome, or the dome in Seattle, the Kingdome, with a full beard, and he got hurt in that game. His knee was ravaged. He was never going to be the same player. So we all know the OJ trade, but the Jim Plunkett trade, Cam Inman did some research on that one. I didn't know they gave up so much to New England to get Plunk from the Patriots. Wow.
The OJ one was the worst because it was the number 1 overall pick in 79, then a 2 and a 3 in 78, and a 2 and a 4 in 80. I mean, that's brutal.
Yeah. But they gave up 3 1s and a 2 for Plunk? I didn't even know that.
I didn't think it was that bad.
And then he didn't play well here at all, and he wound up getting released shortly after and had to go work out for Al and Tom Flores to even make the Raiders, and then became a 2-time. Think about that. That'd be like Trey Lance winning 2 Super Bowls in Dallas. Is they have giving up all that, and it was 3 1s and a 2 to get Jim Plunkett, who was the number 1 overall pick and a Heisman winner, and you were bringing him home after his great career in Stanford and growing up in the South Bay and all that. But I did not realize that they gave up so much to get Plunk. But thank you, Cam Inman. He's been doing a lot of our research for us this week, John.
Omar Ruiz, our good friend who was at 49ers camp earlier, he's going to join us at 11:30 from the NFL Network. We just got word that Andrew Siciliano, who isn't doing the Red Zone, so I'm going to cry a little bit with him at noon.
He's doing more access than ever.
Yeah, I like it.
He's the one who did the Jimmy Garoppolo fighter pilot interview.
So we'll talk to him about that as well at noon. And then at 12:30, one of our favorites, Kevin Harlan.
So we're going from Siciliano to Harlan.
That's a great noon hour.
Wow.
Rip off the knob, eat lunch in your car, whatever the case may be, because Andrew Siciliano at noon and Kevin Harlan at 12:30, those are 2 of our favorites.
What knob are we ripping off, by the way?
I don't know, the one that changes the station.
Is it a knob, or is it just
it used to be a knob? It's just kind of a. It's just kind of a.
Yeah, it's kind of a sign.
Just kind of a phrase. I mean, nowadays it's true. You don't need a knob.
You don't really need to do that.
No, you don't really have a knob.
Mike Krukow, and I love Mike, but when he goes around, he sets the defense for you, and then he gets to the catcher. He'll be in the squat, putting down the signals. They don't put down the signals anymore. Getting in the squat and talking pitch com.
You're right, exactly.
They don't do that.
That's true. I guess he has to update that.
There's no knobs on my radio. Hell, I can't even get AM radio in my car.
Yeah,
I got to search for it. So there's certainly no knob for that. And then they don't put down the signals anymore.
Yeah, I never thought of it like that. I never thought about the whole squat thing and put down the signs. There are no
But
signs.
I love when he says, in the squad.
I do like that. You don't have to paint your nails or
He's in
anything
the
anymore.
squad doing a growler.
You know, like they would paint their nails
paint their
white,
nails.
but now they don't have to
I
do
think
that.
Chadwick Trump was big on that, wasn't he?
That's
Painting
right.
nails.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden now it's just like you're just talking back to him.
You could paint your nails anyway, though.
It would be terrible if you had the pitch comm. You'd be talking the whole time to the pitcher. You'd be distracted.
I would. Wow, that's a shot. I'm not gonna. When your buddy Siciliano and Harlan come on, you could talk to them. I won't say anything.
I knew that was going to be your reaction.
Wow.
Hey, Greg, I'm trying to pitch here. Do you mind? Wait, we need to talk. We need to talk here.
Well, you
Just
only hear
kidding.
them when you hits the button.
Yeah.
No, actually, you don't even hear. No, you don't even hear their voice.
No, you don't hear
When
them.
you hit pitch comm,
Right.
it's another voice.
Yeah, it's a different.
It's Kyle Shanahan up until the play call at 15 is always talking.
That's true. Although on TV you let Tim talk a lot. A lot of Tim Ryan.
What are you
on
saying
the
on
TV
radio?
side.
I don't. Well,
No, I'm
you're
not
just-
saying that. I'm just saying there was a lot
We
of Tim
need a
Ryan.
break, John. Are you working tomorrow? Or are you off? We need a holiday weekend. I can tell we've
All right.
spent too much
who'd
time
I say?
together.
Omar Ruiz at the bottom of the hour. Getting
He's all
heavy.
over this Bosa negotiation. They
Yeah.
opened access with it last
We're gonna do
night,
that
and they
too.
were all over it.
All right, we'll continue on the Bosa talk, the Niner talk. Your thoughts. By the way, text line is wide open. Hit us up. You got any questions, comments, thoughts either on Giants or Niners? And also we're on YouTube and Twitch as well, because what's fun about that is people love when you change. Well, you're not changing clothes today,
Oh,
but
don't
you do
try to
change
suck
hats.
me up.
No, you
I
change
have been
hats.
changing clothes. You're not even watching.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Don't take a shot saying I talk too much by trying to suck me up. I'm not even going to say what I was going to say, Lee Hammer. Anyway, don't even go there. You're agitated. We need time off.
We need time off to get, that's it.
One
Too
of us
much?
should take tomorrow off.
All right, it's Bob and Lund only
We're
here
done
on
with each other.
Sports Leader.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
Joe Montana joined Murphy and Mac this morning to discuss the QB room for the 49ers and what impresses him most about Brock Purdy. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
I wonder, Trey Lance, when he got traded to the Metroplex of Dallas, when is he going to move his sleep number bed? Trey, like so many NFL players, sleep on the sleep number bed. It's great after a tough NFL workout that can help you get quality sleep and help you recover faster and perform at your best by contorting your neck and your shoulders, your back and your hips. You can do it all. And Trey's going to a hot part of the country now in the Metroplex of Dallas, Fort Worth, in Arlington. So the temperature he can set, sleep experts recommend keeping your bedroom temperature between 75 and 68 degrees for comfortable sleep, and an air conditioner or fan plus temperature balancing. Sleep number beds and bedding can help keep you cool so you sleep through the night. So we want Trey Lance to have a good night's sleep. So do you have a sleep number bed like Trey Lance and I do? Get one now. Unlock your unique potential with a smart bed that can perform as well as you. And now, don't miss Sleep Numbers, and it is the Labor Day special sale. You'll save 50% of the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus special financing and free home delivery when you add a base. But the sale ends on Labor Day, this Monday, September the 4th. It's only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com.
hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
I mean, that's just part of baseball. Huh? I just gotta go out there and, as a pitcher, if it's a 0-0 game, you gotta keep it at 0-0. So, it's more my fault than anything. It's not. I was lucky enough to get to hit for a year and a half. It's not easy. It's not. There's no fault with those guys, and those guys are, going out there trying to do their best. So, it's just me knowing it's a 0-0 game. Just gotta do better.
That's Logan Webb. We're going to hit you with some quick Giants stuff here because Omar Ruiz is going to join us at 11:30. We'll talk Niners there. Our good friend Andrew Siciliano is going to join us at noon. We'll talk some Niners and NFL there. And Kevin Harlan's going to join us at 12:30. We can talk a bunch of stuff. We think we're going to talk NFL, but we'll probably get into a bunch of stories and stuff. But he's great, so we'll do that. But I was just looking at some numbers today with Logan Webb, who pitched yesterday and lost. So his record is 10-11 on the season in 28 starts. 9-11 in 28 starts.
His personal record.
Yeah. The Giants are 13-15 when he starts, but get this. His run support is now down to 3.18 per game. They've scored 0 or 1 runs in 10 of his starts. They're less than 3 runs in 16 of his 28 starts, yet his WAR among pitchers is 5th, only behind Garrett Cole, Sonny Gray, Blake Snell, and Shohei Ohtani. So obviously he deserves a better fate, but he's basically getting caned game after game after game. And as he said there, he's got to be better and more perfect, but putting the pressure on himself. But they struggle when he starts. It's wild, and he gets very little run support.
Yeah, from opening day in New York against Garrett Cole, and he had 12 strikeouts, but he did give up 2 homers in that game. One to Aaron Judge right away. Gleyber Torres got him going the other way. He's pitching fine. I don't think he's pitching dominantly. I would not consider him in the Cy Young candidacy. I don't think it's nearly as good as his 2021 year. You're looking, some of these analytics and metrics are a little too deep. He's getting deep into games. They're not, as you say, it's the lowest run support in baseball. J.P. Sears of the A's at 3.39 is second. Kevin Gausman in Toronto with that great offense. Wow. A 3.48. Kyle Freeland in Denver. Mm-hmm. They're only scoring 3.6 runs a game. It's hard to believe. And then yesterday, it's a 0-0 game going to the 6th. He gives up a couple of base hits, and the second one went to Ellie De La Cruz to set up a 1st and 3rd. And I think this is where, and Patrick Bailey's still throwing out a tremendous percentage, throwing out the most runners in baseball since he's been called up. Most catchers throw out 1 out of every 5. He's throwing out 1 of every 3. But we got to go back and look at his numbers, John, and I don't want to say we jinxed him, but ever since we had him on, when he picked off the Arizona, was a Perdomo at first base to win that game with Sean Manaea closing it out. We had him on the next day. That's a lot more balls are going into center or even down the left field line. He's dropping down. And I was at the game, watching yesterday. They had a 1st and 3rd, and it's a great matchup. It's Ellie De La Cruz, one of the fastest players in baseball. And that guy, when you watch him live and with your own eyeballs, he looks like he should be. How does he play the infield at that size? He is huge. He looks like a young Vladimir Guerrero, or old Vladimir Guerrero, not the young one who's a little heavy, daddy with the long legs. He is, what a specimen physically. But he got 1st and 3rd, 0-0 game in the 6th inning, and De La Cruz got a massive jump.
Yeah. He
was halfway down the line. I don't think Patrick Bailey, even with his quick release and accuracy, should have thrown that ball. And then, they were able to get the double steal, right behind it. Steer, as a smart young player, took off. They almost a better throw from Tyro, to the third base side of home plate and not the first base side where he had to swipe across the plate. But they literally stole a run there. And I think it was just a bad call by Bailey. He probably wanted to get into the matchup with De La Cruz, and he threw him out in Cincinnati, and it was exciting. But that's one you got to eat because you're not going to get him. And then, they couldn't get the run at the plate, and they literally stole a run with you on the double steal. He gave up another hit, and they wound up getting a couple, and that's all the Giants got. And they had chances to score in some situations. Casey had a great game yesterday with a couple of doubles, one down the line, one off the base of the wall. He scored the only run on the errant pickoff at first, but then, he took a borderline pitch for strike 3, got really frustrated. Wilmer had a big at-bat and did not come through. He popped out. Again, the runners in scoring position. The RISP is becoming an RIP. It's resting in peace. They just couldn't come through, but, we'll see where it all goes. And then at the end of the game, John, Yastrzemski, who played an amazing right field. The guy is just so fundamentally sound, cutting off balls. The play that he made going all the way across center to make the catch in front of Meckler and then throwing home, he hit the mound. He is just such an upgrade defensively, specifically in right field as opposed to center. But his last at-bat, he fouled the ball off of his foot, not once, but twice in the span of 3 pitches. And he kind of just flied out and he gave up the at-bat. So let's just hope he's in the lineup tonight because they need his bat back. He was able to get a big walk earlier in the game, but that last at-bat, John, I was thinking, damn, how are they going to get him on the plane to San Diego? I hope he didn't break anything.
No doubt. By the way, we were talking a lot about the waivers yesterday. If you just tuned in, the Guardians got all the pitchers and the Reds got all the hitters from the Angels. That's exactly what happened. Well, the Guardians, of course, got Lucas Giolito. They got Lopez, and they got Matt Moore. So all 3 went to the Guardians. And then both the Bader and Hunter Renfroe, so Bader from the Yankees and Hunter Renfroe from the Angels, both of those guys went to the Reds. So that's
the
how
state of Ohio took all the Angels.
Yeah, how about that? And Bader from the Yankees.
Wow.
So
because they had inferior. Now, the question would be, will we find out if the Giants put a waiver claim in on them?
Come on, Susan
They just weren't awarded that?
She'll find out.
I mean, that comes from the agent somehow, some way.
Yeah, they'll find out.
But the question would be, do they put a claim in and just they weren't awarded the player because they have a better record? So they didn't get anybody, huh?
And again, 29 remaining, 4 at the Padres, 3 at the Cubs. That's going to be tough at Wrigley Field. They just took 2 of 3 from the Brewers.
Because that guy's available, though, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Who would be the hit?
Gritchick get claimed?
Gritchick's the only one I haven't heard yet. So that would be the only one that I know of.
Renfroe get claimed?
Yeah, Reds.
Who'd they get? They got Bader and Renfroe?
Uh-huh. Yep. Oh, that's what they say. And then, like you said, it's interesting because 4 at Padres, 3 at Cubs, then 3 against Rockies, then the Guardians, who got all those pitchers. So they do see the Guardians. And then it comes basically...
Matt Moore get claimed? Mike Clevenger?
Not Clevenger, but Moore going to the Guardians. All 3 of those Angels pitchers went to the Guardians. So
I'm getting all these texts about residency in Florida. It's driving me nuts. I don't know.
The one thing I do
How about
know,
you want Josh Donaldson? He's available.
I like Josh Donaldson. He had a terrible year in New York, but he wouldn't be the first or last who left New York and then was good. So I think his is healthy.
Well, he was pretty good before he went to New York.
Yeah.
He's a dominant player.
Yeah.
Would the Blue Jays take him back while Chapman's out of the...
That's a good question.
He's on the IL?
By the way, I don't know if it applies because I'm not an expert in this area, but I do know this, that even if Nick is a resident of Florida or California or whatever, they do have that jock tax. So he pays for the other places that he plays. So he plays X amount of games in California. He's going to pay those taxes anyway. So I get it that it's 13.3% versus 0 in Florida, but I don't know how relevant that is to professional athletes because he can have a residency in Florida, but he's going to pay the taxes in California regardless. So
yeah, but I think it's different if he can establish a residency in the state of Florida and be there for 6 months uninterrupted. It would. The thing is, would it be? It's just. I'd be shocked if he didn't do that when he first got drafted in the NFL.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I don't know that it's relevant.
No, but I'm saying he would establish the residency in Florida back to his rookie year.
Yeah.
Why would he? Because he made a lot of money as the second overall pick. Why would he wait till now?
Exactly. I don't know that makes sense, but anyway, let's get to Omar Ruiz coming up next. Of course, he was at training camp for the 49ers. You got thoughts there, and like you said, the NFL Network's been all over this Nick Bosa contract situation. So we'll talk to him coming up next. One of our favorites, Andrew Siciliano from the NFL Network at the top. So we got a lot for you, both locally and all around the NFL. We'll do it all next, only here on the Sports Leader.
faithful. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Wasn't your goal to be the highest paid defensive player? You were the defensive player of the year. I mean, has that changed? Would you like to be paid as such?
I think I'll get what I deserve.
That was Nick Bosa back on June 6th, the last time he spoke with the media. That's what we were obsessed with today. When is Nick coming in? John Lynch was on with Murph and Mac this morning. Sounded a little bit more optimistic than he did the last time he spoke to the media, but let's get the latest. Omar Ruiz does a great job with the NFL Network, and of course, we saw him at Niners camp, so we got a lot to talk about and go all around the NFL. A week from today, the Lions and the Chiefs kick everything off, and we are officially off the offseason. And you got to check out at Omar D. Ruiz. Make sure you follow him. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest sign. Omar, good to talk to you again. How are you?
Hey, good, John. How you doing, Greg? Good to be on. Like you said, a week away. I mean, the off season seems like they get longer every single year. The anticipation for kickoff, couldn't be higher. And can't wait for week one, and can't wait. I'll be actually in Pittsburgh for Niners Steelers week one, so I'm pumped for that too.
Man, that's 10 days away, but as you say, a week away is the start of the year. The Lions and Jared Goff at Arrowhead against Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, and Chris Jones. So my question is, Omar, how do you read the radio silence between, CAA and the media? They just don't talk, Brian Aralt and their people, and Nick's not talking. The 49ers, as you noted on Access, and you guys opened the show, talking about this yesterday, they have to go to the podium periodically to get asked this question. So where the Bosa negotiations have been all quiet, Chris Jones is on social media all the time, taking shots, sitting on a bench, getting benched, and talking about missing 8 games. So how do you read that? And we were kind of comparing Nick's contract to Aaron Donald and TJ Watt. Is there any link between the Chris Jones holdout in Kansas City and why Nick Bosa's not signed here, do you think, Omar?
Yeah, it could be. That's a great point. I feel like both of those players are key to their teams winning a Super Bowl. Now, I think both of these teams, if the Niners didn't have Nick Bosa, if Chris Jones wasn't with the Chiefs, they would still be really good teams, but they wouldn't be Super Bowl contenders. I mean, these guys are that important, and I think the representatives know that. And I think with Chris Jones and the Chiefs, I think I was at their game a couple weeks ago against the Cardinals, preseason game number 2, and after a sluggish week 1 in the preseason against New Orleans, they kind of really honed in and said, hey, we got to focus better and just kind of not take our work for granted. And they just turned it on. They just destroyed the Cardinals. And it was an indication just how good this team can be, given they had 6 rookies playing, a lot in the defense last year. And then, but the key to all that, to repeating, and I've said this the entire offseason, I feel as strongly about the Chiefs repeating as any team that I've seen come back since I've been covering the NFL. But again, it's all predicated on Chris Jones coming back and still playing at that elite level that he's done the last several years now. And so, again, I think his agents are well aware of that. The Chiefs are aware of that too. And in Bosa's case as well, they kind of have that leverage, because as good as the rest of the team is, it's those guys that make them true Super Bowl caliber teams. And they have all the leverage, it seems, at this point.
It's Bob and Lund. We're talking about holdout. Chris Jones, of course, in Kansas City. Nick Bosa's. We're waiting for word when he gets into camp in that first week against Pittsburgh. Omar Ruiz joining us from NFL Network. I was watching Good Morning Football this morning, and something made me more nervous, because obviously we all saw what Kenny Pickett, the second-year quarterback out of Pitt, what he did in the preseason. He was the best quarterback. Now, lots of guys have been great in the preseason, but he's a former first-round pick. And then Peter Schrager this morning on Good Morning Football made him his number 1 breakout candidate. And without Nick Bosa, that makes me nervous.
Yeah, and every right to. And I think that there's a lot of reason for Kenny Pickett to explode onto the scene this year. And the preseason play, of course, has some to do with it. It shows his growth from year 1 to year 2. But you just look at those back-to-back games in December last year where he led fourth quarter, last-minute drives. For a rookie to do that, not that they had a great offense. So, a lot of him was just that poise, the moxie. And the fact that he was in their building, essentially, at the University of Pittsburgh, where the Steelers share the practice facility with the Pitt Panthers. And so they know what this guy is all about for 4 or 5 years, and every one of his, deficiencies, every one of his, positives, and for them to go ahead and take him, the only quarterback that year in the first round. Obviously, they did their homework. They know what he's all about, and that's a championship organization, obviously, in Pittsburgh. So all of that, the experience he got last year, what he showed late in games in December, weather was cold. They weren't very good. I know they're playing back into contention, trying to get Mike Tomlin that, non-losing season, make fringe playoff contention, but it wasn't like, the Steelers were Super Bowl contenders last year, and still to get things done. And then he's shown, obviously, what he could do in this preseason and how everybody just speaks so highly of him, the poise, the maturity, the playmaking ability, not to mention their weapons that have come on with Pickens and the rest of that crew. It'll be a tough out there week one for the 49ers in Pittsburgh, and Kenny Pickett's a big reason why.
Yeah, Kenny Two Gloves, I would say he's the MVP of the preseason. I mean, he was 13 of 15 for 199 and 2 touchdowns. His quarterback rating was a perfect 158.3. He was on the field for 5 offensive series, and the Steelers scored a touchdown after every one of them. And since you are covering that game, and it's 10 days away now, 49ers at Steelers, the 49ers have to go back to the state of Pennsylvania in December to play the Eagles in a rematch of the NFC Championship game. Maybe outside of that game, I think this is the most difficult road game the 49ers are going to have all year. You got, Seattle on Thanksgiving night, Omar, but just because of the way Mike Tomlin runs his training camp, how many coaches in the NFL have their players tackle their offensive players to the ground? I mean, that does not happen in the NFL anymore. It's live tackling drills. So of any team that's going to be ready to play first quarter of week one, it's going to be Mike Tomlin's Steelers.
And those Steelers, they're coming. I mean, obviously they're known for a physical brand of football and obviously having the kind of sour year last year. Now, they salvaged it toward the end. But if you look at that team, in the games that T.J. Watt played, I mean, they were, 6-2 or something like that, a lot better than kind of what you think they were when he spent, much of the year away from the team. And just like we talked about with Chris Jones and the Chiefs and Nick Bosa with the Niners, I mean, T.J. Watt is that for Pittsburgh. They're a pretty good team without him, but with him, they're elite. And I think now with potentially an elite quarterback, that's going to be a difficult game, and Renegade and the Acrisure crowd, formerly known as Heinz Field. And
how do you pronounce that? I've been searching for the pronunciation. Acrisure?
Acrisure.
Oh,
and that's what I'm saying, Papa. Acrisure.
Well, it better be right. So, you're killing me here.
Yeah, well, I mean, Acrisure, that's
if you said that on network
TV, saying for months.
Are you saying that on network TV? You got to go with it, right? Acrisure?
Yeah.
All right.
Acrisure, that's what I'm saying.
All right. I want to make sure.
Very nice.
But,
I didn't know.
Point, that outside of Seattle and Philadelphia in December. I mean, Philadelphia in December, that's just going to madhouse.
Yeah.
But yeah, Pittsburgh week one and that environment and that city, they're going to be as fired up, because Pittsburgh, we know they don't really have long stretches of poor football. So, they haven't really been contenders for a while. And I think there's a good feeling that they're going to be this year.
Yeah, that's a tough division as well. Omar Rees joining us from NFL Network. So we saw you a few weeks ago in Santa Clara. You came up the coast to check out 49ers camp. What were your impressions of what you saw from Kyle Shanahan's crew?
That they're loaded. They're just loaded again. And obviously they're good. We know that. They've been good for a while now. But, they also passed the eye test, to get off the bus, that kind of crew. I mean, they just look physically imposing. Big, strong, physical team. They run their practices efficiently, and outside of major injuries and this Nick Bosa situation notwithstanding, I think it'll get done at some point. I think the sky's the limit for them, and it really is another year where the Super Bowl is the expectation, and I think the way they've loaded that team up, and obviously having a second-year quarterback in Brock Purdy and what he did last year, even to remain in contention, being the third quarterback playing last year, is this the time is now, and for all the accolades that they received, defensive player of the year with Bosa last year, everything McCaffrey potentially can accomplish this year from a maybe offensive player of the year standpoint, the Super Bowl is the thing, and obviously you guys know, especially that organization and the history with the Lombardi Trophy, and it's long past time for for them to cash in on one. And I think this is a year for them to do it, as good a chance as any.
Yeah, it was great to see you in Santa Clara, during Inside Training Camp Live before we started playing preseason games. But you mentioned going to watch the Chiefs in Arizona, and I saw you on Inside Training Camp Live a lot from Glendale, the home of the Arizona Cardinals. What the hell are they doing with that team? Is Joshua Dobbs going to be their starting quarterback, or Clayton Tommy Toon? Are they going to bring Colt McCoy back after they don't have to pay him for the whole year until Kyler who's their quarterback right now, Omar?
Yeah, I mean, they're giving Clayton Toon every chance to win that job, and what I saw from him is a guy that they, said had a lot of poise, for a rookie and 5th round pick and all that, but and he demonstrated that on the field, but you just didn't really see too many playmaking plays down the field, and obviously you want to see some of that, a flash of that in the preseason, but obviously they have a lot of holes, and they must have a lot of job security there. Now they're set up for the 2024 draft and the next couple of years potentially, with big draft picks. So, guys, I mean, you guys watch NFL Network for years. A lot of the teams that, we may not cover during the season, like Jacksonville historically, we're at training camp a lot in Jacksonville because, it's for a lot of the years before Trevor Lawrence arrived, it's kind of sayonara in November and December. And that might be the case for Arizona this year. But as far as what's going on, I think they're just trying to set a culture right now. We did a lot of kumbaya talk, about Arizona Cardinals, how Jonathan Gannon's bringing in a culture and, what he brought from Philadelphia and the winning characteristics and winning behaviors and all that kind of stuff. But obviously they're still very much in the rebuilding mode and trying to get as much talent. As a matter of fact, one of the analysts asked me, if they're going to be able to rush 4 like they did in Philadelphia with that front and all that sack. It's like, well, if they got Fletcher Cox and if they got the rest of that crew up front in Philadelphia, they'll be able to go 4. But they're going to have to get creative how they're going to run that team. But it'll be interesting to see if those, team building concepts and the foundation of what they hope will be a winning program in a couple years, if that takes hold this year and they'll be able to, maintain competitiveness in that division and in the NFC.
Omar, you're the best, man. We'll see you in Pittsburgh in week 1, and we'll talk to you throughout the season, I'm sure, but we're always enjoying watching you, so thanks as always.
All right, fellas. Yeah, look forward to it 10 days from now. Can't wait.
Live from Acrisure Stadium. Are you sure, Ruiz?
Hey, what I am sure of is Saturday night, Primanti Brothers.
Oh, we're going there.
Yeah.
I'll wait in line
there you
with
go.
you. I'll wait in line with you. I have an Iron City beer. I'm
Good
there.
call. Good stuff.
There you go.
Thanks, Omar.
Take care, Omar.
Appreciate it.
Okay, guys.
Is it
Yeah.
Acrisure? Are you sure?
I just called it
It's
Heinz.
Acrisure?
The big ketchup bottle.
No, it's not
That's
Heinz.
what we called it. The big
Live
ketchup
from
bottle.
Three River Stadium.
Yeah. What used to be Heinz Field.
No. You know who'll know? Harlan.
Yeah, he'll know.
Live from Acrisure.
Don't do it per Manny's. You'll be comatose.
No, I
You'll
love
be
it.
comatose.
I got to go there.
Oh.
I just don't like waiting in the line. That's the problem.
Well, you probably can't get it delivered. They probably
No,
deliver it right to the stadium, dude. But then you'll take a nap.
It'll take 3 hours.
No, seriously, I mean, it's the best bread ever.
I've had it many times. I love it.
It's the beef or the pastrami, and then it's, for those who don't know, it's the coleslaw and the fries.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a gut bomb beyond gut bomb.
It's a mess.
It's really good, but you have to have about 8 hours right afterwards to take a nap. And I used to, when I lived there and worked there, I used to do it like lunch.
Well, yeah, I'll have it Saturday night for dinner and then go to sleep.
Exactly. I'm not kidding. I mean, it's good, but man.
You would have it for lunch? No, I would never do that.
When I first moved there, I didn't know any better. And they're like, oh, we got to take you to all these spots. And so, I don't know, one of my first few days there, I went to Primanti Brothers. And they're like, we got to get whatever the traditional one is. And seriously, I was like halfway through the thing, and Pittsburgh's just different. Women walking by my table, you going to eat the rest of that? I mean, it's like, huh? Bit my finger off. They don't mess around there. You know what I mean? Just kidding. Women don't talk like that in Pittsburgh. Anyway, there you go. There's one NFL Network guy, Omar Ruiz. He's the best.
Let's have another. Siciliano just got
10
cozy with Maverick Garoppolo. Did you see that interview he had with Jimmy?
I did see it. Absolutely. We'll talk to Andrew about it at the top of the hour. Obviously, he does preseason games for the Rams. We'll take a look at the NFC West and the rest of the NFL, which, as we said, is only 1 week away. The Niners are 10 days away, but the Lions and Chiefs a week from tonight. We'll get into it with Andrew in 10, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
There's always a younger guy trying to come in, and obviously the coaches want a younger, cheaper player who could do something that they think's better than you. But it's that's what makes this league so great, man. It pushes you. Having Trey and whoever it was the Niners drafted, that was going to push me and make me a better player, and I came out better on the other end from it. So I think it's all about perspective. You got to realize where you rank in this whole thing, and just what an opportunity this is to be in the NFL, to be an NFL quarterback. It's not easy, but you got to love it, man.
That is Jim Garoppolo of the Raiders, the former Niners quarterback. Talked to our friend, and you're going to hear from him in about 5 minutes, Andrew Siciliano, NFL Network, NFL Total Access, our good friend who also does Rams preseason games. We'll talk about the Rams, the NFC West, the rest of the NFL, which is just 1 week away. 1 week away. Feeling pretty good about that. Like it. Plus all college this weekend. We're officially back.
Yeah, we still have a week to go. This will be the one time that we don't have any NFL games this weekend until when? Valentine's Day.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we'll have the Pro Bowl in between, the championship game and the Super Bowl, but still, it's a game, even though it's not really a game anymore. It's a flag football game, but football's back. College football, as you noted, actually started last weekend with Notre Dame. Joe Montana was there on the trip to Ireland. But we got games tonight, so it's college football all the way through Labor Day, and then obviously Giants and Padres, and watch Braves and Dodgers and everything. But this is the last weekend we're not going to have NFL football. And, years past, before the pandemic in 2019, we would have a preseason schedule of games tonight. And they'd all play on Thursday because they want to get it done, before they kick off the year the following Sunday, so 10 days. So we don't even have that. So we don't have any football tonight at all. But we do want to find out what Andrew's going to do as far as his Sundays, because NFL Sunday Ticket, Andrew Siciliano was just dominated that for a long, long time. What's he going to do on Sundays now? You're only going to have one. It's on YouTube, and Scott Hansen will host that. So how's that going to work? And we'll ask obviously, Andrew, about his interview on Total Access with Jimmy Garoppolo. It was taped earlier in the week. They saved it until the other night to play it. It was, just we mentioned, was with Jimmy, it's always tied to something, and it was tied to USAA. Like any of his, I don't know if he's done a national interview that hasn't been promoting his father and the electricians union or something, and this one was USAA, and, him getting into the fighter pilot and going 9Gs and all that, which was interesting. And then he asked, the hard questions, and Jimmy had the answers on that interview and the one with Sports Illustrated that got a reaction. I'm at Levi's again yesterday from Kyle when they asked him about Jimmy Garoppolo. So, he was talking about, young quarterbacks coming up and trying to take his job, like, Trey Lance, obviously, and then Brock Purdy. Who would have thought a year ago at this time it'd be Brock that would be QB1 here? But Jimmy was that guy when the Patriots drafted him 62nd overall, round 2 in 2014, and after how many Super Bowls had Tom Brady had won then, John? 3, right? He won 3 in 4 years in the back-to-back, maybe even more, at least 3. So that was, Jimmy was that young guy who was trying to take the GOAT's job. So life has a way to come circle where Trey took it briefly, got hurt, but now it's Brock Purdy, and Jimmy's back with Josh McDaniels and now with the Raiders in Vegas. So it's fascinating. Would you call it weird, though, John? Would be the question.
I guess from Jim's perspective, I mean, this is what you're referring to. This is what Kyle said. Jimmy had some comments called the situation weird on a recent podcast. Here's what Kyle had to say yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I try not to pay attention outside of here. I try to deal with the people in here that I have to deal with, and I have felt very good about that. I did see Trey. I was happy watching him actually while I was eating lunch with his press conference in Dallas, and Trey is as real as it gets, and that's how he talks in here. That's how he is every day. So it was cool to see him handle that the right way, and he did seem genuinely kind of happy, and I feel he's in a good position to move on and do better there. Jimmy the comments are the comments. I'm really not concerned about his comments.
This has been well chronicled, and we all have friends like this. I'm probably one of those friends. I mean, I'm not a great texter, but I'm not on the Jimmy Garoppolo level. The organization was frustrated with Jimmy. It's all been well chronicled. And again, I think a divorce was right, and you can kind of hear what he thinks about Trey. And then, again, Kyle's not a liar, and he kind of changed his tone of voice when he heard about Jimmy. I think it's, hey, he helped the organization. It's great. No ill will. But when it came to kind of a personal side, you can kind of hear frustration in Kyle's voice there at the end.
Well, I mean, I don't think they moved out from Jimmy Garoppolo because he wasn't his, text buddy. But there was some off-season communication. I mean, to be the quarterback of an NFL team, it's year-round. It's 24/7, 365. It's not just when you're playing. You'll like a little time to unwind, but there was a little dissatisfaction. But Kyle did detail. It's interesting, how the whole quarterback, and, he kind of snapped back, and Matt Mayoko will join us tomorrow as he does on Friday, and there was an interesting back and forth between Matty and Kyle, and, Kyle respects everybody in that room, but I think Mayoko's at the top of the list. Whenever I can't do the interview with Kyle on game plan, it's Matt that steps in, and I hear all those interviews and the uncut part. They get along well. He respects him, but the whole tone of it is, whether it's Trey or Jimmy, just got a little edgy yesterday. But he did at one point detail, because the word weirdness came up with Jimmy in the other interview, not with Andrew. But he said we waited 10 weeks to go get a quarterback, and they didn't do well. They were 0-9 and 1-10. They got Garoppolo in from New England, Halloween of 2017. He winds up winning 5 games, and as Kyle said, we made him the highest paid quarterback in the history of the NFL, and they did. I mean, right away after 5 games, going 5-0. We forget that. Brock, coming in and he took over for Jimmy in the Miami game, who was 6, but he only gets credit for 5, and then the 2 in the playoffs, it was the same thing. But you can't extend Brock and Jimmy while you got him. He was an expiring contract in New England. But in any event, and then he said he got hurt 3 of the 5 years that he was here. And it wasn't his fault, and they were difficult injuries, but he did tear his ACL in 2018, 3 games and done. 2019.
He could have avoided that. Steven
Nelson, he could have. It was a 3rd down play, ducked inside to set up a shorter 4th down. But that's Jimmy just being Jimmy. And then he got hurt. The 19 year, he didn't get hurt at all. Took every single snap except 7 when Mullins had to kneel down against Carolina. They went all the way to the Super Bowl. The next year, he gets hurt a few times with the injury. And then, he was healthy in 21, and they wound up, doing well. And then, so it's just gone back and forth with Garoppolo and the injuries, John, and everything there. And then the weirdness of last year, and he wound up having to get hurt again in early December. So in 3 of his 5 years that he was here, he ended the year on IR. I think he did come back in 20 and try to play at the end, but there was no point when they were going to go 6-10. So it's just a weird up and down, whether you want to use the word weird or strange or whatever, because Jimmy did use that in the Sports Illustrated interview, but did not quite use that phraseology with our guy Siciliano.
That's who we got on. Andrew Siciliano, our pal, of course, from the NFL Network and Total Access, and he did that interview with Jimmy Garoppolo. We got a lot to talk about with Andrew. Love having him on. Joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. What's happening?
What's up, boys? Sorry I was a little bit late. The Zoom went long. You know how that happens.
Yeah, of course.
You were texting with Garoppolo. I know he's your new bud now.
I was not, but you should have seen the ladies in the newsroom locked to their monitors sitting behind me when I did that interview.
Especially when he got in the fighter pilot suit. He looked pretty good in that outfit.
Well, seriously, there's a story there. I was sitting on my desk about 20 minutes before the interview and just talking to our producer, McEnroe Francis, talking through what we wanted to do. And, we had the video on my computer, and I go, "Oh, look at that. Wow, what's his call sign?" We had the call sign conversation off the air when we got done for a couple of minutes. He said, I don't think I'm talking out of school, that he thought they were on their way to Nellis, saying he thought that he might ask for the call sign Dice, like Vegas, right?
Nice.
Ooh, there you go.
Nice.
But he said when they got out there and they said, "What about the call sign?" And he said this on the air, like, "Oh, no. You're not getting a call sign. Like that takes years to get a call sign."
Wow. Oh, man. Andrew Siciliano joining us. So, obviously we've played some of your cuts from the interview. It was a good interview. And I know in another interview you called the kind of the Niners situation weird, but he was a little bit different with you, and he kind of looked at the Dak situation and everything, and it is maybe Trey's in another weird situation, but what do you make of all of it?
Yeah, I tried to take it because I didn't think he was going to open up too much on Kyle or anything like that. I tried to take it from the can you empathize with Dak angle, because it's not Trey's fault that he's getting thrown into this situation again where there's a veteran quarterback where he's now sitting behind and everyone's, just going to make something a story in Dak. I mean, look, Dak's inevitably going to have bad games this year. He's human. It's going to happen. And when that happens, or we can start having the Trey Lance conversation. And now that it's come out, and this is obviously after the fact since we did the interview, now that it's kind of come out that, Jerry didn't call Mike McCarthy, which I find it hard to believe. He just made the trade. I just think the whole thing is set up for awkwardness this year because it is the Cowboys. And everything with the Cowboys gets blown out of proportion. That matter with the Niners as well. But I just think that there will be a time this year when Dak has that bad game, or the Cowboys lose a couple in a row, or the Screaming Head show, the Screaming Heads TV shows that everyone has on in the background in the morning, start screaming and yelling that Dak needs to be benched, that the Trey Lance thing happens. Maybe not he gets on the field, but that it just gets awkward for Dak, and Jimmy has been in that position. We did cut one part out just because I phrased it wrong, but Kyle said, what was the phrase he used, guys? That he felt like he let Trey down.
Yes, that's exactly what he said.
Yeah.
Right. So I said that earlier, but I tried to double back to Jimmy and said, what do you think of Kyle saying that he failed Trey, which is, it's semantics, let down, failed, right?
Yeah.
And Jimmy was like, I didn't hear that. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Whatever. And kind of moved on. I thought that was the weirdest part of it. Not with Jimmy necessarily, but just with Kyle's comments. I mean, I appreciate the openness and the honesty, but I wish someone would have said, well, how did you fail him? Right? I mean, where it's not, because he kept going back to the injury part of it. Kyle did, that is.
Yeah, the
right?
finger.
He got injured. Like, how did you fail him? Did you fail him by running him up the middle? I don't think that's what he would say, but did you fail him? How did you fail him in his development?
Yeah, I think he just said that because he feels bad about the whole way it went down. He was talking about a preseason game against the Raiders where he actually just hurt his finger on a follow-through, and, he wound up breaking his right index finger. So, the big reason why the 49ers traded up for Trey is they couldn't get Matthew Stafford from Detroit. It was that offseason where he was going to get traded, the whole trip to Cabo, and, Kyle was there. His dad has a place on Cabo, Andrew, and they were in the wrong spot, apparently, because Sean McVay was there with your guy, Andrew Whitworth, and Stafford winds up going there. So we know the story. Stafford wins the Super Bowl the first year. But last year he was ravaged by injury. You could tell in camp the elbow wasn't right. But to what extent? I was watching your preseason game, I think against the Chargers, and you have Whit in the booth with you, Andrew Whitworth, and you bring in Matthew Stafford. And Whitworth is saying, if they did the QB doc on Netflix and had Stafford involved last year, people would have no idea how bad that elbow was. Did he tear his UCL? Andrew, is that what he was playing with last year, Stafford?
I don't know if he had a torn UCL. I have not heard that. But remember, from day one, they had to manage it, and he didn't really throw in OTAs. He didn't throw all spring. Day one, I remember, I think we even had this conversation. Day one, last year's camp, I was standing there, and you're like, wow, he looks bad.
Yeah, I texted you.
He was amazingly rusty. He eventually got back, but they had to manage it the entire year. And then he had the neck issue. People think, he had multiple concussions. That was not the case. They put him in concussion protocol, and they shut him down because it was more of a neck and a stinger issue. And that kind of got blown out of proportion. But he's healthy this year. Matthew didn't want to go there. You saw it.
He dodged
how bad was it? And he said, I'm not going to put myself in any special category. Everyone who plays this position goes through a lot every week to get on the field. But I can say this. he does feel great right now. He does in the joint practice with the Raiders, the joint practice, especially with the Broncos the following week. He looks great. And they truly do believe that by shutting him down last year and giving him the longest window in his career, going back to when he's playing as a kid in Athens, this is the longest window in his career where he hasn't been hit. He's had a chance to get healthy. And they truly do believe that if they can keep him upright and they can figure out the line, and God knows what's going to happen with right guard, you got a rookie at left guard, that he can get back to where he was. And this offense is going to be just fine. But, you know, that remains to be seen week one.
Andrew Siciliano joining us, of course, Total Access and NFL Network. In addition to those duties, obviously do preseason games for the Rams. So as we point out here, let's expand beyond that. Everyone's assuming it's going to be a Niner-Seahawk battle. The Cardinals are going to be really, really bad. But where do the Rams fit in that?
They think they can be someone to mess up everyone's best laid plans for those two teams. Their big issue is going to be defense. I think the offense is going to be fine. I think they may surprise people week one in Seattle, to be honest with you. I think the offense scores points, but the defense is Aaron Donald and Ernest Jones and John Johnson's back. He's trying to get back into football shape. He really isn't yet, or wasn't when they put him on the field for the first time 2 weeks ago against the Raiders. And a lot of kids. You have second-year corners that you love, and Kobe Durant and Darian Kendrick, and a rookie corner that they really love, and LT's nephew, Trey Tomlinson. But I don't know where the pass rush is going to come from. Byron Lloyd, the rookie, the third-round pick from Tennessee, has looked good enough for Sean to keep him out of the second and third preseason games. Like, you've got the tap, you're going to start, let's keep you healthy. That's his way. But their most experienced edge player, and this sounds like a joke, it really isn't, is Michael Hoyt, the former defensive tackle who got pressed into edge duty. They told him to stand up week 11 last year at Arrowhead in Kansas City, and then he dropped weight in the offseason to play edge full-time. He's their most experienced player at the position. I would argue that aside from specialists, I know the Niners have a kicker issue right now. Aside from specialists, the Rams' edge position is the most inexperienced single position group on any team in the NFL.
Do the Niners have a kicking issue, John? I haven't noticed. I haven't noticed.
The Niners,
Can we go back to the draft coverage, please?
The Broncos, the Saints. Yeah, you're talking to a Browns fan here.
I know.
Yeah.
Where's Cade York when you need him?
Oh, wow.
So
he's in Nashville.
That's right.
I know. I just kicker roulette. I can't keep up.
It is.
So you've been here. I can't keep up with your travel schedule during Inside Training Camp Live. You were here, there, and everywhere. Let's just stay with the NFC because the AFC is so loaded. After the Niners and Eagles, would you say in some order they're the two best? How would you rank a top five in the NFC? Where do you put the Lions?
Oh, man. So the Lions, I think the Lions, I don't know that they have much of a shot next Thursday because you give Andy Reid 6 months to get ready for somebody. Generally, his record's pretty darn good.
Yeah.
The Lions, if they could go from like 31 or 32, whatever their defense was last year, it was awful. If they could just get to the middle of the pack, I think they're a dangerous team. I really do. I think Ben Johnson is a head coach next year. He could have left last year. He didn't. I think they have exciting pieces in offense. They have all these new pieces in the secondary. Brian Branch looks awesome. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson's going to help. Sutton, Mosley, whatever. If those pieces can gel, if Jack Campbell can be, I don't care about his second contract and what you pay linebackers and where you should draft them these days. If he can just be the tackle machine that he was at Iowa, I'm just asking a lot. I don't know that the Bears are there yet. I have no idea what the Vikings are. I think Jordan Love's better than most. I think that Jordan Love's going to be better than many assume, but I do think the Lions can be legitimate. I don't know if they could stop anyone. However, I don't know if their defense is going to be good enough. NFC South, I mean, I guess the Saints are the best team. I don't know, but that defense is old. NFC West we hit on. I don't know about the Cowboys. I saw them up close. I think they're really talented. I think they're already taking injuries on the defensive side. And I don't believe it until they actually do something in January. And obviously the Niners have knocked them out the last couple of years. I just can't pick them because every time I do, I'm wrong.
Absolutely. I'm the same.
Every single time.
How about Giants in Washington? You see the Giants making the playoffs again?
I think they can. I love Brian Daboll. As Brown's offensive coordinator 15 years ago, I didn't, but now I love the guy. I think they can. I did not see the Giants in person. From people that I respect that did, say Daniel Jones looks as good as he ever has, and that he's not just I hate the phrase game manager, but not just a guy that gets you there, but like a guy that makes everyone around him better, believe it or not. I'm not saying he's Brady. It's not what I'm saying, or one of those elite players, but that he's really good. He had a really, really good camp. What was the other one? You said Giants and
Washington, and they almost made the playoffs last year.
Yeah. I like Sam Howell. I think Sam Howell looked really good on that Monday night last week.
Yeah.
It's just a weird situation. With new ownership, I don't know how they, like, would you like to be in Ron Rivera's shoes right now?
No.
Not
he
great.
better win this year. That new owner looks like he may hit the button.
I mean, any new owner, even the Nathaniel Hackett last year. I mean, it was a disaster, right? But you have a new owner.
Right.
What's the bar that he has to meet, and how does the team react to that? I got no idea.
Andrew Siciliano joined us. All right, so what are you doing on Sundays? And is it possible to get like a Skype and just, have you just reenact Red Zone or what? What are we going to do here?
Well,
Probably not.
Funny you say that. It's funny you say that.
You can make a lot of money, man.
That Zoom I was just on.
Zoom, you can
what
do
am I doing? What am I doing?
You're going to be going to Northeast Ohio a lot, aren't you?
Yeah, probably.
Going to watch the Brownies.
Well, maybe not. We'll see. So, answer your question. Starting on Monday, I'm going to be doing the Monday night studio post-game show for NFL Network, so thrilled to do that.
That's awesome.
So, Monday nights in studio, Tuesday, we got the Power Rankings. Wednesday, I don't remember what the show is going to be called. So, we got the shows of the network. And then, believe it or not, this has not been announced. I think I can announce it.
Dun, dun,
we are
dun.
launching a new digital Sunday pregame. So there's game day morning, Rich and those guys, and then we're gonna do another show that is going to be on .com and the FAST channels and Roku, and it's going to be on YouTube. So the NFL has 11 million YouTube subscribers, right? On not like YouTube TV, not Sunday Ticket, but like the YouTube. Yeah. So a younger audience. Right? Everyone's kids, they watch the YouTube.
Yeah, the YouTube.
The YouTube. I'm going to sound like my dad here.
The YouTube.
So we're going to be doing a new live pregame show on that.
What time's that start?
Morning.
What time is that?
That is going to be at 9 o'clock our time, specific, 9 o'clock Pacific.
Oh, I'll be watching that.
Okay.
So we'll be doing that. And then I'm going to be doing some play-by-play. I got some Big Ten stuff for Peacock and NBC.
Awesome.
So some other stuff that's still kind of, I can't necessarily say right now, but I'm excited.
But you're going to be busy.
For a new chapter.
You're going to be busy.
We had 18 years. Yeah, we had 18 years, and I'm excited to write a new chapter, including, guys, if you want to watch college football this Saturday, tune in for Hugh Jackson's Grambling team at an HBCU kickoff opener, the Brick City Classic.
You got that one.
Yours truly and J.C. Pearson Saturday at Red Bull Stadium, the MLS Stadium in Jersey.
Wow.
Grambling and Hampton for big college football week 1. I'm flying out tonight.
See, when all this went down with the Red Zone, I told John, this is going to be better for you. I've watched you do all these games, and you do some hard, college all-star games on the network. What team are they on? And I watch all your Rams stuff, your play-by-play, preseason football is very difficult to do, and you do it so accurately and with your humor. So I think this is going to be better for you. But, I mean, you were there when it all started. I mean, the Red Zone channels become bigger than watching, CBS and Fox on Sunday. So is going to be a little bit difficult when they kick off, a week from Sunday at 10 o'clock our time, and you're not going to be doing the Red Zone? You're going to miss it, right?
Sure, absolutely. And let me back up by saying thank you for the kind words, and thank you for always being in my corner. And it's not the first time you've said what you just said, and so it is greatly appreciated. And yes, it is going to be different after 18 years. This is going to be the first time since, the 2004 season that I will not be in that studio. Well, whether it was Fox or DirecTV where we did the show, Fox at first. So that is going to be a little bit weird. But I am not. I was not making up what I said earlier about I am truly excited for the next chapter. We'll see where it goes. And yes, maybe I will get a chance to go to a couple of Browns games because they do play. Well, number one, they play the Rams in L.A., so I'll get to go to that one. They also play in Denver and Seattle, so at least the West.
And they play the 49ers there, Andrew. I think October, 15th, something like that?
Do they play up there?
Yeah, we play in Cleveland, October 15th.
Oh, there, yeah. I won't be able to get that.
Oh, you can't come there? Come. We'd love to have you. Come.
Maybe I'll take the day off.
You're busy.
We'll hang in the flats on Friday night. Come.
Yeah, there you go.
Come on.
Yeah, find an open window.
What, do you have a college game on Saturday? I know you do, somewhere, probably, right?
Yeah.
We'll see. That I don't have that full schedule yet, but
right.
Yeah, maybe I could call in sick on Sunday after a college game and go.
There you go. Sure. Not busy at all.
October 15th.
There you go.
Cleveland Brown Stadium, Niners and Brownies.
Oh, hold on, wait. Seriously, October 15th?
Yes.
I do have a college game on. I do have a game on October 14th on the East Coast.
Where? On the East Coast?
Hasn't been announced yet, but yeah, not
you're
far
nearby.
away.
I'll come pick you up.
Yeah.
I'll come get you.
There you go.
Come on.
Not far away.
I need
only
you.
an hour flight.
I want you in the booth.
There you go. You're the best, man. Thank you so much. We appreciate it, and I'm sure we'll talk to you throughout the year, but that's great news. Looking forward to seeing more of you.
Let's do it, guys.
Thank you, brother. Good luck to you.
Take care.
Yes, sir.
That is the great Andrew Siciliano. Make sure you're following him at Andrew Siciliano, NFL Network, NFL Road Zone. He just told you they're going to be doing some digital stuff as well on YouTube, and you'll see him on some Big Ten games and college and all that kind of stuff. He is great. We love having him on, so we'll have him on throughout the season, but make sure you're following him and watching all his great stuff. All right, bottom of the hour, our good friend Kevin Harlan. We go from a favorite to a favorite. Kevin Harlan will talk to us. Of course, Kansas City Chiefs and the Detroit Lions a week from now, and he's got a bunch of stuff we're going to talk about. So we'll do that in about 10. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
We're just 10 days away from the start of the 49ers season in Pittsburgh, 7 days away from the start of the NFL season. Will Nick Bosa be along for the trip 10 days from now? The clock is ticking. That story and more turning right now on the all-new KNBR app. It is always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. Of course, you can handle all your tax issues at MoskowitzLLP.com. And, of course, a 1-888-TAX. Today, Steve, we're talking about ERC. Tell us about that.
ERC. This is where the federal government is giving away, that's right, giving away up to $26,000 for every employee an employer had during 2020 and 21 that qualifies. There's two different ways to qualify. One is a certain drop in gross revenue. But so many CPAs I've spoken to are stopping there because that's the easy test. It's math. That's what CPAs like. And remember, I was a CPA before I was a tax attorney. If your gross revenue didn't drop enough, there's another way to qualify that a lot of these CPAs are just ignoring because it takes analysis. That's what we do, legal analysis. We're tax attorneys. Of course, not everybody qualifies. In our office, multiple licensed professionals review this, but there's a lot of people that didn't have the drop in gross revenue that do qualify here. Don't miss out on money you could be getting for free from the government. And maybe you're looking at hundreds of thousands, or even in some instances, millions of dollars. Call us for a second opinion. We have a free consultation. Let's find out if you're legally entitled to all this money.
Free money from the government. Are you kidding me? All it costs is a call. It's simple. 888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or go online. Find out more about ERC at MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, first of all, let's make sure we give a station ID. This is KNBR San Francisco.
104.5, the sports leader.
That's right. That's how he thinks,
when
man.
When did you do that?
That was a while ago. We must have been getting on the top of the hour, and then because I'm sure we'll take Harlan just as long as we took Siciliano. We get talking, you guys start telling stories. By the way, he's joined us at the bottom of the hour. Is the last time we had him on at the Super Bowl? Have we had him on since then?
I don't know. I think so.
We had an in-person performance.
We had him on during Warrior season.
Oh,
maybe we had him on.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Later in the Warrior season.
That's right. Okay.
So I think he's got Lions and Chiefs 1 week from today.
On Westwood 1.
What's his first Sunday CBS game? And then he's got the Monday night game.
Oh, yeah.
Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills go to MetLife to take on Aaron Rodgers and the New York Jets.
Crazy. All right, we're going to talk to Kevin Harlan. He's one of our favorites. We'll preview the NFL season, and as you said, a week from tonight, it all happens. Lions and Chiefs. He'll be on that call on the national radio broadcast and what he's seen from the preseason. All those things with one of our favorites, Kevin Harlan. He's next on the Sports Leader.
Menlo Park, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Menlo Park's sports leader.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Harlan, one of our favorites. Kevin Harlan, of course. We saw him at the Super Bowl. We talked to him throughout the NBA season every year. And a week from today, he will be on the call for Lions and Chiefs with Westwood One. And you hear that right here on the Sports Leader. And Kevin Harlan joins us courtesy of the UMA Guest Line. What's happening?
Oh, man, you can't begin to interview with that noise from middle of the season. And, like, come on, let's have some...
Yeah.
How are you, my friend?
Doing well.
So I'm
Good to hear you guys.
Yeah.
Good to be on with you.
I'm thinking of you because obviously you've done everything, but you know you were the voice of the Kansas City Chiefs. 1 week from tonight, you're going back to Arrowhead, and they won. You know, they beat the 49ers in Super Bowl 54 in Miami, and you were there. And they did get the opener the next year, but that was the pandemic year. There were no fans at Arrowhead. What is the vibe going to be like a week from tonight when they go back to Arrowhead, but this time they're feted as the 3-time Super Bowl champions and 2 in the last 4 years, and rockin' Arrowhead, as you call it, is completely red and gold.
It'll be nuts. It'll be hot. I know that. They've already taken a look at the forecast, Greg, for next week. It'll be in the 90s, and that'll be one of the storylines. I'm sure a lot of these teams have been practicing in extreme heat all summer anyway, so a lot are used to it and probably in outstanding shape, but you're not in the kind of shape now that you will be in say, a month or two. And so that'll bear watching, but it's an interesting opponent. They've got some good teams on their schedule, and the league chose Detroit, hoping against hope, actually, that the Lions are going to pick up where they left off last year, but they could put them up there against, any team, and the excitement in that stadium will be, I'm sure, immense. There is, with Mahomes appearing in that quarterback series with Kirk Cousins and Mariota, and just all the fanfare that has kind of followed him from the MVP to the Super Bowl win, and then just trying to become a repeat champion, which has been very difficult in this league lately. It's all going to come to a fore, I think, but a lot of celebration. City's very excited. Baseball team can't do anything right now, so everything is kind of circled around the Chiefs and their opening game a week from tonight. And I know they're going to be thrilled to be out there. And in fact, I think they've got different kinds of tailgates. Heidi Gardner from SNL is going to host one, but virtually it's going to be, I don't know, they're reaching into all pockets right here to try to figure out how to capitalize on the success, as they should. But it's going to be a fun time for sure.
The great Kevin Harlan joining us a week from today, Lions and Chiefs, and he'll be on the national radio call. Give us some sense. Look, we've got great fans out here, but Kansas City, when it comes to their football team, it's just a different animal. Give us a sense of it and just how much Kansas City is into the Chiefs.
Well, the Royals won the World Series back in 2015. They had been in the World Series just before that, and that was a stretch of just, incredible, mediocre to poor teams. And then they finally kind of hit the jackpot, and they had those 2 World Series appearances, winning the last one, and that kind of got things going. But really, since Schottenheimer, Montana, Marcus Allen, and those guys made the appearance in Kansas City in the early 90s, has the team kind of had this very consistent level of outstanding play. So for this generation of sports fan in Kansas City, all they've really known, kind of like the Packer fans, all they've known are Hall of Fame quarterbacks, 2 of them, Favre and Rodgers, and all, kind of younger Chiefs fans, 30 and under, all they've known is the Chiefs basically being in contention every year, but never the Super Bowl until these last, couple of years, clearly. And they've won 2. They've been in 3 of the last 4. They've got a quarterback who is, right now, if he stays on this track, will be one for the ages. But right now, it's kind of in that you're kind of in like those Niner teams. They were good for so long, and they're good again. But with the Montana and Young teams and Walsh and Seifert, there was that long stretch where every year you expected the Niners to be that kind of team, not unlike the Raiders back in the 60s, 70s, and into the early 80s. I mean, you don't get lulled to sleep. You don't take things for granted. And I think the way this league can change on a dime, and we've seen teams win 4 games one year and go to 12, 13 wins the next, it can happen quickly. But when you have sustained success, I think all fans realize that, this is a very special time. And when you've got a quarterback that is of that young Montana feel, and that's clearly what Mahomes is right now, I do think it brings an extra shade onto the color of that picture. It gives you like more depth and more historical significance because you've got someone who really will be perhaps someday on the Mount Rushmore of the greatest players of all time. Whether he's one of the top 4 quarterbacks of all time, yet to be seen. But clearly his resume through these 6 or 7 years has been pretty hard to match by any quarterback before him.
Kevin, you mentioned the Packers, and obviously, being around that team. Your dad was the president, Bob Harlan, of the Packers for years and years. And you do work their preseason games, and you mentioned going from Favre to Aaron Rodgers. Boy, Jordan Love looks really good this August. And if he plays well with their defense and the weapons they have around them, they could win their division again. Just what did you see from Jordan Love, and where are the Packers in the overall hierarchy of the NFC? We think it's 49ers, Eagles, and then we'll figure it out. Are the Packers going to be in that bunch if Love plays well?
Well, let me first say, your mind, your NFL mind is, and I, all joking aside, we kid and we have a lot of fun on this show. You're amazing how much. Packers are kind of an afterthought, I think, for so many fans because Rodgers has left. Your knowledge of the team, as great as it is for the whole league, I respect every time I'm on with you. You're phenomenal. Those fans out there listening to you, man, they're lucky to hear you talk about the league. But they are optimistic about Love. He has been incredibly confident, collected, a lot of poise. Has always come back from a trough that maybe he has found himself in early in the 3 games he's played and finished strong, which is a good sign, I think, because he's kind of worked through some of his issues early in a game. In this preseason, he's learned under Rodgers, and you just can't help but absorb, what he's about. I think watching on the Hard Knocks series, we're getting a feel of just how good, Rodgers is to other teammates and his leadership and his knowledge and just the attention to detail he uses. But I think that Love will reflect a lot of those things in how he approaches the game, whether he can pull it off, the arm skill. That'll be a completely different story. He's not a running quarterback. People, I think, take a look at his athleticism and his build, and he's not that. He'd prefer to be in the pocket. They've designed everything for the pocket. But you've got to have that escapability. I think he has shown that in preseason. He does not have a lot of experience at receiver or tight end. They'll rely a lot on the running backs. Offensive line, when healthy, is good, and they feel the defense might be the strength of the team. They could be sneaky, Greg. They could be a 9 to 10 win team. I think they'll look at it as a success, though, with an 8 or 9 win season in this transition. Rodgers, in his first year taking over for Favre, was 6-10, but Rodgers had some pretty incredible individual numbers that first year as a starter. And I don't know that Love will attain that, but he sure is like he has shown great leadership, and he's going to grow with this team. And I'll say one more thing too: when you've turned the page or started a new book, or however you want to frame what the Packers are going through right now, and there is a youth movement, and they're much faster, much more athletic. They've done that through free agency and the draft. I think the fans are somewhat refreshed by having new challenges, but with something on the plate. It's one thing to revamp and reload, but have nothing there that you can really kind of sink your teeth into. I think the fans enjoy the prospect of starting over again, and I think they feel like there's some meat on the bone. I think they feel like there's some real possibilities here, and the preseason was thumbs up in almost every regard. So I think the Packers are feeling good about themselves. I think they're feeling good about the quarterback, whether he turns out to be the guy. but he's the guy right now. And I think where he is, there is a nice confidence that follows this young team into the season.
That's a great way to put it. Kevin Harlan is joining us, and he does the preseason games for the Packers, so we're talking about him. And I would almost imagine as an organization, I mean, Aaron had become so much drama over the last couple of years. We're watching him on Hard Knocks. He seems to have turned a page, and maybe he's a little bit different of a guy, but he redoes his contract with the Jets, something he wouldn't do with the Packers. I mean, as an organization, was it kind of time too? And now I'm not saying that Jordan Love's better, but just kind of, like you said, a refreshing attitude for the whole organization to be able to move on from Aaron because it became so tough at the end?
Well, you never want to get rid of a quarterback like that, probably much like the Niners going back, and I know Montana had some injury issues in the elbow when he was sent to Kansas City, but he'll always be a Packer. I mean, he can play in the league another couple of years, but he's going to go into Canton as a Packer quarterback, and he takes great pride in the fact that he's one of the three greatest of all time, him, Favre, and going back to Bart Starr. And so that will never escape. I do think, though, once you've been around so long and built a lot of equity and had this presence that is larger almost than the team, and it's hard to say that because the Packers have a pretty big footprint in the history of this league, but clearly Rodgers is one of those quarterbacks for all time, and you begin just to pick up, momentum and equity in a lot of areas, whether it's with the fans, the media, within the organization, the coaching staff. That's a pretty big footprint, and you get to that stage, and the contract builds with you, and the expectations and the performance, and just the fact that you're a 39-year-old guy who's going to be in the Hall of Fame someday. It just carries a lot. And it's a lot to bear if those around you, and can the team keep up with you, and can they ever reach that height? And then there's always a measure of disappointment because nothing they do can ever measure up to how great you are. Now, if you rise in unison as they did with Favre, and then they did again with Rodgers, that's another story because you've got a lot of different parts there that have built up equity, and it really feels like a unified effort. But it really kind of became because he was such a big presence, Rodgers, and then everything else. And it wasn't that it was cumbersome, but I think there comes a time for every organization when you need to look and say, we're not only thinking about Rodgers, but we're thinking about the organization. What's the 3 and 5 year plan? And he probably doesn't fit that. Most old quarterbacks don't, even if they're the great ones like the Favres and the Montanas and the Rodgers. So, like with Rodgers back in this past offseason, and before him, Favre, who was just in the same exact position, did not want to go, but was open to still playing, and the team was ready to turn the page. I think there's probably some kind of feel like it's time to rebuild, and with all organizations, they probably face the same kind of different angles they've got to deal with someone that big, that pronounced. They appreciate everything he did. I think it's more amicable than people think, him leaving. I think the press took a hold of this, especially the New York press, and they tried to tilt it one way, and that's kind of the way they look at things, and that's fine. And he's having a definite impact on a team that they would crawl for leadership. They would do anything to have a presence like that, and they got it. And it's enhanced them as a team, and it's made them stronger. And I expect if Rodgers stays healthy, that the Jets will be one of the top 4 teams probably in the AFC when all is said and done.
And they're going to take on, in his opener, the team that has won the AFC East each of the last 3 years, Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills on 9/11 to make his debut at MetLife. I assume you and Kurt have that game on the first Monday night game of the year, Kev? What's that going to be like? How do you size that game up?
Well, I mean, if you saw any of the Giants-Jets game this past Saturday, and I just watched the first couple series, their defense is going to be as good as any in the AFC. And, of course, everything hinges on health. But let's make that a point that is good for all the teams as you analyze them at this stage. They've got talent. They've got talent at receiver and some veteran leadership there. They feel very good about their running back. Their offensive line, I think, probably is the biggest questions. But Rodgers can erase and hide a lot of imperfections, as we know, in the line because of his release, his quick reads, and the way they'll kind of orchestrate those receivers to get open and hopefully a running game that can match. But in that present state, in a Giants home game the other night, The Jets fans, I thought, were overwhelming in their sound. The atmosphere was clearly a Jets feel for a Giants home preseason game, and Rodgers looked terrific, and the defense looked remarkable. So you can only imagine what these Jet fans, who have always, I think, in some way considered themselves kind of second-class citizens in that city when rooting for their NFL team. If you were a Jets, fan, you probably wore it, with a sense of pride. Much if you were a Mets fan in New York and it's Yankee town, and you're always trying to build up the Mets, but they fall short, except a couple of years ago, and they had that World Series appearance. So I would say that Jets fans will be as loud as possible. The emotion will be thick, and of course the 9/11 moment will be incredible and very poignant. And there'll be a lot of emotion certainly in that city and throughout the league watching him in that uniform on that particular day with that fan base. It'll be electric.
Kevin Harlan joining us. We hope to see you in Las Vegas in February. Now, we will see you. It's just a matter of whether we're taking the 49ers with us. I guess that's it.
I love your team. I loved them last year. I love them this year. My fingers are crossed. I think all of it. The Purdy story was one of the great stories in the NFL last year. And the Trey Lance thing, I think, caught some people by surprise. And I think Shanahan is just a terrific coach, and the way they've built that team, and I know there's a lot of criticism about what they spent the draft, Lance, and where he is right now. But man, oh man, he is Shanahan. That team, I'm as bullish on the Niners as any team in the league. Now, listen, Philly is going to be tough. Chip on their shoulder over losing last year. Tough to get back in, as we know, for a losing team. Tough to replicate all that. But, they've got with Hurts, I think, the next young, terrific quarterback, and I think the Niners feel the same way about Brock. And I just think we could see that same exact NFC Championship rematch next year. I really do.
Well, December the 3rd, we're going back to the Link for a regular season game, and that may determine if it's in South Philly or the South Bay. So rest your voice, man. In a week, you've got Lions-Chiefs. 9/11, you got Bills-Jets. On September 10, what's your first CBS TV game?
In L.A., we've got Dolphins at Chargers. 2 teams.
Wow.
Yeah, those are 4 teams, the Sunday-Monday combination. Bills, again, highly thought of, but people are tired of talking about the Bills, and they can't close it. But they're still a strong team. Jets on the tip of everybody's tongue. Chargers, 10-7 last year, got shocked in that playoff game in Jacksonville, and then you've got Miami and Tua, and all they're talking about is how he has bulked up, how his nutrition has changed. He's become a father. I think she's due with a second. He's taken the jiu-jitsu, which is a protective type of martial arts, and the way they are viewing it, how he can protect himself better from hits and knockdowns and tumbling out of falls and things like that. Dolphins, all things being equal, could be that the AFC is loaded. Man, it is loaded. And Rodgers just enhanced that. I think Denver's going to be better with their new coach and a refined approach by their quarterback. So that the division, the AFC West, could be dynamite. But the Chiefs, again, is the topic everyone wants to talk about. Can they repeat? And there's nothing right now that says they can't. They got a big lineman, Chris Jones, on the defensive side. They need to figure that out. But otherwise, everything for Kansas City appears to be right on track with where they were in the past.
Always our pleasure. Thank you so much for the time. We appreciate it. Let's get going. Let's go.
All right. Yeah, John, thank you very much. One word for Trey.
Don't strain your voice, man. You got 3 games in 4 days. Don't blow out a tree.
I've been doing nothing for 2.5 months.
Let's go.
Gotta warm it up, man.
That's right.
You know it.
Sounding good. Sounding good.
Love you, brother.
Take care.
See you down the line.
Love you, Greg. Take care. Bye. Bye. Thank you.
See you. That is great, Kevin Harlan. And he kind of ramps it up because, like you said, he starts doing the games, starts doing the NFL, and he's doing the Thursdays and the Mondays, and then NBA hits, and then all hell breaks loose with that guy.
He takes a few months off. He's got a beautiful lake home up in the Upper Peninsula, up in Minnesota, and then he goes back to football, and then his schedule's insane. He's got 3 games in 4 days, and those are all big games, and he'll do it until the NBA starts.
And then he does that.
And then, well, are we going to see him for Kevin Durant in Phoenix, or he'll probably be in Denver for ring ceremony, right? For Lakers Nuggets. He'll have one of those games, so we'll see him in October. But once he starts in August for Packers preseason, he doesn't stop till Memorial Day.
I just remember when we were at Super Bowl 47 for Niners and Ravens, and he had a Warriors game on the West Coast. He flew straight to New Orleans,
all-nighter.
Before even he went to his hotel room, he went on a red eye and went on our show, and it was just like, you are insane.
Yeah.
But he is.
And he sounded like, loaded! Loaded! What was that loaded? I thought he was describing you and I coming in from the night before. Loaded!
Yeah, he was incredible. I remember that day. That was cool. All right, you've got your foreplay coming up at the top of the hour. If you missed John Lynch this morning with Murph and Mac on the morning show, he's got an update on Nick Bosa. You don't want to miss that. Kyle Shanahan had a lot to say yesterday as well, including Brock on a pitch count and George Kittle being out. Do we need to be worried about that? Plus Logan Webb on a lack of run support, and Gabe Kapler on going into San Diego to take on the dangerous Padres, although they haven't had the season. But we are down to 29 games, so they got to get them all. So we'll get into all those things next in about 5 minutes, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers general manager John Lynch, he joined Murph and Mac to discuss the decision of trading Trey Lance to Dallas, but more importantly, where the 49ers stand with the Nick Bosa negotiations. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler. 4
chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund. By the way, I was looking at Harlan's bio. He's one of 3 broadcasters to do 3,000 or more national broadcasts.
One of the NFL
3.
or all sports?
Just all sports. 3.
Dick Stockton?
Oh, my gosh, they're good.
Kurt Gowdy.
Marv Albert.
Kurt didn't get there because Kurt didn't do basketball. That's where you get the volume.
Right. But, I mean, that's impressive. My gosh.
3,000 national broadcast of any sport.
Yeah, combined.
Well, because Stockton did, obviously, football and basketball. Didn't do so. Well, he started in baseball.
Yeah.
He was the voice of the Red Sox.
Yeah, baseball would get your volume, right?
Yeah, but it was not. Well, Kurt Gowdy did, but there's not that many national broadcasts of baseball. So Gowdy would do the World Series, the All-Star game, but you're only doing a handful.
Plus, think about that, of how many national broadcasts there are now versus what there used to be. I mean,
there's not that many baseball national broadcasts now. There used to be more when it was, ESPN did Monday, Wednesday, Sunday.
When I was growing up, it was Saturday and Monday. That's all you got.
Yeah.
Yeah, Monday Night Baseball.
That's what I'm saying. So, and it was different networks. So, Gowdy was the signature. And then, but Gowdy also did the Rose Bowl every single year. Mm-hmm. How about Dick Enberg? But Enberg he didn't do basketball. He did basketball at NBC later in his career. So it's Dick, Stockton, Marv because of all the basketball.
Yeah.
And Marv did do football. Marv was great on football with Paul McGuire.
Yep.
They worked together for a long, long time on football.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. Dick Enberg was my favorite of all time just because of an interview we did with him.
That was your idea to go over to Oracle Park or SBC or AT. You know what he was doing then? The San Diego Padres.
He was doing the Padres.
Yeah, he came. He was, Dick had one of the greatest careers of all time.
He was the best.
It was CBS for years and NBC for years. But then he for him to go back at the end of his life, and he loved baseball.
That was it. He just did it
because he loved it. First coming up was the California Angels.
He did, yeah. I remember.
He loved it. And he started doing the Padres, and I remember initially he struggled. It was hard. And he keeping score. I remember him coming in and doing a long interview with me on Chronicle Live, and he always wore that Bill Blass double-breasted blue blazer, and it was so Dick Enberg.
Class, man.
But, but then you wanted to go over to, what was your theory there? Was he just doing the Olympics too, but he was doing the Padres?
Yeah, I think
we went into his booth. You set that whole thing up.
Yeah,
but you and I went over there with a big clunky tape recorder, and we interviewed the great Dick Enberg.
I know. I wish we had video of it because it was just so much fun. And we did. We set a recorder. We just stood there while he was sitting in the booth, and I was standing. You were sitting, and he had one of the greatest lines ever about basically how he'd like to end his life.
What did he say?
He said that he would like to be. He put it in a much classier Dick Enberg kind of a way. But he basically said that in the middle of sex, he would like to have a heart attack.
Well, he said he wanted to get murdered.
Oh, that's right.
As an octogenarian, he wanted to be shot by a jealous husband.
That's what it was.
That's what he said.
I mean, can you imagine?
That was the greatest line ever.
Oh, it was amazing. I just remember laughing so hard that the great Dick Enberg, just all class, not that isn't class, but basically said the way that he'd like to go out is with a shotgun blast.
As an octogenarian, murdered in bed by a jealous husband.
He was awesome.
Classic.
I cracked up for days.
I remember that so well. And I remember whenever I'm with Dick Enberg, we talk about all the events he's done. And I think to this day, he's done the most watched, at least college basketball game maybe ever, when it was Lou Alcindor and UCLA against Elvin Hayes and Houston at the Astrodome. But anyway, the first time before he was on NBC or anything, he did the greatest game show. We talked about Bob Barker dying the other day, Barker and Trebek. The greatest game show ever was Sports Challenge, which Enberg hosted. It was a syndicated show in the 70s, but he always would tape it in the summer, and it would be the 1960 Boston Celtics. He'd get like Bill Russell and Bob Cousy and Tommy Heinsohn. against the Brooklyn Dodgers of Duke Snyder and Roy Campanella and Sandy. It was unbelievable. And he'd always come out because it was taped in L.A. in the summer, and they'd replay it, 12 months of the year. He'd always have a white suit on.
Yeah.
It'd be like, what's
I remember
he wearing?
seeing replays of that.
But that way, you Google that, and that's definitely on YouTube. The greatest sports, at least sports-related, I think it's one of the greatest game shows ever, Sports Challenge, hosted by the great Dick Henry.
In a white suit.
Always wear a white suit.
All right, we did play the open for the fourth place.
Go.
So let's get to it. It is Pop in London, KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. I have a combo on John Lynch. One is John Lynch this morning with Murph and Matt giving you an update on the Bosa situation. And then he's asked yesterday at a press conference, would they ever consider trading Nick? Here you go.
I mean, I think there's principles that kind of hold true, but really don't want to get into all that. This thing's active, ongoing. The good thing is we've promised each other, both sides, that we're going to keep this thing in house, and I want to hold true to that. That's important to me. It's important to them, and so just going to try to say as little as possible, and that we're working hard to try to bring it to resolution.
John, there's been a bunch of conflicting reports. Is there any percentage chance that you guys would consider trading Nick Bosa?
No. Real simple.
And Kyle was, it was Krug. Kyle was asked the very same question, had a very similar answer. They're not trading Nick Bosa.
And what's the rumor about trading him to an AFC team and Justin Herbert?
Oh, that might be a different story.
Well, how would you fit his contract?
Yeah,
he's got a 5-year, $262.5 million deal through 2029. He just signed. They're going to have a hard enough time getting Bosa in.
Yeah, you imagine the dead cap on that?
I mean, there's just no possible way.
Yeah, there's no way.
I mean, but they're not trading Nick Bosa. This is not Khalil Mack, John Gruden, and Mark Davis, and Danny Ventrelli, and the Raiders. But I will say, maybe we'll talk about it tomorrow, because I'm hoping he signs on September the 1st. But it was September the 1st of 2018 that the Raiders did trade the Nick Bosa of that time to the Chicago Bears and Khalil Mack.
They literally didn't have the money to pay him. I mean, people say, well, do they have the money to pay him? A lot of times people are talking in a cap sense. The Raiders didn't have the money to pay him.
They didn't have the money to pay me.
Right, exactly.
How the hell are they going to roll out a Mack truck?
So they couldn't do it, and we all know
we're well aware.
Gruden said, $20 million, blah, blah, blah. But look, they're willing. It's just a matter of, like I said, I think the frustration comes from the fact that we just don't know. And both sides have done a really good job in keeping this thing under wraps. And so I think this is human nature, especially for sports fans and so forth, that we just assume the worst when we don't hear anything. But as John Lynch just said, they're doing that on purpose. For all we know, they could be dotting I's and crossing T's, but that's just not how human beings think. So that's
September 1st, tomorrow.
I hope you're right.
Let's get it done.
All right, a couple of things from Kyle Shanahan. This was yesterday. First and foremost, some people were panicking yesterday because Brock is on a pitch count. Here's what Kyle Shanahan will explain what's going on.
Heard about the Brock didn't throw as much or at all early in the practice pitch count. Is that a new thing, or was that scheduled? Is there any?
No, that goes back to our same numbers that we decided on like 2 months ago. I think I'm going to mess up the numbers, but it was like 700 throws a week or something, and a week before we planned on deloading this week and trying to cut that in half, and so it'll be the same thing today before practice and tomorrow.
So he's fine?
Yeah, he's fine. It's just his numbers are cut in half for the whole week.
Deloading.
I love that.
Deloading. I'd never heard that term, deloading.
Maybe that's what it calls when you get to be our age, John. Deloading.
Yes, deloading.
He doesn't. It's every throw he makes is counted, and he does not make unnecessary throws. In a practice where the other quarterbacks will make a throw downfield, he will shadow throw it and not throw it. He does not do that. So everything that he's doing is he's coming back from a major injury. I mean, go back when he had the internal brace, John, and leading up to March the 10th. We thought, is he going to make September the 10th in Pittsburgh? It's exactly 6 months. So everything is carefully, there's been no setback. I think his arm is livelier than it was before. The GPS, everything they do to track the velo shows that it isn't better. So he does not make unnecessary throws. I've been watching it. A lot of times he just does not throw the ball, even though they're walking through a play or something. So this is not new. But when they come back on Monday, on Labor Day, he'll let it go and get ready for Pittsburgh. But keep in mind, it was Memorial Day. That's the first time he was really clear to throw a football, and he was going 3 days a week. So this is all part of the rehab process, but they are deloading. Is that what we're calling it?
Deload. That's what he
week?
said. He said deloading.
I'm having a deloading decade.
Yeah.
Hoping to be able to reload at some point.
So they don't do like the George Contos dry humping.
George led the world in dry
There's
humps.
no unnecessary throwing.
Right.
In other words, with
George
Purdy.
did most of his best work on the bullpen mound.
Exactly. Here is an update on George Kittle. We heard about an injury with Kittle. We always get nervous with that. Here is Kyle Shanahan with an update there.
No, we're just taking care of him right now. Still stuff from lingering a little bit from him that it has missed him some time, and we're not going to practice him today either, and hopefully we can get him going on Monday.
All right. Do we need to be worried about that?
You're worried about everything. He did play last Friday 12 snaps in that game, and I think they just wanted to get him out there. George's the kind of guy, if his first game is at, and how did Omar Ruiz tell me to say that? Acrisure. From Acrisure Stadium. We have a false start, 85, as he jumped off sides because he's trying to block T.J. Watt. They just wanted George to get some snaps in that game so he would feel it a little bit and not be as inclined to be jittery on opening day. I don't know if he had a setback in that game. We talked to him on TV after, and I saw him. He said he didn't mention anything. So I don't know if he had a setback or something happened when he came back. But George does have a history of, coming back the week right before the opener and have some soft tissue, and then he can't go. And he was in the best shape of his life going into camp. So because he didn't have to rehab an injury, and he played so well with Brock at the end of the year. So, you're worried about everybody right now. I'm worried about Elijah Mitchell. Is he going to make opening day behind Christian McCaffrey? You'd like to have him up and J.P. Mason as well, and so we'll see. But did he practice today, Kittle? I know practice is over. Are we getting any?
Haven't heard.
Now they're not counting quarterback stats. With Trey being traded now, they're not going to count the numbers in today's practice. No one cares anymore.
Well, I don't think they're let in anymore, right?
They're there for the very beginning of camp.
And then they kick them out.
I saw some David Lombardi video of the quick game. They're working on the quick game. Those zero routes getting
I
out.
think they're booted by 11 on 11 or whatever, right?
So even earlier, as soon as the horn goes.
Yeah, so they
don't do anything.
Know.
Yeah, I don't know.
But anyway,
was Kittle out for that part of it and Elijah Mitchell? We'd like to have them up for the opener.
Yeah, I've not heard on that. And finally, one more. Let's go to the baseball diamond where the Giants move on from the Reds, where they lost yesterday, to the Padres, who are dangerous despite their record. Here is Logan Webb, again, not getting run support, but that's the way it goes.
That's just part of baseball. I just got to go out there and, as a pitcher, if it's a 0-0 game, you got to keep it at 0-0. So it's more my fault than anything. It's not. I was lucky enough to get the hit for a year and a half. It's not easy. There's no fault with those guys, and those guys are going out there trying to do their best. So there's just me knowing it's a 0-0 game. Just gotta be better.
That's awful nice of them, but 3.18 runs per game in support this year. They're 13-15 when he starts overall. They've had 0 or 1 runs 10 times this year and less than 3 in 16 of 28. So
did you say 0 or 1 run 10 times?
Yep. 0 or 1 in 28 starts. 10 of those times he's gotten 0 or 1 runs of support. He's being nice there, and he hasn't been perfect. I get that, but he's pitched a lot better. His record should be better. The team's record should be better. But it's just one of those things. It happened with Matt Cain. It happens in some seasons for pitchers. He's just not getting this run support.
He's getting webbed.
He is getting webbed. That's what
we
call it now. Let's update it.
It's not caned anymore.
Yeah.
It's webbed.
He is.
All right, when's he pitching again? We have all the Padre probables. Bo Mel. By the way, Blake Snell on Saturday.
Yeah.
Seth Lugo. Those guys are locked in. Michael Waka
good.
On Friday night. Tonight, Pedro Avila. I know they're not scoring as well, though. Some of their guys in their lineup, Hassan Kim is having a great year.
Yeah, he's got a good year.
Machado's coming alive post All-Star break. You got the Juan Shuffle and you got Tats. But they have the best pitching as far as their rotation and their bullpen, I think, in the National League. Those guys all have 263, 284, 260. Lugo has a 367, but he's been locked in lately. Got a good start his last time out. Do we have any idea who's pitching for the Giants this entire 4-game series yet?
Well, we're going to get to that. And,
are you doing Cap or Boch?
Yeah, I'm trying to do. I had a Kapler in my mind, but it came out Bochy.
By the way, did you hear John Miller's Bochy in person. I've never heard that.
It's the best.
Have you heard that before?
Yeah, he breaks it out on the pregame sometimes.
I've never. Well, you don't allow me to do that with John. So
of course I do,
because you know that I talk too much.
No, you get people. You got places to go. People to see.
Well, because I did TV so much, so I never was a part of that when I was doing pregame. But anyway, he did a did a boach the other night. Next time we get John on our show, we got to have him reenact the boat show where it's John interviewing Bochy. His Bochy is as good as his Vin Scully. It's incredible. But you were trying to do Cap there? Is that what you were doing?
Yeah, it was terrible.
Who are you pitching,
They
Cap?
just think they have a competitive advantage, and I get it to a point.
No, but I also think they may go opener here. Well, I'd like to see them go. I'd like to see them go Kyle Harrison, Alex Cobb, Logan Webb in Chicago is what I'd like to see. But something tells me they're going to go Harrison on Sunday, Cobb on Sunday, and Webby Tuesday in Chicago, I think.
You want to hear something interesting?
What?
On the Cubs front, because after the Padres, the Cubs, today they're calling up Alexander Canario, who was acquired from the Giants in the Chris Bryant trade. And he hadn't been great, but over the last couple of months, he's been tearing it up at AAA.
Oh, wow.
And so they're calling him up, and he was they got him from the Giants in the Bryant trade. So he'll be...
They're playing the Reds.
Yeah, they're playing the Reds. It's a huge series for them.
4-game series starting tonight.
And then they take on the Giants. So presumably, unless, Farhan does this couple games, the guy's out, but presumably he would play against the Giants. That's interesting.
Now, they're not playing the Reds tonight. They're playing a doubleheader, right, tomorrow? I think in Cincinnati?
Yeah.
They only have 4 games tonight. But the games, Mets, Yankees, and Tigers are... Oh, that game, the Yankees lost again?
Yeah.
Dear God.
Yeah, that ain't good.
They lost in 10.
It isn't.
But we got Braves-Dodgers tonight. How about Spencer Strider, Lance Lynn? How good is that matchup? And then we'll watch Miami and Washington, and then Avila goes for Bob Melvin. We have no idea if the Giants are pitching the whole 4-game series. Yeah, they know. Yeah. They haven't set it out yet?
I'll be watching college football tonight. Utah
who do we have?
Florida.
Oh, you're Utah.
Utah and Florida. Yeah. Should be a good one.
What time's that game?
I don't know. It's in Utah. It's in Salt Lake City, so maybe it'll be later. But in that game last year was where Anthony Richardson kind of broke out against Utah. The Colts starting quarterback now, of course.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we got a couple of more things on the Niners I want to throw by you, and then we got a sweet, clean family friend, the Caboose Pistol. Ray and Tom are already here. They can't wait to get on the air at 2 o'clock. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Joe Montana joined Murph and Mac this morning to discuss the QB room for the 49ers and what impresses him most about Brock Purdy. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You know, that's a common term in like training. So our guys do it throughout, whether it's rehab or not. There's always like a deload. You go 8 hard weeks and then you take a deload. And so we're just moving that word over into his rehab plan. And this was a plan from the beginning. He's been getting a lot of throws. His recovery's been remarkable. The fact that he's been out there without limitations other than a pitch count. And it just makes sense to everybody to let's freshen him up for week 1. He's got a long grind in front of him. And so, Brock has done a great job sticking to the plan, thriving with the plan in place, and this is the last step in that before we go for real. And it's something that has served us well to this point. We're going to keep it going.
There's John Lynch describing the term deloading, which, by the way, I looked this up during the break. A common strength and conditioning practice during which you maintain regular workouts while intentionally reducing the overall load placed on your body. So that tells you what kind of shape I'm in. I've never heard of the term. And it's like people are texting me on the text line, like, you moron. I get that a lot, but just, in terms of strength and conditioning. Tells you what kind of shape I'm in, the shape of a pear. So anyway, just so you know. Deloading. Common term. Very common term.
Reload.
Not in my life, it's not. Deloading. So, anyway, Kyle said it. John explained it.
I never heard Gil Brandt use that term, though.
Oh, so sad.
I know. I found out this morning, crack of dawn, that the Godfather of NFL's Sirius XM radio, and
he's the best.
I mean, he did John Lynch's job. He and Tex Schramm in Dallas with, Tom Landry, and built the dynasty that is the Cowboys. He actually did work, Gil Brandt, before he went to work for the Cowboys in 1960. He worked for the Niners. In 58, 59, and with the Rams in 55 and 57. But as far as pioneers in the scouting world and, just changed the way they were the first ones to computerize just tendencies and how they wanted to look at players. But what a great man, Gil Brandt. Had him on the air many, many times and just saw him at so many practices and just so huge in our industry, broadcasting, but more so what John Lynch did. And was a former Niner before he became a legendary Cowboy. We lost the great, the Godfather, Gil Brandt, this morning at age 91.
And I'd like to publicly apologize because I remember at Raiders camp one year, he was the only one in the industry still wearing coach's shorts from the 70s. I think I might have.
Yeah, he didn't look great in them, but
but I made fun.
He was
of
an older
him,
man then.
I shouldn't have.
And he's one of the few, especially outside of the Raider
he's a good dude.
family, that would be allowed to watch practice with Al. But what a great man, the great Gil Brandt.
Well, like you said, built those Cowboys teams. Then later on, he was on NFL Sirius radio and a lot of knowledge. And like you said, we probably had him on our show 3 or 4 times at least. I mean, he was.
And he went in the Hall of Fame in 2019. And, not a lot of. And he wasn't a GM. It's not like, putting Al Davis in or Ernie Accorsi or, some of the legendary talent of. I mean, he was. Who made the ultimate, decision there? I think it was Tom Landry, but Tex Schramm was involved. But he's a scout who just elevated to being whatever his title was with the Cowboys. But he was hired as a full-time scout with the 49ers, the Morbidos, in 1958. And he also, went to work as a part-time scout with the Rams before that. But his first full-time job in the NFL was with the Niners in 58.
Yeah, absolutely. So rest in peace, Gil Brandt, for sure. One other football note, this is kind of interesting because we all love getting behind the scenes on everything, and we love, all the things is, you're watching the Jets and you're watching Hard Knocks and all these different things. Fred Warner and his wife, Sydney, will take you through life as a football family each and every week this season. The Warner House.
I know.
The Warner House. So how about that? All through the season, Fred Warner.
It's going to be interesting. She's a beautiful lady. Fred is just impeccable. So that's something we'll be watching, without a doubt.
On the 33rd team, which is a great follow, great website. The guys do a great job on there. And so Fred Warner will be on there every week behind the scenes. So get to know Fred, his wife, and what it's like.
And the 49ers are not on Hard Knocks, and they've never been on Hard Knocks. But you ever watch Brick by Brick? That is kind of a, it's not as long. It's about 30 minutes each episode, but it's a behind the scenes look at the 49ers as well, which I watch every week when it comes out. But Brick by Brick is very cool. But you watch Hard Knocks last night?
I have not seen it yet. I taped it.
Well, I'll save it for you.
So I'll check it out. But I haven't seen it. I do know that there was a tiff between the Giants and the Jets.
No, the Jets and the Buccaneers.
Yeah.
They got into a brawl.
So
when they were practicing.
All right, tons of good stuff on the Caboose today, including a story that we talked about, the gold toilet that was stolen. We got an update on the gold toilet, which is a big one.
Is that gold member?
Yeah.
Nathaniel Hackett has this. He loves this gold member.
You would love this toilet. It's amazing.
It's a gold toilet?
We got some mullet stories, food fights. We got a lot of good stuff, too. Yeah, good stuff today. I think that the Caboose...
We're going back in time. We're talking mullets and food fights.
Yes, we got the Animal House
way
food
back.
Fight. It's a good one. Good stories today. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here in the South Bay at Levi's. Not too far from the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, and they have offices also in Pleasanton as well and in San Jose. They are the leaders in modern vision correction, including LASIK, SMILE, EVO, ICL, and the procedure that John Lund and I had done, the CLR, or custom lens replacement. So the eye exam that I had to see if I was even a candidate was the best I've ever had. They call it the Advanced Vision Analysis, and it gives their doctors over 1 million data points to see if one of their 5 modern vision correction procedure is right for you. And I found out that I was right for CLR. But they, of course, have a LASIK, which I had done years ago, and all 3 types are specialists in the EVO, ICL, and the insertable contact lens that is more appropriate for some patients to help them see their best without glasses. So Dr. Craig Bindi is the head of the Laser Eye Center and the actual surgeon who did my work and John's work. Dr. Joseph Lin, what a surgeon he is. Great hands. And the entire team, they're known for their conservative advice on proven procedures that work, and they're also just really good people. So if you want to go in and get the best eye exam of your life, please, John and I endorses them well. Check out the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose pistol.
The old Caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Did you say Caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I was just talking to Derek during the break.
My Derek?
Yeah. I'd forgotten about this. I'd forgotten about this. When we used to get Gil Brandt on the air when he was a little bit older,
yeah,
he was the last man with a fax machine because he didn't text. And so
you had to fax him the request to come on?
We had to fax him.
Wow.
Like, hey, Gil, we might have you on. We'd call him and go, oh, man, you got to fax me. And so he'd fax him.
He's not the last guy. Marv Albert still has one.
Oh, fax me on my fax machine. Yes. Come fix it.
Fax me or sex me?
Exactly.
Sex me on my fax.
That's what was so confusing. But anyway, yeah, he was one of the last few.
Well, you know,
the last few.
The great Peter Vesey.
Yeah.
Hoop du jour.
Yeah,
he would sell his column and he would fax it to me every morning. But it'd be like he'd send it to me at like 7 a.m. on the East Coast. So at 4 o'clock in the morning, up where Derek was living on Dean Road, by the way, the kids would all wake up because the fax machine would start glowing.
Man.
And I think Skip Bayless did that as well. I think he used to fax his column from Dallas back years ago. Speaking of Skip Bayless, has his new show started?
I have not checked.
I think Rachel Nichols was on this morning.
Oh, how was that?
I wasn't up watching that.
Yeah, I did.
When
think I get that channel.
When does Richard Sherman start?
Oh, they did one day. I did see the highlights from the first day or the lowlights, and what they did is they put Sherman with Irvin,
Michael Irvin,
and Keyshawn, three of your favorite people. And,
so is Michael Irvin back on TV?
Yeah,
but not on the NFL Network.
No.
Wow.
And they put him on there, and it was like it was overload. Like
so
it was just complete overload.
I like Richard Sherman. I like Michael Irvin. The authorities don't. He seems to break the law a lot.
You and Keyshawn don't get along. I know that.
He's just a blowhard. He still thinks Trey Lance should quarterback the 49ers. Has he gotten off that bit?
Yeah, he should have.
Yeah.
That's probably not going to happen.
Yeah.
All right. Here's the deal. We talked about this. A few months ago, we mentioned that a golden toilet was stolen. Literally a gold.
It's
18
like
carats.
Encased in gold? Wow.
Yeah, 18 karat. And
seriously?
Now cops think they have fleshed out who stole a valuable Alice throne.
Nathaniel Hackett,
now,
the offensive coordinator of the Jets. He loves gold members.
But I don't know if he can afford this. It's a $6 million toilet.
Well, Aaron Rodgers, his buddy, can.
Yeah. 4 years ago it was taken. And now they've arrested 7 suspect looters. Led
Terrell
by
Luter, the young 49er corner, is on IR.
38-year-old woman, 6 men stole this thing because that would be really difficult. It was at a museum, actually. It wasn't in someone's house. They actually had to remove it from this museum.
And they were going to sell it off gold piece by gold piece?
Yeah, and I don't know
why would someone want a golden...
Oh, I would.
You would?
This thing is beautiful. I'm looking at it right now. It's
But how do you enjoy it? Would you ever sit on it?
That's true. You wouldn't.
Would you do the
it.
penguin?
No, I would not want to do that.
You'd have to do a deep knee bend and not actually go down to the gold.
You know, they must have used it because I'm looking at the picture of it right now, and it was at one point in someone's house, and it does have a toilet paper roll next to it, so it looks like.
Is it a golden paper roll? Paper?
No.
Now here's the question on your golden toilet. Does it have a golden bidet?
Yeah, if it doesn't have that, I'm not interested. Because once you go to that, you know that. Once you go that route, you can't go back. You cannot go back. You can't.
So why would someone want a golden toilet?
Just for conversational purposes, maybe.
I'm looking at them. They're actually very stylish.
It's nice.
I can get one for much more affordable.
But here's the thing, like you said, I don't care if it's made of gold. If it doesn't have a heated seat and it's not a bidet, then in no way.
I can get some for...
It's barbaric.
$475, John. I'm looking at a 14-karat gold toilet here.
That'd be nice. That would fit you. Have that right in your house.
Well,
that's nice.
What's the colors of the 49ers? Red and gold.
Yeah, be nice.
You haven't watched Hard Knocks lately, huh?
No, I need to catch up.
Well, you don't need to, but you're busy. But there is this thing that Nathaniel Hackett, he's got this major fetish for gold member, which we do love.
Really?
We do love. We do Austin Powers and Mike Myers Jr.'s. I'm waiting for the fourth one in the trilogy to come out. But he does something that I was going to do with the 49ers, but now it didn't start it on time, and it's actually a sponsored event when the 49ers enter the red zone. But why, since we're the Niners and it's gold, why don't we call it the gold zone?
Yeah, I think that'd be the way much better.
But that's what he does. And I don't know if he did it in Green Bay and Jacksonville when he was the OC there. Or Denver, the irony is when the Broncos got into the gold zone, the red zone, they were horrible.
They never did.
Well, remember when they got, how many first and goals did they blow in the first game against Seattle?
A ton.
They were terrible in the red zone, gold zone, but Nathaniel Hackett with the Jets is calling it the gold zone. So we can't jump on that now, can we? And Kyle doesn't call it the gold zone. He calls it the red zone. But should we not have that? We're the Niners. We're red and gold.
Yeah, I mean, if you could get a sponsor, they would call. They'd
How
call
about I got
it,
John? The 49ers have entered the opponent's 20-yard line. It is the gold zone, brought to you by Gold Bar Whiskey.
There you go. So you just sold it. You just sold it.
Why do we do that?
They should.
And whenever Joe Montana got inside the gold zone, he scored every time, T-Rock. And here's Joe Montana for Gold Bar Whiskey.
Plus,
should we not call it should we do that, or is it too late?
I remember that because they're playing Pittsburgh in week 1. I remember in Pittsburgh, and they probably don't do it anymore because it's not Heinz Field. What is it again? What is it that whatever Harlan said it was?
Acrisure. No, it was Omar Ruiz.
Oh, okay.
Omar had it, yeah.
Oh, that's right, because he's covering that first. He's covering that first game.
Acrisure Stadium or Acrisure Field?
But they would call it the red zone, but they'd call it like the Heinz ketchup red zone.
Ketchup.
And on the board, they'd pour this big bottle of ketchup like it was going on the field.
Very nice.
And then it'd be like the red zone, and they would pour this ketchup on the 20-yard.
Except when their red zone,
of
because of that, was started on the 57-yard line. They thought they were in Canada. There is no 57-yard.
Very nice.
Can we do it now, or is it a Jets thing now? Or we just don't do that?
Do it.
Why don't we do the gold zone?
It's not a bad idea.
But the colors of the team are the red and gold. So
but they could do the same thing. Like I said,
we
they
can
did
do
in
the red
Pittsburgh.
zone
you
too.
pour
right?
you pour the whiskey out on the virtually out.
Greg
on the field.
O'Donnell's already on board. I just got a text from Greg O'Donnell.
I'll spot that.
We have entered the gold zone, brought to you by the O'Donnell Financial Group.
See, that's all you're waiting for. You get enough money, they'll call it whatever the hell you want. The blue zone, the green zone, the gold zone, the black zone, the white zone. They don't care. Who's paying?
O'Donnell Financial Group sounds well, but it's got to be Gold Bar whiskey, right?
I would think.
Yeah. When we get in the low red zone, we'll go O'Donnell Financial Group.
And then you guys
inside
could
the 10.
You guys could take a plug every time they get in there. That'd be nice. By the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? You're playing the Cardinals.
I don't know.
Imagine how hammered you guys would be.
I mean, it's red and gold. Should we just stay with the red zone or go with the gold zone?
Like I said,
check out Nathaniel Hackett.
It's amazing.
He loves his gold member. He would love this gold toilet.
Well, you do pre-games and post-games just like I do. I mean, it's if they'll sponsor it, man, nothing
O'Donnell's
that's not
on.
nailed
I got
down.
3 thumbs up on the O'Donnell Financial Group. Let's go.
That'll work. A couple of more. It says it's been quite a long party in the back of one Tennessee woman. Knoxville nurse Tammy Mathis has earned the Guinness World Record for the longest mullet, 5 foot 8 inches long.
How tall is she?
5 foot 8 inches tall.
Oh, she's got it from all the way to the ground?
Yeah.
She's 5'8"?
Yes. You should see this mullet.
What does she look like? She looks like a huge Randy Johnson meets Jason Giambi.
You know what? You're
meets John Lund.
Close.
John Kruk.
Close.
Wow.
It's it's a red-haired mullet, and it's as tall as she is.
Wow.
Yeah.
Where is she in Tennessee?
I'm not sure, but she's standing in front of a truck here. It's at Guinness at GWR, which is Guinness World Records, and they've got a picture of her on our Twitter page, and she's in front of this nice yellow truck, and her mullet is as long as hers. So congratulations.
That's good for her, dude.
On a 5 foot 8 inch mullet.
Okay.
And they've got what's great is they have all these pictures, and there's one where there's clearly a hairdryer or something pushing the mullet back. It's pretty astounding.
That's a good word for it. I've never heard you use the word astounding. For the first time in your life, you were tactful.
Wow.
Astounding.
You know what? I told you, once in my life, I had a mullet. It didn't last very long. And it was.
I think I've seen the picture.
It was a perm mullet. I actually had a perm mullet.
A perm and a mullet?
Yeah, like 8th or 9th grade. You know that real awkward
how do you even have a perm and a mullet and then you have curly hair? How do you make the mullet out of it?
It was the worst
Wow.
thing ever.
It's like a Michael Cage has a mullet?
Yeah. If you go back to
Is it like a Jerry curl?
No, it's not quite that because I took a hair pick and kind of pulled it out. But I'm telling you, you're in that weird phase, which I never grew out of.
I never entered that phase.
But in 8th grade,
I'm looking at this woman here.
Very confusing. Very confusing. So I can't really.
She's from Tennessee.
Yeah.
How much old number 7 do you have to drink to? Oh, wow.
The thing is,
she's actually an attractive woman.
Think of how long it took to grow that thing.
Wow.
Like if you've got a 5 foot 8 inch mullet, how long does that thing?
Well, she has it wrapped
grow?
around it. She's tall. She's bigger than 5'8". What is she, like 6'3"? Because it's not what I'm looking at. It's not going all the way to the ground.
When she was standing in front of the truck, it looked like it was hitting the ground to me, but I could be wrong.
That's a strong look.
I could be wrong.
It's beautiful hair, actually.
Yeah, it's nice.
So she has
Maybe
the Guinness World Record certificate, the longest mullet hairstyle.
Yeah, you like
measured for an established mullet competition is 100. They do it by centimeters, 172.72 centimeters, which is 5 feet 8 inch
and change.
So 68 inches. Wow, what's her name? Tammy, Knoxville, Tennessee. Okay. It's not going all the way to the ground.
Oh, it's not?
No, it's like going to her knee. But she has it wrapped around her arm a little bit.
Yeah, it must be something.
She's also got it braided. If she let it fully out,
it would be
But she's got to be a large woman, this Tammy Manis.
Well, plus you wouldn't want to drag her to the ground. So, like you said, you'd probably have to braid it up.
She's got to be a big woman. All that. Can no one? Do you want to break that record?
No, I don't want to break that.
Tim Ryan could get after that.
Yeah, let him. Yeah, but his kind of grows.
It's not growing that long.
No, but it's growing.
Hers is going all the way down to her knee.
Tim's hair is growing out now, not down.
Well, now I got a picture of her by her truck.
Yeah, you see that one?
Yeah, that's scraping the ground.
Keep going. There's one where
she's
it's
got
like
some Knoxville dirt there. Wow, the one where it's going up in the back like a cape.
Yeah, that one looks like there's like a fan or something blowing that up in the air.
Yeah, only in Tennessee.
Hey, that's a good look, man. I don't look great, and I've said this many times. I'm having a bad hair life, not a bad hair day. So it's not like
your hair's looking good lately, John.
Well, I'm wearing a hat today. It always looks better when I wear a hat. But
are mullets back?
No, I don't think so.
They were never really in, but they were in for a while.
Oh, 80s and 90s, late 80s, early 90s.
Not in my head.
North of the border.
I never did it.
Play hockey, you got one.
Oh boy.
So
no.
Anyway, well done.
She's got her certificate.
Yeah. Don't think I'm going to read this story about the
picture of her. This is strong. I'm sorry. Wow.
Is that what you're calling it?
I don't know.
Strong.
It's going on each side.
I'm going to skip the cow story. Let's see.
Why? What's going on? Cal Berkeley?
It says man caught having sex with cow after triggering alarm placed by farmer.
Wait a minute. What did he have it with? A calf?
Yeah.
Oh, I said a cow.
No, not a calf. A cow.
Oh, a cow.
Yeah. So I'm going to skip that one.
Wait, what? We have a Malcolm. Maybe he's just milking the cow.
That's a weird one. That's a weird one. It takes all kinds, whatever, but I mean,
I'm sure he's
cows are not an attractive animal. Can we be honest? We make baseball gloves out of them.
Yeah, but the cow's there and it's 2 a.m.
You've clearly drank way too much.
He was milking the cow.
So anyway,
where was this?
And finally, there's one more, and this one kind of confuses me because another reason why San Francisco and New York are very different. It says brazen New Yorkers are smoking weed everywhere. Saks, Subways, U.S. Open. It's like, yeah, and what? Like, when you walk around San Francisco, does it faze anybody anymore?
No.
When you get the pungent smell of, I mean, I don't know.
Or in Oakland. Come on.
Right. Or at any parades they've had, it's just kind of, we're used to it. I don't know if this is something new in New York, but I read the article today and I'm thinking, well, that's a lot of major cities are that way.
But now that it's legal, it's even more so. Apparently at the U.S. Open, there's one court where it smells, what do they say? It smells like Snoop Dogg's living room, I think is what I read.
Yeah, exactly. This article has that in there as well.
Is that what it is?
It said the U.S. Open is prevalent. And it's like, well, it's not like it's wafting down to the players and they're getting high. That's just how it is.
But they used to, it wasn't legal there. And here, obviously the Coliseum, Candlestick, people didn't much care. But in New York, it was at Giant Stadium before the new place was built. What they call it, the 700 level. That was at the old Vet in Philly too.
Yeah.
But they used to go up a concourse in New York at Giant Stadium. And they thought, like, the cops aren't going to come all the way up to the top deck. We'll just get high up there. But now they just don't care.
No.
Don't care.
This is kind of funny.
It's legal.
This woman is quoted. She says, it's jarring when you walk into a high-end department store where you used to smell Chanel perfume and now it's weed.
Well, she doesn't like the smell of it?
I guess not.
It is the Marley collection that we're featuring today.
That's pretty funny, actually. And it mentions the U.S. Open where I guess it's very prevalent. But again, it's an outdoor stadium. Most people are going to be like, what?
Well, the U.S. Open is all. One year I went to Wimbledon in July, and then in the fall I went to the U.S. Open.
A little different.
And it's amazing, the difference. Are people getting high at Wimbledon?
I don't think so.
I don't know.
You think?
I don't know.
I've never been to Wimbledon. Is it pretty? Does it live up to its reputation?
It's very strawberries and cream and champagne-like, but is weed legal in the UK? I don't even know.
I think it is. Is it kind of?
I don't know. Are you sure of that?
No. I just say stuff and confidently and hopefully it sticks.
I don't know.
I do think it is.
No, it's a whole different vibe. And believe me, people were getting high when they were watching McEnroe and Connors in New York. So that would be a fun weekend. Remember one year when the Raiders opened, and it was Derek Carr's first game against Rex Ryan. We actually went on the trip. Dennis Allen thought it'd be a good idea to go on a Thursday. And I remember going to the U.S. Open all day on Friday. before that weekend. That would be a fun weekend, wouldn't it? For the holiday?
Oh, yeah.
How many people out here have been to the U.S. Open? That's a great weekend for that.
I stand corrected. Cannabis remains illegal to possess, distribute, sell, or grow in the UK.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
It's a Class B drug.
No, it's not.
So it says here.
Yeah.
Any such person who is caught with cannabis risks up to 5 years imprisonment. Come on.
Yeah, and there's none of that floating around Buckingham Palace.
Lighten up, Queen.
Just like there's no cocaine at the White House.
That is your sweet, clean, family-friendly Caboose pistol. We got a couple of remnants before we get out of here at the top of the hour, and then Ratto and Tolbert at the top, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
We're just 10 days away from the start of the 49ers season in Pittsburgh, 7 days away from the start of the NFL season. Will Nick Bosa be along for the trip 10 days from now? The clock is ticking. That story and more turning right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
But she's got to be a large woman, this Tammy Manis. House.
I thought the article said she was 5'8" and her mullet was 5'8", but I could be wrong. Could be wrong. But she did have it in, like you said, kind of braided and off the ground.
Guinness World Record, Jen.
Yeah.
She has the certificate.
To prove it.
We have a giant starter tonight.
Who's starting?
Jacob Junis.
Oh, all right.
TBA tomorrow against Michael Waka. And then they are going to pitch Kyle Harrison on Saturday. So Zach Bayruti, the great voice of the Rivercats, who were texting this morning, not one time all year at AAA did Kyle Harrison pitch on 4 days rest and pitch on the 5th day. They're going to ask him to pitch on Saturday after 91 pitches on 4 days rest on the 5th day.
And then Cobb on Sunday.
And then Cobb on Sunday. After 131 pitches, he's going to go, and he's much better on 5 days rest on the 6th day. He's going to go on 4 days rest on the 5th day on Sunday. So what they're doing is tightening up here and pitching their best pitchers more frequently. So that is interesting. So Junis tonight, they don't announce who's going tomorrow, but then Kyle Harrison on Saturday and Alex Cobb on Sunday.
You got that?
I wrote it down.
Very nice. You ever have a mullet?
You talking to me?
Talking to Tolbert.
Oh.
You would think
no.
Really?
No. I had an afro.
Oh, you did?
Yep.
Got a growing up in Southern California.
Got a perm.
I got a perm and a mullet. A perm mullet.
Per mullet?
It was horrible.
Wow.
8th grade. Bad look. Really bad look.
Well, if I'd have known you when you were 9 years old, I would have said hats are in your future.
I know.
Multiple.
Oh, it was so bad. I look back, like it was just.
Dude,
I never grew out of the awkward phase. I know, but it was. I was in like 8th grade, and you ever look back? I'm sure, like high school yearbooks, middle school yearbooks. Everybody has that awkward phase. I think you even had braces, probably too.
Who would look better, you or Pop with going bald?
Going bald?
Yeah, shaved head.
I have a triangular shaped head, so I would not look good bald.
I think mine is round, but I'm not 100% sure. Did you, when you did it, were you like, I don't know, and you just had to see if it was a good round? Like, you have a good round head.
Like I said, I didn't matter because of deforestation.
Right.
I had to shave it at some point.
Right.
I said, and I've said this many times, when your hair on your head looks like a SOS pad that's been matted with pubic hair. I go, your choices are very limited at that point. So yeah, I just shaved it and I was like, okay, we're good.
But you have a good head.
I go, yeah, let's go on. I think if Pop shaved his head and grew a goatee, it looked like Walter White. He was selling meth within a month.
That would not be good.
It'd be.
So what you're saying is the hair on your head looked like your pubic hair at some point with the SOS.
And you're like,
yeah, that's basically what I said.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I said.
That's what you were thinking. I'm the one who said it.
That's what I said. Exactly what I said.
Did you say that? I wasn't.
Yeah.
What time is
pretty much verbatim?
What time is Kyle coming in?
That is a great question.
You have Kyle and Farhan today?
We have Kyle Farhan and Steve Kerr.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, so I think Steve's 250, Kyle's 330, and Farhan's 450. So there you go.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's a lineup.
Well, it just happened to work out that way because I texted Steve and I go, "Hey, you want to come on?" He's like, "Yeah," because we're 15 hours ahead, so we'll work something out.
Say that.
So we recorded it last night after the show and just BS with him, asking what it was like coaching the U.S. team, and
he's brilliant. He put Brandon Ingram on the second team. How cool would that be?
Yeah, he talked about that.
I think we'll put Brandon Ingram on the bench.
Talked about that, and then Kyle, we didn't get into a lot. I mean, because a lot of the stuff I wanted to get into, I'll just get into next week.
Yeah,
there is no game this week, so we talk about Pittsburgh and their personnel and what he expects from them. Stuff like that will be more football. This was just kind of about, we hit on Bosa, one thing on Lance because I'm done with that, and then ask him about the kickers, and pretty much just asked him about his philosophy, coaching, setting a game plan, knowing when it's time to scrap that game plan and switch to something else. Because I ask Steve about this all the time. I go, you guys put together these game plans. You feel like this is the best way to attack a team. At some point, there's got to be this isn't working. But at that point, when is that point? Because you don't want to give up on a game plan too soon. You don't want to give up on it too late. That, to me, as a coach, is a real feel thing, understanding like, whoa, can we ride this a little bit longer? Is there something there that we're just not doing quite right, that if we do right and we execute, it'll work? Or have they just shut that down and let's go to plan B and let's see how that works? So that was interesting. And Kyle made the point that, football is much different than basketball, which is a flow sport. It's, start, stop, start, stop.
And he scripts his first 24 plays every game.
Yeah.
So whether you stay to the script or go off script.
The one thing I wanted to ask him that I didn't get a chance to ask him, maybe you've talked to him about this. Maybe I'll ask him next week. Has he ever, done the first 20 plays, scripted them, and then run them back again at some point during the game, like second half, say, you know what? Those worked. I scored 2 touchdowns. Yeah. I'm not going to go back to it now, but I'm going to go back to those plays at some point and go back to the script. Just go to the script and see if that works again. But that gets to the point of the other team now knows kind of have they adjusted to it enough to where it doesn't. So, coaching to me, any coach that's worth his salt can create a game plan in any sport.
So what he does, he scripts the first 24, 12 runs, 12 passes. And then he comes out to begin the second half. They have a new script. It's 8 plays, 4 runs, 4 passes. But you get into a game like the divisional playoff against the Vikings in 19 and January 20, or the championship against the Packers. A good coach is not afraid to repeat the same play. And they just ran. They ran it, John. What did Jimmy throw it, 8 times?
Yeah.
Against the Packers? Yep. So he just said, the hell with the script. They can't stop our running game. Let's just run it every play.
Yeah. No, I see that all the time, especially in football. When a team's running and it's working, it's like they get bored. It's like, hey, let's try something different. It's like old school coaches will tell you, I'll just keep doing the same thing. Yeah. I'll do it all game long if you let me. If I have to change, then I'll change.
I remember with when Marty Schottenheimer was coaching the Chargers, and they had Low Neal and LT, LaDainian Tomlinson. His favorite play was 50 power, which was a power play off the left guard. They ran it against the Raiders 21 consecutive times.
Did they really?
Because they could not stop 50 power.
It was unreal.
21 straight times they ran 50
That's smart. It's smart. It really is.
They scored 42 points that day.
But I'm sure you see it too. Like some coaches, it's like, you get bored? Why are you getting bored?
Just call the same play till they stop it.
Why is that?
Exactly.
Why? What's wrong with that play? You can just keep. I see in basketball.
It's like video games, man.
I see in basketball all the time.
Right.
You run a side pick and roll that works like.
Yeah,
just run it.
Are we bored? Why not just go back to that?
That's good coaching.
Make them make the adjustment.
Exactly.
So, but that to me is kind of the essence of coaching is being able to adjust during the game, because all these guys are really smart, and if you give them a week or a couple days in basketball, they're going to be able to create a game plan for a team. That's part of the reason they got the job. But can you see things in real time and make those adjustments quickly? Because I can't even imagine how fast things move in a coach's head. Like you got so much information you have to keep up with all the time. To be able to do that and then hit the right buttons, that is a skill.
All right, great show coming up with the guys. Coming up next, he just mentioned Kyle, Steve Kerr, Farhan Zaidi. You don't want to miss it. Thanks to Walter doing a one-man show today. Guys are coming up right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station.
But she's got to be a large woman, this Tammy Manis.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. Gotta come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert. Adam is in Mexico on vacation. He'll be back on Monday. Ray Ratto joining me all week long. And today, we have, I won't say we have a good show because it might suck. I mean, there's always that possibility.
I'm certainly looking forward to that.
I know we have good guests. I know we have that, and they're going to be fine. They're going to be really good.
We can't undermine them, though.
We have Steve Kerr at 250, Kyle Shanahan, 330, Farhan Zaidi at 450, and then to top it all off, we'll cherry on the Sunday. Our good friend Bill Martin will join us at 2:30. We'll find out what the weather is going to be like in Pittsburgh. I think it's going to be around 80 when we're there. I've been checking. I think the day we get in is like 90, and then 86, 87 Friday, 80 on Saturday. Haven't clicked on Sunday yet, so we'll ask Bill about
29.
We'll have to ask Bill about that. We'll see if he knows that. We'll see if he even knows that the Steelers are in Pittsburgh.
I think we have a pretty safe bet that he doesn't.
So we will, and we're as always, we're on Bosa Watch, not Panda Watch, Bosa Watch. And I asked Kyle, is there a drop dead date for Bosa being with the team before he decides if he can play or not? And he said, well, you just have to wait and see.
Yeah. What he said was drop dead.
He said drop dead. Tolbert, beat it. So we got all that for you. I got Padres tonight and the Giants tonight. And the Giants screwed around, won 2 out of 3. And drop below pretty much everybody on the waiver wire, and haven't gotten
themselves out of Harrison Bader.
Yeah, haven't got anybody that we know of. Bader and Renfroe went to the Reds, and then all the Angels pitchers, like all of them, well, except for Dominic Leone didn't go anywhere. But Moore, Lopez, and Giolito went to the Guardians.
The surging Guardians with a 2-game win streak.
Yeah, exactly. And so I don't know. I mean, that was the one thing that I thought the Giants could use with starting pitching, like one more starting pitcher, possibly. Maybe they think they have enough with Harrison now. I don't know. Junis is starting tonight. Junis is usually a 3-inning guy. That's about it. So I mean, can you think of anything else that they could have used? I don't know. You know, with Haniger being back and Yaz being back. Although, is Yaz back after fouling a ball off his foot like 30 times and one at bat? I mean, God dang. I kind of felt for him. I was like, just call it an at bat and go back to the. Do you really? Yeah, I knew. Of course you do. Yeah, of course.
You could have seen that one coming up Broadway.
Yeah, I knew that one was coming. Absolutely.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Giolito seemed fairly obvious because I really don't believe you can do much between now and the end of the regular season if you've only got 3 starters.
Yeah. And they couldn't get him. So, I mean, they kind of just are who they are.
Yeah.
And that might be good enough. I mean, I think I do think they're a playoff team. And I do not think they're good enough to go deep into the playoffs because they're not as good as the teams, above them right now. They're as good as the Cubs. They're as good as I think they're everybody as good as the Cubs, but I think they'd have a hard time beating Philly, and then Milwaukee's starting to play some really good ball, and I can't imagine they would be able to touch the Dodgers or the Braves, but. The Dodgers 7-game series. I mean, you never know with those things.
The Dodgers this month, 25-4.
25-4?
Yeah.
Did you see there was a stat that I want to say the Dodgers over the last 4 years are 88-23 in August?
Yeah, I think the last 4 years they've won 75% of their games each of those years.
My God.
Yeah, 88-23. Like, okay, good luck with that.
That's very nearly 800 baseball.
it's just wild to think that and this year's team too. Again, this year, this is the year that you just wonder, like, how they're putting stuff together, what the magic is, and look, part of the magic is Betts and Freeman, right? I mean, they're really, really good. Other than that, I mean, it's a solid team, but there's probably a lot of people that can't even name 3 more players. And the pitching staff has been decimated, absolutely decimated this year.
Come on, they got Ryan Pepio.
Decimated, like I said.
5 shutout innings against the mighty Diamondbacks last night.
Decimated. Decimated is what they are. So, I mean, they figure out a way. They find a way. And it's so anyway, the Giants just, I mean, they're not going to touch those 2 teams. I can't imagine even in a 7-game series. But again, 7-game series, you never know. I mean, I guess that's always a possibility. So we're going to be able to get into that. And we'll hit football as well. I mean, we got some college football tonight, but like the NFL starts in earnest next week. So we'll definitely get into the NFL, get into the Steeler matchup, the personnel, all that kind of stuff. This week we got college football that's starting. We may give you some of the games that are of interest that you may want to check out. But we'll hit the Giants, and maybe I'll talk a little bit about the NL MVP because I think that's a real interesting race now. I don't know if the Acuna narrative is going to carry him all the way to the finish line. That and the fact that he keeps playing really well as well. 1 more home run would be the first player ever in the history of baseball to have 30 home runs and 60 stolen bases. I love the way they say that, too. Because he's already the first player in baseball to have 29 home runs and 60 stolen bases. Of course, 30, 60 sounds better than 29, but he's the first player to ever have those numbers as well. So, but Betts is making it tough because he had an August push. I think his OPS was over 1,200. So we'll get into that as well. But we'll get some baseball, and then Bill Martin's going to join us in about 20 here on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Joe Montana joined Murph and Mac this morning and discussed Brock Purdy and the trade of Trey Lance. That podcast and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
I think it's good for everybody. You know, I think there was a pressure to feel like they had to play him, and I just don't think he was a fit. Great athlete, and I think he can play the game, but he's just in the wrong system for him. And when you look where he came from and the system that he ran, he likes to get outside and move and make plays on the run, as that read option offense usually does. And it's tough to learn an offense that wants you to stay in the pocket when you get to the NFL. It's not the place to learn how to do that.
That was one of the greatest that's ever played the quarterback position, Joe Montana. He was on with Murph and Mac earlier today. Here's a question I have. And I don't know if anybody could answer. Well, somebody could answer this. None of us can.
I'll give you a stupid answer since I'm in the room.
All right. Was Trey Lance as good of an athlete as people thought he was coming out of college?
Probably not. Because when people talked about him, they talked about him as like almost Patrick Mahomes light in terms of getting out of the pocket and creating things. And I don't know how they could make that judgment based on the number of games he played in college and against the competition that he played against in college. So I think they might have seen him and imagined him as faster and more clever than maybe he was. That said, there is nothing in his pro resume that suggests we know anything more than they did. That's the problem. Nobody knows at any stage of his career what he is, except the 49ers thought he was the third best quarterback in a draft that looks like it's going to produce one quarterback.
Yeah, that draft may not have a third best quarterback. I mean, who knows what they're going to end up.
I mean, Justin Fields is playing for the Bears.
Yep.
And no matter how good he is, he's playing for the Bears.
Yep. And we don't know what Wilson is. We don't know what Lance is. And we kind of have an idea what Jones is, which isn't all that special. I mean, it might be okay, but yeah, like we were saying before the show, it was just a bad year to trade up to get a quarterback because you didn't have any good options. You didn't know it at the time, but looking back on it now, that's one you just stay at 12. I mean, hindsight's always 20/20, but you know, I never had a problem with them doing what they did. I didn't. I thought it made perfect sense.
I don't know if it made perfect sense, but he obviously
it made perfect sense to me. You can't tell me what makes perfect sense to me.
I'm about to.
Okay.
I think it made.
You know, you're right. No.
I think it was a good idea because he didn't want to end up with not the third best quarterback. I think he would have ideally liked the second best quarterback because he knew he wasn't going to get Jacksonville's pick.
Yep.
And then the Jets made it clear about a month before the draft that they weren't coming off Zach Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
So third was the best he could do. So he was trying to take some control of his own fate. But I think a lot of people, both inside the NFL and outside, confuse the notion of there are a lot of quarterbacks in this draft, and there are a lot of good quarterbacks in this draft, because volume isn't the same as quality. And while it's probably still early to make this assumption, I see one quarterback. Maybe two if Justin Fields can break basically 70 years of Chicago Bears quarterback nightmares. But this might end up being a draft. Well, there were a lot of quarterbacks there, and, man, I'm sure glad I didn't get any of them.
We talked about it yesterday. It's the allure of the quarterback position. And the Niners weren't the first, won't be the last to make a mistake when it comes to a quarterback in the first round. I mean, the draft just over the last 10 years is absolutely littered with first-round busts. I mean, 20 years. You go back. I mean, just every year it will happen because people want a quarterback, and you reach for a quarterback. And unless you have the number one pick, and even then, sometimes Jameis Winston, that doesn't work out for you. Where did Goff go one or Wentz go one?
No, Goff went one.
Goff went one. And he's fine. I mean, he's really good. I don't know that, like, he's a guy, if knowing what I know now, I would take him number one. I wouldn't trade up to get him. Like that, I wouldn't trade picks to get him at number one. But that's just, you feel like we need a quarterback. And also the allure of having a quarterback on a rookie pay scale is very, very intriguing to teams because now you can fill out your roster. Like, once you lose that ability, your chances to win dwindle dramatically unless you have someone like Mahomes. And there's one team that has someone like Mahomes where you can, start paring away players and saying, we're still okay because this guy. I mean, Cincinnati's going to find that out really soon when they have to pay Burrow and they got to pay Chase. Then it's like, okay, now we got to start making the really tough decisions, and your depth goes by the wayside.
Yeah, but here's the other thing, and I remember Tim Kewen, former San Francisco Chronicle, now ESPN guy, did a story on Bruce Arians, essentially the quarterback whisperer of this generation. And he asked him, how easy is it to spot a quarterback in college and project him as a really good pro? And Arians, without hesitation, said, maybe if you're lucky, 30%, which means 7 of the 10 times you project a quarterback, you're going to be wrong. And if the pros who do this for a living day in and day out aren't any better than 30%, why would normal humans be better than 5%? I mean, I think it's simply a matter of you don't know till you find out face first that you don't know. I mean, the only draft choice, Mahomes is the rare exception because he went to the right team with the right coach, with the right personnel around him. Because Andy Reid's a genius. And he knows what he's looking at. In that same way that Bill Walsh did when he was coaching here, is that he could project guys in college and say, I know exactly what he will do in the system I want to play. Now, I don't think Reid knew that Mahomes was going to be this good, but he knew he was going to be good because that's what Andy Reid does. But other than that, I don't know that you can point to anybody and go, yeah, that guy saw it coming ahead of time. It's too hard to skill.
You didn't know that I'm also a quarterback whisperer?
I think you shout at quarterbacks,
No.
usually from your couch on Sundays.
No, I whisper at him. Throw it to our guy. And then I walk away.
That's sage advice.
And that's it. That's all you need to know. All right, coming up, Bill Martin's going to join us. We haven't talked to Billy in a long time.
You're a genius.
We'll find out what the hell. Just keep it simple, Ray. Just keep it simple. Tell the truth. Keep it simple. Bill Martin coming up next during the Sports
And
Leader.
past post all your bets.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to see your Giants take on the Cleveland Guardians. Wednesday, September 13th. First pitch, 12:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's up, bro?
Oh, R.I.P. Remy. Or Lemmy. What did I say Remy? Jerry Remy? R.I.P. Jerry Remy, too.
Yeah.
Well, it is R.I.P. Jerry Remy, and it's R.I.P. Lemmy. It is not R.I.P., however, our next guest.
That's comforting to know. We're not talking to a dead guy.
We haven't had him on in far too long, though. The Bay Area's weatherman, Bill Martin. Billy, what's up?
Oh, my God. I'm so excited. I'm actually nervous. So I haven't talked to you guys in like 10 years or something.
No, it's been 10 years.
It feels like 10 years. And I'm on the radio, and I'm nervous. My little hands are shaking and stuff. Yeah. You see, we got to do this more often. Otherwise, now I'm nervous. If we did it all the time, I wouldn't be nervous. I'd be like, oh, it's just another deal. But now I'm nervous. I'm not really nervous.
Well, that was quite a speech. Thank you.
Ray, what are you doing, buddy? Woo!
I got lost. I was going to Safeway and took a wrong turn.
You did not.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then why'd you ask me?
Well, because that would imply that you're getting older. If you missed the turn to Safeway and you're supposed to, you know what I mean? Like, why am I in the car? Where are we going? And you're not old. I know you're not old because we're the same age. So, speaking of old, listen to this. So I've got this thing. Well, right? We haven't talked. This is what happens when we don't
It's
talk.
short attention span theater with Bill.
Yeah, I see. This is what happens when we don't talk because I can't, because I gotta. So I've got this thing because I'm going to be Ray. I'm going to be 65 coming up on it. So that's old. I'm getting all the ARP and all the, do the, Medicare and all that stuff. And what I've noticed, and you guys, this is the trust tree, so you guys can't make fun of this. But what I'm finding is, as I get older, and I see this with a lot of old people. You know those old guys that when they go to the desert Southwest go to Arizona and they come back and they're wearing turquoise and stuff? You know that kind of, you start wearing bolos and stuff? They kind of decorate themselves, right?
They go to Stuckey's?
No, they just decorate themselves.
Okay.
And I'm starting to do that. I'm starting to decorate myself.
How are you decorating yourself?
I got a cowboy hat. That's like decorating. I love cowboy hats.
Yeah.
Like I'm a grown man, and I'm like, I'm going to get a cowboy hat. Have you ever worn a cowboy hat before? No, I'm just going to wear it anyway. There's this strange universal gravitational pull towards decorating yourself when you hit 65. Now, am I missing something? You guys you're not chiming in. So I guess I'm off.
You're talking.
No, you're not chiming in.
Don't know. I'm not going to cut you off. I'm listening to the story. Do you have cowboy boots? Do you have cowboy boots?
That's probably next month, dude. That's what I'm wondering is, like, when does it stop? And then one step further, well, we'll get into that later. But
yeah, are you wearing chaps?
That's probably a year down the road, bro. All I know is you look at old dudes and they just start decorating themselves, and their wives start decorating them, which is even worse. You know what I mean? Oh, you'll wear this shirt, you'll look good in it. It just so happens to be the same cat shirt she wears. So now you look like your wife, and you're decorating each other. It's an old person thing. It's a whole new world for me. When I hit 65, I'm like, oh my God, this is a thing. So no cowboy boots yet, but potentially down the road.
How's the cowboy hat look? If you thought about growing like like I went with the Sam Elliott mustache. It's not quite there yet, but I got a hat too. Oh. It's not quite a cowboy hat, but it's in the same vein as a cowboy hat. It's like straw, so it's a straw one.
Right, I got one of those too. I actually have two cowboy hats now, and is it like a cowboy hat or is it a fedora hat?
No. More like a cowboy hat. You know what I wanted to get, but I might get it for Halloween, but my wife didn't. Lori didn't want me to get it. Was because I got the mustache and the goatee. Yeah. I was thinking about getting the Johnny Depp pirate hat, like a leather pirate hat. She goes, "What? Where are you gonna wear that thing? You just gonna cruise around town with a damn pirate hat
on?" Awesome. Now that's taking it further. See, because like my deal is, well, I need it because my ears, I got pre-cancer, it's gross. I need the shade, the sun, right? So it's a functional thing. The Johnny Depp pirate hat is a complete statement unto itself. Like, I don't give a rat's.
Yeah, it's not functional.
It's
not functional in the least at all.
Okay, when do you wear your pseudo kind of cowboy hat?
I haven't really wore it because it's weird. It like, I don't know. Like, I don't wear cowboy boots. I don't wear like any kind of shirts or belt buckles or jeans. Like, it is. I've come to find that the cowboy hat, kind of the cowboy hat, the look, like, I like it, but it doesn't really go well with shorts, T-shirt, and Vans. Like, it's a huge disconnect is what it is. It's like, okay, that all goes together. The Vans, the shorts, the T-shirt, and maybe
I don't know.
Maybe a ball cap, but not cowboy.
Decorative.
Here's the. I think cowboy hats are. I think it works. I think that works in some weird way. Think about MASH. Who's that doctor guy? Right? Alan Alda.
I didn't watch MASH.
In Hawaii. Well, you're too young. but I thought that was a pretty good look. Or Hunter S. Thompson would pull that off.
No.
I think that's kind of. It's kind of like the Johnny Depp thing. It's so not functional that it's kind of super cool, right? I could never pull it off, but I get it.
Well, you're going to try to pull it off. You're going to pull off the cowboy hat.
Well, I'm still, I pull it off around the house a lot. I'm not
10-gallon hat?
I got a couple hats, like I told you. I got one, like, I need it for fishing, right? And so I got this hat, and I really like this hat. I look taller. I think it makes me look thinner. I think, right, it's a cowboy hat, and maybe I'll go rope some cows or get in a gunfight. You kind of get that vibe going. So, I got another hat.
You gonna walk down Main Street and challenge someone to a duel?
Well, you feel like you could. But back to my decorating thing. Like, I always go to you because I've been thinking about this. I got to ask Tom. Don't old guys kind of start decorating themselves? I mean,
here's what I think. I don't know that I've noticed old guys decorate themselves. I think old guys get to a point where they just don't care anymore. They just don't care what people think anymore. I've called them pigeon feeders. When you get to the pigeon feeding stage, you get the old guys that go down to the park and they got the sweat. They got the sweats on, and then they're wearing like flip flops with sweats. It's like a brutal look, and they just don't care. They're just feeding the pigeons, and they just like get up and they walk away. But they're happy. They look like Stevie Wonder dressed them. Like they just.
Well, are we all going there? That's my question. Are we all going in that? Because I feel like first of all, do they win? They might win. They might win. They're not getting up, looking in the mirror, going, this shirt's 30. They're just like, this shirt's going on, and I'm going out. I feel like that might be where we all end up going, and it might be they may win. That might be the spot. I don't know. I don't want to bring you down or anything, but I was just thinking about it. Because I was down, I happened to be down. I was in Durango doing a bike ride a while back, and I was coming through the south part of this, 190 degrees. And dude, you go by these Indian reservations, and the tourists are all stopped, and the guys are all decorating themselves in turquoise, and they're all like my age, 65 to 110 or something. And they're like, I'm like, dude, I don't want to decorate myself, man. I don't, but I'm fine. Like I said, I got 2 cowboy hats. So
I don't know if that's decorating yourself, though.
Bill, you may want to spend a little less time in the neighborhoods you're in. You'll probably have a different worldview if you're not going to a senior center every morning.
Well, now, like I said, I wasn't going to a senior center, Ray. I was driving through the desert Southwest, and it was very clear that there was a lot of decorating going on.
The desert Southwest.
I think as you get older, like Tommy says, I think as you get older, you don't give a, right?
Yep.
And so you kind of just go, hey, I always wanted to be a cowboy. Guess I'll get a cowboy hat. I always want, right? I think there's a little of that going on, and I'm embracing it, hence the discussion. But I really, Ray, I love you, Ray. You know that. But Tom, I go to Tom as kind of he's the guy who told me to take down the picture in my home desk shop. Remember, Tommy?
Yes.
You go, yeah, that looks stupid. So I took it up for everybody. I remember we used to work from home during COVID, and Tommy, first thing he said, he goes, take it down, looks stupid. And I did, and it did look stupid. So I go to Tommy's kind of my style guide. Which is, I don't know if that's good either.
Perfect for you.
That's the second most ridiculous thing you've ever said, and both of them have been in this conversation. The first one was, I wasn't in a senior center. I was driving through the desert Southwest. The desert Southwest is a senior center. It's entirely a senior center. The average age in the desert Southwest is 106. It's barely ahead of the average temperature.
It's dust.
I did feel young. I did feel young. Hey,
yes.
Speaking of old people, well, because there's that heat dome, going on down in Texas for like a month and a half, $1.2 every day with humidity making it feel like it's 120, and they're like, yeah, it's hot. Do you know how many people? And it doesn't go on the death records. Do you know how many old people perish when it gets hot? A lot. Now they'll call it something else, but it's really, really hard. That's why when I was down there, it was like $1.20 in the desert, and it was like, dude, I don't even know how they. I mean, it's hard on old people. I just trying to relate it back to the weather world, like we talk about, like, what's the most dangerous kind of weather? Hurricanes, tornadoes. It's heat. Heat takes out. It just pillages old people. It's really hard on them.
So real quick, speaking of fishing, how's the glory hole treating you?
That's funny you should ask. I am heading up there tomorrow morning early. It's going to be, the weather's kind of going to be a little cooler, some clouds. The fishing's going to be on. And I know where the death rock is, so I'm not going to step in that hole. But I'm going up there tomorrow.
I'm fishing. It's the glory hole. It's my little secret spot up there.
There you go. I don't know if it's secret anymore.
Well, nobody goes there because it's kind of gnarly. It's hard to fish.
Yeah, well, glory holes can be scary places. Let me ask you.
No, you drive back away from the cul-de-sac you're in now. I dare you.
No, I wanted to ask him real quick before we run. Not that the San Diego, I was going to ask you, the Giants are playing there this weekend, so San Diego is basically San Diego. We don't need to know anything, do we? Weather-wise?
No, you don't need to know anything. No, it's San Diego. 69 degrees.
What about Pittsburgh next weekend?
What time's the game?
1 o'clock local time in Pittsburgh on the 10th, I believe. I saw it's going to be warm.
Yeah, it's going to be warm. It should be sunny and warm. You're pretty far out there. You start going, 10 days out.
Yeah.
But it's going to be, there's nothing, unless some tropical storm erupts or something. But I think they're going to be fine.
And by the way, I know we got to run. What the hell's up with hurricanes hitting California?
That was nutty. Well, it didn't hit California. It was remnant of a hurricane.
But it's better for the story.
It was a tropical storm, and the water's really warm. I was surfing in Santa Cruz the other day. The water was 64 degrees. That's real. You didn't need a wetsuit in Santa Cruz, which is really, really unusual. So, yeah, the warmer waters are moving further north. I mean, this year's going to be a beefy El Nino, and I think the potential for big warm water currents and big storms is definitely there. So we're going to see. Well, think how weird this thing this weekend's weird. This low that sets up over it just bullseyes over Northern California. It's going to kind of be showery and sprinkly on Friday and a little bit into Saturday, and it's going to be much, much cooler than you would expect. Like instead of 90 degrees in Sacramento, it's going to be 77 degrees probably on Friday, Saturday too. So it's just the weather. That's a whole nother day, Tommy. That's a whole nother conversation.
All right, we'll get to it another day. We will definitely talk more frequently. Have a great weekend, and let's get together for a beer one of these days.
All you got to do is call. I'll be there.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay.
I will definitely do that. Maybe we'll go give the new cellar maker down at Jack London Square a tour.
Okay, let's do it. I'm in.
Let's do it. All right, go. Tell Pam said
hi.
Bye, Dad.
The great Bill Martin, the Bay Area's weatherman, old people decorating themselves. That's it. And dying in the heat.
Yeah, that was a transition
Pillaging.
For all time. I mean, he's approaching the time where you can join AARP, even though you can join AARP at 50.
Yes.
And it immediately turned him into Walter Brennan. Hi, I'm 100 years old. I'm worried about death, but I'm going to go fishing.
All right, coming up, the head coach of the Golden State Warriors. I had a chance to talk to him. We actually talked last night. Talked about Team USA and basically whatever for about 20 or so minutes. So the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr, joins me next here in the Sports Leader. John Lynch joined Murph and Mac this morning and discussed the latest on negotiations with Nick Bosa. That podcast and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It's always a pleasure to talk to one of my best friends, head coach of the Golden State Warriors, and halfway around the world right now, coaching the USA team in, I believe, what's called the World Cup. They were in Philippines, taking on international competition, trying to qualify for the Olympics. We're all keeping our fingers crossed. Back stateside, Stephen Douglas Kerr. What's up, Steve?
Thomas, what's happening?
Not a whole heck of a lot. Just wanted to call you and see how things were going in the Philippines, see how you're enjoying the U.S. team. Do they call it, is it the World Cup now? Is that what it is?
Yeah, they changed the name to the World Cup last time around in 19 when I was an assistant with Pop, and that was the first year they referred to it as the World Cup. Before that, it was just called the World Championship.
It's interesting because they've changed the name, or since they've changed the name, my interest is, well, about the same.
Same with me. Interesting.
Oh, stop. How fun is this? Well, let's start with the fun part, because for you, I know you love to coach basketball and you love to be around players, and now you get to coach with guys that have been really solid. I mean, you're talking about Spoelstra and Ty Lue and Mark Few. I mean, these guys have done it for a long period of time, and I know that I've talked to you about all these guys and your admiration for them. Has to be fun to be around different players and some different coaches and not only teach stuff, but learn stuff as well.
Yeah, it's an incredible experience. I mean, we have a great group of guys, first of all. They're all just really young and talented and eager. Just a great attitude every day. The thing we tried to explain right from day one is that FIBA is just different. I mean, the game is different. The rules are different. But in a lot of ways, it's a very refreshing experience for the players because you just sort of strip away all the NBA stuff that you have to deal with all year. And you're on a team that is just going to be together for 5 or 6 weeks, and you just try to go win a gold medal, whatever it takes. And the guys love it. I mean, they're really having a great time. And for me to work with, as you mentioned, 3 of the best basketball coaches on earth, with Spo, Ty, and Mark Few, I mean, it's awesome. Our coaches meetings every day are a blast. And yes, I think we all learn from each other. And so the experience overall has just been incredible.
Are there things that you've noticed, whether, coaching with Pop or now you're running the team yourself, things you've noticed in FIBA that you would love to see implemented in the NBA?
There's a couple things. I mean, it's interesting. I talked to Coach K when I was preparing for this. We sat next to each other at Summer League watching a Warriors game, actually, in Las Vegas. And he told me he thought that he would like to see the entire basketball country, in the United States, like every federation, every high school, he said he'd like to have everybody under one set of rules, and I thought that was really interesting because when you think about it, we do play totally different rules depending on what state you're in. Some states still don't have a shot clock in high school. The college game is 2 20-minute halves, versus the NBA, very different rules, interpretations of rules. So that's the one thing with FIBA is that all these opponents that we play, they all play the same rules, their entire childhood growing up. And I do think it's an advantage, and I think it is something, as Coach K suggests, that we should think about in our country.
No, I don't think there's any doubt about it. It's kind of wild. You look at Nevada, for instance. I think you can carry a gun on the court. That's crazy to me. Nevada's wild, Steve. Nevada's wild.
I'm not even sure you're joking either, but I laughed anyway.
Well, it is Nevada, so who the hell knows what's going to happen in Nevada? Now, that's an interesting take on it. Oh, by the way, did you ask Coach K? Hey, remember that time we played you in the Fastball Classic? Didn't Luke curse that one time? Didn't he?
I forgot to mention that. The one time in 5 years I ever heard Coach Olson curse. That was a special
and
moment.
He never admitted it to us. Never. No, what are you talking about? It didn't happen. Steve and I are both like, well, yeah, it did happen. We're standing right there. We heard you. And you were justified. We would have done it too.
In fact, we did.
I think we did multiple times. Talking to Steve Kerr here on KNBR, nice enough to join us all the way from the Philippines. How hard is it to get a team together and just kind of buy in? Or is it, you know what, you got USA across your chest. If I got to sell you on this fact, then maybe this isn't for you.
Well, I think the biggest thing, honestly, is picking the team itself. If you get the right guys like we've got right now, then you've got a shot. You've got a really good shot because, we're going to have 12 really talented players. And most of these teams that we're playing against, the strongest teams, they've got really good teams, but they have, probably 4 or 5 NBA players. And so we're going to be deeper than other teams we face. But the disadvantage for us is the lack of continuity. Most of these teams are playing together year after year after year. If we see Australia, it'll be Patty Mills and Joe Ingles and, the same sets they've been running for 12 years. And that's a big advantage. So you have to pick guys who have really good feel, who pass, who connect the game for one another, because you just don't have time to build continuity.
How would you say, and it's a different team. Oh, let me ask you this. I was going to ask you something else, but how difficult is, maybe not difficult, it's not even the right word, Steve, but when you coach the Olympics in a couple years, it's going to be a different team. There are going to be different players on that team than this team. There may be a carryover or two, but, I mean, is this something that these guys are hoping, hey, maybe the next go-around, it will be my time, and I'd like to be able to win a gold medal at the Olympics, because this is going to be cool if they can get the gold medal. I think anytime you could probably put the medal around your neck, wearing USA across your chest, got to be an incredible feeling. But the Olympics is the ultimate. Is that kind of like, okay, this is my team now, but it's going to be a completely new team in Paris?
That's a great question. It's something we don't really know, Tom, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
When Grant Hill put the team together and he and Sean Ford and I were calling players, it was something we never even brought up because that's all up in the air. But I can tell you this, as this team continues to play well and succeed, I mean, if we're able to go ahead and win this thing, then really this whole team has to be considered, for the Olympics, because these guys have been fantastic and they're young, but they're some of the best rising players in the league, and they deserve a look. Every one of them deserves a look next summer, the way they're handling themselves.
Did you think going into this thing that with Grant Hill, I mean, Grant Hill's a great guy, but the fact that he's kind of running the operation here, being that he's a Dookie, you could completely trust him?
Oh man, it's I'll tell you, I've known Grant for a long time. I was a GM in Phoenix at the end of his career, and he played for us for several years, and he was still a great player, not an all-star, but because of the injury that he suffered, his talent was and age, both things, his talent was diminished at that point, but he was still an incredible player, and he's an even better guy. He's just fantastic, and so great to work with, and to get to know him in Phoenix when he played 3 years for us, and now to really get to know him, helping with this team, he's the best. So it's just a thrill working with Grant.
Yeah, everybody that I know in basketball, everybody that I talk to says the same thing, which is really hard for me to swallow because he is a dookie. But I guess I'm just gonna have to let that one go. So how do you go about managing not just minutes, because that's always an issue when it comes to a basketball team. You know that, just coaching in the NBA, coaching this type of team is even more difficult. But the fact that now you're coaching other coaches' players who are also trying to get ready for an NBA season. It's not like you can say, hey, Coach Jenkins, I'm going to play Jackson 39 and a half minutes a night. You got a problem with that?
Right.
Well, yeah, kind of, a little bit of a problem with that. Like, how conscious are you of that? That like, hey, I want to win, but I do have other teams and other coaches, players on my team here, and I got to be mindful of that as well.
Yeah, well, that's one thing that I tried to do was touch base with, a lot of the guys, coaches, especially the ones I know, pretty well. Or if I didn't have a great feel for a guy, for a player, I've checked in with a couple of coaches to get some thoughts on how to help, help bring the best out of a guy. But really it's, the main thing is you get into this situation. The vibe is so different in FIBA. It's 6 weeks that you're together. It's about a 2.5 week tournament. The games are 40 minutes. The heavy minute guys are playing 25 minutes. Not 40 like in the NBA.
Yeah.
And everything's happening so quickly that you have to figure your team out on the fly. And so I just talk to the guys on the team about this all the time. I keep mentioning, this is not the NBA. We're together for 2 weeks. I think we have 10 more days left here in Manila, and that's it. And then we all disperse. So let's just figure it out and go win. And nobody has to worry about anything beyond just winning the next game. And the guys have completely bought in, and it's just been amazing to be a part of it. They're a great group.
How has that been for you, trying to fit the puzzle pieces together? Because that's something you do with the Warriors every single year. It probably takes you a couple months to get the rotations down. You tinker with this, tinker with that, see what combinations work better together, which is, I'm sure, it's something you'll be doing this year, starting lineup, closing lineup, all that kind of stuff, and everything in between. But with this team, it's like got to come together a little bit quicker with players that you don't necessarily know. I mean, you know them, of course, but trying to figure out who fits better with who and in what situations. Talk about that process a little bit, just trying to figure out those puzzle pieces on an accelerated timeline.
Yeah, that's the tricky part, and that's why you have to put together a team full of guys who can really pass. And I think that's the great with this team that stands out the most is the ball movement. And, we really down the line, we've got guys who are unselfish and are willing to give the ball up. And I think, over the last couple of weeks, we've tried a few different combinations. We actually changed the starting lineup yesterday for the first time and brought Brandon Ingram off the bench and started Josh Hart. And that was kind of the big tweak that we made. And I think it's just a feel thing. After a couple weeks with the team, the staff felt like, hey, that might make a good move. And Ingram was great off the bench. And, Josh Hart's a guy who he's our leading rebounder. So, you put him with Anthony Edwards and Jalen Brunson and JJ, Jaren Jackson, Mikal Bridges. Those guys are, he fits with those guys, whereas, Ingram now coming off the bench probably is going to be a better fit because he's going to get more touches and more usage. And so, but you only have a couple weeks to figure this stuff out.
Yeah.
So you just really have to trust the players. They have to trust you and communicate constantly and keep going. And that's the plan.
So basically you're starting Villanova.
We are. We started 3 Villanova guys last night. So somewhere in America, Jay Wright is smiling as he's watching our games.
No, there's no doubt. Hey, if I looked like Jay Wright, I'd always be smiling. I'd always be happy. Look at me. I look pretty good today. Very nice. Smile and move on. We're talking to the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr. Who on the team, a couple players if you want to name them, has most surprised you with what they could do? Again, you know these guys. You played against them, you scout them, all that stuff, but you don't really know a guy until you get a chance to coach him, be around them, understand them. And it could be something on the court. It could be something off the court that you didn't know. Who are maybe a couple guys you look at and go, wow, I look at him a lot differently now than I did when I was coaching against him?
Yeah, it's a good question, and it would be hard to just name one guy because it's very different when you see a player every single day and you get to know him. I can tell you this: I think Walker Kessler is going to be a hell of a center in the NBA.
Really?
Yeah, I mean he's super young, and so he's playing probably the fewest minutes of any player on our team. But that's mainly because we have Jaren Jackson playing ahead of him and Paolo Banchero, who are two of the best big men in the league. But Walker he runs the floor like a deer. He blocks everything. He's an incredible young guy, and I just think that over time Kessler's going to develop into one of the best defensive players in the league.
So how have the Philippines been? What's that experience been like?
It's been great. This country is absolutely basketball crazed. Everybody grows up playing. When you see courts and pickup games going on everywhere, our players are complete rock stars here. Like every single one of them is being, swarmed and hounded every time they step out of the hotel. People want photos and autographs, and it's a basketball crazy country, and a lot of people weren't aware of that. I think the fact that the World Cup here is great because it'll show that. And I think that the country is getting good exposure, wonderful people, really, really fun place to visit, beautiful, and food is excellent. It's been a great trip.
Have you said hi to Imelda Marcos?
She was the first person I thought of. She and her shoes. When I heard we were coming here.
All the shoes. That's all I know is who her husband and Manuel Noriega. That's about. I was there 40 years ago. I think close to 40 years ago.
Really?
We went with the summer league team. We went over to the Philippines and we played over there. Much different experience. The courts over there then had chicken wire around them. The entire.
Oh my God.
Yes, and I go, why do they have chicken wire around all the courts here? And they said people used to bring in their lighters, light coins, and throw them at players.
Well, I did say they were passionate about the game, Tom.
I said, that's cute. That's really neat. What about Manny Pacquiao? Has he showed up to this?
I have not seen Manny Pacquiao, but as you well know, he is the most popular human in the entire country. Yeah.
No doubt about it.
God.
So how is so just give me a little preview, and for those that are interested in watching, a little preview of where we're at in the tourney right now, and who you played, who you're going to play.
Yeah.
The game against Germany, that was kind of a fun game to watch. I watched a little bit of that. That was a fun game to watch. I'm guessing, I don't know, what is Spain, Argentina? They still good? Saw Latvia won a game or two. I don't even know who is good, who's a threat. Australia, but where are we at in the tourney right now?
Well, we just won our pool, so we've won our 3 pool play games. We're advancing to the second round. There's basically another pool, and our pool will be Montenegro, Lithuania, and Greece. And we only play 2 games. We play Lithuania and Montenegro in the next pool. Greece was in our pool, but they advanced with us. And
Okay.
in the second round, the first round results carry through. So our win over Greece already counts in the second round, if that makes sense. It's a little complex.
Yep. Uh-huh.
I've never been in a format like this. But basically, we got 2 games, Montenegro Friday, Lithuania Sunday. We need to. We could probably advance winning only one, but we don't want to mess around and find out because there might be a tiebreaker involved. So we probably need to win both of these games, and if we do, we advance to the quarterfinals, and that's where the single elimination starts. So we'll go from there. There's a lot of good teams. Serbia has been great. Canada has been really impressive. Germany, you mentioned. Australia is always good. Lithuania looks great. So it's FIBA is different. 40 minutes, very physical. The rules are different. It's one and done. So it's a huge challenge, but our guys are up for it.
I did see you guys made Scott Van Pelt's Bad Beats a couple days ago.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, you guys were laying 29.5, and you were up, I think, at 20. I think it was 24 with like a minute and a half left, and you won by 30.
You're kidding. Oh, my gosh. That's hilarious.
Covered by the hook. I can't even remember the team that was getting 29.5, but that is a bad beat when you lose in the World Cup in that type of fashion. It just, you hate to see it, Steve.
I'm just proud that we were on the show, and I probably should not comment any further for fear of being suspended by FIBA.
You never know the rules. You never know the rules. So the Philippines, they show Dodger games?
They do not. They do not. The funny thing about being here is, we're 15 hours ahead of the West Coast. And so, I've got, I'll wake up and I'll go have breakfast and, get ready for our coaches meeting and look at my phone and all the baseball games are in the 4th inning. I'm like, what? Wait, what? The 4th inning? I'm eating my cornflakes, So it's it is they're very, very short windows to connect with your family back home, and it's really odd being on the other side of the world. But I'm following the pennant race.
I know you are.
We're 1 out away from a no-hitter.
Yes.
Yesterday I read that, and I know the NFL starts next weekend, so that time of year.
Correct. Oh, how are you going to even? Are you doing your fantasy draft remotely?
I will be in the league, but I believe Auto Draft will be handling my services this year. So I'll probably do a lot better.
Oh, that's hilarious. When's the last time you think, if ever, you went almost a month without watching a baseball game?
That's a good question. Yeah, probably never in my life. So it's been a dry spell over here. But you know what? To be honest, it's just kind of, as much as I love baseball, it's more background music than anything for me. I love having the games on, but I don't need to be locked in on every pitch. It's just I just miss the background music right now. That's the main thing.
I mean, you're Steve Kerr. Get it done.
I'll find a way.
No, you won't.
No.
You won't even try.
Hey guys, I'm not going to be at practice today. I'm going to watch the Dodgers Padres game. So you guys
Big
go
game.
Ahead.
Here's what we're going to do. About? Let's start off with the 3-man weave. Let's do that. Maybe some calisthenics, and then let's shoot free throws and call it. We're going to wrap it. And then we'll get on out of here. Oh man, hey, it's a lot of fun catching up with you. First off, I haven't talked to you in a long time. You've been gone about a month, so it's great to hear your voice. You sound good. You sound happy. I know you're having a hell of a time over there coaching this team. So best of luck the rest of the way. Hopefully, you guys bring home the gold, and we'll talk to you when you get stateside, my friend.
Sounds awesome. Great catching up with you too, Tommy. And we'll see you in a couple weeks.
Thanks, Stevie. Appreciate it. All right, coming up more, Ray Ratto, Tom Tolbert here on The Sports Leader.
Livermore, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Livermore's sports leader.
NFL Network's Andrew Siciliano joined Papa and Lun and discussed the NFL season kicking off exactly 1 week from tonight. That podcast and more turning now on the all-new KNBR app.
Wherever you are, we're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What about the next pitcher we're going to see on Sunday? And that's Lucas Gelati. I do believe I might be saying his last name wrong, but he's been giving up the long ball. 15 home runs, 4-4 with a 5.1. What can you tell us about him?
Well, I can tell you his last name is Giolito. Let's start there. And
that's
then
the first one.
We'll go from there.
Oh, Bill. Oh, the old Lucas Gelati. Hardly knew you.
Local construction guy.
Yep, exactly. I don't know where Gelati's going. I know where Giolito's going. Yeah. Giolito, Matt Moore, and Ronaldo Lopez went from the Angels to the Guardians. So, in recapping, the Angels gave away 2 top 10 prospects and have nothing to show for it. You might as well have taken those 2 prospects and dropped them off in the desert and just left them there, because that is what you got in return. You got nothing. You got zero.
Just left them on the lawn in the quad with a sign that says, "Take these guys free."
I don't remember that ever happening before. It's baseball, so I'm sure it has. But you remember any instance of somebody just getting waived after being traded a month earlier, and they gave up a couple top 10 not baseball prospects, but prospects in their own organization, and just said, "Yeah, we're good. You go ahead, go somewhere else." It's like that's a stunning part.
Well, the people who deep dived or deep dove on this said that this was entirely financial. And if you're talking about doing something that's entirely financial, there's no relationship to any baseball choice. I mean, clearly Artie Moreno, the owner, went to Perry Manassian, the general manager, and just said, "We're cutting payroll. We're cutting it now. You figure out how to do it."
Maybe it gets them below the tax threshold.
I think that was, you know what? Now that you bring that up, I think that was mentioned.
That's what it was? I mean, I guess God, so sad.
What would make you stop rooting for them?
I mean, you can't.
They've literally shamed you in every way possible.
You can't make the choice, though. I mean, I think A's fans will tell you that. You think you want to root for that team? That team's garbage. The owner sucks.
Yeah.
But that's a team you root for. I bet you there are A's fans out there right now, 7 of them, that could be listening, that are like, he's right.
See,
I mean, yeah. And they had a good run. The Sochi years were fun. That was a good run.
You got a parade out of it.
You got a parade. So those were good. Those were good years. But it's just been, whew. To say it's been lean is an understatement.
Desiccated.
Oof, man. Yeah.
But that's what
they hit their own pitcher in the head with a baseball, Ray. That's where the Angels are at right now. They threw across the diamond and hit the pitcher in the head. Come on. Who does that? He does that. How'd the pitcher go down? First baseman hit him in the head, thrown to third. Excuse me? Run that one by me again? Oh. As far as the Giants are concerned, the Reds, who were ahead of the Giants in the pecking order when it came to claiming players, behind them 4 days ago, ahead of them now. So they took Hunter Renfroe and Bader. I believe it was Harrison Bader, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. From the Yankees. They go to the Reds. Now, I don't know if either of those two players were options for the Giants, if any of these players were options for the Giants. We'll ask Farhan. He's going to come on at 4:50 and ask him, thank you, about the waiver wire. And did they make any claims or try to get? He probably won't tell me that, but maybe he can tell me, were they interested in any of these players or something like that. Like, I don't know that Renfroe fits. I don't know that Bader fits. I mean, Bader's not a great hitter. He's good defensively in center field.
And he's right-handed.
So Haniger just came back. So that's another right-handed bat you have in the outfield. I'm not sure when Conforto's coming back. He's lefty. Yaz lefty. Meckler lefty. Matos righty. So I don't know. I don't know what they're in the market for. The pitching seemed to be obvious. Like, if they could get one more pitcher, and we said this, that Giolito would seem to be a guy they would take a shot on if he got to them. He didn't. And we don't even know if we got by the the Guardians, if he had got by anybody else. Like, he may not have ever made it to the Giants, even if he made it by the Guardians. So
Lucas Gelati.
So there you go. And as far as, I think that's it, isn't? Do we have any other players of note that have been claimed off waivers? I know Randall Grichuk cleared waivers. God, that's rough. Nobody wanted you. Sorry. Go to the island of misfit toys.
It was going to be like $1.7 million to get him for the last month.
For Grichuk?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably it. I'll probably do it to you. And so, yeah, we'll see if the Angels can fill out a roster tomorrow. Well, I guess tomorrow, well, I mean, heck, they can bring up, I think you're able to bring up 2 guys from the minors. Now they can bring up like 5 or 6 guys because they just lost 4 of them. And so they're probably sitting at 22, and then they'll go from there. So we'll see. Well, I'll see. You won't see because no one else will care. Why would you? Why would anybody care? Look, the only reason, and I'll talk occasionally Angels on the show. We talked a lot of Angels this year because Ohtani.
Yeah.
Don't worry, next year we won't be talking Angels again because Ohtani more than likely won't be with the Angels next year. So we won't have to worry about it. They can lose in obscurity without having an MVP candidate. Again, let me just reiterate this fact for people. The Angels in the last 10 years, which they have not made the playoffs because they're not making it this year, have 5 AL MVPs. 5. 3 Trout, 2 Ohtani, 0 playoffs. Stunning.
Okay.
Stunning. Just stunning. That's a record that probably will never be broken. Outstanding Halos. Your city connects are sharp, okay? It's the best thing you have going for you this year is your city connects are sharp.
Your pitiable whining. It's just funnier when it comes out of your face.
Ass water. That's what the Angels taste like. Straight ass water. And you know what? Not only am I going to miss Ohtani next year, I'm going to miss those stupid cat treat ads behind home plate. Those are going to be gone. That's sad. They'll be at Dodger Stadium hawking kitty treats. All right, Kyle Shanahan, head coach of the 49ers, is going to join us next here on the Sports Leader.
Faithful to him, it's not just a team, it's family.
We got a chance to do something this year, man. We know what's ahead of us. You guys feel me? All right, guys.
Here we go. 9-0-3. 1, 2, 3. Here's the head coach of your 49ers, Kyle Shanahan.
Fun to watch you guys, man. You guys got after it in every aspect. I appreciate everyone in here. Love you guys.
Yes, sir! With Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It's that time of the week to talk to the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers. Kyle Shanahan joins us as we are done with camp in the rearview mirror and looking on to the Pittsburgh Steelers. What's going on, Coach? How are you?
Doing good, guys. How you guys doing?
Doing good. It's probably this feels pretty good, I would imagine. Camp in the rearview, and you can just concentrate on the regular season now.
It feels so good, to tell you the truth. I just walked in from our last practice, which was officially our final one before it's 100% Pittsburgh. So the guys got the next 3 days off. Give the coaches one of those days off, and then we'll come in here Monday and be ready for the week.
Let me get Nick Bosa out of the way. Do you have a drop-dead date in your mind as to when you'd like to see him before you'd feel comfortable playing him in week 1?
I don't. I've never had to make that decision before, and I won't make that till I see him. I mean, I'm going to do everything I can to hope that he plays for Pittsburgh. But that would have, I can't make that decision until you see a guy, you see him out there. Hopefully you get a chance to get him into practice next week, and if he is, that'll make it a much easier decision for us.
I can't even imagine Nick Bosa in anything other than tip-top shape and ready to go.
Oh, yeah. I think he's been in that shape since he was probably 2.5 years old, and he continues to work at it, so I know he'll be in shape. I know he'll be ready to go. It's just when he gets here and making sure he's in the football shape and we don't do anything that jeopardizes him not having him later.
I don't want to spend much time on this at all because I'll be quite frank, I'm tired of spending time on Trey Lance. I wish him well. I hope he has a real nice career and wish it could have worked out here. That was the thing that kind of stood out to me most with you talking about it was you felt like you wish it would have you could have done more. Somehow it could have worked out differently. It just sometimes I kept saying lemony snickets. It was a series of unfortunate events, pandemic, injury, team that's built to win now. Sometimes things just don't line up like you'd like them to line up.
Yeah, I wish I should have you speak for me because you just said it perfect. Hopefully when I talk, it sounds close to that.
No, you can fade that.
But that's exactly the deal. And it didn't work the way all of us wanted it to. And once you realize that, it's time to move on. And we did for us and we did for him. And I think we're both in a much better position now.
The only thing I will ask is, looking back on it, would you say it was mistake maybe too strong, but moving up and giving up all that capital in the draft without knowing exactly who you're going to draft at 3?
Well, we knew exactly one of two people who we were going to take. Yeah. And so, when you move up and it doesn't work out, definitely that's a mistake.
Yeah.
But we did like our decisions on when we looked into the veterans, the 2 veterans that were available, and we didn't get that. And we knew what way we were going to have to go 2 years from then. We knew we needed to go up and get a quarterback at that time. We didn't feel we'd be in a position the following year to have that option. 1 in the draft and 2 in free agency. And I think that was accurate. We ended up having the 29th pick in the draft the year after that and the following year. And that would have been impossible to get up into a high pick to take a rookie quarterback. Yeah. So that was the reasoning for it, which I do get that, but this is the risk of it. And we took a huge risk that didn't work out in that way, and that's why I feel very fortunate that we still have a rookie quarterback or a guy on a rookie deal.
If you're willing to pay Tom to explain your moves, how much would you have paid him for the last week?
Probably a lot. If he could just sit in there and take it where I could just focus on the football stuff, it would probably be definitely worth a lot of money.
I'll just take beer. You kidding me?
Now
I'm cheap.
You're undercutting my deal.
No. It's going to be good beer, though, Ray. Not the cheap, not the swill. I want
flown in from Bohemia.
I want the good stuff. So, how much during camp do you? You got to prepare the team, but how much are you always kind of with kind of part of your brain on Pittsburgh? Like, this is how we want to attack them. This is what we're thinking. Now it's full force, but how much of that have you done already, kind of in the preseason once the schedule came out and even during camp?
I do it a lot, almost every day. you're always watching your own people. You're always watching practice, evaluating, then going in there and then teaching them after you evaluate, because you evaluate with the coaches, you get on the same page, then you got to review practice every day, and that's just training camp. But when I'm not doing that and I want to get back to football, you always just start out the teams you play at the beginning of the year, and you go into the year before tape because that's all you have, but then gradually preseason games come in, so you get to mix that as the weeks go. So you keep busy with that so you can try to practice things, but you're always practicing them versus different looks, so you don't try to go too much on it. But it definitely makes the first week a little bit easier for me, because I've been looking at it for a while. You got to finalize who your team is, who's healthy at the time, because that really dictates everything that you want to do schematically. But the first game is usually the one what's hard is narrowing down all your ideas that you've had, because it's been such a long time that you've been thinking about it. Where then the second week comes and you're right to your normal Monday night, Tuesday schedule, all the same hours, and you're going.
How much do you, if you say that week one is the easiest week in terms of that, when do you come to the conclusion that you've seen all of the things that you're going to learn from Pittsburgh in this example? I mean, is it as soon as their last preseason game is over, or do you mull over it for days after? Are you mulling over them now?
No, I mean, yeah, you mull over it from now all the way up to kickoff, and then once you see the first quarter, then you go over it the rest of the game. So that's never really changing. It's something that doesn't end. I say it's easier because you just have more time to go down any rabbit hole you want to go down. So if you end up going down something for 3 days that ends up not being that worth it, it doesn't really matter, because you're doing that over the summer. You're doing it in an off-season time. You don't have that luxury during the season. So you just have lots of ideas. But really what narrows it down is when you know who's available, when you know who your team is, when you know exactly who's playing, who's going to be healthy, where they're at, how good people are practicing. And then you get an idea of all this stuff, but what narrows it down is the people you're playing with. And I got a much better idea about that. Hopefully we'll get everyone back full speed next week, and if we do, then that'll make it a lot easier also.
Is that something you learn as a head coach with maturity, that there is a law of diminishing returns? Like I could spend right up until game time trying to figure out exactly what they're going to run and how we're going to do this and how I'm going to attack this and what they're going to do. I mean, you could probably do that every day, every hour of the day until game time. How do you figure out, like, okay, this is enough?
I think it starts with you think of what teams normally do and, who they are, and you just think of the best ways for your personnel, whether it be the quarterback, receivers, running back, tight end, the protections, the best way for those guys to be extremely confident as the week goes, to make sure that they can do all the automatic stuff. They're ready for the big play. You put them through all that, so you give them confidence, and they know they can execute all the stuff, and they can anticipate where you're going to go. And then everything else is about planning for contingencies, being able to have an answer when all this stuff you're teaching them doesn't work, that you can quickly say, all right, we're going to this now, where you didn't have to put as much work on it because you were only going to do it if plan A didn't work. And those are the things that you learn as a coach, that you don't have to put all that stuff in and carry it all and put it all on players' plates. You try to give them all they need to be successful, and then you kind of try to keep it in your back pocket and have kind of all the different types of clubs to help them out as the game goes if something's not going as planned.
I've talked to Steve about this, Steve Kerr, and I asked him, like, when you guys have a game plan for a certain team, at what point during the game do you say, this isn't working, we got to go with something else? Because you put a lot of thought, and you have a week to put thoughts into a game plan. So this is the best way to attack a team. At what point do you abandon that? Because it may be too soon. Maybe you abandoned it too soon, and it could have worked, but you didn't give it enough time. Or maybe you stuck with it too long and you wish you could go back and change, like in the middle of the second quarter instead of the third quarter. I want to know what the feel is for that, like going, God, this isn't working, or we still need to give it a little more time.
Well, lots of time, and with football, just because everything's a set play,
a
lot of it is the timing of things. And so, like, you got to always make that debate, like, they're going to do this. Should you come out right away and just do all this stuff because it's so good, and that could really mess the defense up, and really get you going really good in a game, and starting off fast is one of the most important things. But I've also done that, and a team comes out and they, you don't have quite the feel. They changed all their tendencies up. It's a little bit different. And now you're out of all that stuff.
Yeah.
And you try it again when it is ready, but they've kind of already seen it and they were ready, so it don't work as is planned. So I go back and forth with that because I've learned sometimes it's been a good thing, sometimes it's been bad. Sometimes you're like, no, I want to let this game come to us. Let's feel it out. We kind of got an idea of how it's going to work, but we're not going to really get into our game plan till the second quarter, till maybe the third drive of the first, if there is. It's all about tendencies. It's all about adjustments. It's all about what are they thinking, and it's all about who's healthy. Who are the better players? Sometimes, you're always going to try to get your best players the ball that scare a defense, and maybe they haven't gone against someone like your player. So as soon as you see how they're playing you, it's completely different from anyone else, which takes away that player, and then it makes it really easy to get other people the ball. So that's stuff that it never really stops in football, and sometimes it doesn't start because you're just waiting to see the other guy show his hand. Where in basketball, which I don't know much about, I think it's such a continued flow. So there's adjustments and stuff in the game, but ours are set plays usually, and it's how these 11 move versus those 11, and they are pretty coordinated because they last about 4 seconds long.
And don't worry about it. A lot of people don't think I know anything about basketball either.
If you're in sports, you're going to get it. You don't know much.
How often do you find, as you enter a game, that the team you're playing against is not doing the things you prepped for? Is that a rare incident? Does that happen frequently? What's the percentage?
It used to be pretty easy. It used to be smaller, where the people wouldn't surprise you as much. I think it gets harder and harder each year. I think people versus us more often than not, they switch it up almost every week now. So I think we've gotten really used to being used to that. Teams used to do what they do, and they'd always want to be more confident, and that's why teams don't try to change for other teams. But I think over the years, we've earned that a little bit. I think teams' number one goal is to make sure we don't know what they're doing. And even if they are worse at something, just to not let us ready for it. So that's why sometimes it takes a little bit of time to see that. But that also makes teams not quite as good, too. You want to do what you work on all the time. And if you think you're going to change it on, in a 2.5 day practice period for a game on Sunday, you can, but it better work because, your guys aren't quite as confident in it. It's not something they've been doing throughout training camp and things like that. So for a quicker answer, it happens a lot more than it used to. But man, it was nice when they rarely changed.
Hey, real quick before we let you go, where we at with the? I'm not anywhere, but where are you at with the kicking situation?
A lot better than I was a few days ago because he had that strain. He's kicked here these last couple days, and he's looked good doing it. We're not pushing him too hard. We're going to bring in I think it was announced, but we're bringing in an extra kicker to put on our practice squad just in case. But I'm feeling optimistic he'll be ready for week 1, but if he's not, we're not going to jeopardize him. We'll go with the practice squad kicker and make sure he's ready for week 2.
Have you given any thought to just telling the media, we're so confident in our offense, we don't want a kicker? Just to see the looks on their faces.
It's something I might have said when I was younger, but also with experience, no matter how confident you are, bad things do happen, and they will be waiting for you. Those quotes don't go away.
No, they do not.
You can say a lot to your players and stuff, but you better make sure no one's recording.
They live forever. Hey, Coach, we always appreciate the time. Thank you so much for the conversation. We'll look forward to talking to you again next week.
All right, guys. Appreciate it, man.
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate it. All right, man. All right, that was the head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan. We'll be talking to him every week throughout the course of the season. And next week, we'll get into a little more of the nuts and bolts. Get ready for the Steelers and their personnel. I just didn't feel like repeating myself next week. So more game stuff next week. But every week throughout the course of the season, we'll be talking to him. Coming up more, Ray Ratto, Tom Tolbert, right here in the Sports Leader. Steve Kerr joined myself earlier today to discuss coaching. 3, 2, 1. Steve Kerr joined me. Yeah, he did. I was there. He joined me earlier today to discuss coaching Team USA in the FIBA World Cup. That podcast and more turning now on the all-new KNBR app. Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team at sftaxteam.com. You probably heard by now, the IRS is receiving billions of dollars to increase enforcements and audits of individuals and small business owners. In case you haven't, I'm here to tell you, well, they have. And if they're receiving billions, that means they're planning on making billions. How do they do that? By coming after people. If you have any tax issues or any questions whatsoever, so they don't lead to tax issues in the future, contact Alex Kugelman. Very personable, knows what he's talking about. This is what he does. If you have tax issues, he can help you out. He can show you the game plan, the path, the blueprint, however you want to put it. He can help you out with that. And he can also help you avoid making some mistakes that may lead to tax issues in the future. All you have to do is schedule a consultation. You'll be meeting with Alex Kugelman. You're going to make sure you're educated and informed about all your tax issues and crypto as well. We're going to educate you on that as well. So visit sftaxteam.com to schedule your consultation today to get a fair and honest assessment of your tax and crypto issues. That's sftaxteam.com, or just Google Kugelman Law, Kugelman. That's Kugelman Law, your tax and crypto attorneys. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Let me get Nick Bosa out of the way. Do you have a drop-dead date in your mind as to when you'd like to see him before you'd feel comfortable playing him in week 1?
I don't. I've never had to make that decision before, and I won't make that till I see him. I mean, I'm going to do everything I can to hope that he plays for Pittsburgh. But that would have, I can't make that decision until you see a guy, you see him out there. Hopefully we get a chance to get him into practice next week, and if he is, that'll make it a much easier decision for us.
That was Kyle Shanahan talking about Nick Bosa, and look, I don't know when he'll be ready. I would think you'd need a little bit of time. I don't know how much time you need to get your body in shape, in football shape. He's going to be in shape. I think Nick Bosa will probably be in shape when he's 50. So that's the issue. Is he going to be ready to play football? You don't want to be fearful he's going to go out there and get hurt more so than normal. Football is always a sport you get hurt, but you don't want to. What's the word I'm looking for? Bleep it. I'm not going to think.
That's the word.
Yeah, if it's not coming to me, it's not coming to me. You don't want to increase the odds. Let's just put it that way. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. It's gone on far longer than I thought it would, just based on what happened with Debo and based on what happened with Kittle, and they got things done. And there was got a little contentious there, but they got it done. And this time it's taking just a little bit longer. Although the one thing we have heard nothing, which is pretty impressive. Heard nothing from anybody, Niners or Bosa's camp.
Well, Bosa doesn't say much when he's in camp, so I'm sort of not surprised that he wants to keep everything.
Can't agree more.
Sackaroonie, baby.
But beyond that, I think it is kind of contentious because it's been, like you said, it's been a while now. And there is a point at which if you want to win a Super Bowl, and there are a bunch of teams that say they do but really don't because they don't have the material for it. If you're as close as the 49ers think they are, at some point you swallow hard and just go, I'm doing it. The Vikings today, paid a record amount to sign T.J. Hawkinson, the tight end, most expensive tight end in history. They must assume that he's a guy who could put them over the top because you usually wouldn't do that. And my point is, sometimes there are just things you pay for because you don't have a choice. And it would seem to me that there are two guys on this team who fall into that category. And one's already been paid, and that's Christian McCaffrey. And the other one is Bosa. And then you pay for them, and then you make adjustments around that. If Parag Marathe is clever and wizard-like when it comes to budgets, as people seem to say he is, they can get that fixed. But, the longer this takes, the longer you wonder. Because what's the benefit of him not being done yet? What's the value in that?
Nothing?
I think you were surrounding it. Yeah, I think you've nailed the answer. The fact that you thought as long as you did about it, though.
Well, for dramatic effect.
Yes.
Of course. No, I think he's going to get paid. We all know that. Is it going to be more than Watt? Probably. Is it going to be more than Donald? Maybe that's a sticking point. I don't know. And maybe they're trying to figure out how to structure the deal to where they can benefit from it salary cap wise, where it's not so much of a hit in 1 year or another. I don't know what year they're going to be taking a big hit. I don't know. But they will get it done. At what point? I thought it'd be before now. You're kind of waiting any day. Is this something that he might miss a couple of weeks? Maybe. But the one thing they do know, and they know that the Niners know this, is if they're going to win a Super Bowl, they need Nick Bosa. They need Nick Bosa to win a Super Bowl. So that's why the whole would you consider trading him is no. That's why John Lynch said, like, a second into that, no, we're not trading him.
Yeah,
not going to happen.
I mean, it's the kind of rumor where if you've been covering football for more than 15 minutes, you don't even have to ask.
Well, you know what it is? I don't even know if it was a rumor. I think it was just people getting bored and speculating. That's what happens when nobody talks. When nobody talks, people start thinking for themselves. And, that's when trouble ensues, when people start thinking for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, normally, John Lynch, I sort of, in one ear and out the other with him. But he was...
That's a Hall of Famer. How dare you?
Well, not as a general manager.
Show the man some respect.
I already did. But he was pretty quick with the denial there.
Very quick.
It just...
Yeah.
If they were willing to trade him over a complaint about a contract, then they're not about winning. They're about money. And I grant you that all NFL teams are about money in the end. But money falls out of the sky for those teams. So, this is not something where we got to scrimp to make this happen. And I don't want to hear about that, they have a finite amount of money because of the salary cap. Everybody gets under the cap every year and has since the start of the cap. You figure it out. You make choices. I mean, last year, they probably would have preferred to keep Lake and Tomlinson. But they said, no, we're not going to do that. But Lake and Tomlinson is not Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa is one of those guys in a special category, and you swallow hard for it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at Donald's contract here. 13.5 base salary. This is just for 23.
Okay.
$8 million signing bonus with a $4.5 million kick in for restructuring. It's.
Does he get a shower bonus too?
It does not say that. There's cap details, but I don't know if that's shower cap. Sorry.
Got to look into that.
But it's also that. Donald is 32. Bosa's 25.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Okay, let's go with that.
Let's go with that.
So he's looking at, some term on this deal. And, they're probably arguing about term and about guarantee.
Yeah.
Because, you could structure it any other way you want, but guaranteed money, and this is guaranteed after all the rigmarole that the NFL likes to put guys through. Hard guaranteed money is usually a thing they complain about. And term is something they usually complain about.
Yeah. Look, there are certain guys on a team that you structure for, certain guys you structure around. He's a guy you structure around. Like everybody else, you're structuring around his contract. You're not trying to fit his contract with everybody else's. You say, we're going to get this done, and then we're going to have to structure around his contract. We're going to fit it. We'll fit you in, but we'll fit you in knowing that this is what this guy's getting. He's a cornerstone. In every sense of the word, he's a cornerstone on your football team. McCaffrey is a cornerstone. Williams is a cornerstone. Williams got paid, I forget what he got paid, a ton of money, and deservedly so. When you play a premium position and you're one of the best, if not the best, at that position, you deserve to get paid a ton of money. That's just the way it is.
And players understand that. You pay the guy who could put money in your pocket by the way he plays.
Yes, absolutely. That's why Steph Curry gets paid $50 million a year.
Yes. Yeah. 51 next year.
51. Not even going to hold a candle to Jaylen Brown. What's he getting, 60? Like 5 years, $300 million? I mean, God dang.
Well, that's where.
I mean, I like Jaylen Brown, but you got to be able to dribble with your left hand to make $60 million a year, don't you?
No. The answer to your question is no.
It's been answered.
And the proof is he's got it.
It's been answered.
But being the highest paid player in whatever sport you're in, that's a victory that usually lasts about 20 minutes.
That's
till
it.
The next guy gets hot.
Yep.
Signed. And Curry's probably going to be satisfied with the fact that he'll be making $59 million when he's 38.
I think I'll be okay with that.
Yeah.
I think he will be okay.
Even in the world where, there's never such thing as enough money, $59 million at age 38 is enough money.
I think he's doing okay. I think his NBA contracts, his Under Armour deal, all his endorsements. Holy moly, he's got to be raking in the money.
Oh God!
I mean,
I would
moly.
I would absolutely just cancel his contract. Say, sorry, you're playing for free. You inflicted that on us. Shame on you.
You're not a fan of Holy Moly?
It's an eyesore.
Is it?
It's a nightmare.
I've never seen it.
I watched it once.
I don't know.
I watched it once. It was horrifying.
I love Steph. Love you, Steph.
I mean, it was the sort of thing
I'm not watching Holy Moly.
You take a melon baller to your eyes to avoid watching it.
No, I like Rob Riggle.
You're getting closer to the big problem, though.
If I want to see Rob Riggle, I go to the Catalina Wine Mixer. All right? I don't need to watch Rob Riggle and Holy Moly. I'll watch Step Brothers for the 10th time, which I watched again last week. Still holds. Still
Really?
Oh, it's incredibly funny. Incredibly funny. Oh, my gosh. Oh, that movie. I
don't think I've ever watched any movie 10 times.
The bleeping Catalina Wine Mixer. Nah, that's a funny one. And we just watched Talladega Nights last night because it was on.
Sprechen Sie.
Oh, my gosh. No, I mean, you wonder if at some point, can it keep going? I mean, is there going to be a time 10 years from now where the highest paid guy on an NBA team is $80 million?
Oh, sure.
Wow.
But I'll tell you how you'll know if the next media contract that the NBA signs is as big as they think it's going to be. Yep. They're talking about, raising it by another 25%.
Really?
Well, if the highest paid player right now is making 60, then the new cap will be 80 because that's, 75.
Yeah.
So, I think that's easily conceivable. And the thing to remember, if you're outraged by how much players make, is that owners are willing to pay them that.
Yep.
Because they're doing it.
Oh, Messi made $150 million a year.
Oh. And he wasn't ever the highest paid player.
When I saw that, I was like, dang, $150 million a year? It's good living.
Elite soccer players, they would laugh at the Jaylen Brown contract.
No one's laughing at $60 million a year.
I'm talking about the elite player like Neymar, infinitely more than that. Messi.
Yeah, I'm sure those guys.
Ronaldo.
Mbappe. Well, Ronaldo's making like 200 over in Saudi Arabia.
Well, that's my point. It's that, can this ever get to 80 million? Sailed past that. And that's, those aren't capped sports, but.
What'd you make of what he said? I never asked you this. I'll backtrack all the way to last year's draft. What'd you make of the Niners taking a kicker in the third round?
He better be really good. And really good. Hall of Fame. Sebastian Janikowski level good.
Mm-hmm.
Because otherwise, you can get a kicker at Costco. They have them stacked up by the
with Christmas a pizza.
Trees. Yeah,
nice.
That's how.
Maybe some contact lenses.
That's how most teams get their kickers now. The days
at
of
Costco.
Oh yes.
Really?
Yeah, they just wheel that
big
old.
Maybe a case of Blue Moon.
That shopping trolley case. You've never stopped at a case.
And a jug of Laura Scudder's peanut butter.
A jug. A barrel.
Although the muffins are pretty damn good, though. I gotta say.
I mean, the days of Justin Tucker and Jason Hansen. I mean, those are so rare. I mean, who was it the other day signed Cade York, the old Browns kicker, because they have two kickers that they want to keep on the active roster, one for field goals and one for kicking off. That's how many kickers there are that are quote unquote NFL quality, and then they lose a job after they shank one in the rain, and they end up with another team a week later. The NFL doesn't value kickers even more than they don't value running backs. In fact, kickers are one of the only two positions that don't make as much money as running backs.
Yep.
Now. And the other is punters. Leads me to believe that long snappers are secretly getting paid through the years.
Whatever happened to Jan Stenerud?
I think he died.
Did he?
And if he didn't die, he's old.
And if he didn't die, see, I would have said, and if he didn't die, congratulations.
Yeah, well done to him.
Come on down. You're the new winner on, hey, you're alive.
He's 80 years old.
So he is alive.
He is alive.
Damn, you tried to kill him.
I did indeed.
You tried to kill Jan Stenerud.
Yes, I did.
Unbelievable.
What's the punishment for that?
Buying a Jan Stenerud rookie card and displaying it on your mantle.
Is there a Jan Stenerud rookie card?
Oh, there's got to be. But maybe not. I don't know if they have cards back then. I'm not even sure they had cards back then. I think they did.
Oh, sure they did.
Yeah. They collected cards in the late 70s.
Try
I'm sure I had a
1967.
Stenerud card.
There were cards in the 60s.
Was there?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, obviously there was tobacco cards
I remember
in the 20s.
I remember there were AFL cards back then. And he started off in the AFL.
Did you buy any?
I had cards then. I was a wee tot.
See, you were a fan. I knew I'd find out you were a fan one of these days. I finally found out you cannot be not a fan. If that makes sense, it doesn't. But
what
roll
we've
with
ever
me.
talked about,
You bought cards. You're
fan of a specific team.
Bullcrap.
Don't question me.
Bullcrap.
I'll be gone tomorrow. Then you won't ever have to get to have this conversation
you were a fan.
again. No.
God, it hurts you, doesn't it? It hurts you. It hurts you.
You're just lashing out because the team you're a fan of is a tire fire with a side of
it
dumpster.
Hurts you. Like fan. Calling you a fan, I might as well say you're like Nazi. I might as well just say that.
Wow. Yeah. That.
And Ray will say,
no, he won't. God.
All right. Coming up, more Jan Stenerud's alive. He's alive. Thank God.
What happened?
What if he lives in Napa? Hey, Jan. Congrats, my friend.
Yeah, call.
You are living. 808 KNBR, Jan. We'll take your phone call. Coming up, more Ray and Tom here in the Sports Leader.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
Joe Montana joined Murph and Mac this morning and discussed Brock Purdy and the trade of Trey Lance. That podcast and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
This is Tolbert & Co.'s Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
You know what I think of? What instrument is this? No, it's easy. It's easy. It's an oboe.
Oh, come on. What are you talking about? It's a bassoon.
No. I have no idea what it is. What is it?
No.
Baritone sax.
Yeah, I did know that.
No, you didn't.
He said it the other day.
Well, you forgot.
Oh, okay. Thank you for reminding me that I forgot.
All right, let's get to it. That's okay, because I don't care what the instrument is. I just think of Kelly LeBrock every time I hear that sound. That's all I need to know. Weird Science, we're good to go. And she was in one of those Steven Seagal arm-breaking movies. I'm not sure which one it was. Time to Kill, Kill to Die. I don't know.
Wait a minute. Steven Seagal has never done a movie that isn't an arm breaker. So you didn't even have to say
that was the point.
Yeah, but you didn't have to say
that. Was the I gave.
You paved over the pavement.
All right, let's go. Let's get to the soiree. Murph and Mac had John Lynch on today.
When I get in that office.
Thank you.
Take that to the bank.
The
gonna take you to the bank, Senator Trent. To the blood bank.
The blood bank. Oh, man. His movie, like they're literally the same movie. Remember the Jamaican dude that was a twin? Oh, God, they're bad. You're just waiting for the time in the movie where the guy's going to get his arm snapped the wrong way. Break it. Oh, he got it. He got every single movie. He had a nice little run for about 5, 6, 7 years. A few movies in there, and last time I saw him, he was like a New Orleans sheriff or something like that. I forget what the name of that show was. What's that? Oh, is he? Steven Seagal, very pro-Russia.
To the blood bank.
To the blood bank. Senator Trent. Murphy and Mac talked to John Lynch today, and they were talking about the Nick Bosa contract negotiations and if they are a distraction.
Well, I would tell you that all these guys are focused on their own selves and being their both selves. We just broke training camp, so I think that's been easy. As this thing gets closer, sure, that becomes more present because people will talk about it more. But there's no updates there. What I'll tell you is that the communication is ongoing. It's good. It's healthy, and we're working to try to get something done. And don't have any more updates other than that.
Well, I can tell you that from a player's standpoint. He's absolutely right. You got too much to worry about than to worry about somebody else. You got your stuff to deal with. It was funny when I was playing Chicago and Jordan's on the court and people were like, oh, what about Jordan? What about this? I was like, I'm guarding Horace Grant. Like, I didn't have time to worry about what Jordan was doing. I had my own hands full. And I was worried about what Horace Grant was doing and making sure Horace Grant didn't get to the offensive glass and making sure Horace Grant didn't hit his little turnaround jump shot, trying to keep Horace Grant away from his spots. Like, as a player, they're not just concentrating on another teammate all times. They're concentrating on what they have to do to get ready to play against the Pittsburgh Steelers. So can it get to be a distraction if it keeps going on? Yeah, because you get asked questions about it, the team leaders will, and you get tired of answering that because you don't have an answer for it. Like, why are you asking me? I don't know. But as far as like game prep, you're just worried about yourself, to be honest with you.
Well, in terms of game prep, yeah, but let me ask this because I wouldn't know. If your team is playing hardball with your best player, do you start to wonder whether your team is serious about trying to be as good as it can be?
Maybe, but not this team. Like, I know this team wants to be as good as they can be. I mean, they put their money where their mouth is. They just got to do it one more time, and they will eventually. But I don't think I would worry about that. And even that, I never really got caught up too much into another player's contract negotiations because you kind of knew, even aside from that contract situation, whether they were committed to winning or not. You kind of had that feeling as a player.
Okay, were you ever on a team where you had a teammate who was either the best at his position or the best in the league, where this might be an equivalent situation?
Shaq, but Shaq was a rookie, so that didn't really.
Yeah, his rookie contract.
Yeah, that didn't really come into play.
See, that would be my question.
Yeah.
Is you really get really serious about this if you're going to nickel and dime your best player? And I don't know the answer to that because I've never been a player, as any fool can see.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, we don't know if they're nickel and diming him. I mean, it could. What if he's asking for $35 million a year, which is like way out of line? Like, what if you're like
based on what? Based on what everybody else has gotten before that?
No, based that it's a lot more than Donald makes. Like, if you're going, like, you wanted to make as much as Donald or even a little bit more, I get it. But if you're going way, and I doubt they are, but I'm just saying they're extremes in both scenarios. So I don't know that. I just know this, that players focus on themselves. I mean, they focus on the team, but they have a job to do. This is like a job. And you got to worry about your job. What does Bill Belichick tell us? Do your job. And no days off. All right. Joe Montana was also on
so excited.
with Griffin Mack this morning. And this is interesting because this was my favorite player, one of my favorite players growing up. It was Dan Fouts, both Dans. Those are my favorite quarterbacks. And he had an interesting thought when asked who was the greatest of all time.
Go back and watch what Dan did. When it was the rules hadn't changed. It's not a little bit easier to do things today as a quarterback. Danny had some great wide receivers, but not very big, not very, but fast. And the accuracy that he throws with, the numbers that he threw up, and unfortunately for him, he didn't have great defenses behind him. We had one of the best defenses. Ronnie Lott thinks it's the best team in defense that we had and put on the field, and the best team we had. And the game is a crazy game, but he's one of those guys that I actually got up off the bench to watch play when we would play against him. And but the things he was able to accomplish, how many touchdowns that he threw for, the quickness of his release, the accuracy, I just don't think he ever got his due.
I agree. And he's talking about Dan Marino. And that's the thing. You talk about the greatest quarterbacks of all time. Joe Montana, Tom Brady, Johnny Unitas gets put in there occasionally. But what if Dan Marino would have played for Bill Walsh with the 49ers? Like, what would his career have looked like? Like, I think from a quarterback position, if you're great, you're going to be great, but then there are levels to that greatness, right? You're winning playoff games, you're winning Super Bowls, and that has a lot to do with who's your coach, how's your defense, how's your running game. Like, great quarterbacks probably, for the most part, will become great quarterbacks. They might not win as much. They might not win the Super Bowls. Dan Marino didn't win a Super Bowl. He only went to one. But that's a different situation. That's why I never say that Brady's the greatest of all time or Montana's. They're among the greatest of all time. And I think Marino's among the greatest of all time. But with that position, like, look, LeBron was going to do what LeBron did probably wherever he went. Hell, he did it in Cleveland. So if you can do it in Cleveland, you could probably do it
twice
everywhere. Yeah. But football, such a big organization, defense, and
every position is linked to every other position in ways that basketball doesn't have that.
Yeah.
In ways that hockey doesn't have that.
I make this comparison or this analogy all the time with Tom Brady. Because Tom Brady gets credit, and rightfully so. He is. He's one of the greatest of all time. But for the game he had against Seattle in the Super Bowl, that's a Super Bowl win. So he's looked on differently because he has that Super Bowl win instead of in the loss column. Tom Brady's stats and his play were not affected at all when the game was decided. However many yards he threw for, however many touchdowns he threw for, however well he played was going to be the same whether they won or whether they lost. And they won on a Malcolm Butler interception. If they lose that game, he's viewed differently, but he would have played no differently. That's what we're talking about here. Like, you can throw for 500 yards, 5 touchdowns and lose, and you're like, well, what? I did it. What do you want me to do? Well, the defense stinks, but you get dinged for that as a quarterback. My least favorite stat in sports. Least. I hate this stat.
I know the one you're talking
Quarterback
about.
Wins and losses.
Yeah. It has no value at all.
What are we talking? What are we talking about here?
I mean, even baseball has come to the realization that pitchers' wins and losses don't mean anything. And they just diminish that. They just dismiss it out of hand now. And they're right to do that. Because there's so many other things that impact, whether a pitcher, whether his team wins that day. If your team wins 13-5, did you have a good day pitching? Probably not. But your team got 13. Is that a win for the pitcher? No, it's probably a win for the offense. But no, football is it's embarrassingly stupid. And anybody who refers to it ever should have their tongue ripped out and replaced with a ceiling fan.
Absolutely. And their tongue should be stuffed up the rectum.
I wasn't going there, but I'm glad you're comfortable.
I know stuff up the ass as well as anybody.
Wait a minute. Whoa.
Well,
No, don't say another word. I want context, and I want it now.
I know stuff up the ass as well as anybody.
I don't know that there is context.
There has to be.
If it is, it's smooth. But I'm not positive.
What?
Yeah, exactly.
God almighty.
Right, let's continue.
No, you think about that in the next break.
Let's just.
And I want an answer to this.
Let's continue on.
You got to lotion up your wang.
Let's get. Okay, that's enough. Stop looking for stuff. Tim's in there like, what can I find? What can I find? Let's play the Harrison Bader really
this is
quick.
Stuff that came out of your face.
I know it did. This is how Harrison Bader found out, well, that he was put on waivers.
How did you find out you were put on waivers today?
I was in the lunchroom. I saw it on ESPN. I guess it popped up somehow over there, so that's how I found out.
What was your reaction when you saw that news?
What does waivers mean?
What mean waivers, Rambo?
Okay.
What do you mean? What is waivers? What does waivers mean? They're waving bye-bye is what they're doing. Oh, what does waivers mean? That's beautiful. I do like that.
Well,
again,
he was probably wondering whether he was still on the team and had to wait for someone to claim him, or I kind of get his response, but finding out on ESPN is inexcusable.
We're going to ask Farhan that in about 20 minutes.
Well, if he says anything other than what I just said, then he should be fired.
Okay. Fire him on the spot.
Wait a minute. You just don't start doing that, because a minute ago I was talking about a guy having his tongue pulled out and you wanted it inserted in a special place.
Pull it out.
Firing is not a deal.
I did say that.
You did say that.
And I could say prove it, but then Tim would prove it.
Of course he would.
He'd play it over for you. Oh, my goodness.
Tim's not well on a lot of ways.
My God.
My God is right. All right, coming up more, Ray Ratto, Tom Tolbert here in the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Obviously, we didn't swing the bats well enough to win today's game, and it's bottom line. Hunter Green did a nice job of throwing a lot of strikes, threw a slider for strikes, got ahead and stayed ahead, and then they went to some pretty nasty guys in their bullpen, and they shut us down. But the momentum from the last several games hasn't changed. We're going to carry it into San Diego and quickly wash this one off, get on the plane, and go get ready for the Padres.
That was Gabe Kapler getting ready to take on the Padres for 4. I will disagree with him in this regard that I don't think momentum carries. Momentum for me is something that happens in game, and I think it is very tangible in game. But after the game, you can come out feeling as good as you want to. And there is something to feeling good, like when you're feeling comfortable at the plate or feeling comfortable shooting the ball. Like you can go through those type of stretches. But as far as momentum, that I don't believe, because you can get shut down by the next pitcher.
Well, it's true in baseball. I mean, the first person who ever taught me that was Daryl Sutter, the old Sharks coach.
Yep.
And he said there's no such thing as momentum between games. And he was talking about in the playoffs. You know, he said momentum is basically, do you have the better players? And if they can play better than your team over and over again, yeah, that's momentum. But if teams are relatively equal, there's no such thing. There's momentum within games, but not between games.
Yeah, I know. I agree with that. There is something. It's hard to quantify, like, because you do go through stretches. Like I went through stretches as a player when I was feeling good, and the game slowed down for me a little bit, and then the game would speed up again. Now the great players, the game is pretty slow for them almost the entirety of their career. That not only they have the great skill, but they just see everything with complete clarity. Not Troy, but you just see everything like it's happening in front of you, and you're anticipating what's going to happen, and it's happening. Whereas, someone like me, who that might last a week or two, then things start speeding up a little bit, and it's like you catch the ball, pass it, shoot it, put it on the ground, what do I do? And just everything seems to be moving really, really fast. Now, those can happen. I don't know if that's necessarily momentum, but you can feel good about yourself in a stretch. Like they may feel good about themselves going into San Diego as a team, the way they've been playing. After tonight's game, they might not feel so good about themselves. Like it changes pretty drastically and pretty rapidly. In fact, you might not feel so good about yourself after the 4th inning if you're down 6-0, right? If Junis gets blown out.
But they keep telling us year after year, you're better off if you're on an even keel without having the highs and lows.
That's the goal.
Yeah. So momentum, is supposed to be working against that goal. You can feel good yourself. I mean, those 4 days that Julio Rodriguez had when he was getting 4 hits a day, yeah, it's hard to feel much better than that.
Did you see over those 4 days what he was? It's like 17 for 21.
Yeah.
I went over his game log. I'm like, what? Who goes 17? He was 14th in the American League in hits heading into August. Leaving August, he's 1. I can't imagine that's ever happened before. I mean,
I'm sure it has because baseball's gone on for
100 years.
Yeah, but it's damn rare. But
the top 13 guys died 1 year.
Well, yeah, and
so.
fair and rightfully so.
Yeah,
but no, it's you can do that if you're an individual, but as a team, which was the thing that Daryl Sutter was telling me was, we can go out 2 nights from now. This was after like a big win over somebody. He just says, we could stink in 2 days. He said, how do you prevent that? He says, you don't.
Yeah, I know.
It happens. You can coach the same way every day. You can coach harder. Players play. They determine who wins, not us.
Yeah.
Now he became weird as time went on.
There was definitely a certain amount of randomness that goes with sports, but these are games I know you look at, not you, and not even me, but people would look at and say, because if you were to look at the record, you go, that's part of the easy part of the schedule that the Giants have. Like right now, the Giants have at Padres, at Cubs, home Rockies, home Guardians, at Rockies, at D-backs, at Dodgers, versus Padres, versus Dodgers to end the season. And you might look at it and go, okay, Cubs, at Cubs. That'd be kind of tough. Rockies, you'd be able to handle the Rockies at home. Home against the Guardians, okay, that's not too tough. At the Rockies, not too tough, but they generally don't play all that well in Coors, although they have the last couple years. I went back and looked. I was like, they're actually pretty good at Coors.
Well, and let's face it, the Rockies have put up very little resistance.
Yeah, the Rockies, I think Dinger's on the mound now. It's sad, although I do love Dinger. But look at the Padres' record. That's who they are. If you're a playoff team, you got to beat this team. It's not... Yeah, well, they got Soto, and they got Machado, and they got Tatis, and they got Bogarts, and they got Darvish, and they got Musgrove, and they got Snell, and they've had those guys all year long, and they stink. They've been stenchy since the beginning of the season, and they continue to be
they're
mellifluous.
Malodorous.
Yeah. That I knew.
Mellifluous, I think, is something else.
Isn't that a movie?
I wouldn't know.
I think it was.
But
Maleficent?
No,
Is that the movie? Maleficent?
Maleficent. That's different than mellifluous.
Yeah, it is. I knew I screwed that one up. I just said it.
Well,
I was hoping it'd come out okay.
Yeah, their expected record.
I apologize.
Should be 11 wins better.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, 11. This late in the season, that's unusual.
Wow.
But
so you should beat that team if you're a playoff team.
You should, but when you run into a bad team that's going through a hot streak, their record doesn't matter. I mean, that's the other thing about baseball is when they say, well, that team's not very good, so they should handle it. But if they go on a heater, which teams occasionally, look, the A's had a 7-game winning streak.
They did on the road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can run into a bad team playing well and get your hat blocked. So it's a matter of just going out and doing the grind. I know that sounds like old-timey nonsense baseball, but it's true. If you could figure out how you will do ahead of time, there'd be no reason to play the games. You could just Stratomatic it.
It's true. Oh, do you have any? You mentioned the A's. Do you know how many wins they have?
See, they're still waiting on 40, aren't they?
Correct. 39. 37 and a half back.
They've already been eliminated from the playoffs.
They've been eliminated from life.
Yes, but I'm talking about mathematically. They are also only a game and a half behind the Royals.
Are they getting to 50?
Yeah.
Think so?
They go 11 and 21. It means they have to win more often than they have.
Well, 11 and 21 is better than they are right now.
Yeah.
Percentage-wise.
They're a game and a half behind the Royals.
Yeah, Royals are 41 and 94.
Imagine playing for Kansas City and finding out at the end of the year you had a worse record than a team that is being mandated to lose as often as possible.
39 wins. That is stunning. It's almost like they're trying to lose.
Almost? You have an eye.
So bad. Who's the bigger shock this year? St. Louis or San Diego?
St. Louis based on reputation because they were good last year. And
so was San Diego. They went to the NLCS.
Well, what I was going to say was statistically San Diego, because they are playing like a team that should be in the middle of the wild card fight. But St. Louis, because they've got history of being good, whereas San Diego's history has largely been it's been angel-like.
Thank you.
Well,
I'll go with the Cardinals. So they're 18 games under 500.
Oh, yeah.
18.
69.
Why? Why 69? I know, but
it was a number. Well, good analysis.
Well, it was a number, so I just played 69.
He's really hitting you
because
with
math. That's a number too.
Yeah.
69.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I was gonna say, geez, St. Louis is 18 games below 500. That's worse than the Angels. Way worse than the Angels. Are only 6 games.
Yeah.
Under 500. Oh, people are like, that, by the way, is going to be a hell of a race. Mariners, Astros, Rangers. Rangers are now in 3rd place in that division. Only 1 game back, but the Mariners and Astros are tied for 1st. Rangers 1 game back. That's going to be a fight. Other than that, you get the Orioles, Rays. They are a game and a half apart heading to the last month of the season. Brewers, Cubs, 3 games, so that's still a race. The West, nope. And the East. That hasn't been a race since about the 4th week of the season.
When do you decide something is a race? Do you have to be within a certain number of games? Because my rule of thumb has always been, if you can catch the team ahead of you with 1 sweep of a series, you're in it. Like Cleveland's not in it yet for me.
No. There's 3 teams that are in it. Cubs are in it.
I'm talking about the team ahead of you just in the division.
Oh, so
are the Guardians in it? They're
not
5
yet.
back.
Not yet.
Okay, when's the number? Is what I'm asking.
Yeah, 3 sounds about right.
Okay,
3 sounds about right. And it always, for me, depends on how many times they play that team head to head. Like they got the Twins 1, 2, 3. 3 times coming down the stretch.
Yeah,
so,
they just beat them 2 out of 3.
Yeah, so that's significant.
And they got Gelati now.
They do have Gelati. We'll see how Gelati does. Orioles, Rays, that's a race. That's a game and a half. And the Orioles play the Rays 1, 2, 3, 4 times between now and the end. So, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's absolutely a race. But that's a race. The AL West is a fun race. Because the Mariners came out of nowhere. They were just kind of languishing down there with the Angels for a long, long time. And then about a month or so ago, they just hit the Jets and just stopped losing. And they were a surprise team, too, because it was a little perplexing as to why they were losing as much as they did. Because you look at the some of the young bats, but really, I mean, Castillo, Kirby, Gilbert, Wu. I mean, they can pitch. They got a really good young pitching staff, and didn't make sense that they just weren't. But now,
and then they traded their closer.
Yeah, traded him to Arizona.
Yeah. They were 10 back on July 19th.
And then boom, hit the turbo. Pitching staff kicked in. Julio Rodriguez kicked in, and there you go. That race is going to be fun. Those are going to be really fun games to watch.
29-9.
29-9.
Yeah,
that'll get it done. That's what I was hoping for the Angels. A nice little 29-9 run.
You're close.
Yeah.
What are they? 9-29.
Are the Angels in? Were they in it? And were they in what? What are they?
The American League.
What are they in?
They're in the American League. I've checked.
I think the Angels set a record today, plus minus, for their worst month in team history. I think they said they were minus 76 for the month.
You mean run differential?
Run differential. Plus minus. Same thing, right? No, not missing. No, stop. They need to explain everything. I can't. Just shut up.
69.
Farhan Zaidi next here in the Sports Leader.
Yeah, he must be thrilled.
John Lynch. John Lynch joined Murph and Mac this morning and discussed the latest on negotiations with Nick Bosa. That podcast and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.